doing is you should be going to law school. All right, you're a good debater. You're good at reframing things.
Insane
okay,
pivot, bro. Insane fucking pivot.
Well, it's true though.
Craziest pivot we've seen all day.
It's
Craziest
true.
pivot we've seen all day.
It's not a crazy pivot. It's true. So you and I could both sit here and reframe things any way, which way we want to posture it for either side.
1 second, Parker. What count are you on? Yeah. So I mean, I think that this is just you ultimately conceding that you can fucking contend my points. I'll like bow out, right, and just detract from the conversation we're having after I ask you one civil question, right? Obviously, right, just because some individuals from Latin America support Trump doesn't mean that Trump's not racist. We have seen, right, Okay, you want to interrupt? Go ahead.
No, I'm just smiling, Dean. I'm just smiling, man. It's a good day today.
Dean's wrong because he's just a liberal on TikTok. I agree, Dean. You're so wrong just because you do lives with other people.
Here's Parker. Here we go. Let's get the crew in here, Parker. Here's the crew. So Parker, if you heard or not, I just complimented both you and Dean on your abilities and capacity to reframe and posture arguments, okay? You guys are doing a nice job at that. There's about 50 more of you on TikTok doing the same thing at this very moment.
Name me 3.
What's that?
Just name me 3 real quick.
Well, I don't. I'm not sitting here memorizing them. You could pull it up and scroll through your live, right? Like
Parker effectively asked you to name one person apart from me and Parker.
Dude, Dean. Halfway through our conversation, I recognized that your name was Dean. All right, like no, like people. You know what I'm saying? Like people aren't sitting here memorizing people's names. It's a matter of fact, though. Like you could scroll through your live and see there's 50 other people like you.
Tell me 3 different people what they look like that do these lives.
Dude, I don't know, man. I just hopped on here. I saw Dean talking. I've hopped on, listened to you guys talk. Like I'm not being necessarily like argumentative in a demeaning way or calling you guys stupid or anything. In fact, I've complimented both your abilities to posture and reframe arguments. Okay, so good for you guys. It's cool.
But you're trying to diminish us by saying, oh, there's 50 other people doing the same thing.
No, I'm just saying I'm complimenting the group.
I'm unique, baby. I'm a diamond in the rough. Don't tell me my worth. I know what it is.
All right, well.
No, the point I would make is, I mean, were there 50 people doing this when we were doing it in the beginning? Like, I've been doing this for years, this same topic.
Yeah, I don't know. I just stumbled upon this recently here. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like this is a new thing for me, so it's not for you. So.
Yeah, I have a question. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
All of you guys have been asking everybody that question, you know?
Dude, we literally just had...
Would you vote for somebody that slept her way to the Oval Office?
Yes, but that didn't happen.
Oh, she didn't have an affair with a married man?
So they were legally... they were separated.
Documents sitting on the back of his Corvette? Like,
Billy, how long were they separated for? How long was that person separated with their ex-wife?
Were they married or not married?
They were legally married, but they were separated.
Okay, they're married, all right? Like, some people think that's wrong, and you don't, and that's your problem. That's your cross to bear.
If they were separated for like 10 years, I don't see how you would say that that's somehow like cheating or something.
Yeah, bro, also...
it is the case, but like that Trump cheated on every single one of his wives, the last one, the corn star, and you never bring that up.
No,
I'm talking about sexual abuse, not cheating. Okay, I think there's a big distinction between cheating and sexual abuse.
We could talk about Bill Clinton. Okay, we could talk.
Where was he held legally responsible for sexual abuse?
Why is this important to you, Parker? You asked.
Why is sexual abuse important to me? Because I think victims deserve.
Parker.
I think victims.
You're really good at this, man. I love this. You're really good at this. And Dean, man, you're just smiling, looking all pretty there. You guys are good at reframing stuff. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit.
Respectfully, we wouldn't have 5 to 10,000 people in our live every day then. So like actually get a grip on reality and realize that people do give a shit and that you're using that to demean my argument here. Now respond to my argument.
But nobody gives a shit. It's the same thing you do.
No, you don't give a shit because you're a terrible human, okay?
No, I'm not
people
a terrible
give a shit
human.
Who are in here, 5.5 thousand people care that you're getting dunked on.
Now, see, that's where you and I we're gonna part ways here, because you can't just get on there and start insulting people you don't know, calling them a terrible human because they disagree with your opinion.
No. I called you a terrible human because you said that Kamala Harris...
an inclusive party.
No, stop. I called you a terrible human.
Are you an inclusive person?
I called you a terrible human.
Stupid.
I did not. I called you a terrible human because you sat up here and said that she slept her way to the top and said nobody cares.
James, thank you for the $5 on Venmo because he gives a shit. And Christine, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. W's for James and W Christine for giving a shit.
You were literally being misogynistic, and you were saying that the reason why she was in the position she was. Can you mute him, please? So the reason why it's misogynistic is because it is the case that you were saying the only reason a woman is in the position she is because she slept her way to the top, which one, isn't true, and two, is again using sex as a manner to literally devalue a woman in a position of power. Okay? That is classic misogyny. If you don't know that's classic misogyny, well then you're just dumb. Okay? I'm going to insult you if you come up here and you insult women on the basis of being a woman. Okay? I don't give a flying fuck. And Purdy, thank you for the $42 for giving a shit. Ben, thank you for the $5 for giving a shit about essay. Look at some W's for Purdy in the comments section right now for the $42. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. Also, you can unmute Billy if you can figure that out.
I sent him an invite to unmute when you were talking, like midway through your sentence, because I knew that there's no way in hell he's gonna figure it out. There he goes. You got it figured out, Billy. But real quick, Purdy, thank you for the $42 as well. Let's get even more W's for Purdy in the comment section. Thank you so much for the $42 on PayPal. Massive W's for Purdy down below. Go ahead and respond, Billy. You just got ate the fuck up.
No, I didn't get eaten the fuck up. Right? I have a mother. She's a female in business. I support women. Okay. So for somebody to get on here and say those outlandish things.
Dang, I have a mother, which means I'm not misogynistic, is actually laughable.
No, you just said,
dude, are you serious?
Said,
Every misogynist has had a mother,
That's
genius.
Not what you said. That's not what you said. That's literally not what you said, bro. Like, if you want to play that game, that's a dirty game to play. Like, I'm just not going to engage with it. Like, if you want to do that, that's your own problem because you're sliding. Like, you're the person here that's sliding.
Okay, run away, buddy.
Did Parker, what's going on here, Dean?
Christina, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much.
He's telling you to run away because you're refusing to engage with his points. Easy. Very simple.
No, I told him to run away because he said he was going to run away.
Oh,
Shanika,
yeah, perfect.
Thank you. Cynthia, thank you for the $10 for giving a shit.
Everyone's
giving a
shit here.
Diana, thank you for the $20 on PayPal for giving a shit. Let's get some W's for Cynthia, Diana, and everybody else who's donating. Thank you so much, Diana. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal.
I'm just disengaging with that type of rhetoric because it's not effective. It's not real.
It's not effective. No, it clearly is effective. You're being misogynistic. I'm saying that's a bad thing. Most people think misogyny is bad. I'm sorry, Billy, you don't think misogyny is bad, and you think that you're not misogynistic because you have a mom.
Misogyny is bad if there's an actual,
Billy, you said that your mother was in business. Dude, I'm not going to lie. Kamala Harris is not going to hear you saying that she slept her way to the top, but who is? Your sister,
no, you guys are going on a rabbit hole, and you're just...
But who is going to hear you say those things? Because obviously Harris isn't, right? But who is? Your mother, your sister, your grandmother. What about your mother specifically? You said that she was in business. Did she sleep her way to the top? How would she feel if you walked up to her and said that same thing, right? This is obviously demeaning of legitimate qualities and attitudes.
Kayla, thank you for the $20.24 for giving a shit. Thank you so much, Kayla.
That women can and do have. And the only
Ariana, thank you for the $2.
And the only reason that you're saying this is because under traditionalism, women are supposed to be submissive, stay at home, and not be like in positions of power. And when you see a woman in a position of power, you just automatically assume, well, that's impossible for a woman to achieve naturally because that's something only men can truly do. Therefore, she slept her way, manipulated and abused men to get in that position. Right? This is obviously
also not even fucking true.
Qualities of women.
Amy, thank you for the $1 for giving a shit.
Go ahead, Bill. Leanne with the $25 on Venmo for giving a shit, and also because Billy's mom would be so disappointed that he's such a misogynist. W's for Leanne in the comment section. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. That's amazing. And Amy, thank you for the $1 on Venmo for giving a shit. W's for Leanne, W's for Amy. I appreciate you guys. Go ahead, Bill. Billy Bill, unmute that mic, pooks.
Yoselin, thank you so much for the $10 for giving a shit. Thank you so much, Yoselin. Can we get some W's for giving a shit in the comment section right now? Let's fucking go.
W.
This guy literally just doesn't give a shit about women because he's misogynistic. You say you don't give a shit. You're just projecting, bro. Thank you for the hand heart, Tracy. Thank you. And
Parker,
also,
you're
if you
racist.
give a shit, can we get a 1 in the comment section right now? 1 in the comment section if you do give a shit about women.
Bro, that's not what I said. Like, you're taking everything out of context.
Oh, sorry. Let me clarify. You don't care about women being sexually assaulted. My bad.
That's why are you spinning? You have to. This is literally all you've got is to make up false statements, which is exactly what the Democratic Party.
That's literally what you said. You said I don't care. to literally
That's
me
not-
saying,
you're taking
would you
that out
vote
of
for someone who
context.
was held civilly liable of sexually
Listen,
assaulting a
you
woman?
do, hey,
Madeline,
Parker,
thank you for the $10 on Venmo. W's for Madeline in the chat. Thank you for the $10
This
for
is
giving a
what you
shit.
do, though. This is what Democrats do, man. This isn't a productive conversation.
Yeah,
when
we
you
hold
just are
rapist
gaslighting
sympathizers
people.
accountable. Yes, we hold
Parker,
rapist
You're
sympathizers
gaslighting
accountable.
your audience. Dude, you're just gaslighting
Catherine with
your
the $2
audience,
on
man.
Venmo
Like,
for giving a shit.
it's exactly what
Billy, you have the
Democrats
mic. I
do.
mean, you could clarify this and set the record straight. Do you or do you
I've
not give a
tried
shit
to.
that Trump was held civilly accountable for the rape of a woman? And M Sharp,
You
thank you for
guys
the
are
boxing
like-
gloves. And Jeanette, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for giving a
All
shit.
right.
W's for M Sharp and W for Jeanette. Bro, honestly, right? Stop like accusing Parker of gaslighting you and everybody
That's what
watching.
you're
Just
doing.
Set
That's
the
what
record
you're
straight.
doing. You're just
Set the
sitting there
record straight.
gaslighting.
Set the record straight. Would you vote for someone
You're
else held
saying
civilly
I'm
liable for the
gaslighting,
rape
but
of a woman?
unironically, in that position, you are actually the one gaslighting because you are. I've literally said exactly what you said, and you have no actual
Listen.
response to that.
You guys, I'm not going to go through this little.
Set the
fun
fucking
zone
record
that
Billy,
straight.
wanna
Billy,
go
you
in.
said you do not care when I said,
Parker.
would you vote for someone who was held civilly
Parker.
liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Parker,
Jane,
Okay.
thank you for the $20 on
Parker,
PayPal for
you're-
giving a shit. W's
you're
for Jane in the
better than
comment
this,
section for the $20 for
okay?
giving a shit.
Parker, you're
I'm
better
bad
than
at this
this
'cause I
You
made
gotta
you
come
look
up
bad.
with a new question.
Hilarious.
You got to come up with a new civil
I have
question
plenty of
to ask
questions.
people.
This just makes you look fucking insane.
Rodney
I
with the
want to know
$5
here,
for
Parker.
giving the
I'm
shit.
gonna let you guys go because I got to get to work. But Dean and Parker,
Okay, bye. Jessica, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love.
Hey, you guys
Oh, Billy's got some
are-
MAGA mobile. It seems like the TikTok gods don't care.
Deadass. Parker, how we doing, man?
We're doing great. We're doing great. I'm about to start live probably here in like an hour or so.
Hell yeah.
Engaging in some leafy greens before.
Hell yeah, well, free to hang out prior to your live, but if you want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out. No, I'm good right now. We're hanging out.
All right, everybody in here, if you're voting for Trump, make sure to let me know. in
Tammy,
that
thank you for the
comment
$5. Thank you so much. The best part is Billy ran down his mom's yo.
We're gonna go to move on to our next guest right now, guys. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Heather, what's up? How old are you? All right, Heather dipped. Guys, if you're MAGA, let us know down below, and we're gonna go and pull you up here. We're still just looking for a next guest. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. All right, that should be a given. That should be a given.
Carly, thank you for the $5 for dealing with Bill and his bullshit. Shayla, thank you for the $5 for happy gardening. Thank you so much.
Hell yeah, dude. Parker's in the garden. Big gardening, man.
Hey guys,
Hey, what's
The
up?
biggest garden you've ever seen. Big
Look at this
garden.
one.
Great
Hey.
garden. Big garden. The biggest gardens.
The biggest. Political, are you driving?
I pulled over on the side of the road,
All right,
and if you hear background noise, I have a Jeep with a top off. So, but I am pulled over.
HS, thank you for the manifesting. Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
All right, why's that?
I feel like he's the better of the two candidates.
Why so?
I just feel like he is. My life
Wendy,
is better.
give me the $2.
Yeah, I'm asking you for your reason there.
Why
buddy.
so?
Again, I feel like he was the better of the two candidates. My life seemed better under the 4 years he was there.
Yeah. My life was seemingly worse right under Trump's administration. So, like, what policy did they influence to get past that caused you to do better? Or what policy did the Biden-Harris administration influence to get past that caused you to do worse?
Well, the PACT Act was a pretty good one. I think him renegotiating with OPEC was also pretty good too.
The PACT Act was passed by influence to get passed by the Biden-Harris
I think he
administration.
means the one about animals.
So I was listening. I wanted to come on here because I was listening to your live earlier. I've been
Denise, thank
waiting
you for the
like an hour.
$5 for the gardening fund, and Jake, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
There was a
Believe you
guy
me.
on here. There was a guy on here earlier talking about how Kamala said she was going to go after companies for price gouging, and you were talking to him about that, right?
Yeah, we're talking about anti-price gouging legislation. Sure.
Okay. So, quick question. You know that Bill S-3803 is on the Congress floor right now. Why doesn't
Jan, thank you for the
Kamala,
show,
instead of saying that she's going to go after it whenever she's president, why doesn't she go ahead and try to push this bill and say, "Hey, look what I did"?
Yeah, do you think that's going to be off of the House floor and inside the office of the presidency before or after the election?
Honestly, it probably could be. It's been there since
Andy, I
February.
appreciate you so much for the laughing house. Grace, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal as well. So more likely than not, right, that's not going to be like on the president's desk prior to November, right? So it is the case that voting for Kamala Harris is essentially, right, ensuring that it will be signed into law instead of vetoed by Trump if he were to be elected.
Well, that's fine, but why didn't she cite that bill? Why didn't she say, "Hey, this bill's there, and I'm going to make sure it gets passed"?
I literally just told you right? So like it is the case that like Donald Trump has called this like literal communism, right? So like if Trump was elected, right, obviously he would veto that if it were to be on his desk. However, it is the case that basically Kamala Harris here is saying that if she's elected president, she's going to guarantee that that's signed into law.
Yeah, and that's a federal regulation. There's also state legislations against price gouging too. I know the state I live in, it's code 75-83 because I live in North Carolina.
All right, buddy. Real quick question. So, yeah, would you vote for someone that's attempted to overthrow the government before?
Oh, so you want to get into the insurrection? What was Trump's second impeachment?
Was the second impeachment like particularly because of like the citing of the insurrection?
Yes, January 21st, the day after he was removed from office. Yeah.
Do you know why that was turned down by the Republicans?
Keelan, thank you for the $5.
Because they literally fucking thought that you couldn't impeach someone that wasn't president. They thought that you couldn't impeach a former president, so they voted against it. But my question for you, just a simple question. Would you vote for someone that has attempted to overthrow the government with the use of a coup, right? Rig an election.
To rig an election? How'd he rig the election?
Yeah, by literally telling his VP to ignore the real votes and just to make him president again.
Okay. Did that actually happen?
No, because his VP said hell no, right? So would you vote for someone that's attempted to rig an election?
Good for his VP. Do you think it would have made a difference?
Robert, appreciate you for the money again. Yeah, because if the VP like certified the fake votes, ignored the real ones, Trump would have been the illegitimate president of the United States of America today, right? Literally just tossing our civil electoral processes out of the window, right? An end of an era, right, of the current functioning democracy in the U.S., right? So would you vote for someone that's attempted to overthrow a government with the use of a coup and has tried to rig an election before?
Well, I'm going to have to say yes and no because I don't think he tried to overthrow the government.
Right, he literally did by attempting to rig the outcome of the 2020 election.
That's your opinion.
No, that's not an opinion. That's a fact that he's admitted to. He's currently seeking immunity for it from the Supreme Court.
Okay.
Right, so what you not, right, vote for someone that has literally staged a coup to rig an election to overthrow the checks and balance and democratic processes provided to us via our federal government.
Kind of seems like somebody else that tried to do that 4 years prior.
Who?
Clinton.
Okay, so when did Clinton try to get Congress not to certify the result of the vote on January 6th?
President? Didn't you say he was an illegitimate president?
Yeah, but what I'm saying Trump did isn't conjecture, right? A use of words. It was literally an attempt to stage a coup to overthrow the federal government by essentially like saying that the election was stolen from him and then making fake votes, sending them to Congress and wanting Mike Pence to certify them. Like every time like the result of an election has been contested in the past, like Al Gore and Bush or even like Hillary Clinton, what happened is it was taken to the Supreme Court and the other side conceded. What happened with Trump, right? It wasn't taken to the Supreme Court, right? The conventional and acceptable legal processes was not followed. He literally tried to outrig the outcome of the election because he thought it was unfairly stolen from him. So he wanted to quote unquote set the record straight. There's obviously going to be a huge difference between words and like conventional legal proceedings, right? To challenge and question the results of the election and just straight up trying to deny and overthrow them.
Okay. Okay. I'll concede to that. Do you think that he's going to make it so that you never have to vote again and that he's going to be the final president and the full dictator? If he's voted in?
No, I think we totally could have like elections in the future, but that doesn't like account for the fact that he's currently a massive threat to democracy because of his.
Here's my thoughts. He will likely be limited by checks and balances, but you don't want to vote for someone who has those types of thoughts and opinions that they want to be dictator on day one, right? That they want to undermine our process by claiming election fraud, even when it is the case that there are legitimate votes, when there's no good determination of there being legitimate fraud to overturn the election. He's actively undermining our American democratic political system. And regardless of the fact that we have checks and balances, we shouldn't support people that actively try to do that.
Right. I also just want it to be known that we literally lost like 1.5, right, of our checks and balances because of Trump. Like he made us lose them already in 2020, right? Like the whole presidential immunity thing, like that didn't exist before Trump argued to the Supreme Court that it should. I want to make that incredibly clear, right? We as a society, like the civilians of the U.S., like we think that criminals should be held accountable. Criminals shouldn't be cut loose, and then especially people in positions of power, which would prelude to the president of the United States of America, of course, right? Then of course we also have to consider like the 11 senators that supported Trump in his run to steal the election from Biden and to certify the fake votes. He lost, right? About half of Congress, right, and the Supreme Court as well, just totally thrown out the window. Less checks and balances on him now more than then. The only reason why I think Trump was unsuccessful with his coup the first time is because Trump is an absolute moron, and he just was hoping that the people he was going to put in positions of power would blatantly side with him and follow his command of like overthrowing the government. But he now knows that that failed, right? That's why 42 of his former cabinet members are not endorsing him, right? But this time around, he knows a little bit more about how the government works, so he's just going to implant people that would specifically follow his command to overthrow the government, right? Like J.D. Vance literally said, like, what was it, like a month and a half ago, right, that if he was a VP on January 6th, that he would have followed Trump's command and certified the fake votes. Like, that's incredible. Like, we shouldn't be putting someone in a position of power to stress test, right, the checks and balances, in which some of have already been destroyed by him. That's insane. Do you even hear the shit that's spewing out of your mouth?
I haven't said anything. I've been listening to you talk for like 2 minutes. Anyway, so do you think that what Trump wants to do by by making it so that it's a one-day election and we get back to paper ballots is not a good thing?
Why should he care about responding to you if you just didn't listen to a single thing he said? Yo, Lud, I appreciate the dollar. Thank you so much. I can't open them any further. I promise you. They're open very bigly. Yo, Ashton, think of the dollar. What's up?
Again, do you think that it's good of what Trump wants to do by making it back to one-day elections and paper ballots and making the people have to give photo ID to prove their citizenship?
Oh, why should we restrict these other forms of voting that increase voter participation that don't increase fraud rate? Appreciate the manifesting. Thank you.
And here's the reason why: because electronic fraud is high. It's hard to fake a paper ballot.
Can you give me any evidence?
Well, Parker just talked about, or excuse me, Dean just talked about Bush and Quayle, right? The paper ballots prove that Bush won, right?
Wait, no, the paper ballots was a reason. The paper ballots was a reason Al Gore contested the results of the election. Like, you understand the reason that Al Gore contested the results of the election was because the paper ballots were misprinted in Florida, which was the deciding vote of the 2000 election, specifically putting the dots out of line with the names, right? Like that. What was argued to the Supreme Court.
By the way, it's literally paper ballots being bad.
Yeah, what was argued to the Supreme Court is that the paper ballots were bad. Dude, come on, you can't be rude.
No, it was Bush.
Electronic is even better. It's going to be great.
Won, not Quayle. Bush was the one that was saying, "Hey, I won." The hanging chads, they didn't count them properly, and they went back and counted them, and come to find out that Bush did win.
Yeah, so you've just been pivoting around my question this entire time. So would you or would you not vote for someone that's attempted to overthrow our federal government with the use of a coup to rig an election?
Sure. I think Trump's a better candidate.
Okay, so why does the guy that you self-admittedly affirm tried to overthrow our government with the use of a coup to rig an election to get his VP to just make him president again, even though the people didn't vote him in, circumvent our civil electoral processes, circumvent the vote of every single American citizen, all right? Why is he better than Harris?
Well, he actually did something. He hasn't been in politics all of his life, and I believe he's the...
He did something? Yeah, what did he do? The coup?
He helped the people.
All right, and then what policy influence to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than the top 1%?
We had no new wars under President Trump.
No new wars under Trump. The Turkish-Kurdish war caused by our pull out of Kurdistan. Yemen genocide, proxy war with Russia and Syria. Come on.
There is no new wars under President Trump.
I just named 3, quite frankly.
What's your website that you use for that?
Sure, now I'm going to go on my laptop and I'm going to cite these claims. I'm going to do the work. Sure. Why don't you just go ahead and look up Turkish-Kurdish war?
I don't want to make you...
Look up proxy war with Russia and Syria. Yemen genocide. Super easy. Honey, I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Honey for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that. Massive W's for Honey. Yeah, so real quick, are you just like self-admittedly like anti-American?
No, I'm full American.
If you're a full American, then how come you're anti-democracy?
Deborah,
thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Deborah. I really appreciate you for that love. Massive W's.
Crazy, we're the patriotic ones now.
I know, right?
Dude, what, huh? I'm for America.
We're the patriotic ones now because you guys are the ones undermining the American democratic political process.
Well, okay, so let's get back to our democracy then. So if we're a democracy and we're allowed to have free trade and free companies, why should we worry about the government putting a limit on how much we charge somebody? If I make a product and somebody wants to pay $1,000 for it, okay, let them pay $1,000 for it.
Democracy is not an economic system, first of all.
What's wrong with that?
Second of all, price gouging, right? Anti-price gouging legislation, right, would conform with like a capitalist economic system. Third of all, your question made literally no sense.
Hey, something's only worth how much somebody's willing to pay for it. That's why the price of gold goes up and down all the time.
Nikki, thank you for $4.
So, can I ask y'all a question? Because I want to get to this one real quick because it's on my brain.
I'm just confused how you're calling yourself like pro-America, pro-democracy, pro-checks and balances when you like affirm that Trump tried to throw all those out the window, literally told his VP to ignore the real votes and just make him president again, right? Literal like coup, dictator, fascist type shit, right? He destroyed, right, a good 1.5, like 1.5 of our checks and balances with the decision that he should be immune from criminal proceedings, and like 11 of the, 11 senators, right, supporting his attempted coup to overthrow the government. Like, you can't call yourself like anti-American, right, and then be pro-Trump and affirm that he did these things. That just those qualities, right, can't align with one another.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Can you tell me how they can align with one another? Can you make an argument that Trump isn't a threat to democracy, even though he tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election?
Because I think he fully believes in our constitutional rights.
Whoa, he
100% he believes in our constitutional rights.
He literally said he doesn't like the Constitution. He wants to put it on pause. He's actively campaigning, right, on being anti-constitutional.
What is the reason why
Mike
Pence? Wait, what is the reason why Mike Pence doesn't like Trump?
For the reason y'all just stated a few minutes ago.
It is the case that he puts himself over the Constitution. That's literally the reason Mike Pence doesn't like Trump. Also, I think it's ironic that huge staffers of Trump, like chief of staff, of like people who were very close to him in terms of his administration, all those people, they come out against him, right? I really wonder why there's so many people in his administration that don't like him now. Has that happened with Biden or Harris or?
I'm sure it has.
Or Obama?
I don't know of any, but I'm sure it has. I can't name any off the top of my head. I'm sure it has.
You just have to assume something to be true to cope. Unfortunate. Also, you said that Trump is pro-constitution, right? He's literally, like, his platform is anti-constitutional. He wants to put people in jail for a year for burning the American flag, right? That was ruled in 1986 that that's constitutionally protected under the First Amendment right to freedom of expression, right? Also, right, the Constitution implies checks and balances. He wanted to throw the checks and balances provided from our federal government out the window with his denial and attempted coup against the outcomes of the 2020 election. Right, he actively, right, campaigns on the fact that he doesn't really like the Constitution, and in fact, he wants to put it on pause to examine the results of elections. He thinks he should have the power to do that, right? Obviously, I think
I've never heard him say that.
Yeah, we could reference, like, 2020.
Jennifer, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Can we get some Jennifers in that comment section right now? Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Yeah, he tweeted out on Truth Social. He said he didn't really like the Constitution and he wants to put it on pause to examine the results of the election.
No, okay, so you're talking about something that happened 4 years ago.
I sure am.
Why are you
Glinda, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's for Glinda and Jennifer in the comment section. Thank you so much, Glinda, for the $25 on PayPal. That's so kind of you.
Why do you focus so much in the past?
People in the comment section saying they were fake donations because they're like they're the same names.
And political, you said, you particularly said, why am I looking at his past actions? It's because past actions are predictive of future behaviors, right? So obviously we're going to examine what he did over the course of his... No, people can change. However, past behaviors are predictive of future behaviors, right? Like, he literally campaigned last time on his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election, or the attempted coup that he tried to stage against our federal government because he didn't accept the results of said election, right? And we can look at his behaviors right now, right? Getting people, right? These MAGA loyalists, right? On his campaign team, such as J.D. Vance, saying that he would have contested the results of the 2020 election. He would have not certified the results, and he would have, right, made Trump the illegitimate president of the United States of America, right? It's about the fact, well, if he was able to stress test it last time, well, I mean, what's going to prevent him from doing it again in the future? What's going to prevent him from completely, right, achieving a successful coup against our government right now?
Won't let him.
Absolutely nothing prevents.
2 terms.
Dean is totally right.
Right. And you understand, right, the Constitution isn't what limited Trump from having a successful coup last time. In fact, no system in our government limited Trump. It was one man, that one man being Mike Pence, right?
Okay, but again, are you thinking he's going to get in office and stay in office forever? Is that what you're scared of?
No, I don't think I'd make the argument that he'd try to contest the 22nd Amendment. Right? I just don't see what would prevent him from, like, let's say, electing his son. What if he does the same thing with his son? I mean, how do you feel about that? Is that like a democracy? If Trump were to make like his son, like Don Jr., the president of the United States, by having Congress certify false votes for him?
I mean,
is that democratic?
I guess it could happen. I'm
asking you if that's democratic.
To certify that to make him president? No, that's not democratic.
Oh, well, if it's not democratic, right, to certify a son to be the next president of the United States through fake votes in Congress, why was it democratic when he tried to get himself certified as a president through fake votes in Congress?
Okay, well, you're going down the line of a quote that I like to use from The Simpsons, calls it, "If and buts was candy and nuts, it'd be Christmas in July." You can give me all the if and buts you want. Give me some facts. Bro,
I literally this is a logical implication of your stance. If it would be anti-democratic for him to make his son the illegitimate of president of the United States of America through the certification of fake votes in Congress, why was it not anti-democratic when he tried to do that same exact thing for himself?
Because he thought that the election was rigged for Biden to win.
Okay, yeah, if I fucking think that you I don't know, murdered my mom and you're an innocent man and I walked up to you and blew your fucking head off, did I do anything wrong?
Well, yeah.
Because you didn't murder my mom, just like the election wasn't stolen from him, right? Then also there's going to be no ideological distinction here. Maybe we could say that he thought his son rightfully won, right? The next election, right? In one scenario you'd say it's anti-democratic, and the other scenario you wouldn't. You don't have any good reason to assume that.
But you don't have any proof that he's going to do that. You're basing your feelings off of this proof that he may do something.
Bro, yeah, I'm not a fucking crystal ball, right? It's not about having 100% certainty in the fact that this is exactly what's going to happen. It's the fact that it has happened in the past. Past behaviors are predictive of future ones, right? And he's already stress tested our democracy enough. Why do you think he should have the right to stress test it again?
Again, because I feel like he's the best candidate for us. I don't think Kamala's the best candidate for us.
All right, tell me name one thing that Kamala Harris has done worse in her 4 years in power than trying to.
I'll be back in an hour, man. I'll see you in a second, man.
All right, bet. See you, Parker. Thanks for coming.
One thing she's done worse.
Yeah, name one thing that Kamala Harris has done worse than literally trying to rig an election.
Oh, what about Pat? What about being the tie-breaking vote for the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022? Where it says it allows the IRS to track employers' tips.
Oh my God, you're so fucking
trying to run on.
The IRS has always tracked people's tips, right? There was nothing explicitly stated.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
They track the employers, not the employees. They want to track employees.
The Inflation Reduction Act never specifically uses the word gratuity, tips, never talks about service workers or tips. All that the Inflation Reduction Act did was it delegated an additional $80 billion in funding for more audits to be done by the IRS. If you were economically literate at all, you know that taxation reduces inflation by taking money out of the economy. So giving the IRS more funding to be more critical about the taxes that people are paying will literally end up reducing inflation. That's one of the things that the Inflation Reduction Act did. Okay, right? And this is supposed to be worse than staging a coup to overthrow the government. Hello.
She wants to not tax tips, right?
Right.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay.
So first of all, you were wrong about the Inflation Reduction Act. You didn't know what it entailed. You were wrong about tips not being taxed. You didn't know that that's always been done.
That's actually
even if you were right about all these things, right? How is this worse than staging a coup to overthrow the government?
Well, how about this?
No. Answer my question. I asked you to name something. No. I asked you to name something that Harris has done that was worse than trying to stage a coup to overthrow a government and rig an election. Then you made some bullshit, made up shit about the Inflation Reduction Act. I explained to you. It's literally not. Go ahead and source that.
That is.
Give me a source.
I've read the Inflation Reduction Act.
I have too. I literally have too. You're wrong. Give me a source.
Dude, I'm sitting in my car on the side of the road. Do you think I can give you a source right now?
You want to be able to give me a source if you were sitting in front of a damn computer because the shit that you're spewing out of your mouth is false.
Bullshit, I wouldn't.
Oh, so now your argument is I could hypothetically give you a source? Dude, come on. Give me a fucking break, okay?
Well, what if there?
How's it healthcare? Well, I mean, how is like a medical procedure that is done for like the well-being of the mother, either electively or through necessity because of her life is at risk? Healthcare, get a fucking grip. But I have a question. Do you agree with Roe v. Wade being rescinded and that going back to the state?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so you think that murder should be left up to the state?
I don't think that any innocent baby should be unalived.
Wait, but you think abortion's murder, yeah?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, and you agree with Roe v. Wade going back to the state, yeah?
I agree there shouldn't be any kind of law as far as that's concerned, state or federal.
Wait, so you think that murder should be legislated on by the state, should be left up to the state?
I'm saying murder shouldn't be allowed in general.
Wait, does Trump support a federal ban on abortion?
He doesn't want Roe versus Wade to be enacted.
I'm so sorry.
He doesn't want abortion rights.
Okay, does Trump support a federal ban on abortion?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, he's literally like campaigned and platformed himself as not supporting that.
Sorry, I heard that wrong. Yes, he does not support. He does not want abortion to be legal. He wants it to go back to the states.
Right, so the state can determine the legality on it. So why do you think that states should determine the legality of murder?
I just said, I don't think states should have that ability either because I think murder is wrong in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, so you don't think that abortion laws should be left up to the state?
I don't think abortion laws should be written anywhere.
So you think that abortion should be legal?
No, it should not be legal. Absolutely not.
Well, in order to make it illegal, you have to write that into law.
Well, that's fine. Write it into law that you can't have an abortion.
Like, okay, so, bro, I'm so fucking confused. I don't know how you're not following this, right? Trump doesn't support, right, making a murder federally illegal. Trump wants to leave murder up to the state. So why do you support someone that wants to leave murder up to the state?
Because I don't think the federal government has the ability to say what should and shouldn't happen.
Wait, so this is literally the argument.
Versus Wade, period.
This was literally the argument of the Confederacy, right? So what's the difference between the Confederacy saying the right to enslave should be left up to the state and you saying the right to murder should be left up to the state?
So you want to forego the 13th Amendment of the United States Constitution? Is that what you're saying?
What is the 13th Amendment of the United States Constitution state?
It gives slaves, it freed the slaves.
Bro, I'm literally saying the argument of
it gave them other rights.
Dude, the argument of the Confederacy was that the right to own slaves should be left up to the state. The argument that you're making right now is that the right to murder should be left up to the state. What's the difference between you and the Confederacy, logically speaking?
I didn't say that. I said it shouldn't be in any state or federal law. Murder is murder.
I'm so fucking confused on what you're saying right now, bro. Right? So all that I'm detailing to you right now, right, is that when Roe v. Wade was overturned, right, this passed the legislative ability back down to the state. Do you agree or do you disagree?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Okay, buddy. I'm just gonna move on to the next guest. You don't really seem to have enough brain cells to just track a basic conversation. If you guys do want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. We're going to move on to our next guest. They were just literally too confused to track it all. Literally zero following ability. Revy, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
And why is that?
Just better candidate.
Okay, so why is the rapist, the fraudster, the felon, the election denier better than like the intelligent woman who wants to protect, preserve our democracy and fight for the freedoms of all?
All right, real quick, before I answer that, I was going to say, just what he was saying, you're saying that Trump rigged for votes, right?
Yeah.
All right, so didn't Kamala Harris do the same thing when they kicked Joe Biden out because he was too incompetent? And she got no votes.
First of all, they didn't kick Joe Biden out. Joe Biden, right, dropped out of the race on his own accord. Second of all, right, Joe Biden has publicly spoken about how no one influenced him to make that decision apart from himself. Third of all, right, a private political party, that being the DNC, is different from the government. It's privately owned. Third of all, you have the right to vote for whoever you want come November. Doesn't need to be Harris. Doesn't even need to be Trump. You could write whoever you want in on the line.
Yeah, they could say, Joe Biden could say he had no influence on being kicked out. That's like me telling someone to go jump off a bridge, and then like they're not going to remember. Obviously, Joe Biden's dementia, cool, doesn't know how to speak, but
okay. So yeah, give me any evidence that Joe Biden actually was kicked out and influenced get kicked out by others.
It was right after
just
the
simply
debate.
Doesn't remember it. because he has dementia. Do you understand that that's just like make believe? Like, are we just like conceiving of thoughts in our head and treating them as if they're fact?
So you're gonna tell me someone that gets on live TV once in a blue moon because he can't speak, when he gets up there, starts, I don't even know what the fuck he says. No one does, and you guys voted for that for president.
Oh, so you want to talk about Joe of all, right? And then you automatically pivot back to Biden. I swear to God, conservatives are kind of like broken repeaters. You don't know what to do now that there's someone in the race that is legitimately better than Trump.
No, I'm just going from start to end. So I'm gonna go start to end. But
literally, if criminals weren't charged with crimes, I wouldn't have a job.
Well, if you want criminals to be charged with crimes, maybe you should vote for the prosecutor, Kamala Harris, over Trump, the criminal who literally wants to pardon other criminals that were convicted of assaulting police officers on January 6th.
So when you see like 40 people run into an Apple store, smash and grab and do that stuff, you think that's equal to what Trump did?
No, I don't think that's equal to what Trump did. I think it's significantly not as bad.
Well, I'll be very clear. This is just basically what it comes down to. I think Trump's a narcissist, but I think a president's personality is irrelevant. Like if you were deciding if you were going to go to Applebee's or Chili's tonight, would you think about what the CEO's personality is? I vote on productivity over likability.
I listen. I'd say that like personalities can be incredibly relevant with how they impact like America, right? Like I don't think we should be putting a grapist in the Oval Office predominantly because I want grapists to be held accountable, and secondarily because of how that would impact the progression of grape culture in America. Like we're supposed to like socially stigmatize rapists. We're supposed to scrutinize them. We're supposed to say you have less opportunity than you did before you raped someone to further prevent people from raping people, right? But then when you take a rapist, right, and then you promote like social ideologies to just outright deny that he's a rapist and blame the victim, and then say that they should have access to like the highest rank of power available in the world currently. Well, I mean, like maybe this will like further only progress rape culture, systemic misogyny, and like, you know, a social attack on women, right? And like other attributes of his personality, such as not being like an honest guy, telling over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency. I think a massive job of anybody that is publicly elected into a position of power is to be honest and virtuous with their constituents, right? Because if like the electors are not making well-informed decisions about who they're electing because they're so dishonest and lie to them, well, that is inherently anti-democratic within itself, right? That is like the Achilles heel of a democracy, 110%. Is just convincing the masses that things that are lies are true, therefore giving them like a false sense of good reason to vote for them.
I do agree with a lot of that. I think I'll say one last thing because I'm sure you got other people that want to get on. Is I think you're a smart kid and you say a lot of good things, but I will predict like in 20 to 30 years you'll realize you were wrong, and that's just I could be right, I could be wrong, but that's just my prediction. So have a good day, man. I like what you're doing.
Yeah, in 20 to 30 years, I'm going to look back at clips of me absolutely dunking on people 20 to 30 years older than me. I'm going to be like, damn straight. Damn fucking straight. I appreciate you for coming up there, Eric. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and see who my next guest is, y'all. What's going on, Law? How are you?
Doing all right, thank you. Guys, we are only at 600,000 likes. There are 6,000 people in this room. What we need to do right now is every one of you, even if you hate Parker, why did I call you Parker? Parker was up earlier. If you hate Dean, just smash his face 80 times. If you love Dean, put those little hearts above his head 80 times. Let's get up to 1 million. We can do this in the next 30 seconds if each of you just fill up that bar one time. Thank you, guys.
Hell yeah, dude. W's for Law. Best co-host. Matthew, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
All right. Why the hell would you do that?
Well, I mean, being an American citizen, I get an opportunity to see what's going on in front of me. And I'm very in with the community that I have grown up in. And it's just some of those things that I don't agree with on both parties. But, you know, there's got to be some kind of change, and therefore.
Sorry, guys, that was just gibberish. I made the executive decision to move on to the next guest. Sometimes when it's too gibberish to the point where I just can't really track it, we unfortunately just move on. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm so incredibly sorry. Misty, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? Misty, you're on the live. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, all right, moving on to our next guest. Guys, if you are MAGA, let me know in the chat. We're going to go to get our next guest, Atlas, up here right now. Hope, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo from the DNC. W for the DNC. And Roberto, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for the future Antichrist Dean. W's for Hope and Roberto. Thank you guys very much. Atlas, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
You voting for Chomp?
Absolutely.
Then take that fucking American flag out of your profile picture. You don't stand for America. This man tried to rig an election. Why the hell would you vote for someone that tried to stage a coup against the country that you care so much about?
How did he try to stage a coup?
By telling his VP not to really care about the American voters' opinions and just make.
And that was a recommendation, and Mike Pence chose not to do it.
Yeah, if Mike Pence had chose to follow Trump's recommendation and the fraudulent certificates of ascertainment submitted to Congress by Trump, what would have happened? Your voice wouldn't have mattered. Our civil electoral process.
Well, it wouldn't. The Constitution prevents that, as you can see. If the vice president's not allowed to do it, he can't do it. It doesn't matter what Trump thinks about it.
So actually, the fringe legal theory was developed to basically achieve this. What they wanted to do, they wanted to send the fake certificates of ascertainment to college. They wanted Mike Pence to plead ignorance. They wanted Mike Pence to say he doesn't know what the real votes are, he doesn't know what the fake votes are. So then it would have been kicked to Congress. And because Congress was predominantly Republican, they would have certified Trump as the president of the United States of America, successfully circumventing around our civil and electoral processes.
Mm-hmm. If there's a issue with the Electoral College, yeah. And then the tie-breaking vote, if there's an issue with the Senate, would be Mike Pence, of course. So, yeah. But it didn't happen very clearly. And I think a lot of his statements that were made on January 6th were taken largely out of context. Liberals protest all the time when anything happens. They storm state capitals for abortion rights or to protest for Gaza or Free Palestine or any of these other movements. And, there are never any arrests for them, never any media coverage or anything like that. It's just very biased and one-sided. It's not that I'm all for Trump here. It's just that one side is getting treated very differently than the other. And I think that is what leads to dictatorships, is when you have a consensus of people who are misinformed or really are victims of propaganda, most likely.
That's fucking ass. Yeah, dead ass. No, you're absolutely right. 100%. Right. This is going to be one of the key tenets of anti-democratic behaviors, and this is why it's so important not to vote for Trump. Do you want to talk about the MAGA voter base being a victim of legitimate propaganda and misinformation? Let's talk about the 30,000 confirmed lies that Trump told during his presidency. Let's talk about the largest lie that any sitting U.S. president has ever told with Trump's denial of the outcome of the 2020 election, and how he has incessantly told that over the course of the last 4 years, convincing 70% of Republicans that he won that shit. Let's talk about it, because if we listen to Atlas here, if we trust Atlas when he says that propaganda and misinformation is anti-democratic and it is indicative of a dictator by nature, well, you just told on Trump.
No, because all of the major media outlets here in the United States constantly talk about Trump 24/7. If he was such a big problem, if all these media outlets stopped printing things about him 24/7, whether it's bad or good.
What's the biggest media outlet in the world? What's the biggest media outlet in the world right now?
I'm not entirely sure what the biggest one is.
X. And you know what X has? A predominantly right-leaning bias with a founder that is an incessant support of Trump. And I just think it's funny. You try to look at mainstream media outlets such as I don't know, CNN and MSNBC, ABC, and say, oh, they just all preach the same narrative. They're just spreading propaganda and gaslighting the masses with this pro-democratic propaganda. But what happens when you look at the alternative media sources? You see the same shit, the same rhetoric repeated day after day after day. Shit like Russia has a right to invade Ukraine, Trump won 2020, and all this other propaganda and misinformation being perpetuated by these alternative media outlets, right? Spreading worse propaganda onto the Republican voter base.
Yeah, well, I follow Newsmax personally myself. I've never seen a headline like that.
Shannon, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that love. I thank you so much.
Yeah, I've never, like I said, I follow Newsmax predominantly. I used to watch Fox and CNN, but I recently quit watching both of those, and I only do Newsmax. I've never seen a headline quite like that. Now, I've noticed.
Colton, thank you for the $9 on Venmo. Thank you for showing the ignorant MAGAs the truth. Of course, Colton, I appreciate you for that.
Certain organizations like Breitbart are few and far between that do have right-leaning biases. And will stretch truths, but I don't, the ones that stretch the truth for the left, there are just so many more, in my opinion, from what I've seen.
Dude, the biggest lie ever told by a sitting president was Trump's denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. That was single-handedly the biggest piece of propaganda ever told by any politically affiliated organization. It just so happened that this time it was the president, and it just so happened that you're voting for that guy again. Mm-hmm. You have no moral high ground to stand on. You have no justification for your claim that you're scared of the Democrats because they perpetuate propaganda when you turn around and you're voting for the man that read Mein Kampf and took lessons from it, okay? Right? Like, there's no justification here, sir.
I don't know nothing about him reading Mein Kampf, but
big lie propaganda. This shit, right, that he spewed out of his mouth since 2020 with the denial of the 2020 election, big lie propaganda as defined in the Mein Kampf. Crazy shit, huh?
Yeah, like I said, I don't know nothing about that clip. If he did, that's on him. But then again, you also have to ask yourself the question, in the United States, you can have the opinion, you can question the election, and I understand that it's dangerous, the fact that he is the president. And
did Trump question it, or did Trump deny it?
Well, he started questioning it, but then when they all started suppressing him and everybody attacked him for it, he began to deny it because...
literally, November 9th was the first time, right, he denied the outcomes of the election of 2020. November 9th, he went on Fox News and said all votes for Biden are illegal. If you counted the legal ones, I'd win. He denied it from the beginning. He tried to stage a coup to overturn the results within our Congress by telling Mike...
Now, how did he try to stage a coup, though?
By sending slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes into Congress. All right? And then he turns around, right? He even had this, like, pre-scripted, right? Like, we have audio clips from him, like, October 9th, October 31st, of him telling his chief of staff and his chief strategist that he was going to call the election on the night of the election, say he won even if he was behind, because he knew the mail-in ballots that would be counted in the days to follow were democratically favored, right? But do you understand, right, that an argument born out of the idea that the left spreads propaganda, therefore I'm voting for the right, makes no sense when it's Trump?
Well, that's not the only argument. I mean, there's a lot of them. And I understand Trump's not perfect, and he can stretch truths a lot. I mean, he's a TV personality, and in fact, I'd say he's largely president off of how funny and the way he talks, But his policies are really good, too. The main particular reason I'm voting for Trump is his foreign policy. What the left is doing here is they're going out and they're provoking every country. They're provoking Russia, and what they're really doing is bowing down to China. They'll let China come over here and buy up farmland in the United States, right? And they've passed this in purchasing power.
Did Biden and Harris's administration keep Trump's tariffs on China, or did they disregard them?
I believe they disregarded them, but I'm not for sure.
No, they kept them. And if we want to talk about bowing down to foreign entities that are of danger, let's talk about Trump bowing down to Russia. We have leaked Kremlin documents.
Well, can we just talk about that for a second? You asked me, did they keep Trump's tariffs on China or did they get rid of them? You said they didn't. Do you know why? Because that was a good idea.
I actually disagree. I disagree with the Biden-Harris administration and the Trump administration there. I think the tariffs are bad. But if we want to talk about bowing down to foreign adversaries, let's talk about how Trump literally believed Putin over U.S. intelligence in Helsinki.
Well, there's a huge rivalry going on here between Trump and these people. If I was him, I wouldn't trust him either. But as the president, you have to have some faith in your institutions.
Whoa! You're gonna trust Putin, right? This tyrannical dictator that has killed political adversaries and has launched attacks on human rights over U.S. intelligence.
100%. And Putin is not a good man, and Russia is not a good country. They do bad things, right?
I mean, we literally have Trump on tape calling Putin a great guy. Same with Jeffrey Epstein.
Your government has done equally as horrible things for virtually the same reasons. I mean,
name a Democrat who has sent fake votes and certificates of ascertainment into college to be counted as real to disregard
a very specific request.
That is the worst. That is the worst thing that Trump has ever done in his life.
Well, Senator Menendez has taken foreign bribes from Egypt, right, in gold bars because the currency's so worthless, he won't even take it in dollars, right? So there's that.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's not fucking rigging an election bad.
He's getting bribes from a foreign country, and he is a U.S. senator who's a Democrat.
Yeah,
and he's
terrible.
taking it in gold bars
But that
because
is
the currency
not
is so
as bad.
inflated under the Biden-Harris administration.
Do you think that's as bad as like trying to circumvent our civil electoral processes? Not to mention we kicked him out.
Well, we just disagree on what he was trying to do on January. So I don't think he tried to circumvent it. I think he brought up legitimate concerns. Now, the way he went about it, you can say whatever,
Wait. So you think that like telling his VP to like disregard like votes from American people and to certify as fake votes, that's not circumventing our electoral and civil processes?
I mean, it's a wild statement for sure, but you know, I can't really say much about that. That is a questionable statement, but I don't think it's in necessarily trying to circumvent the system. You know,
it's
like
by definition trying to circumvent
perfect.
the system. It's literally by definition trying to circumvent the system. And I mean, his lawyers are arguing this, right? They're saying that the reason he tried to circumvent the system was because the system was corrupt, right? So his own lawyers are arguing that he tried to circumvent the system.
Well, his cases are on hold. We'll see. You know, he's been convicted of, 30 felonies so far? Well, the Supreme Court's ruled on some presidential immunities. All his cases aren't over, and as it stands right now, he's a free man, and he doesn't have a sentencing right now. So
34 felonies, not 30. And I just gave you his argument, right? Like, we don't even need a ruling on the case for January 6th to know who we should vote for in this context.
Well, you
because
know,
his argument is that he did try to circumvent our civil and electoral processes. He did violate federal law, but he had good reason to do so, and he should be immune from it as it was an official act of his presidency.
Mm-hmm.
Would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of a woman?
Are you talking about Eugene Carroll?
Carol, yeah. So would you vote for someone that's held civilly liable for these actions?
Well, he wasn't convicted. It was a settlement. He ended up paying her. So that doesn't mean he was
They
necessarily.
actually didn't reach it. They didn't reach a settlement. No, that's
Well, he did end up paying her some money.
yeah, not through settlement. So would you or would you not vote for someone that's held civilly liable for the rape of a woman?
No, but Trump, I would, yes.
Okay, so if you want to vote for someone that's held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of a woman,
Because that very specific scenario, I don't think he did it. You know, I have very different views on these events.
okay, why's that?
Well, simply because the media has just attacked him so relentlessly, and the Russia hoax from 2016 was proven false, right? They said he colluded with the Russians in the Dominion voting systems in 2018 or in 2016. It was proven he didn't, right? And then
So Russian interference with the outcome of the 2016 was proven. In fact, there's even collusion proven with his Mueller report for sure. There's even like specific collusion proven with Rudy Giuliani, Trump's personal lawyer. However, right, they couldn't find sufficient evidence to say that Trump had colluded with Russia. But super apart from the point, right? Why do you not believe the findings, right, of the civil court that held him accountable for rape?
Well, where was this trial held again?
New York.
New York. That would be why.
Okay, so if Trump was criminally convicted of raping a little girl in a New York court, would you still vote for him?
That's a different scenario that hasn't happened yet.
Wait, you said that you said that
you
you contest the findings of the civil court because it was held in New York. So if he was criminally convicted for child rape in a criminal court in New York, you still wouldn't believe it because he was held in New York, right?
Well, child's a different story. I don't think a child has a reason to lie or could necessarily be bribed as easily. I mean,
Wait, so you're saying that Eugene Carroll had reason to lie because he was in New York?
No, reason
Now
to
you're
lie
sounding
because-
incoherent. Rebecca, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. I want to see at least 500 W's for Rebecca in that chat right now for the $50 on Venmo, saying thank you for your patience in educating the MAGA cultists from Danielle. Oh, from Danielle. Thank you so much for the love, Danielle. I really appreciate you. W's for Danielle. So which one is it? Do you not believe, or do you contest the findings of the civil court because it was held in New York? Or do you contest the findings of the civil court because you think that Eugene Carroll was a liar?
Are you talking about the Carroll's claims that she was rejected because the jurors found that she wasn't raped?
Okay, so
Okay,
real
this guy
quick,
came in strong.
Pennsylvania.
I'll handle it.
Pennsylvania, would you agree with me that anything going into a woman's vagina without consent is considered rape?
Well, yes.
Without consent? Yeah, it would be considered rape, but I mean, that's what I said. I mean, yeah, I would agree with that 100%. But like I said,
So the civil court held him liable for inserting his fingers into Eugene Carroll's vagina without her consent right? The only reason that he wasn't held liable for grape was because in this state of New York at the time, they only defined grape as a male member entering into the female member without consent.
Okay. But also, too, I mean, you're going into talking about, I mean, like Ben Roethlisberger. I mean, you're surrounded by, he's a multimillionaire now that.
The fuck? Where did this come from?
I mean, you're going both ways on stuff. Like, it's hearsay. She said this at this time, but she could have been trying to get with him. No one knows besides what she said. That's what I said. There's two stories there.
Can you name one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court?
Can I name one piece of evidence? Her statement.
That would have been her testimony. So that was her witness testimony. What about evidence that she supplied?
Purdy, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get at least 200 W's for Purdy in the chat. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. That's so kind of you.
Far, just because I honestly.
So, how do you know all the evidence is quote unquote hearsay if you don't know any of the evidence?
Well, because the jury found him not guilty. So, I mean, when
they did for sexual abuse. They held him liable. They found him quote unquote guilty for inserting his fingers into her vajayjay without her consent.
Forcefully.
I know, and then you see other women that go on TV.
Nathan, holy shit. Nathan, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. I want to see at least 1,000 W's for Nathan in that chat right now. That is an insane donation. That is absolutely so kind of you. I really appreciate you for the love there today, Nathan. Nathan says, keep up the good work, veteran for Harris from the DNC. Thank you.
To Biden's, like I said, daughter's diary about how she talked about she was like molested and raped.
Wait, what's that? You got to say grape on TikTok Live. So do you believe Ashley Biden's diary?
Did you? That was in. I mean, it was.
I'm very familiar with it. Just tell me, do you believe those accusations?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, just from the stuff that he.
Can I ask you?
About.
Okay, so I'm asking you a question. So you're willing to accept, right, Ashley Biden's diary, right, sufficient evidence to say that Biden's a rapist.
It was written
down. But then you actually specifically reject the findings of the civil court that held Trump accountable for rape, because the only evidence that exists, right, is testimony from the victim. So what's the difference between
one's written down, you can't change. You can't hearsay. Say, like, if someone came up and touched me and I was like, oh yeah, I like that 20 years ago, and I turn around and say, oh, well, this dude got money, or this chick got money, so let me turn around and say, oh, I didn't like it, I didn't want it.
So Pennsylvania, there are submitted to the jury. Hold on. Submitted to the jury. Submitted to the court record, rather, the evidence that was permitted to be presented to the jury for the E. Jean Carroll case was doctor's notes from the 90s, contemporaneous with this occurrence with Trump, where E. Jean Carroll recounted her grape, in her words, with Donald Trump. That was written evidence contemporaneous with the events that was submitted to the court.
Okay, so so Pennsylvania. So your argument was because Ashley Biden wrote this down 20 years ago, it's sufficient evidence. So E. Jean Carroll's doctor wrote this down 20 years ago. 23.
Well, then, yeah, if she wrote it down and there's actual evidence of what she said and her testimony said to her doctor, saying, which I guess it's kind of hard because I guess without her permission, with that, I know with
Amber, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, saying my favorite TikToker. I really appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo, Amber. Let's get some W's in the chat for Amber.
For stuff to be suppressed for so long until he became, like, everyone loved him, all the way up until
Wait. Why do you accept, right, the notes provided in Ashley Biden's supposed diary?
I agreed. I said if it was submitted and it was written down, then yeah, something that was written down can't be changed.
Oh, so you do think that there's sufficient evidence to prove that Trump is a rapist? Why the hell are you voting for a rapist?
Like I said, not really a rapist. I mean, my point being is this: everyone, has done. I mean, not me personally. I don't suffice in it. I don't say whatever.
Are you trying to say that everybody's a rapist?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're twisting the words. I'm saying people make mistakes. I'm not saying that it's okay.
People make mistakes. Sure, grape is a mistake. It's one of the most horrid atrocities that could ever be committed from one human to another. If someone walked up to your mom and graped her right in front of you, would you turn around the next day and say people make mistakes?
No, that's what I'm saying. There's a total difference on how far something goes. Again,
so it's only a mistake when Trump does it.
I'm saying he grabbed. Is something worse than another? No, it's dramatic in different stages. But if he would have had somebody pin her down, hold her down, and then did stuff to her, like, you know what I mean? That's
bro, dude. This is literally just like screaming. Oh, boys will be boys. Trump will be Trump. Trump will make mistakes. You were literally just willfully writing off one of the most morally decrepit actions that can ever be committed on one by another person, and you are excusing the severity of them, right? Unlike you, I think that grapists should be held accountable. Unlike you, I don't think that victims should be blamed. Unlike you, I don't think that grape is a mistake. I think that grape is deserving of accountability and punishment. Unlike you, I don't think that we should be voting for someone that you self-admit has been proven guilty for grape because of the perpetuation of grape culture and systemic misogyny that this would cause. What do you think it's going to tell men all across the U.S. if we allow a grapist to be in the highest rank of power available in the world? That's going to tell men that they could go out, grape a woman, be held accountable for it in a court of law, and still have all their hopes, dreams, and aspirations achieved regardless of that. No, I think that we should socially scrutinize grape. I think that we should limit the opportunity provided to those who commit grape, and we shouldn't be platforming them, putting them in the highest position of ranking power available on the face of the earth.
But look at Clinton. Go all the way back to, we can go to Clinton, we can go to Joe Biden, we can go to, all the stuff that people that were in power, and he's still in power. We can go all the way back to, all kinds of stuff for reasons why Biden shouldn't have been in power. Look how Harris made her way up to the top, basically by sleeping with a married man, doing adultery.
Okay. Hey, so real quick, how many votes did she get in her run for AG?
Actually, Trump endorsed her during when she was going for a DA. Like I said.
So how many votes?
Did she sleep with Trump to get his endorsement?
For real?
You never know back then. There was a lot of stuff even that has been said about her, about how she made her way up.
Jesus fucking Christ. So how many votes did Harris get when she was campaigning for AG of California? Do you know?
I can't remember. I know she only got like 3% when she was running against Joe Biden.
Let's stay on topic. What about her campaign for DA? Do you know how many votes she got then?
Not off the hand. No, I can't tell you the exact.
She got 84,000 in her run for AG and 4.4 million in her run for DA.
Flip those, Dean. DA was the 80,000. AG's 4.4 million.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
I've been corrected. Anyways, in total, she got about 4.5 million votes for these two offices. How many of those 4.5 million people did she have to sleep with to make them vote for her?
I'm talking up how she got to her position before being
She got to her position through democratic processes, being elected into office through the vote of the public. I think it's incredibly fucking gross to see grimy old dudes, I don't even need to see your face to know the way that you probably act or look, coming up on my live saying the only reason women can/are in positions of power is because they manipulated men to get to the top.
That twisted.
What you are taking is traditionalism that would instantiate the idea that men ought lead women, women ought be submissive to men, women are not as capable of men, which are incredibly misogynistic norms that have been continually perpetuated through yesterday's society and today's society. And you are saying, and then you look at women who are currently in positions of power, and you are devaluing their character and aptitudes and abilities by saying they actually don't have any good reason to be in that position of power. They just manipulated men to
run against Trump, and she got crushed, and she had a lot more pull than Harris has.
And what the fuck does that have to do? Literally, genuine question here.
No, I'm just
what
saying,
the hell does that have to do with the fact that you're saying the only reason this woman got in a position of power was because she slept with men? Don't you think that's a little bit demeaning to the legitimate qualities and abilities of women all across America?
Have you watched Judge Joe Brown's interview about?
I'm going to go ahead and ask you the question again. Do you think that saying the only reason a woman is in a position of power is because she manipulated men?
Any woman? No.
Do you think allow me to finish? Sure. Allow me to finish. You are really showing your masculine ability to control yourself. Okay. All right. So let's try to correct that. Stop acting like a toddler. Would you say that saying that the only reason a woman is in a position of power is because she manipulated men? When you say that this could possibly devalue the incredibly apparent aptitudes, abilities, and abilities of women in positions of power, saying that the only
none
reason
of all
is
women
because they slept through the top.
That's a left move. I said Harris. I'm defining Harris alone. I'm putting her in her own category.
Yeah, but you want to be saying that about Harris if she was a man?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. There's.
Did you just admit that you wouldn't be saying that about Harris if she was a man?
If she was a man and she did that and to get her way in power, yeah, I'd pull it. Just
okay.
like
how would you feel if I told you that Kamala Harris
had son? The other reason he has power in anything or has a job is because
hey. How do you feel? Hey, how do you feel if I told you that Kamala Harris has 3 kids, right, with 5 baby daddies and cheated on all of them? How'd that make you view Harris?
If she had 5 baby daddies and cheated on all of them, well, then I'd basically say, I know you're probably going to push the fact about Trump, basically, but he has the money to do so. It is what it is. If she did that, that's to each their own.
Has the money to do so. So you're going to look at Kamala Harris sleeping with a legally divorced man, and you're going to conflate this to being the only reason she's in a position of power. Then you're going to turn around, look at Trump's cheating ass, and say, well, nothing was wrong with that because he's rich.
Those women knew what they were getting into. I'm sorry. The man of power.
The woman shouldn't have worn the quote-unquote skimpy little dress to the party. She knew what she was getting into. She should have watched her cup a little bit closer. She knew what she was getting into, right? She should have been more aware of the fact that Trump is a very rich, high-value man that has access to a lot of other women. She should have known what she was getting into. So this is what we define as victim blaming. This is incessantly done by members of the Republican Party. This has been done to E. Jean Carroll. People have come in my life saying that she should have been looking closer. You are not a Democrat, sir.
I'm in Pennsylvania, and I grew up a Democrat. My whole family is Democratic Party.
I grew up in a very conservative family and live in a conservative county. Am I conservative?
I don't know. You could choose to be what you want to be.
Wait, no, I'm following your logic.
It's just osmosis. Whatever you're around, it just penetrates you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Like Donald Trump
you can choose to be what you want to be.
All right, I'm not entirely sure where we got off. This whole tangent started,
So anyways, could you please explain to me why Trump cheating on his wife wasn't a bad thing, but Kamala Harris sleeping with Willie Brown was?
Well, I'm just saying, if you go all the way back to however you want it to be, if you're married to someone and you cheat on them, is it bad? Yes, 100%, because you're standing underneath God. If you want to, it depends on what type of religion
Are you a Christian?
Am I a Christian? Yes, 100%. Yes.
Okay, as a Christian, how can you stand for the rapist, felon, fraudster, election denying liar that does nothing for the low and the middle class? I thought that Jesus was all about acceptance. I thought that Jesus was all about giving to the needy, giving and providing to the poor. And I thought that Jesus was all about being morally virtuous and not forcing yourself sexually on women.
I believe that Joe Biden and the left.
Joe Biden's not running for president. Kamala Harris is.
He was. She slid into his place.
Jessica, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you for fighting for women. I really appreciate you for the love, Jessica. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you, Jessica. So without saying the name Joe Biden, right? How about you go ahead and respond to my question?
Okay, after 3 years of basically everyone saying he was incompetent and couldn't run, now he can. And she basically just got pushed in. She wasn't even elected by the left.
Okay. Trump, right? Well, actually, no, she was. She was elected by the delegates of the DNC.
Just recently, yes, but she was
as of yesterday.
Yeah, as of yesterday.
And what's the issue with this? This is a perfectly fine, legal, conventional, typical
process. No, that's fine. I'm just saying, she was.
Also, she was elected by the left on the Biden-Harris ticket.
I honestly think that it should have been smarter.
Can you respond to my question? This was a complete pivot away. I asked you how you as a Christian can vote for the lying, narcissistic, delusional rapist, right, that has also committed felonies, is a fraudster, all right, that does not care about the low and the middle class when the Bible vehemently preaches about giving to the needy, giving to those that are less fortunate, right? Does not care, right, about individuals that he deems as quote unquote bad. In fact, he wants to segregate them, such as the imposition of the Muslim ban, stating if you're Muslim, you can't come into the country. What would Jesus do? He invited the adulterers, he invited the tax collectors to sit down at the table and dine with him, right? That was a protest against the Pharisees. That was a protest against the Roman officials. The whole story of the gospel is about bringing people together, acting in good, morally virtuous manners, and providing to those who are more needy. And meanwhile, you're voting for the man that does the exact opposite of that. How can you as a Christian justify that vote?
Because the burden of today will be something of tomorrow. I mean, how did she say that again? How's that first go that she uses?
You actually don't have a response, do you?
I'm basically saying that you're supposed to forgive those. You know what I mean? People sin and then you're forgiven. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean.
Okay, do you forgive Hitler?
Do I forgive Hitler? Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, I do. I would forgive anybody if they went and said they were sorry for their sins and.
Jaren, thank you for $1 Venmo.
Then yeah, I would forgive, but who knows? He died. Did he get to say he was sorry for what he did, or
wait? Blasphemy is an unforgivable sin, right?
No, not necessarily. If you're basically
the Bible says that blasphemy is an unforgivable sin. So you can't forgive me for saying fuck God, but you could forgive Trump for raping a woman.
I mean, you can also say you can't forgive people for having gay marriage. I mean,
what?
Yeah. It says it right in the Bible.
Where? Wait, so I just want to clarify, right? You can't forgive two men for getting. Also, don't say GAY, say lesbian, right? Just
no,
like safe word. So so why is it the case that you can't forgive two men that are married?
I'm not saying I can't. I'm just saying, like, if you go into the, I mean, they like revolt up against it, saying that they still don't believe into it. But do I care about it? No, I don't.
So you're saying that that you can't forgive GAY marriage for the reason that it says so in the Bible. So what verse of the Bible says that you can't that's unforgivable?
I can look it up for you real quick if you want. I'm just saying.
All right, everybody. I've given you a long enough break while Pennsylvania looks up a Bible verse that doesn't exist. I would like all of you guys to fill up the bars. Again, we've been hanging out at 1.2 million for a little bit too low. If everybody fills up those bars one time, we will get to 1.6, maybe even 1.8 in no time. And also, if you want to support Dean, and his Cash App and Venmo are in his profile, and his PayPal, if I'm not mistaken. And if you are a Trump supporter, please stay in the box. If you are not a Trump supporter, you just want to tell Dean how adorable he is and how much you love him, that Discord is a place for that. If you go to discord.gg/Dean, that will get you over to the Discord. And then if you want to help me in my efforts, you are extremely welcome to help people who can't afford the fees and fines associated with the criminal justice system. That information is in the link in my profile. I see us up at 1.3 already. Keep tapping. And Pennsylvania, we are waiting for your verse.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell this guy's talking about. Like, there's like maybe 7 verses that I could think of that Christians would typically like mention to be homophobic, like Leviticus 18:22, Leviticus 20:13, Genesis 1:19,
yeah,
Romans
basically
1:24
says all the way through
1 Corinthians
like
6:9, then 1 Timothy, right? Like none of those verses would say anything remotely along the lines of what you're talking about. I mean, so let's hear it. What's a verse? Right? Don't read off the verse. It'll get me banned, right? So just name the verse.
Oh, you want me to actually name the verse? I was just going through the Christianity site. Hold on.
Yeah, shocking as it is, the Bible contains a lot of language that'll get people banned on TikTok.
Yeah, exactly. I can't even read. I wouldn't even be able to read. Hold on.
Literally just name the verse, bro.
Okay.
If you can't fucking name the verse, just tell me.
Yeah.
Right, obviously, you need to get educated.
Hold on. There's Matthew 7:17-18.
Matthew 7:17 is about marriage. It does not talk about GAY people and individuals of the same sex whatsoever. Matthew is never conventionally referenced by Christians in an attempt to be homophobic. That is a false lie.
There's 25 Bible verses about homosexuality that does.
No, name. I'm waiting, bro. I know the Bible better than you ever will, unfortunately. I'm waiting.
All right, so there's 18:22, Leviticus 18:22.
It's pronounced Leviticus. I have a question. So you think that the book of Leviticus in the Christian Bible is accurate in describing morality to us, right?
No, and then there's Romans 1.
Wait, if you don't think that the book of Leviticus in the Christian Bible is accurate in describing morality to us, why would you cite the book of Leviticus to tell us that being gay is wrong? Okay, so you do think that it's accurate in
I'm saying, okay, so if we go over the time period, that's what I'm saying. There's things that were considered bad years and years and years ago. And
Bro, can you just answer my fucking question? Do you think that the book of Leviticus is accurate in its moral determinations of what is good and what is bad? Yes or no?
And some, I don't know. It's like 50-50.
Okay, so that's just unironic cherry picking.
Oh, there's things that you do and you don't. You know, I mean, you can pick what you believe and what you don't believe in. I mean, there's things.
No, you literally can't. No, see, that is actually false. No, you can't look at a verse such as Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 when God says that slavery is okay. Be like, no, I'm gonna ignore that. That's not real. Then look at Leviticus 18:22 where it says is wrong. Say, yeah, that's moral truth. So my question to you is, if you're gonna use Leviticus 18:22 to be homophobic as all hell, right? Condemn the LGBTQ plus
or it says where it should not lie with a male.
Bro, I can't fucking do this. Are you going to incessantly interrupt me, or are you going to act your age? Kathleen, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love.
I know you're the host, but I'm just saying.
I'm going to set your booty on mute. You're going to listen to me. So you referenced Leviticus 18:22, a verse in the Christian Bible that condemns GAY sexual encounters. And you're going to say that this is sufficient reason to say it's wrong. Well, Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, God says that slavery is okay, right? So would you say that it's just as likely that being GAY is wrong as it is likely that slavery isn't wrong? Because these are two moral claims made in the same book of the Christian Bible?
You can't compare slavery with same sex, like that's
Nicole, thank you for the $4 on Venmo. Yeah, you literally can, right? Because the book of Leviticus does say that being GAY is wrong. However, the book of Leviticus also says that slavery is okay, right?
No, I get what you're saying, but I mean, you're taking two different things. You're saying apples and oranges. You know what I mean?
Bro, God says being GAY is wrong in Leviticus, just like God says owning a slave isn't wrong.
It's like in Jude 1:7.
Pennsylvania, like this is a very simple, logical thing. Your argument here is if God says something is wrong, then it is wrong. So when God says that like being GAY is wrong in Leviticus 18, that's what makes it wrong. Well, why would slavery be wrong if God says that slavery is not wrong in Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46?
Because it's all through interpretation. You realize that, right, too? There's been
okay, go ahead and search up Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 and interpret those motherfuckers for me. Julia, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. I want to see some massive W's for Julia right now in that chat. Thank you so much for the $15. Read it out. Read it off live. Leviticus 25, 44 through 46.
There's Jude 1:7.
Hey, buddy. Focus on me. Read Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 on live right now.
45 for what?
Leviticus 25, 44 through 46.
I'm not even on that. I thought we were on 2013.
Holy fucking shit. I can't. Should we? I thought that you were a Christian.
1:7. You got Romans 1:26 through 28.
Okay, are you gonna engage with what the hell I'm saying, or should I just move on?
No, I am engaging, but you're asking me to read something.
I'm asking you to read Leviticus 25, 44 through 46.
Okay, so you want me to, read it? Okay, I'll read
Trump's
it.
better.
Oh, you are a fetus.
Okay, and what do you want me to state on this?
I want you to read it out loud. Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 46.
I'm not going to read that. I get, you might shut down your thing.
No, it won't. Read it out loud.
25 through 46.
Cynthia, thank you for the $3 and the 33 cents on PayPal.
Oh, you can read it. Go ahead. You can read it.
All right, fuck you. We're going to go ahead and move on. He doesn't want to engage, so we're going to go ahead and move on. Fuck that.
I pulled up the website he was following down, and I think he was struggling to actually figure out how to look up Bible verses. So he Googled like, what does the Bible say about being GAY, and then he was just reading literally verse for verse just what the website said.
Yeah. I mean, he's not. These terrible Christians know like less about the Bible than I do as a 19-year-old atheist. It's hilarious. What's up? How old are you, Alec?
Hey, I'm 24. I just wanted to let you know that you need to research Trump's dementia. It's gotten worse over the past few years.
Trump's dementia. All right, buddy. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody just give us a minute. If you're voting for Trump, let me
Bethany, $10. Thank you very much. Daryl for $3. I appreciate you. Lindy for $10. Thank you so much. Cassie for $5. I really appreciate that. And I had one more that I just swiped past. Danny, thank you very much. And Dennis, I appreciate you guys. You guys are lovely, and thank you. Guys, keep tapping. We got to 1.5. You know what's next. Let's make it 2. You guys had a little break there. Keep tapping those fingers. If you are a Trump supporter, if you want to extol the virtues of why you're voting for a rapist, please hop in the box and educate us. And then if you're not a Trump supporter, if you want to talk about things that aren't related to supporting Trump, take that to the Discord. Go to discord.gg/Dean, and Dean will. There's a whole crew of people who will gladly entertain all of those conversations.
Hell yeah! What's up along the way? How old are you?
How old am I?
Oh, you're good.
I'm 60.
Yeah, you're good. Don't worry about it. Are you voting for Trump?
Okay. I want to respond. I kind of like scrolled in as the guy that was talking about the people with alternative lifestyle.
Well,
I want to respond.
Just want to clarify.
I want to respond to what he was saying. People love to.
I'm so sorry. You were probably going to pop off. Or maybe not, because you called being GAY an alternative lifestyle. So
I didn't sense any political discussions coming from that guest. So good call.
Yeah, guys, if you're MAGA, let me know down below. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. Yeah, and also, right, you calling me rude because I'm like, I have a boundary that I only want to debate Trump supporters. Like, if you like cross that fucking boundary of like, of course you're gonna get kicked, right? Like, I'm telling you what will happen. Right, that's like breaking a law and calling the judge rude for sentencing you to jail for 10 years. You know what I mean? Like,
trust me when I say this. Like, Dean has a format here. He keeps it going. This is why the way Dean does the things that he does is why there's almost 6,000 people in the room. There are 100 of other lives, or if you want to see 8 liberals piling on a Trump supporter, you can find that. But Dean is doing what he's doing. But I will say there is a very nice group of people over on the Discord who are happy to engage in all those conversations. So lovingly take it there.
David, thank you for the $3 and the 33 cents on Venmo. Kaylee, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello. Yes, I am.
Okay, so first question. Why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? He's vehemently sexist with ill-will treatment towards women, including sexual violence.
He really isn't. And I would love to know your reasonings behind that.
Of course, Carly. He sexualized little girls, said that he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He's boasted about grabbing women by the P word without consent, without asking first. He bought a Miss Teen USA pageant so he could walk into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls to quote-unquote inspect them, then boasted about it on SiriusXM. He was held civilly liable for the rape of a woman, found guilty for having have done that in 1996. He's been accused of rape by 23 other women on top of that, including a 13-year-old. It's also the case that he said he dated his own daughter if she wasn't his daughter. He said that the only thing he has in common with his daughter is sex. Meanwhile, she said real estate and golf. Right? Howard Stern called his daughter a quote-unquote piece of ass, and he said yeah. He's called his own daughter voluptuous, literally sexualizing her. He's also cheated on 3 of his wives, including one with a porn star, and which he then paid money to not tell anyone before the 2016 election. And he elected 3 justices to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade that explicitly put the rights of all 170 million American women and girls on the line.
See, I know that you have all these points that you just spewed out to talk about, but to be honest with you, I think people can change. I think he was not preparing to be president. That wasn't his main goal. And You know, I truly think that him, when he was president, he did a lot that was good for this country. We weren't struggling economically. We weren't struggling to pay for groceries, to buy gas. We had jobs. And ever since Biden's been the president, we have had nothing but misery in this country, like truly. And I'm willing to put the country first before my own feelings of him as a person. I think he is a good businessman. He makes a lot of money and knows how to.
Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
But he's still a billionaire. Of course, a billionaire is going to have some failures. Like, everybody has failures in their life. That's how to succeed. You have to fail in order to succeed.
But are you able to name like one other good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
No, not off the top of my head. No, I can't.
And then you're talking about how he did all these things before he knew he was going to run for president and people can change. First of all, being like being sympathetic to a womanizer rapist is quite frankly insane. And then second of all, about half the clips that I named, right, came after 2000, and he ran for president in the year 2000. Third of all, how did the Biden-Harris administration cause the price of gas to increase? How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation? Or how did the Biden-Harris administration just cause our economy to go into turmoil shit?
By allowing millions of illegals into this country to take our jobs, take our health care, and leave Americans high and dry who don't have jobs, who don't have opportunities to get help with housing and things like that. I know I've struggled as an American. I've struggled and not been given help as much as a lot of my friends that happen to have illegal parents.
This is the thing, though. This is where your rhetoric really works against you. First of all, calling undocumented migrants illegals is just quite frankly insane. I don't think that
what country allows people to come into their country without documentation and like tell me one country that does that.
I'm gonna go back to what I was saying, and now you're asking me to name one country that allows illegal entry into the country. So it's kind of implied, given that it's called illegal entry, that they don't allow it, because if they did allow it, then it would be legal. So that was a little bit of a very silly question coming from Carly there. Secondly, right, the question I'd like to ask you is, well, if it is the case that you're calling these people like illegals, you're saying that they're entering through illegal means of entry. However, it is the case that undocumented migrants who enter into our country through illegal means do not get state or federally funded programs such as healthcare, like food stamps, etc. Right? That's wrong. They have to meet residency requirements that would consider like citizenship.
Let's go. Come on.
Somebody got busted by dad, I think.
Yep. She doesn't like getting kicked, quote unquote, out of the house, according to her dad, but then she wants to turn around and deport everybody here just trying to make a living wage to provide for themselves and their family. Quite hypocritical stance if I've ever heard one. All right. We're going to move on to our next guest, guys. If you are voting for Trump, let me see a MAGA down below in that comment section. We're going to get our next guest up in here literally right now, folks. If you want to support me or Lob, both of our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPal's in the bio. I believe that Law's in the link in his bio. Going to a good cause over there. We're going to go and get our next guest, Ron B, up in the box literally right now. So everybody just hang in there, hang tight, give us a minute. Also, Law, feel free to interject at any point. I just want to let you know once again.
I got you, man. You're doing just fine.
Yeah, I take an initiative, but like, feel free to interrupt me. Right? I love.
Understood.
Absolutely fine. Ron, what's up? How old are you?
I am 38.
Okay. Considering the shirtless profile picture and the half sleeve arm tattoo, you are voting for Trump.
Why? Because you're judging me by the way I look. That's amazing. Drop me now.
No, it's actually because of your bio. So you're pro-Israel.
Okay, drop me now. You see, you're a piece of work.
Bro, you're a piece of work. Fucking work.
Did you drop him?
No, he left. He ran away because he's scared. I think I hurt his feelings.
Well, I mean, you put him into a box and you gave him an opportunity to refute it. Yeah. Guys, 1.7. Everybody fill that bar one more time. Let's go. 2 million. Don't stop until we get there.
Ron was terrified. Dave, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
All right. Why the hell would you be doing that, Dave?
because when he was in office for 4 years, I had money in my bank. Since the 2 that's in office now, my bank account has been drained.
Okay, so did they just like steal your money, or did you go gambling? Did you get a trip down to Vegas? Were you just feeling a little bit?
No, I don't gamble.
No? Okay. Well, I'm trying to determine if this was like user error or like caused by the Biden-Harris.
No, not user error. Have you not been to the grocery store? Have you not been to the gas pumps?
Okay, inflation. Okay. So how did the Biden-Harris administration cause an increase in the price of goods, such as like groceries or gas?
Well, it's awful funny that they all of a sudden went up, and you got to think Democrats has been in.
Andrea, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Andrea. Let's get some W's in the chat for Andrea. Thank you so much. Go ahead, man.
The Democrats have been in the White House for 12 of 16 years now. So tell me, why is it that all of a sudden Democrats are so great? No, wait a minute. I was registered as a Democrat voter.
Okay, well, we're just going to go back to your main point that, the pricing of goods such as grocery or gas have gotten more expensive under Biden and Harris, and that's why you're not going to vote for them. So I feel like this is very terrible logic, right? We can't just say because something has happened in our country that the president's to blame, right? And we could kind of use your logic here to make Trump look really bad. At the end of Trump's term, we saw the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression. Would you say that Trump is to blame for that?
No.
Okay, so if Trump is not to blame for the unemployment rate caused by the pandemic, why would Biden and Harris be to blame for the inflation?
Did you miss any work? Did you miss work during the pandemic? Do you work now? Have you had a job?
This is my, yes, you are currently engaging with my job. This is a real job. Brenda, thank you so much for the $100.
Great.
1 second, Dave. Brenda, thank you so much for the $100. That is insane. I want to get at least 300 W's in the chat for Brenda. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's down below for Brenda. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. That is quite frankly absurd. I don't deserve that. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Brenda. But yo, Dave, you were like laughing. Like, what do you think this isn't a real job? Are you jealous, quite frankly?
I've worked since I was 15 years old.
Yeah, but you're saying like this isn't a real job. Why is this not a real? What's a real job, buddy?
Getting out in the workforce, working, building stuff, doing stuff.
Yeah, I'm building a brighter tomorrow, buddy. This is a real job, and I get like an individual support me.
What I worry about with this economy and the way the country's going, I don't worry about me. I don't worry about my kids. I worry about what this country's going to be.
Why are you pivoting? You can't defend your point. Okay. Well, if you don't care about what the country's going to be like for your grandkids, or you want to be voting for the guy that literally denies science, says that there's no climate change caused by humans, and eventually the Earth is going to get colder. We just don't know it yet. Yeah. How's that going? Caring about your grandkids pulling out of the Paris Agreement, etc. But second of all, you literally laughed right when I told you that this was my job. Why did you laugh?
That's a funny job.
Why so?
It's not a job. It's sitting in front of a TV, giving your opinion to people is not a job to me.
Okay, so then should I not pay taxes?
How old are you?
Then should I not? I'm 19. Should I not pay taxes?
19 years old. So you've never had a out of the house job.
Okay, well, I mean, first of all, you said this wasn't a job. Now you're just saying it's not an out of the house job. Second of all, I have. Third of all, I think you're just jealous.
I'm just jealous. Well,
for sure.
Let me tell you, son, I've worked hard since I was 15 years old, and I'll work hard till I die.
Now, why aren't you working hard right now to give me a good reason to vote for damn Trump?
Yesterday, you
Queen, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for my real. 1 second, Dave. Queen, I really appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. And Beth, thank you for the $50 on Venmo for payment for a not out of the house job. Holy shit, Beth. Let's get some W's for Beth in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. And Jessica, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for Dave being jealous. Thank you so much, Jessica and Beth. W's for Beth and Jessica. Not a real job, but just made $60. Not a real job.
$60. Stealing from the people is what you're doing.
How am I stealing their money?
You just are.
No. Wait.
You're taking people's money.
How?
For bullshit.
How am I stealing money from people when they're watching my stream, then voluntarily going to my bio, reading my Venmo or my PayPal, swiping over the Venmo or PayPal app, typing it in, then voluntarily donating to me out of the kindness of their heart because they agree with what I'm saying?
Let me ask you something.
Jasmine, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, straight from her wallet, stole it from her. Thank you, Jasmine, for letting me steal $10 from you. And Christine, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for letting me steal $5 from you. And Yvette, thank you for the $25 on Venmo for being Employee of the Month. Yvette, thank you so much for letting me steal the $25 from you. Yvette, thank you. Aubrielle, thank you for the $3. I'm glad I could steal that from you. Hee 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 hee. Hee 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 hee. Go ahead.
Let me ask you, what's your opinion on
Juan with the $5 saying stop stealing my money. David, thank you for the $5 for letting me steal $5 more from David. W's for David and Juan. Go ahead. Susan, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying thank you for the service. Thank you for letting me steal your money. Your money is mine. Yeah, let's go. W Susan, thank you for the love. Thank you for the galaxy as well. Letting me steal that from you. Michael, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Stealing it from the people. I stole that from you, Michael. That's my $10 now, baby. Sally with $5 for my not job. I guess not. Thank you for letting me steal that money from you. I guess I'm a violent criminal. Not as bad as Trump, though. Let's not forget about the 34 felonies. Susanna with a $5. TikTok work is work. Absolutely. Thank you for letting me steal that money from you. Samantha with a $5 as well for the job promotion. I guess I don't have one. Thank you for letting me steal that money from you. Kimberly, thank you for the $5. Honey, thank you for the $10. Stealing money right and left. I'm just pulling it out of their pockets, folks. This is the easiest con ever committed by a human. This is like taking candy from a baby, if not easier. Michael with the $3 on Venmo, this time saying stop stealing my money in all caps. I can't stop, Michael. I am uncontrollable. I'm just a silly man at the end of the day. Shelly, thank you so much for the $5. I stole that from Shelly. Caitlin with the $5 as well. Stole that from you too. Thank you so much. Carlos, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Stole that freight from you. Thank you so much, Carlos. And Nathan, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Stealing it straight from Nathan. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. And Malika, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. And Sarah, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Biggest swindle yet, folks. W's for Nathan. And Delaney, thank you for the $10 as well. I want to see some massive W's in the chat for Nathan. Malika, thank you guys so much.
Or do you want to be an asshole?
I'm too busy stealing money.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Brenda, thank you for the $25 on Venmo saying that Trump is a real criminal. Brenda, thank you for the $25. I really appreciate you for the money, Brenda. Stole it straight from your wallet. Yo, Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $25 saying stop stealing my money. I need to feed my kids. I just stole money from someone that needs to feed their kids. Uh-oh.
What about
now I feel pretty bad. But thank you so much for the $25 straight from you. Jenny with the $5 as well.
You little punk.
Kayla, thank you for the $15 stolen straight from Dave's account. Dave, I just stole $15 from you. Apparently, Kayla just sent it to me too. Marv, thank you for the money gun. Okay, what do you want to talk about in insurance?
I want to know what your point.
Joanne with the $30 on Venmo, stealing it from Joanne. Joanne with the $30. Thank you so much for letting me steal that from you. And Vernon calling me a dirty thief for stealing $20.24. Lexi with the $5 as well. W's for Joanne, W's for Lexi, W's for Yvonne, W's for Raymond with the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I'm a dirty thief. Oh my God. Oh, I'm going to be locked up for the rest of my life after this, Dave. What did you do?
Insurance.
Samantha, thank you for the $50 on Venmo, saying thank you for stealing my money. I have never been thanked for stealing money from someone in their damn life. Samantha, thank you so much for letting me steal the $50 from you. Let's get at least 500 billion trillion W's for Samantha in the chat. Mary with $8 as well. Thank you for letting me steal that money. I'm stealing right and left and right, folks. It is terrible. This is a crime. This is a crime. I'm a criminal. Go ahead, Dave.
You know my question.
Okay. All right, buddy. What do you want to talk about in insurance? You got to be more specific. What the hell about it?
Yeah, I heard yesterday you talking about everybody getting health insurance. That would be disgraceful.
Jessica with the $3 on Venmo, stealing it from him. Wilma, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, stealing that from her too. Thank you so much, Jessica and Wilma. So about health insurance.
About that, huh?
Oh yeah. I have a question. So would you support spending like $1.6 trillion on universal health insurance?
No.
Okay, but you do support Trump passing the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that particularly spent $1.6 trillion in debt-related spending for tax cuts for the top 1%?
Well, I don't approve of shit.
Crazy. Ryan, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love there, Ryan. Let's get some W's in the chat for Ryan. I stole $25 from Ryan. Caitlin with the $1 on Venmo as well. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Scott with the 10 cents.
That.
What do you want to talk about? Go ahead.
You know what the hell I want to talk about?
Ollie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well. Saying stop stealing my money. Dave gave me this $5. I stole Dave's money. Corey, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo as well. I'm a little criminal. I guess so today. That's right, Corey. Thank you for the love. So, hey, real quick, Dave. So, what do you vote for someone that's held civilly liable for the rape of a woman?
Now do what?
Would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable for the sexual abuse or rape of an adult woman?
I'm voting for Trump.
Okay. Do rocks click a clacking? I don't even know what to say. Was that an answer to my question?
Tell me about this Medicare that you think everybody's going to get.
Oh, yeah. So I actually don't see Kamala Harris currently advocating for Medicare for all, but it would be cool. I think that ultimately speaking, healthcare is a basic human right that should be available to anybody. And it's not like we can't pay for it, right? We'd actually see that like per capita, like the hike on taxes that this would cause would be less than the premiums that we're already paying, right? And it would guarantee anybody access to healthcare regardless of their financial situation, which I see as a basic human right, absolutely. And I mean, you know, it's very hypocritical for Republicans to say, oh, we don't have the money for it, we can't fund that, what the hell are we doing? But then you turn around and you vote for Trump, the person that spent $1.6 trillion literally just on tax cuts for people making over $400,000 a year. You only care about rich people, you don't care about the low and middle class.
So I'm a rich person, huh?
Well, I mean, if you
I'm
got
middle class.
Yeah, you got tax cuts, but that wasn't included in the 1.6 trillion. That was from the other 300 billion. I support, right, the tax cuts that he gave for the middle class. I just think that we should hike taxes on the people making over 1% to provide even more to the low and the middle class. So why do you want to vote for a rapist womanizer?
Was you there when this all happened?
Charlotte, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. It's her last dollar. I was stealing it from her. No, are you a Christian by chance?
Yes, I am.
Were you there when Jesus apparently rose from the dead?
No, I wasn't.
Cringe. Hypocrisy. Double standard. Crazy. Anyways, next.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. California, right?
No, I'm from Colorado.
Colorado. Oh, pot smokers.
Okay, Dave. F1's in the chat. F1's in the chat.
F1's in the chat. Guys, we are so close to 2 million. I asked you to get us to 2 million like 5 minutes ago. Just everybody here, fill up that bar one time. We will be there. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're not a Trump supporter, if you're voting for somebody else, or you just want to tell Dean how pretty he is, then that's what the Discord's for. That's where we feed Dean's ego and make him feel so very special. So get on the Discord at discord.gg/Dean. And then, as you guys are very keenly aware, you are able to make a donation to Dean on his Venmo or his PayPal. I've got a couple of donos to read off real quick. Marilyn for $5. Thank you so much. Alexandra, $20. Thank you so much. That'll help go to good work. Cassie for $5. I appreciate that very much. And then we've got Delaney for $20. That is amazing as well. We've got Rebel for $5. Rebel Hearts. I love that. Thank you very much. Ginger for $25. Nicole for $4. Lindsay. Yeah, Lindy for $25. And Brenda, $100. That is amazing. Thank you so much. That's 4 booking fees paid for unhoused individuals. That's amazing. Thank you so much. It will go to good work.
Gross. That's for socialism. Hi, I'm Delilah. I'd like to tell you all why you should vote for Trump. Trump is a god. Like in the Bible says in Revelations 3:16, the beast will rise from the sea. and he will get an injury to his head and survive. Trump is a god. Vote for him. If you vote for him, look what he did. He's so smart and so forward thinking. He told us to get fish poison into our bodies, and we did. He told us to get cleaning disinfectants into the body. We should do that to kill the COVID, and some of us did. He got rid of methadone clinics, and half of his constituency beat him to hell. Imagine how many more YT people he will kill if he's allowed to rule again. Praise the Antichrist Trump. Vote for him.
I always just automatically kick people that I obviously know are trolling.
If you're gonna troll, make it good, and that was fucking good.
I just had to let that one play out. I just had to listen to whatever the hell that was. She wasn't serious, by the way, chat. I just want to thank Delaney. Thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo for socialism. I want to get some massive W's in the chat for Delaney for the socialism fund. Thank you so much for the $40, and Claire with the $5 as well. Thank you so much, Delaney and Claire. Trav, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Now, why the hell would you be doing that, Trav? Let's hear it.
Well, of course not. I'm fucking not voting for that douche. I love you guys so much. Thank you.
That's pretty good. We'll give it down. That was pretty good.
See you on Discord, Trev.
All right, we're going to move on to our next guest here, chat. If we are on the queue, make sure that we're voting for Trump. Let's go and get our next guest up in here as we speak. If you are watching the live and you are MAGA, make sure to let us know down below in that chat. We'll pull you up here. What's up, Viral Hub? How old are you?
23.
You voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump.
Why the hell would you be doing that?
Kamala Harris doesn't know what she's doing.
Okay, but then the rapist, fraudster, election denier, liar does?
Maybe that's what we need in office.
Crazy. Why would you say that Harris doesn't know what she's doing? Let's hear it.
Look what she's done to the border.
What did she do to the border?
Letting all these illegals.
Okay, how did she let in all these illegals?
Just look at the
I don't think that we should be calling undocumented migrants illegals. I think that is a very dehumanizing term of reference.
Well, are they here legally?
Oh yeah, so individuals who like enter into the country right through illegal ports of entry, right? That's definitely not legal. Obviously, it's implied, but that doesn't give you the right to call them illegal. Okay, so Trump is guilty of 34 felonies. Can I call him an illegal?
It's a paperwork crime. Doesn't mean shit.
Oh, what about the grape?
Maybe that's what we need in office.
Excuse me? Why do we need a rapist in office?
I think it's better than Kamala Harris, though.
Okay, why?
Why do you think Kamala's going to be a good president?
No. You're the one answering the questions. Why do we need a rapist in office?
He can get shit done.
Okay.
Don't take shit from nobody.
Name one bill he passed through Congress while he was president.
Fucking got shit done. Doesn't matter.
Okay. Name one thing he got done. Okay. John, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I see. So your profile picture, that would be Manny from A Diary of a Wimpy Kid. You guys probably go to school together.
What are you implying?
Nothing. Anyways, phenomenal. Next question. How many continents are there?
You got about 9, maybe 10.
Spot on. There is 9 continents. Absolutely correct. What?
They're making new shit up every day. I don't keep track.
And how many branches of government are there?
Like 7 or 8.
Okay. Can you name one of the 7 or 8 branches of government, Pooks?
The president.
I am so happy how harmless you are. There, you know, like you said we need a rapist in office. Like you are just like you won't be able to do anything with that.
Well, I didn't say that.
You won't like you're harmless. Like you are not going to be able to do anything with that. For the $5 on Venmo for entertaining you during a 7-hour road trip. I really appreciate
Trump was a successful president. You got to believe anything he says.
Okay, dude. Okay, you're really getting in. Are you trolling?
No. What do you?
He's no Delilah, but he's definitely trolling.
Okay, we're just gonna kick him. I'm sorry. That was an insane troll. I'm not gonna lie. I was fully convinced that guy was real.
See, and that's what's kind of scary is because you have so many of these conversations and you see people literally doubling down on everything that he said who aren't trolling. I understand why you're skeptical. Like the normal person, we'd look at that and be like, oh, there's no way he's serious. But people who talk to these guys enough like you do know for sure that there's a potential he's serious.
Yeah, dead ass. Nika, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying to keep up the good work on TikTok. Y'all, chat, please show some love to Nika. That is Nneke. Sorry, A. Thank you so much for the $20. And Sydney, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo to help the guests find the ballot box. Thank you, Nika and Sydney. I really appreciate you guys for the love. And Tara, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Sure can. And why are you voting for Trump?
I actually am a college-educated woman. I graduated.
Real quick, Travis, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Saying love your lives. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo, Travis. Go ahead.
And I tell you, his policies are better than Kamala's when it comes to the well-being of our nation.
Okay, truly. So let's go ahead and test that hypothesis. So I'm going to name 4 policies that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that truly benefited our nation by affecting the low and the middle class more so than rich people. The PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, and why don't we go ahead and throw in the Inflation Reduction Act. So can you name one policy that the Trump administration influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more so than rich people?
He did tax cuts, which helped me, and I'm not high class. I mean, I make a decent living. His
So that would've
immigration
been-
bill was very good.
That would have been an adequate answer if I just asked you to name a policy that benefited the middle class, but the TCGA benefited the top 1% more than the middle class, right? Because 83% of those tax cuts went to them.
Your percentages are very good. You're very knowledgeable. I understand that. But the truth is that her policy is a Marxist theory. And I know all about Marxist theory because her dad is a professor and I went to school for this theory.
Truly.
It's
Define communism.
Marxism,
Define communism.
and nationalism.
Define communism.
Look at China. You're watched all the time. You have no right to speak. Your freedoms are gone. The government controls everything. For a while they controlled how many kids you could have.
Okay.
Well, but hold on. Isn't Marxism is a moneyless, classless, and stateless society, right?
Yeah.
You dropped the ball on her too soon. God damn it.
Well, no, I mean, she specifically said Marxism, and I know some people conflate that with communism, but like,
it's different.
When in her entire career working for the government has she ever advocated for a stateless society?
Also, like saying that government control in
I'm
China,
pretty
that's
sure
like literally
that-
antithetical to Marxism. Sorry.
The more the government's involved, the less it is, the better it is for her.
No. Communism
Yeah, it
implies
is.
no government.
Because the lower class, I can tell you that
Tara, listen.
their medical benefits and dental were great under
Walter,
Trump.
thank you for the $2
They
on
were
Venmo.
terrible under Kamala.
So
They couldn't go to any doctor. I saw veterans coming into medical services under Trump's policy because you could go outside of the veterans office.
Tara,
You do not see that under Kamala.
Tiara, I would like to opt in here. Truly. So you said her policy was communist. That's false. So communism. Marxism. Perfect. Marxism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society where the community owns the means of production. Okay? That is what Marxism is.
Have you heard some of her theories when she speaks? She's actually using Marxist language.
So Tara, just listen to me. Listen to me. So how the hell can anybody, but more specifically Kamala Harris, that is campaigning for the presidency of a state, be Marxist if Marxism implies no state?
You're talking in circles. But anyway, if you want it to be like Venezuela and you want our country to be poor and our kids to starve and our safety to be taken from us.
Our country to be poor and our kids to starve. What about kids starving? So Kamala Harris wants to increase the child tax credit for kids under 1 to $6,000 per year.
I've never gotten a tax credit under
Jessica, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
That didn't happen. I got one under Trump though.
Okay, so Tara, so this
I
is
have
her
kids.
this is her proposed policy. So she wants to increase the child tax credit to $6,000 per year for children under 1 and $5,000 per year for children under 5. So if you care about starving children, well, then maybe you should vote for Harris. Also, if you just care about children in general, maybe you should vote for Harris, because Harris and the Democrat Party as a whole are seemingly the only ones who care about our youth. The Republicans are very pro-2E, even though guns are the leading cause of death within our youth. The Republicans are vehemently anti-pro-choice, anti-abortion, even though pro-life legislation leads to lower qualities of life for our youth, as it is forcing unwanted children into unready households. If you
What
care
about child
the youth,
trafficking?
you would be voting.
What are Kamala's policies about that? Because I'm pretty sure she's had on the border, and I'm pretty sure 1 million children got released, and they're definitely being trafficked.
So what authority did Harris have over the southern border?
Because she opened up that border and allowed what she allowed.
Okay,
And
true.
her policy,
So-
actually, she decriminalized rape.
Okay. Well, that's not true.
Yes,
Why
it
the
is.
hell? Okay.
Yes,
How-
if you of an unconscious.
Where, how, and when did she decriminalize rape?
Yes, she did. She turned it into a misdemeanor, and you don't have to face automatic charges. You get to
Okay.
come.
Could you
get
give
to
us
go
any
in,
reason to
you
believe
get
that?
released.
Could you give us
Look
a
it
source
up.
for your claim?
Look it up.
Sure, I have my computer right in front of me. I'm wanting you to get like the name of a publisher alongside, right, like the title
I
of an
don't have
article.
one on me right now, but you can look it up if you'd like. I mean, I'd be happy for you to look it up and prove
Okay, so
me wrong.
that's just blatant misinformation. You kind of remind
It's
me.
not.
So Tara, without
It's
interrupting
not.
me, one second. Michael with another $100 on Venmo. Holy shit! Michael with a $200 on Venmo. I'm exploiting the loophole. I want to get at least 300 billion quadrillion trillion W's in Michael in the chat. Thank you so much for the $200 on Venmo from Michael. Colin with a $2 as well.
White privileged boys.
Mackenzie with the
are
$5 on
telling you
Venmo
how
from the
to
DNC.
vote. You know that? Parker, you're one of the most white privileged people I've ever seen.
Alicia with a
And you're
$10 on Venmo from the DNC.
people
Gambit, I
how
think
to vote.
you're just mad. Yo, Purdy with
No, I'm not
$100.
mad,
Thank
dude.
you. They need
I
an
just
audit.
can't
They need
believe
to
you
audit
guys are
Purdy right
trying
now.
to use this loophole like it's not going to be
Paige with the $4 and the 26 on Venmo.
They need to come through with the audits right now. We're waiting for the audits. Thank you so much, Purdy.
Tara with a $15 on
You don't
Venmo
think
straight
you're
from the
gonna get
DNC.
audited,
Thank you for the love,
Parker?
Tara.
Yeah, and what's going to come through with an audit, Gambit?
Parker, do you think you're going to get audited?
If I get audited, nothing's going to happen.
So Gambit, who's going to do this audit?
And taxes.
Seriously,
I'm
Gambit,
not
Gambit,
talking to you. You're
please
the hand
audit me. I would
You
love for the
sit
IRS
back
audit.
And then you berate them and
Troy with a $50 on Venmo straight from the DNC telling me to keep up the good work. And Matt with a $15. I want to see at least 100 billion W's for Troy and Matt. Thank you both for the love from the DNC. And Nikki with a $5 on Venmo as well. Thank you guys so much for the love.
Gambit, why do you first assume that it's just like DNC loophole instead of just assuming that because there's 7,000 people in the live, some of the people in the live donate?
Walter with a $5 for the super duper secret funds to steal the election.
You guys
Thank
are
you for
like
the
the
love.
four musketeers of white privileged kids telling black people and people who are poor how to vote.
We're telling everyone how to vote. I don't see why you specifically talk about black people.
Their experiences.
Wait,
I don't know the experiences of anyone but myself completely, 100%. Thank you
No,
for
I
that
know.
$4,
And
Jenny,
these
for being the
people-
most privileged white guy. Thank you so much.
Alexis, thank you for the $5 on PayPal to support Gambit's DNC obsession.
Gambit, are you white?
Maybe somewhat.
Okay, so why are you speaking on behalf of like us saying that we're speaking for black people if you're not a part of like the black community?
Well, don't you guys try and speak for people
Jaden,
that
I got
are have been racist and stuff like that?
Yeah, we say it's bad to be racist.
Okay,
yeah.
so that's the people that I'm talking about.
Jaden,
wait. So what's wrong with saying it's bad to be racist? Do I need to be a woman to say misogyny is bad?
The subject, dude. I'm saying.
Jenny with the $5. Thank you for the love. Carlos with the $5 from a poor software
Randy, thank you
engineer in
for $4.
Silicon Valley. I appreciate
Randy.
you so much for the love.
For me.
Wait, Gambit, do I have to be a woman?
Dean has an unknown.
Gambit, do I have to be a woman to say misogyny is bad?
Dean has a soft spot for me.
Karen with a $20 on Venmo, literally telling me to please shout loudly. Thank you for the love,
Many
Karen.
viewers to join because I didn't have enough to go live. didn't invite me. And
Maxine with a $10 on Venmo. Thank you for being a smart and woke young man. I appreciate you for the love, Maxine. Shut up, Gambit. Why are you interrupting me, thanking my DNC donors, dude?
Yeah. Did you tell me to shut up?
I sure did.
Gambit, I have a question. If we're paid by the DNC, Gambit, if we're paid by the DNC, why do we get?
That? No, I'm not talking to you.
No, you
Gambit,
can talk to Parker.
Gambit, if we get paid by the
it's
DNC,
like 4-on-1 in here, dude.
There's 3 people if you can't count MAGA math.
Okay, 3-on-1, dude.
MAGA math. Now, if we are paid by the DNC, can you explain to me specifically why we didn't get invited?
To the DNC for real. And Alexia and Shelly, thank you both for the $5 on Venmo just to annoy Gambit. And then Alexia actually says, why is this guy preaching about white privilege when he's literally white? Yeah.
Lisa, thank you for the $3. Thank you for pissing Gambit off. Thomas, thank you for the $10 for the DNC.
Yeah, like Gambit, I think that like 2 things can be true here. About the whole like white privilege thing that you brought up, I'm gonna put you on mute because of the loud background noise. I think like 2 things can be true at once. The first thing I like to recognize as being true is that yeah, I do have white privilege. So does Parker, so does Law, and so does every other fucking white person and like today's society, right? It is absolutely the case that I carry special privilege that say like black people do not.
To the DNC?
But like the second thing that is also true.
How did they get invited to the DNC?
Just because I'm white doesn't mean I can't advocate for what's right. Like, we understand that, right?
How did they get invited?
James, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. In fact, I'd even say here, right? How like white people that are complicit with the system of racism that gives them privilege are even worse.
Thank you so much. And Skylar, thank you for the $5.
Sharon, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Sharon. Let's get some W's in the chat for Sharon right now. I really appreciate you. Go ahead, Gambit. Sandra with a $10 on Venmo to get Gambit to shut up. I really appreciate you for that love. I would like to go back to what I was saying before you interrupted me.
Dude, why would he get me to shut up when you guys are paying him?
Tamelia, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. I would like to make a
stupid.
Okay, that's hilarious coming from you. Do you mind if I finish my point?
I'm making you a lot of money right now.
Hold on, thank you for the $3 on Venmo from the DNC. Wait, didn't you say that this was coming from the DNC? It's not coming from you. Jessica with a $5 on Venmo from the DNC. I appreciate you so much for the love.
The DNC.
Kayla, thank you for the $1 on Venmo.
Invited to the DNC.
Yeah, like we'd probably assume that people like Harry and Chris, right, like probably are like more acquainted with like people that like are involved with the DNC. That doesn't mean that they're paid by them though.
No, they're just connections, right?
Yeah, like deadass, like the same connections that would exist between like other popular
don't have any money transfers,
or like any of the other
they can get them into special events, right?
Yo, Faith, thank you for the $25 on Venmo from the fake DNC audit. I really appreciate you for the love, Faith. Let's get some love for Faith in the chat. Wait, does that mean that people like Kid Rock?
Why'd you stop posting videos?
Does that mean that Kid Rock's paid by the RNC? Does the RNC pay people too? They had creators at the RNC. Mackenzie, thank you for the $2 on Venmo for the audit.
Are you talking like Megan Thee Stallion?
No, like Kid Rock. Does that mean that Kid Rock is like literally paid by the RNC?
Kid Rock could have gotten paid. Megan Thee Stallion, I guarantee, got paid.
Where the hell did Parker go?
And Mo did. He had to leave.
Okay. Yeah, well, man, was there anything else that you wanted to bring up here? I'm honestly just looking for actual.
You know why he had to leave? Because he got kicked.
Parker?
Yeah.
I don't think so. We're gonna move on to our next guest, unless you have anything else to add on. We're gonna go. He didn't get kicked. Like I would have got a notification. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. We're gonna.
I do want to point out that Gambit did not know what DNC stood for, so as convinced as he was, Purdy $100 for a retainer for his audit, so that'll be great. I'll definitely help you out with that. Susan for $10, thank you so much. Leslie for $10, Spencer for $5, Sean for $5, Ansel for 10, Lisa for 3, thank you very much, and Danielle for 5, Jaina for 5, and Lacey, I apologize, for $10. Thank you so much. Keep tapping, guys. We are at 2.5. If all of you do right now, one more power tap, we can get to 3. Let's go.
Hell yeah. Do W's for everybody that has been donated. On a real note, of course, we know that the whole paid by the DNC thing is a joke, and I do appreciate absolutely everybody who has donated to me, Law, Parker. You guys are amazing. Thank you all so very much. What's up, Instant? How old are you?
40, man.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Well, I kind of have to, man. My hands are tied.
What the hell is tying your hands?
Well, I was driving home yesterday, and I saw the back of a truck, and there's a bumper sticker on there that said, "God is a Republican." What am I supposed to do?
Again, if you're going to troll, be good at it. That was a good one.
That was pretty funny. Yeah, that was a good one. What's up, Luna? How old are you? All right, Luna's not present. We're going to go to move on. Beanie, thank you for the money gun. If you guys are MAGA, make sure to let us know in that chat. We are going to go ahead and pull up our next guest right now. We are just looking for some debates with some Trump supporters. It is so good to see you all. But yeah, make sure if you're MAGA to let us know down below. We're going to go to get our next debate underway as we speak. So everybody just be patient. All right, we're going to go to move on. Kaz, I got you with an invite up. Everybody, once again, be patient. If you do hear the sound of my voice, though, make sure to double tap away on that phone screen. Make sure you're sharing out that live with a couple of friends. And I could only load up people that are already in the queue because the queue is full. So if you're in the queue and you want to come up and debate, drop a me down below in chat, but only say me in the chat if you're already in the queue. Amazing. We are still looking for our next debate here, loading up anybody and everybody who'd like to come up and debate. So everybody just give us a minute here. Looks like we got our guests loading in as we speak. Hey, what's going on? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, as of right now.
Okay. What year are you born in?
2002.
Okay. So just amazing.
Sorry, I got Baywatch going on in the background.
You think you might be able to mute that?
Yeah, my bad.
Perfect. So I guess my first question would be, well, why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently anti-women.
Here's the thing, though. I've looked at Kamala's political history, and she spent 4 years fighting against tribal nations, and I am First Nations. I feel like she is, basically, she just does anything to get people's of color's votes, and she doesn't actually believe with what she's fighting for. It's all just a game and
Wait,
tactics.
if we want to talk about like tribal nations, right, indigenous land. So Trump, right, protested the Biden-Harris administration shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline project. They specifically shut that project down for the reason that it invaded upon indigenous lands, right? So, I mean, Trump obviously has no respect for indigenous individuals or indigenous land. So much of a lack of respect that he protested shutting down a project that ingressed upon them, right? The Keystone XL pipeline. But you said that Kamala Harris has wrote against indigenous individuals. Might you be able to give me an example? Okay. All right, moving on to our next guest. Everybody just give us a minute. It's going to get MP Warrior up here. I'm pretty sure Aaliyah is leaving. Oh, Aaliyah's back. But MP Warrior, welcome up. Aaliyah, did you have a response to that question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My phone is glitching, actually.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to pull out because my phone is glitching.
I don't think your phone is glitching. I think that you're swiping in and out of your app to make it look like your phone is glitching.
Okay. No, I'm actually going to Google. I didn't know I couldn't go back and forth. My bad.
Okay, so see what I mean? Your phone. So if you want to leave, that's fine, but super lame. Like kind of embarrassing.
I just have never gone live before, so this is my first time. I didn't know I couldn't go in and out. My bad.
You could go in and out. I just can't hear you when you're not on TikTok. But anyways,
okay.
Did you hear what I said there about Trump? Right. Anyways, would you be able to give me an example of like Harris being anti-indigenous?
She spent 4 years as an attorney general fighting against tribal rights.
Can you give me an example?
Like I said, it's been like 2 years since I looked at this. I would have to go on Google and look at specific examples because I was just scrolling and I was like, wait a minute, I got you.
Yeah. Well, how about you like go on Google, you could find an example, then come back. How about that?
Alrighty, my bad.
Right.
I'm so sorry.
You don't even need to like leave the live. I'll just talk to MP Warrior in the meantime.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries. So MP Warrior, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 35.
Okay, you're voting for Trump, right?
I am.
Yeah, Patriot, MAGA. Okay, so why are you voting for Trump?
Just better person for the job.
Okay, so why is the rapist, felon, fraudster, election denier better than like, the intelligent woman who wants to protect and preserve our democracy and fight for our freedoms?
Oh, yeah, there you go. But why is it they both said that they would not tip service workers, but Trump's met with it'll cost $2.5 billion towards the economy, but Kamala Harris says the same thing and it's praised.
bias media. I mean, it's like the same way like we see bias from the right. Like for instance, like bias media towards the right, bias media directed towards the right released publications yesterday about how like California abstained from voting for Harris, and then said that even our own state doesn't want her, even though at all conventions, DNCs and RNCs, the home states of like the political candidate will like protest and then hold off till the end to cast the tie-breaking vote. Right, but the Republicans didn't report on that for Trump. So I mean, it's just like partisan media. But anyways, so why are you voting for Trump?
Just better for the job.
Yeah, why?
He already was there.
Can you tell me why?
He was already there.
He was already there, and he did a shit job, right? He passed no legislation that benefited the low and middle class. He took away all 170 million American women and girls federally protected access to abortion, and he tried to overthrow our government. He was already there. He shouldn't have been there in the first place, and we definitely should have brought him back in. Yeah, you heard me. Those words came out of my mouth, damn straight.
How did he try to overthrow the government?
Okay, first of all, how am I going to mute your mic while I'm speaking because of the background noise? Yeah, he tried to overthrow the government by telling his vice president not to certify like the American voters' opinions on January 6th. He'd been voted out of office. He raged, said it was stolen from him, then tried to rig the election. Right? He sent fake certificates of ascertainment into the Electoral College to be certified as real, literally just ignoring all civil and electoral processes, ignoring the voice of every single American that voted.
Okay, and what still happened?
What happened? Mike Pence was like, no, like that's anti-constitutional, that's anti-American, did not do it, and then never endorsed Trump again.
What still took place that day?
What still took place that day?
Yeah, January 6th.
Like obviously you're asking a leading question here. Maybe you could answer it. Like, I don't know. What are you asking?
Peaceful transition of power. Biden took over.
Oh, it was anything but peaceful, right? Like not only did we have like the riots at the Capitol, but we also had like an attempted coup that ultimately failed because Mike Pence didn't allow it to happen. So it definitely
those rioters were there when Biden was swearing in.
What's that?
Those rioters were present as Biden was swearing in.
Yeah, inauguration didn't take place on the 6th. That was like the 21st, I believe. But you're absolutely not responding to what I'm saying here, right? You asked me, right, how it is the case that Trump staged a coup against our government, and I'm telling you Trump staged a coup against our government by attempting to rig the outcome of the 2020 election because he didn't like that he lost.
And he still left office.
Yeah, do you hear me saying that he attempted to stage a coup against the government?
Right, but it was unsuccessful.
Yeah, that doesn't change the fact that we shouldn't vote for someone that has tried to stage a coup against our government before. Past behaviors are predictive of future behaviors, right? What would we want? Why would we want him to try to do that again, right? Let's not get it wrong. Trump is a moron. He thought that, like, the elected officials would just side with him, say the election was stolen. Bill Barr and the Justice Department would listen to his pleas to falsely announce that there's like widespread voter fraud. But now he's figured out that that's not how the government works. So this time he wants installed individuals that would absolutely go along with the plan if he were to do it a second time. That's why J.D. Vance has said that if he was Mike Pence on January 6th, that he wouldn't have certified the vote, right? We shouldn't give this guy who has already tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government another attempt to stress test the checks and balances of our democracy. That's insanity.
Still better for the job.
And you've yet to give me reason why. Name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you liked.
Look at the past 4 years. Look at Kamala Harris.
Okay, so you're going to answer my question, or I'm going to kick you, and I'm going to move on to the next guest. Name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you liked.
It's good for the country.
You don't know one fucking policy that he passed, but you know that the rapist felon wannabe dictator's better? Dude, come on. You are a product of political bias and partisan media. You have failed this country. I'm going to go to move on to my next guest.
Well,
let's go to see what Sarah Ann has to say. Oh, by the way, Law, you are on mute. I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you for that. I'm not even a Trump supporter, and I can name at least 5 policies that I thought were good policies. Like, how is it that these diehard, vehement, MAGA hat wearing Trump supporters can't name one?
Yeah, for real. It's because, like I said, they're a byproduct of partisan politics and bias. Absolutely. Locken, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, why are you doing that?
Well, honestly, I want to get out the first way and say, like, do we all know that the president is just a face? Like, it don't matter.
The president
really
and their
up there.
administration is literally one of the 3 branches of our government.
The face of their party.
They're the face of the country.
They're just the face.
Okay, you're lagging really bad. I'm just gonna move on. Nomo, what's up? How old are you? Sorry, Maga Mobile. El Maga Mobile in the chat. Nomo, what's up? How old are you? All right, Nomo's not here. All right, if you guys are MAGA, let me know in the chat. We're still just looking for a next debate of the night here, ladies and gentlemen. We got Tony loading up in. Everybody just be patient, y'all.
While Tony loads in, guys, we are 300,000 away from 3 million. We've got 6,000 people in the room. If everybody just fills that bar one time, fill it 2 times if you want to cover the payment for a MAGA supporter, that would be great. We'll be at 3 million in no time.
Hell yeah. And if you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and I'll even give you a shout out. You could attach a message that I'll read out on live as well. It greatly supports me and allows me to continue to do this for about 6 hours every day. And if you want to support Law, his PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, any combination of the 3 will be in the link in his bio, right? And that will go to an incredible cause. Tony, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I'm voting for Trump.
All right. Why are you doing that?
Well, he's just a better guy. I mean, he's not the best candidate that's out there. Neither Kamala is.
Okay.
But I think he's a better candidate.
Yeah, would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of an adult woman?
No, he has never. There was a lawsuit about the way he was talking. He was
So, Tony, would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of an adult woman?
Which adult woman? Example who? Tell me the person.
Tony, I'm going to ask one last time. Would you vote for someone...
I would not vote for somebody like that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Trump was held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of an adult woman. So this
He
means
was
that
not.
you never...
Dude, he'll be in jail. He'll be in jail.
He was held civilly liable. That
You
is a
will
fact.
be in jail, yes or no? If you sexually assault somebody, you will be in jail. Don't say that, man.
Not if you're held civilly liable for it.
No, he never said that. Don't say that. That's a lie. He will be in jail.
I'm just simply not lying. Okay, you could go on Google, go on the internet. You could look up.
I know what you're talking about. He was held liable because of what he was saying, not of the act.
No, the jury found him liable for forcefully and digitally, which means with your fingers, penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina.
No, dude. Whatever you're saying, see some.
Okay, well, there's like some consistent basis that we have to maintain here in these conversations, and that is reality. Okay, so as soon as you start operating outside of the confines of reality, right, you are just no longer right in a position to have a productive conversation. We're going to move on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. If you are MAGA, make sure to let us know in that chat. We're going to go and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody just give us a minute. For the 6.3 thousand people in here, do double tap on that phone screen. Do share out that live. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
I just want to come on here and say no, I'm voting for Biden.
Well, Biden's not running. Probably meant Harris, but W.
Maybe he just really likes Biden and he's going to write him in.
Yeah, for real. Kuba, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo for the love. I appreciate you. Let's get some W's in the chat for Kuba. That is Kuba. Thank you for the love. What's up, Chris? How old are you?
27.
All right. Are you voting for Trump?
Trump?
Yeah. Are you voting for him?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay, Chris. Why?
What do you mean, why?
Like, why as in, why are you voting for Trump?
Why am I voting for Trump? For numbers of reasons. He respects our veterans. Say
No,
what
he
you want to
doesn't.
say, but it's not. Yes,
No,
he does.
he doesn't respect our veterans.
So why are you vote? So why are you gonna vote for? You guys want to keep blaming stuff about Trump? Trump this. Trump is a criminal. Trump is racist. Trump this. Trump that. Why you guys are so worried about Trump though? Why you guys are not voted? Why you guys are voting for a prostitute? You want to go there?
Oh, so that was incredibly misogynist. So you're saying because
you
she's a
wanna
woman,
go
she's
there?
a
'Cause I could
prostitute?
throw fingers because all Democrat. I was in the Democrat Party. You cannot lie at Democrat.
Hey, Chris. So first
'Cause
of
I
all,
was in it
let's
for
use the word
years.
let's use the word p-toot here. So first of all, I'm just going to address your blatant fucking misogyny. I'm going
I'll
to
educate you.
Chris, you had to ask me what I meant when I said, why are you voting for Trump? You're not going to educate shit, okay? I'm so sorry. Anyways, back to what I was saying. I just want to clarify that it's incredibly misogynistic to say because Kamala Harris is a woman that she's therefore a P2. Like, just another fucking way for misogyny to hold its grip, limiting women from being in positions of power. Like, what the fuck? You know what? Give me your reasons. Why would you call Kamala Harris a P2?
Deny what I told you. Now you're gonna deny, of course, because that's all they do. That's what y'all party do every time. Is throw shade on Donald Trump. I'm so busy throwing shade on Donald Trump.
Jessica, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Appreciate you for the love, Jessica.
Works
hey,
both parts.
Chris, MAGA Mobile aside, you're incredibly laggy. MAGA Mobile. Why would you call Harris a P2?
Did you mean prosecutor, Chris? Did you get confused?
Look back at history.
Okay, so what in history?
No,
I think
it's a prostitute.
Okay, you have to say P2 on what? Okay, the MAGA Mobile is so insufferable. I would love to just absolutely destroy that POS, but the MAGA Mobile was insufferable. We're going to move on to our next guest here. I just, wanted it to be pointed out. Megan, thank you for the $7 on Vim. I appreciate you for the love. That's just another form that misogyny has taken on. And it's like Kamala Harris isn't going to hear you calling her a prostitute. Kamala Harris is not going to hear you say that she slept with men to get in the position of power that she is. Kamala Harris is going to hear none of those things coming from any of you. But you know who is? Your mother, your grandmother, your sister, your cousin, your daughter, your granddaughter. Phenomenal. Howie, go ahead and unmute that mic. How old are you?
I am 45.
Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yes, I am.
All right. Why would you be doing that?
I mean, the question you should be asking is, why am I not voting for him?
1 second. What time is it where you're at?
It is 2:14.
Oh, okay. Actually, I don't think. Okay, what state do you live in?
I am an American, but I'm currently in Thailand.
Okay. First of all, it's not 2:14 in Thailand. Second of all, you're obviously not from America. All right, we're gonna go to get our next guest up in here. I feel really bad. I feel like I've been talking too much, so you haven't been able to say anything.
No, it's quite all right. Like we haven't really zoned in on much of my wheelhouse topics, the border, the criminal justice stuff. So I'm enjoying being along for the ride, hyping up the live.
Hell yeah, I enjoy you here. Hey Haley, can you turn off the TV in the background or go into a different room?
Oh no.
Okay, Tony, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
I mean, I'm coming back because you gave me a finger, so I don't know why you gave me a finger.
Oh.
Did it hurt your feelings?
I'll give you the finger again. Remember, if you can't engage with reality, you can't engage with me. Okay. Moving on to our next guest. Did it hurt your feelings? Phenomenal question. Should have waited for his answer. We are going to go ahead and move on here. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say, y'all. Everybody just give him a minute. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest here has to say, everybody. If you're a MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat. We're still looking for our next guest here, y'all. Jesus Christ. What a crazy crowd we've had today, guys. What a crazy crowd. All right, moving on to our next guest here. Law, honestly, I could give you mod powers, and if you want, you could help me try to load people up.
Yeah, I can help out with that.
I will do that.
I think you modded me on your other account, but
not on this one quite yet.
Not on this one, yeah.
I will get that done as soon as we're able to get our next guest up in the box. We got Mandy loading in right now, ladies and gentlemen. Anthony, thank you for the $100 on Venmo for saving democracy. That is absurd, Anthony. Thank you so much for the $100. Oh my God, dude. I want to see at least 100 W's, 1 trillion W's for Anthony in the chat. Thank you so very much for the $100 on Venmo. That is so incredibly kind of you.
And whoever sent me the GG, I apologize, I missed the name, but thank you so much. Troy, thank you for the $40. That is quite amazing. Thank you so much. And I think I have a couple of Cash Apps. Let me get that open here. I apologize for the delay. Mandy, thank you for your patience. Lisa for $3, thank you so much. Ansel for 10, thank you. Sean for 5. Appreciate you guys all. Thank you.
Phenomenal. Mandy, what's up? How old are you? All right, Mandy's leaving. Now she's back. Mandy, hi. Mandy, you're on the live. Mandy.
Yes.
Ah, there you are.
I am not a Trump supporter. That was done by mistake. I'm so sorry.
No
But
worries,
y'all do
Mandy.
great.
No worries.
Okay.
I love you. I love you.
That means Mandy was tapping, and she accidentally hit that request button. Oh, Robert, thank you so much. I appreciate you. So thank you, Mandy, for doing your job with the tapping. I appreciate it.
Hell yeah, W's for Mandy. We're going to move on to Kenneth. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 29.
Awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
Now, before I give you my answer, can I ask you a question?
No.
All right, well then, yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, now you can ask me a question.
So, out of the most ridiculous things that I've heard most of your guests talk about, I have a couple of questions for Law if he's got some time to answer.
Dude, in the context of a debate, questions for Law is fine. I love Law and his answers. Phenomenally intelligent guy, but we're looking for debates. So if you want to debate while you're voting for Trump, that's about it. So why are you voting for Trump? If not, I'm going to move on.
Well, there's a lot of things that he has done. He helped build the wall. He's helped bring economy back into flow, lower the gas prices, and
How did Trump lower the price of gasoline? Kenneth, how did Trump lower the price of gasoline?
History that states that when we rose the price of gas, we went to war for it. Can you name the person that rose gas prices?
No, because no one individual person rose the price of gasoline.
That is actually false. It was Saddam Hussein. Operation
Okay,
Desert.
what the fuck does Saddam Hussein have to do with why you think Trump lowered the price of gas?
Why? Because if we rose the price gases here in our country, it would make things a little bit more difficult for everybody to do. Get to
I'm
work.
so confused on what these words mean. What you're trying to remember, you're trying to make an argument for why you think Trump lowered the price of gas. So what's your answer to that question?
You've been lied to so many times.
Kenneth, I'm not even okay, he just left. He just said that I've been lied. Buddy. What's up? How old are you?
That was crazy.
Yeah, that was weird.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Awesome. Why do you want to grape us in the Oval Office?
Well, besides all that, I'll tell you the real reason. I just want a stable economy. That's really it.
Trump wouldn't provide that. He wants to replace the federal income tax with tariffs. It would be inflationary and serve as a detriment to the low and the middle class. Eradicating the federal income tax, costing about, I don't know, what do we want to say? How much would that cost per year? What's our government spending law? Do you know?
I do not. You can
in total?
Yeah, I forget the exact number. But anyways, if he wanted to do this, it would mean that he'd have to impose an 85% tariff on every single good coming into this country. Do you think that imposing an 85% tariff on every single good coming into the country would give us a stable economy?
For that tariff, are we paying that or is other countries?
Other countries.
So yeah, that would help us because they're
And
giving
us.
us money.
So it's actually
and
really
us.
bad for us because, the other countries pass that tax off to the consumer, right, on the consumer end, as well as it decreases the supply of virtually all goods, right, because obviously less people are going to be importing goods if they have to pay that, with consistent demand, which would just, increase the price, right? So I don't think that increasing the pricing of everyday goods for, your average American is going to lead to a stable economy. What I would say would lead to a stable economy is increasing the marginal tax rate on the top 1% so we can provide better social safety nets to the low and the bottom class, right? The best way to achieve a stable economy is to reduce income inequities, right? Is to make homes more affordable, is to give better, the $25,000 subsidy that Harris would be proposing. Those are the things that would lead to a stable economy, not replacing federal income tax with tariffs.
And yeah, I agree with that 1% thing where you tax them more. But I haven't seen the prices of housing going down. So,
Yeah, they've been kind of going up, right? But that's what Kamala Harris wants to address. The only presidential candidate that's taken any initiative to speak on the subject. She wants to increase a $25,000 subsidy to first-time homebuyers that are buying new property, right? Which will cause developers to create more affordable housing, increasing the demand on the demand side. Sorry, the supply on the supply side. Then of course the subsidy would increase the demand on the demand side, right, leading to lower house prices.
Okay. I see where you are, and I respect that. I'm not here to attack or anything. So, yeah, I appreciate you educating me on that.
I have a question for you, though. Would you vote for someone that's attempted to overthrow our government with the use of a coup in this past?
That's what he's done?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's hard to say, So, I probably wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. So.
Okay. So does this mean that you won't be voting for Trump because that's what he did?
I mean, I might just not vote. I don't know. So.
Okay, not voting is better than voting for Trump. Thanks for coming up. Moving on to our next guest. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump, ladies and gentlemen. And do double tap on that phone screen as well. I appreciate you guys for helping me reach my goal here on the live tonight. Y'all have been phenomenal. It's been a great stream. What's up, David? How old are you? Travis,
28.
Army. It's good to see you, Travis. It's been a while. Tell Siri that I said hi. David, with all due respect, you have MAGA Mobile and you're driving, so we do have to move on to the next guest, but I do appreciate you for coming up. Make sure if you're in the queue that you are voting for Trump. I would love to talk to some women that are voting for Trump. Hi, are you voting for Trump? Hello? I suppose not. If you're a woman and you're voting for Trump and you are in the guest requests, let me know right now down below with a me. I would love to talk to some women Trump supporters. We've been talking to a lot of men all day, so if you're a woman Trump supporter and you are in my guest request, make sure to let me know right now. 1 minute here. Give me 1 minute here, folks. We're going to try to get Kelly up in the live. I can't. There's too many people in here. I can't even get Kelly up. All right, moving on to our next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. Chris, if you'd like to re-request, do so. All right, moving on to our next guest. What's up? How old are you? All right, they left. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. By the way, if you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on that platform, and I'll give you a shout out. What's up, Big Daddy B? Okay, are you and crazy name? Are you voting for Trump?
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm really new to TikTok, so I've never done this. So you got to apologize. I got to apologize real quick. So.
No, you're good. Are you voting for Trump? Asher, thank you for the subscription.
I think I am now. I'll preface this by saying I didn't vote for him the last 2 times.
Okay. So why are you voting for Trump?
Well, I apologize. I just came across your stream here. I don't even know how old you are.
Yeah, I'm 19. So why are you voting for Trump?
Well, then my question is.
Wait, you said that you need to know how old I am.
Well, my comments may come across, and not back in my day kind of thing, but my question is, and the reason I'm voting for Trump is, the question was posed to me: are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And I can't ask you that because 4 years ago you were 15 years old. You know what I mean?
But the average American would probably say yeah, right?
No, the average American would not say yes.
Oh, sorry. No, sorry. It meant that they'd say yes to being better off 4 years ago.
Yes, my family and I and everybody that I talked to, this economy, this downturn has destroyed the American.
Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. See, the only issue here is that Biden and Harris didn't cause the economic downturn, right?
Okay. Answer me this then. I'm sorry. Answer me this.
Okay.
What have they done?
That's terrible.
What have they done to make it better?
Yeah, they've ushered in the quickest response from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. We are literally the world superstar in comparison to every other country on earth. They have ushered in 5 monumental pieces of legislation that benefited the low and middle class more so than the top 1% that was directly associated with this rebound from the inflation. Bills such as the PACT Act that invested nearly $1 billion into the expansion of healthcare benefits, the Inflation Reduction Act to address supply chain issues in the long term to reduce inflation in the long term, the CHIPS and Science Act to bring manufacturing jobs back home here in America. 20% of chip reduction by 2030, by the way, causing a spurn investment in manufacturing jobs. The infrastructure bill that cost $1 trillion to be invested in as stimulation into local economies across the U.S., just creating new careers, new jobs in construction out of fucking thin air. The American Rescue Plan, bringing America off of its knees from the almost recession that we experienced directly after the pandemic to all-time highs in the stock market today. It's quite phenomenal if you ask me, but here's my question.
Those are talking points. I mean,
You asked me what they did. I told you what they did.
I understand, but those are just talking points. They haven't.
What do you mean by talking point?
Those are just the high, that's the look at us thing. They haven't done anything to help the American people be better off.
I literally just named you 5 policies that they directly influenced to get passed that like helped an association from a rebound from the pandemic.
When are those things going to help me right now?
They're already have.
No, they haven't.
We've had the quickest response from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7.
This inflation.
You know what that means?
The inflation's not going down. Just
It literally has. You're delusional.
Okay,
right?
But it has
so
not
the
gone
rate of inflation, right, has dropped from a peak at 9% down to 2.9% today. Right, the rate of inflation is directly going down.
But that's like saying, okay, I gained 50 pounds this year, but then the next year, I've only gained 25, but you still gained weight. They haven't done anything to fix the problem. It's not going
You're
down.
talking about deflation. So deflation is actually a bad thing and it causes recessions.
But it doesn't. My question to you.
You're economically illiterate.
Actually, I have a degree in economics, but thanks.
And you'd say that deflation doesn't cause recession.
Not
okay. So if you have a degree in economics, just a quick question. What is equilibrium?
Well, it's an emphasis in economics. My degree is in business
What
administration.
is equilibrium?
Well, okay, but you're going off on a tangent now.
Motherfucker, I'm a third year philosophy student. And I know what equilibrium is because I took principles of economics in my first year. Okay, don't come up in here and try to bullshit me, right, about calling yourself a master's in economics, saying that you got a degree, trying to counter my point that it causes a recession, and then you can't even tell me what price equilibrium is. That is embarrassing.
Okay, but I never said that.
You said that you have a degree in economics. Absolutely.
I have an emphasis with my degree in business.
Okay, and if you don't know what price equilibrium is, I absolutely don't think that you could appeal to that quote unquote authority to justify that deflation doesn't lead to a recession. So I'm honestly just going to go ahead and ask you this question as a smart, economist you are. What should have the Biden-Harris administration done to cause deflation without causing a recession?
They haven't.
I'm asking you what they should have done.
Okay. Well, you guys, I keep hearing these talking points about,
That's not a talking point. That's a fucking question.
Yeah.
Dude, come on, please. Let's be rational here.
Okay, but you still haven't answered my original question. Are you better off? And you can't answer this because you've never paid a mortgage, you've never paid taxes, you've never paid all this stuff.
I have paid taxes. I certainly have.
Dude, you're 19 years old. You haven't had the struggle to raise a family in this economy. You haven't had the struggle of trying to figure out why my mortgage has gone up $1,200 within a year. You haven't had those struggles so for you to sit here and say that, you can't. You have not struggled in this economy.
Are you pro-life?
Pro-life? Of course.
How could you say that I can't talk about the economy because I haven't struggled within it, but you can talk about abortion
you're stretching
even though
there.
you don't have a uterus?
You're stretching that question.
Absolutely fucking not. You're saying that in order to be able to speak on these particular issues, you have to have direct association and involvement with them. You're directly saying here that because I have not directly struggled in the economy, had children, and had a mortgage, that this doesn't allow me to then speak on the basis of the economy. Well, I'll just simply turn around and use a pro-life man. Where's your uterus? How many times have you been pregnant? Have you ever given birth?
Okay, I agree with you. You can speak on it all you want, but to have a direct...
Damn straight.
I'm not saying
fucking straight. Because when I'm evaluating metrics within the economy, I'm not looking towards my anecdotal experiences. When I'm speaking on things like inflation, I'm not going to compare how much, the coffee I got at the gas station down the street costs today compared to how it cost 3 years ago. What I'm going to be looking at is the numbers. Okay, I'm going to be looking at the economic data and comparing the economy that we'd be experiencing now to that of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago. Okay, and everybody fucking does this. Do you invest in stocks? Do you have a 401k?
I do.
Okay, so when you're deciding what stocks you want to invest in, do you go to like the Intel headquarters and talk to the employees, or do you just
No,
go
I pay
online
my-
and look at news publications about, like their quarterly profits?
No, I pay someone to do that for me that has experience.
Perfect. You pay someone that looks at their quarterly profits, but they're not
Right.
going into the headquarters and talking to the employees. So in the same fashion, I get it. I'm 19. I didn't have direct experiences under Trump's economy, even after COVID, right? I was, a little kid, but that doesn't mean I don't have the education necessary to destroy you on conversations about it.
But education
And
and
Lindsay,
experience
thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Lindsay. Amanda, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo as well. As a 37-year-old nurse who was not better off 4 years ago, I love what you have to say. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys.
I'm not discounting your education or whatever you have. You seem like a very intelligent young man. I'm not saying that at all. But education and experience are much different, night and day difference. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I am not better off than I was 4 years ago.
I understand. You've said that so many times. But what I'm saying is you could reasonably blame you being worse off now. You could reasonably blame that on the Biden-Harris administration if they caused you to be worse off. But my argument is that they didn't, okay? The
Then what
Biden-Harris
caused-
administration didn't cause inflation. The Biden-Harris administration didn't cause the price of gas to increase. And I'd just simply like to ask you a question. Since you think they caused it, how do you think they caused it?
How did they cause it?
Yeah.
By dragging their feet through the mud for the last 4 years.
Okay,
What
so
have they done?
You've incessantly repeated the point that they've done nothing, and I've already responded to it once. I'll respond to it again.
Sorry.
Let's go ahead and play a little bit of a fucking game, okay? So we're going to play a game I call Name the Policy. And in this game, I'm going to name one policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people to stimulate the economy, to rebound from the, to rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic, to rebound from the economic disparities onset by the pandemic, to rebound from the livelihood hardships onset by the pandemic. And then you're going to name one that the Trump administration influenced to get passed. So I'll start. The PACT Act.
Yeah, hold
the
up,
PACT
hold
Act was a bill influenced to get passed by the Biden-Harris administration that invested $800 million into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits. Can you name one policy that the Trump administration influenced to get passed that benefited the low and middle class more so than rich people?
They got rid of Obamacare, the mandate, number one.
I'm
and I'm not here
you
I'm not
to
here
name
to
a policy. What is
I'm
the
not
name of the
here
policy?
to. They got rid of the Obamacare mandate. That's a policy. It's not required. But I'm not here to debate policy because you're way smarter than me as far as policies and names and all that garbage. I'll admit that I am not the smartest when it comes to policies. Now you got me there. I'll admit it 100%.
Okay, Brian, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying I'm doing the Lord's work. Brian, that is so incredibly kind of you. My point is, you're saying that the Biden-Harris administration did nothing. That is blatantly false. Okay, I could detail, an excruciating detail to you, right? Every single policy that they've influenced to get passed and how it's benefited the low and middle class. I already tried to do that once. You called it a useless talking point. Okay. And it's not like we're not seeing this in the economy, because we do. Okay. We are from the recession onset by the pandemic to all-time highs in the stock market. We are from the 9% inflationary rate during the pandemic to the lowest rate of inflation since 2018. We are from a massive dip in domestic production of oil onset by people losing their jobs and businesses closing down during the pandemic to the highest production of oil that this country or any other country on the face of this damn planet has ever experienced. Okay, and this is because of the policy that we've already went over, influenced to get passed by the Biden-Harris administration. I have a question for you though.
Yeah.
Would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of a woman?
Sexual abuse, not rape. You keep calling it rape. It's not rape.
Would you agree with me that anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent is rape?
He didn't do that.
Yeah, that's what he's held liable for.
He was cleared of all those. You know that.
No, he literally wasn't. You could look at the jury verdict form. He was held liable for inserting his fingers into a woman's vajayjay without her consent. Chad, I appreciate you for the galaxy. And Sin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for that too. Chad with the 2 galaxies. Thank you for the love.
I don't necessarily, and I didn't vote for Trump the first time because of these things.
So are you going to answer my question or not? And then also, you're saying that you didn't vote for Trump the first time because of these things? You
No,
obviously
not-
know nothing about this court case because it started in 2019 after he ran for president the first time.
Okay. Trump as a person, I had a different person the first go around that I wanted to be president. It wasn't him. The second time, he's a little rough around the edges. Yeah, sure. But the thing that gets me the most, and it happened again last night, is that Miss Harris, Kamala, whatever, she keeps saying that when I get in office, I'm going to fix that. When I get in office, I'm going to fix that. She is in office. Why is she not fixing it now.
Okay, back
Answer
to the
that.
same back to the same annoying talking point that you've already made 3 times. I have detailed policy and effective policy that has led the U.S. to the quickest rebound, right, from the economic disparities and inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. That claim has been debunked, and you were just incessantly repeating it after not responding to how I debunked it. You're getting on my nerves a little bit. You're getting on my nerves a little
I apologize.
bit.
I apologize. Like I said, I'm
You
this
still
whole
haven't
thing.
answered my question, right? You said that Trump was cleared of grape. It wasn't grape. It was sexual abuse. Sin, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying guess common sense says the economy would be way worse under Trump. Absolutely. Sin, thank you so much for the $10. So you said that he didn't grape her. So we agreed that anything entering into a woman's vajayjay without consent is grape. So he was held specifically liable for inserting his fingers into her vajayjay forcefully without consent. The reason he wasn't held liable for grape specifically was because the state of New York only defined grape as a male member entering into the female member without consent at the time. Since then, they've changed their laws alongside 35 other states. And the way in which we'd colloquially use the term reflects the action he was held liable for doing.
Okay.
Right. So would you vote
I'm
for
not
someone that was held
debating it.
civilly liable for grape?
Yes. He wasn't. It's not rape. I get what you're saying.
You
and
agreed it was.
I'm not here. You're a smart kid. I'm going to give you that 100%. You are a very intelligent young man. But the reason I came on was not to debate policy. But this woman is the second most powerful person in the world. And she's sitting here saying, I'm going to fix it when I'm in office. She is in office. She's the second most powerful person in the world. And she's saying this stuff through her little speech last night. I just can't vote for someone like that. You know what I mean? It's hard. It's hard as a dumb truck driver from the West Coast to vote for someone that's saying all these things that's already in the office, not doing her job.
Okay,
You
so
know what I
why
mean?
do you say that she hasn't done her job?
Because she's saying she's going to do her job that she's supposed to be doing now when she gets in office as president.
What job is she supposed to be doing now that she's failed at doing?
All of the things that she's talking about on these rallies, all these things that she says she's going to fix, she could be doing right now.
I mean, actually, technically not, right? So the
Technically,
VP,
she's the vice
right,
president of the United States.
So the VP assumes, right, the ideologies of the president, right? When you see a candidacy, let's just say Obama and Biden, right? So Biden served for Obama, right? Helped to influence policy that Obama wanted, right? Cast the tie-breaking votes on policy in the Senate that Biden wanted. That's what the VP is supposed to do.
Right, you're right.
Kamala Harris has been an incredible VP to Biden, by the way. She's passed more tie-breaking votes than any other VP in history. But even if we just reflect upon Biden's track record, it was phenomenal. That's why this is such a bad talking point. Even if it was true that Kamala Harris and Biden shared equal responsibility and power in the presidency and have for the last 4 years, they did a fucking phenomenal job. Okay? But you like to say they haven't done anything, even though I've incessantly detailed to you how they have. Let's talk about Trump. What the fuck did Trump do? Please tell me.
My wallet was a lot fatter, I'll tell you that.
How did Trump cause your wallet to be fatter?
You tell me, because it sure was.
You don't fucking know. It's a correlation causation fallacy. You say because it happened in the country while he was president, he's to blame. My question for you would be, something else that happened in the country while he was president was the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression, April of
That's
2020.
false. That's actually been debunked here recently, hasn't it?
Nope. That is
Yeah.
coming from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That is a factual assessment of reality. Yeah. Amber, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo, saying I watch you every day between you and Parker. I really appreciate you for watching, Amber. You're awesome. So are you going to continue to deny facts of reality or actually engage in the question I'm asking you?
I'm going to vote for someone that will hopefully fix this economy because...
Answer my question. Did Trump cause the 14.8% rate of employment that we saw at the end of his term?
The increase in employment?
The 14.8% unemployment rate that we saw at the end of Trump's term while he was president. Did Trump cause that?
No.
Okay. So
COVID caused it.
hasn't your argument? Oh, COVID caused it. So now you're appealing to external variables. So I think it's hilarious that
If we're all going to stretch, let's stretch. Let's go
One
COVID.
second. I think it's hilarious that when we're talking about the Biden-Harris administration, right, you are like two rocks click-clacking. You don't know your right from your left. You can't see past your own 2 feet. And you don't even comprehend what an external variable like COVID is or how it would affect the economy, the rate of inflation, the price of gas, etc. But as soon as we talk about Trump's economy, particularly the highest rate of unemployment rate since the Great Depression, you are now a economic wizard, and you understand exactly how that wasn't caused by Trump, but is rather explained through the external variables such as COVID. But now my question to you would be, well, if COVID caused, the highest rate of unemployment rate since the Great Depression, under Trump's term, why can't I say COVID caused increase in unemployment under Biden and Harris's term, increase in inflation, increase in gas price?
Yeah, but you can't. I mean, I don't want to get into some, the whole. I mean, you already got me, dude. You're smarter than me. I get it, but you can't count those jobs that are coming back from being laid off or whatever from COVID.
Jobs. Yeah, you don't have to count them. Biden and Harris have added 200,000 jobs to the economy per month, excluding bounce back jobs from COVID. Fun fact: Trump's administration only added 176,000 per month, excluding jobs lost to COVID. Fun fact.
And I'll
super just off topic, right? If COVID caused the highest rate of unemployment under Trump's term, not caused by Trump, well, couldn't we just say the same thing about the inflation experienced under the Biden-Harris term?
Yeah. Sorry, my kid's coming in. I didn't hear that last part. Sorry. Oh, did I get kicked off?
Not yet, but now you are. We're gonna move on to our next guest. I'm so sorry, that guy just simply wasn't following. We're going to move on. If you guys want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they're in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on that platform. Y'all have been so kind to me today. Y'all been so awesome. I love you all. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here literally right now. Hello, Sebastian. How are you doing? Sebastian, you're on the live. Hello? Okay. That guy was verified and had like 1.2 million followers. Oh man. All right. We're going to move on to our next guest here, everybody. Just give us a second to get our next guest, Gregory, up in the box. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. We're not going to be live for too much longer here. We're probably going to head over to Parker at a little bit of a coast with him when he goes live. Honestly, if y'all will let me know when Parker goes live in the chat, that'd be awesome. What's up, Gregory? How old are you?
59.
Phenomenal, Greg. Why the hell are you voting for Trump?
Because I want to.
Why the hell do you want to vote for a rapist, felon, fraudster, election denying liar?
Let me run some questions by you. Number one is this $25,000 tax credit for new home buyers?
Ignore Dean's question. Ask your own. Go ahead.
Yeah. What do you think is going to happen if that is actually passed into law? What do you think home builders are going to do?
It's gonna generate more affordable houses for first-time home buyers. That's exactly what it's gonna do.
Okay, so home builder builds a house and they want $250,000, and they know first-time home buyers get a $25,000 credit. You don't think they're going to raise the price?
Yeah, because that would incentivize buying. Like right now, the reason why people are not developing new homes is because there's not an incentivization from the demand side to purchase the new homes.
No, that's not really true.
So my question to you would be, right, well, if they're just going to go out and be incentivized to build all these new homes and then increase the price by $25,000 to account for that subsidy, that's not going to inspire any new demand.
Toll Brothers just announced their numbers the other day, and they have a wonderful outlook for next year. And the stock jumped up because their home selling is doing great. So
also, just like adding supply in general decreases prices. I feel like people are like super economically illiterate when it comes to this. No, these developers aren't just going to say, "Oh, here's this new subsidy, so we're going to add $25,000 on top of the price of this home." No, the price is like controlled by a market, and the market is controlled by supply and demand. Okay.
Of course.
Anyways, I would love for you to answer my question that you never answered. I asked you why you're voting for Trump, and you said because you want to. Then I asked you why you want to vote for the rapist, felon, fraudster, misogynistic, racist womanizer that has tried to stage a coup over.
I want to know why I should vote for Camilla. That's why I need to have these questions answered.
Sure. Well, there's two main categories why I'm voting for Kamala Harris. First of all, her name's not Camilla, it's Kamala. Okay, Mr. Gregory. Okay. And let's go through them. So the first category is going to be character. Kamala Harris objectively has a better character.
That's what you guys always do. As soon as somebody wants to talk something other than what you're familiar with, you want to go to, oh, he's a rapist, and he's this, and he's that. And you back people into a corner, and you're right. You're right.
Maybe if
okay.
you allowed me to finish.
I agree.
I have two categorical reasons why I'm voting for Trump. Crazy
I have-
why I'm not voting for Trump. That was insane. The first one is going to be character, and the second one is going to be policy. Okay. God damn it.
Well,
So,
I'm
Gregor,
looking at her okay number too. Just today it was reported that the
Thank
job
you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you.
revised over 800,000 was wrong. So
In the meantime, we got Anders loading in, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody just give us a minute. By the way, guys, if you haven't already, make sure to hit that follow button. I come on live. I do these debates every single day, and we honestly have a lot of fun with them. But we have been live for about 4 hours and 40 minutes. I'm starting to get a little bit tired. I've noticed I cap out at about 5 hours. But, you know, maybe if Parker's down, I'll hop on with him, co-host for a little bit. That might be a little fun. What's up, Caitlin? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you voting for Trump?
Heck yeah.
Okay, why do you want to vote for the guy that's launched a social and legal attack on women? That's insane.
No, have you heard about the Roe and Wade with Kamala Harris, and basically she's trying to push that you can have an abortion
Roe
the way.
Wade?
Yeah, go if you watch her interview with
Roe and
yes,
Raid.
it is an old court case back in the day that she has brought up in her interview about aborting babies around 9 months in the womb. You think that's right?
Oh, good God.
Do you think that's
good
right?
God.
Just
All right.
answer the question. Do you think that's right?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and add two things on here. First of all, it's not called Roe and Wade. It's called Roe v. Wade. And
Okay, I
second
may
of all,
be pronouncing
Roe
it wrong, but just watch the
minute.
interview.
1 minute. Roe v. Wade allows states the same rights they have now to legislate on the legality of elective abortions after the point of viability. So the same rights that states have right now after it was overturned, they had when Roe v. Wade was a law of the land, because it only guaranteed elective abortion access in the first 2 trimesters.
But she's pushing all the way to the 3rd trimester. Just
That
go
is
back
such a
and watch her
fucking
interview. You can
lie.
literally watch her interview on YouTube.
I can literally watch her interview with who? How do I find it? What's the title of the interview? Give me more information. Wait, can't we honestly just like deduce that she doesn't support third term abortions, right? For the reason being that she's campaigning on the reinstitution of Roe v. Wade, and Roe v. Wade does allow states to restrict access in the 3rd trimester.
But that's not what she's fighting for. But also,
That's a fucking lie. She's literally fighting for the reinstitution of Roe v. Wade.
I disagree with that. Just from the interview that I've seen. Now I don't know
What
how.
fucking
I don't know how.
interview?
I don't know
Interview with
how
who?
correct it is, but it's just the point. Like when I seen that, like I have kids of my own, so like that
Interview with whom?
That's gone. It's like a white lady. I don't know her name. I just know that it was an interview with her. But also,
I'm just telling you, okay, you have kids of your own. Would you vote for Trump if he walked up to, I don't know, a 10-year-old daughter that you may or may not have and told her that he was going to be dating her in 10 years?
no, I wouldn't agree with that at all.
Okay, so Trump said that to someone else's daughter on a CBS interview in 1992. Does this mean that you won't be voting for Trump, or do you not care if he does it to someone else's daughter other than your own?
Well, I wouldn't agree with it. So, I mean, I wouldn't say that would not make me vote for him, but have you seen the
Oh,
policies
so
that...
you'd only care if he said that to your daughter, not hers?
Well, no, I'm not going to say that I wouldn't care that if he said it to somebody
'Cause
else.
he's like
But I-
also
but I
like
personally
sexualized
have
his own
never-
daughter.
but I
He's talked
personally
about
have never
grabbing women
seen
by the
that.
P word without consent on Access Hollywood.
also,
in the
like,
2000s.
CBS
He
News
boasted
is
how
fake
Okay, your baby's riled up, right? I think they're screaming at you. I think they're taking that's you right there. Okay. Anyways, so it was an interview of Trump. It was Trump saying those things. It wasn't like a reporting of what Trump had allegedly said. And he left. Okay. All right. Sorry, not he. She left. We're going to move on to our next guest. Dude, these conversations are a little bit rough, guys. I'm not going to lie. You know what I mean? These conversations are a little bit rough. And we got a runner. Hey, if you guys, we got literally... Okay, they're driving. We have a couple more minutes here. We're going to go and get our last guest up of the night. But I do just want to say here real quick to the 5.7 thousand people that are watching. I am going on Jubilee very, very, very soon. I was instructed to not really talk about the specifics of the episode I can't tell you exactly what is going to happen, but I can tell you that it is going to be a lot of fun. Bethany, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo for Road and Wade. I really appreciate you for that. I may even be in 2 episodes. We'll see. If you want to support me in the travel fund for flying around to these other states for that, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. All the donations that I get for the rest of the night here are going to be going directly into the travel fund. So I just thought I would let y'all know, if you do choose to donate, exactly where your donation will be going. Transparency is key. We're going to go to get our last guest up. Let's see if we could get Chris up in the box. What's up, man? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 46.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
I believe so, yeah.
All right.
Well, just for a little backstory, I'm registered as an independent. I voted third party in 2016. I did vote for Trump in 2020. I really am not a huge Donald Trump fan. I certainly would consider myself a MAGA person. I think he's done a lot of fairly despicable things. Not somebody I would want to hang out or to be an influence in my family. However, what I really wanted to say was I came in, I'm not familiar with you, this is my first time ever coming in here, and was intrigued by the prospect of actual intelligent conversation back and forth. I like to learn things about both sides that I don't already know, and that's wonderful. But the lady that was in here a little bit ago, and she was talking about her kids being in the bath, and you made the statement about feeling sorry for her kids. I feel like statements like that and a couple things I've heard since then make you sound more like Trump and the types of things he says than the types of things that I think the people you support would say. And I just want to say that I think it really hurts your cause, that it comes across as mean-spirited, it comes across as rude, and that's not going to help you here.
Yeah, for the most part, I try to maintain a very productive, way of conversation, like absent of like ad homs, attacks, or statements such as that one. But there comes a point where this expectation that has been incessantly placed on the left since the conception of the left, that we are supposed to be the ones that accept, we are supposed to be the ones that understand, we are supposed to be the ones that are compassionate, is drawn a little bit too far. I personally don't find there to be much issue, if any issue at all, with me saying that I feel bad for the children of an obviously ignorant, uneducated mother who condones, is complicit, and apologetic towards rape. Okay? What would happen if one of those kids grows up and they happen to be a woman, and this woman is a victim of a similar crime? What would the mother say in that circumstance? Would she hold her same attitudes? Would she say, "Where's your evidence? You're obviously lying, or you were probably doing it for the attention"?
I think we both
they
know
want
that
to
obviously
continue to justify the continued perpetuation of grape culture that would only allude towards more harm towards women. I would absolutely hold to the claim that if you're a bad person to begin with, a bad person down to your core, such a bad person that you are sympathetic and apologetic towards rape, you're going to make a bad parent. Point blank, period. And I have no issue with voicing that as loud as I can.
Okay, well, let me explain. I think you understand that they would not hold that sort of consistency, and that's why you asked the question, is because you know they wouldn't. So you know that these people, that even the ones that defend Trump, if it were in their own backyard, they wouldn't do that. So they're doing it out of some blind allegiance and trying to excuse things, which they shouldn't. I agree 100%. But at that point, when someone's ignorant, a lot of times it's not by choice. A lot of times it's because of the situation they've come out of. So taking someone who's ignorant, and rather than trying to gently...
That was a demonstration of that was a demonstration of willful ignorance. There's a massive difference between ignorance. There's a massive difference between ignorance being born out of like socioeconomic factors related to education, upbringing, financial well-being, and how all of these, this complex interplay of societal factors would like play into like how much knowledge you have in the world around you.
And really, I'm all for debate and getting the truth out there, and hopefully it does change some people's minds either way, as long as all the facts are out there.
She said everybody makes mistakes. She called grape a mistake.
I didn't hear her say that. I really didn't.
She said everybody makes mistakes. She was also talking about abortion, being like perpetuating, like willfully perpetuating misinformation about what abortion is, when it is held, what it leads to, demonizing individuals that would hold to pro-choice views.
Well, I would
absolutely virtue signaling on behalf of the unborn to justify infringing upon the rights of women.
Well, we
the
would
more
disagree
I like
on-
say
we
this
would
out
disagree on a
loud,
lot of
the
these things,
further the picture gets painted that she is going to be a terrible mother.
We would disagree on a lot of things. You and I, obviously, abortion we'd be on opposite sides of, but that's not really why I came up here. I just want to say, you don't have to be a jerk. You don't have to be mean-spirited. You don't have to try and attack people, attack their arguments. Show that they're flawed. Show that they're wrong. That's great. But don't be an asshole.
I think that there is the right time for not being a jerk, not being an asshole, attacking an argument because you think it'll spark change either within the participant of the debate or individuals watching. And then I also think there's a time for calling the shots as they are. I think that we should socially scrutinize and honestly, to some extent, shame, right, those individuals that would pertain to the bottom of the barrel. There shouldn't be a platform. There shouldn't be societal compassion and acceptance towards people who legitimately cause harm, and they do so willingly. Like, I don't know why this expectation is placed on so many people, especially on the left, but I think it's a false expectation.
I'm not
I think
placing
that
on the left at all. I'm
I'm
saying
completely
both sides.
justified with it. I think I'm completely justified by engaging in social scrutiny of like point blank period evil people. I think that I'm beyond reasonable if I want to tell a horrendous human being that they're going to make a bad parent. Who knows? Right, that may be what will lead to change because obviously reason, rationale, and sympathetic debate hasn't.
Well, I disagree. I don't think that what you're doing is necessary. I'm all for discussion and sharing your viewpoints and debating policies, but I think you definitely err on the side of being more like Trump than you would probably like to admit.
Okay, I have a question for you now. Since you're Jesus 2.0, why the hell are you voting for Trump?
Hold on. See, this is exactly it right here. Why am I Jesus 2.0? Because I just asked you to be kind?
Come on, that's kind of funny.
It wasn't funny at all.
No, I mean, you're obviously like coming up on my live to Tone Police. I think I've like given multiple explanations towards how I would wasn't necessarily unacceptable and how it might even be acceptable.
You've proven my point for me, so I'm going to leave because you can't be kind.
Well, Chris, if you are willing to go so far to leave my space because I called you Jesus 2.0, why aren't you going so far to leave Trump's supporter base when he made fun of a disabled reporter? Or, I don't know, launched a social attack on the rights of women? Or, I don't know, engaged in racism saying that Kamala Harris isn't black? You know what I mean? Like, I think that there's going to be some obvious, discrepancies there. But we're going to move on to our next guest. Chris just came up to Tone Police. Tone Police seemingly doesn't really work on me because I am pretty careful with my words and how I use them. Colin, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying Dean is confident and sassy. Trump is a jerk. Hell yeah, I like that distinction. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Colin in that chat. I really appreciate you. What's going on? How old are you? And eBay, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. I really appreciate you. Alyssa, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for schooling Jesus 2.0. I really appreciate you for the love, Alyssa. W's in the chat for all the donors. Thank you guys so much. Rin, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 28. I'm doing all right.
Are you voting for Trump?
I'm not. I just really want to say, fuck that guy. He has no idea what he's talking about. Women absolutely treat their daughters that way all the time. Like, my best friend and I have really early childhood trauma from events that we went through. And yes, women, mothers, parents really do think that way.
Hey.
So that's all I wanted to say.
Based Rin. W's for Rin in the chat. Yo, what a fucking W, all right? W Yap. Let's get a W Yap in that comment section. We love you, Ren. You're phenomenal. Massive W Yap. Phenomenal. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much. Massive W's for Chelsea for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here as we speak. Massive W's for Ren. That's so based. Absolutely. W Yap. W Ren. Moving on to our next guest. Everybody just give us a minute. Jesse, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying Trump's a real asshole. Absolutely. We're going to move on to Tanner. I'm surprised Parker isn't live yet. He's probably setting up right now, folks. Awesome. W Ren, hell yeah. All right. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. We're gonna move on to our next guest. What's up,
Yeah,
Ricky? How are
why
you?
should Kamala Harris give all our tax money to all the immigrants?
Okay, so can you name like one federally funded program to undocumented migrants?
All the immigrants in New York City.
So that is a state level funded program, in fact.
State level funded program.
Yeah.
What about all the free housing? All the free fucking tax money? What about all the food stamps? The $15,000 in food stamps, the $5,000 in free spending.
Yeah, actually. So no undocumented migrant can get.
No. Did you know Switzerland hasn't had a war in 600 years? Hitler was
Yeah,
too
that's
afraid to
probably-
invade them because they couldn't fucking. They were mandatory to own guns.
I'm so.
She wants to
confused
take
on
our
what's
guns.
going on. No, she doesn't. That's a lie.
Why are you guys so sick in the brain to vote for this lady? She is literally going to destroy the country.
Outlast, thank you for the subscription. And if Donald Trump is elected, the death.
Anything she is doing, anything she says that she can do now. You guys forget that she's the vice president.
Okay, so I have a question. How is Kamala
What's your
Harris going to
question?
destroy our country?
All these immigrants. What are you talking about? Ask anybody. Everybody
so
tells you.
undocumented
You guys
migrants
just,
destroy
you
the
guys just
country.
ignore.
Okay, so you think that immigration destroys the country. So how come Trump shot down Lankford's bill in the Senate 2 years ago?
I don't know anything about that.
I'm going to inform you about it. Just listen. So about 2 years ago, we had this guy named Lankford. He was a senator, a Republican senator, actually, and he drafted a phenomenal border bill that would have ended the crisis 2 years ago. Had bipartisan support in the House and the Senate. He was a great guy. Maybe not. I'm not going to go that far. He was Trump endorsed. Probably not a great guy. Anyways, Trump then called the Republicans in the House and the Senate, told them to vote against Lankford's bill, right? Specifically for the reason that he can use this as a talking point for his campaign for re-election today. So if immigration destroys our country, and Trump actively thwarted a good border bill that caused more immigration, does this mean that Trump is placing him so far above the country that he doesn't care if it's temporarily destroyed as long as it increases his chances of winning re-election in 2024?
See, okay. Yeah, I got nothing to say, brother.
There's multiple instances of Trump putting himself above the country.
Okay, can I ask why you are voting for Kamala?
Yes, actually, you can. I was just going to give you another example of Trump placing himself above the country, and I'll use this as my first reason why I'm voting for Kamala Harris, right? I just don't vote for Trump, right? For the main reason being, predominantly, he tried to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government and to rig the outcome of the 2020 election because he didn't like that he lost. So imagine this. The year is 2020. Everybody just went down to the ballot box, cast their vote. Then Trump goes on Fox News on November 9th, and he's like, all the votes for Biden are illegal. If you just count the legal ones, I win. And then he gets together with his lawyers and sends fake certificates of ascertainment to Congress to be counted as real, to literally nullify the voice and the vote of every single American citizen that voted in the 2020 election to be made the president again just because he wanted to. That is him literally placing himself above our country, circumnavigating around our civil and electoral processes for personal gain. Isn't that like an insurmountably good reason not to vote for Trump? Because we care about our democracy, we care about our country, we care
What
about our
about the inflation? She can change all the inflation right now, but she doesn't.
That's actually
What about the borders? Why does she have the borders open and letting all these people come in?
It's actually super
They know that they are going to come in and they're going to have no consequences.
Carrie, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal to school racist Ricky on immigration.
Why should our tax
Yeah, I think
money
it's
go to
actually
them?
time we just address those claims. I really appreciate you for the $20 on PayPal from Carrie. So why do you think immigration is bad?
Because they steal our jobs. They're getting all of our tax money.
Okay, how could you say that they steal our jobs and get our tax money? Stealing our jobs would imply that they're W-2 workers, and since they're citizens, they can't file for tax returns, so they'd be paying more in tax.
Why do they get
not.
free housing? What about all the homeless people in America?
The homeless people in America that Republicans haven't done anything about for the last 20 years, except for Trump is now proposing that they should be sent to jail and locked up. Do you really care about the homeless people in America? Because if you did, you'd be a Democrat.
What about Kamala Harris saying that she can just swipe a pen and destroy all these people's lives and put them in prison, destroy their families, destroy their relationships? What about all that?
Oh yeah, there's a great.
She admitted to that.
There's a great C-SPAN clip out there of Kamala Harris talking about the accountability that she had to take on as a prosecutor. She recognized the power of being a prosecutor, being able to
She said she
wipe
loves
out
it.
someone's life.
She said she loves being
now
able to do
you're-
that. 2019.
now you're lying.
Nope, there's a
you're lying.
video of it.
I literally watched the video yesterday. How much do you want to bet?
Oh, did you? Did you watch it yesterday?
Yeah. How much do you want to bet? Money? How much money do you want to bet that you're right and I'm wrong? I like to make money off of this very silly interaction.
Bro, nobody's going to give you money.
Well, I mean, you're just not confident in this shit that you're spewing out of your mouth. Can you admit that you just made that up on the spot?
I didn't make that up.
Sure as hell you did.
No, I didn't.
Fuck yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Fuck yeah, you
Why
did.
is the richest man in the world sending millions of dollars to this man just so he can keep his fucking place?
Okay, who's the rich man and who are they sending money?
Elon. What about him? He's the only person doing anything in this fucking world.
Elon actually pulled out of the $35 million that he had pledged to donate to Trump.
No.
You guys
Donald Trump denied that was happening. And I don't
Solana,
think he
thank you
was
for the
being
$5. I really appreciate you for that love. And Chelsea, thank you so much for the $10. And Alyssa, thank you for the $10 as well. I really appreciate you guys for the love. You're
We
just kinda,
got
like, pivoting point to point to
5,000
point.
retards in this fucking.
All right, I apologize for his use of slurs. Literally, fucking, of course. Of fucking course. Ruben, I appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo. Thank you for the love. Of fucking course. I apologize for his use of the slur. Common bigotry of the right. Yeah, I'm kind of at my wit's end, chat. Not going to lie. I'm going to go ahead and end my stream for the night. But before I leave, hit that follow button. Shelby, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for nobody. I appreciate you for that love. I go live and I have these discussions every single day of the week. They're so much fun. I live and breathe for these damn lives because of how much I love them. I don't know. It's great. I really do love it. So if you enjoyed the content today, hit that follow button. Even if you didn't, if you're a Trump supporter, hit that follow button too. I'm going to be back tomorrow. But low-key, we're gonna raid Parker, and when we do, I'm gonna hop in his guest request and see if he accepts me. But no one say anything about it in the chat. Just spam Dean raid. If he wants to co-host, he'll bring me up. But yeah, anyways, if you guys want to join my Discord, that link is discord.gg/Dean. I hang in there out a lot. Sorry, holy shit, I can't talk. I hang out in there a lot. That's also where I kind of send like announcements about who I am, what I'm up to. I'll definitely be really active on Discord when I'm filming for Jubilee. So if you kind of want like an insider's peek of that, make sure to join. Once again, the join code is just my name. But anyways, would y'all spam Parker's @ in the chat? Because we're going to go ahead and we're going to hit him with a fat raid. You're learning so much? Yeah, dude. Loki, I learned so much by listening to debates. I really hope that there's at least a handful of people out there that are able to learn and take away a lot from these discussions. Spam. Oh, okay. All right, here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, everyone head over to @Parker Get a Real Job on TikTok. Head over to @Parker, Parker Needs a Job. All 4,000 of you guys head over to @Parker Needs a Job on TikTok. I'll be over there myself soon. Spam Dean Raid in the chat. I love you all. See you all over there. Bye, guys. @Parker Needs a Job. Spam Dean Raid. Adios.
One, type MAG in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. If you are voting for Trump and you have not been on my live before, we're going to start getting people here very, very soon, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Ain't no way, bro. I'm 24, man. I've been watching for a while. Well, not a while, but on this stream, but, Dude, that's crazy, man. Yeah, I'm definitely voting Trump.
Why so?
I think he, on like the overall ideology of freedom and issues like abortion, he points us in the right direction.
Okay, so he points us in the right direction on things like abortion and freedom. So do you think it's the right direction to limit people's freedom of speech and freedom of expression?
Definitely not.
Okay, so Trump saying that he would
put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. That's against the First Amendment, freedom of expression. Now, are you against that? Because that's a reduction in freedom.
Putting someone in American prison for burning the American flag, I'm really not completely against that if you're in this country.
But respectfully, that's against your freedoms.
But respectfully, that message is to tear down America. So why would you let someone...
No, it means that someone's arguing against how the current government is running.
I completely disagree. I think if you were just trying to get rid of a sour government... Hold on. If you were trying to get rid of a sour
freedom
government...
of speech and says that they want the U.S. government to fall, do you think that they should be put in prison?
No.
Okay, so how is that any different from burning the American flag?
That's a good point. I don't know if he said that, though. You know, I'm not going to comment on that too much.
He did. It's actually in one of my recent videos I just posted on my main account. I can show you right now if you'd like him saying that.
Yeah, can you actually pull that up?
Yeah, so...
Not because I don't believe you, just, for the sake of the live, get some good info out here.
Well, people already know this. It's specifically just you.
Well, not because I've been watching a lot and you would make claims and, I don't always see the source, so... It's important to...
I got you.
Important to put it out there.
Legislation that if you burn the American flag, you go to jail for 1 year. I don't...
Dang. Well, I don't think that's big enough of a deal to, consider myself to go for Kamala.
Okay, so you're also pro-freedom. Are you pro-life?
Yeah, I'm pro-life, but when you involve the law into it, like, I see both sides of it.
Okay,
but
so
like, for example,
I like be illegal to get access to an abortion.
So I like Trump's policy on abortion because he leaves it up to the states, and that points towards freedom. I'm not going to decide for the whole country that abortion is okay. Instead, I'm going to let each state decide.
Is abortion murder?
I mean, a murder, like, technically you're taking a life, so technically yes, but I do think there
so
are
if it's murder, you think
exceptions.
Murder should be left up to the state in certain contexts?
Yeah, 100%.
Murder should be okay. So what's the difference between this type of murder and other forms of murder that means this form of murder should be left up to the states?
Well,
but
murder
other forms
is
of
just
murder
very
shouldn't?
broad. The murder is very broad. You have like accidental manslaughter, and like you got to look at each case
I'm talking
individually.
direct murder.
What can you
like
repeat the question?
Intentional unaliving of a human being.
Yeah, that should obviously be illegal in every state, but each state
so if it
can
should
look
be
at each
illegal
case.
in every state, and you think that this is murder, then you think it should be illegal nationwide.
That's not true at all because I said
If
my
you don't
personal.
think it should be
Because
illegal
I said my
nationwide,
personal. I
then
said
you
my
think that
personal
murder
opinion.
should be left up to the states.
No. Listen, I said my personal opinion does not mean I think it should be law. And that's where Trump is taking his personal opinion. He's pro-life, but he's letting the states decide.
So
I'm pro-life.
that means he wants murder to be left up to the states, which again, my point would then be is that you can't distinct this type of murder from any other form of murder. That means this type of murder should be left up to the states, but other forms of murder should not be. And that's my fundamental issue with this, is that you would think in any other context, it is insane to say that you should leave murder up to the states.
You're agreeing that abortion is murder right now?
No, I don't think abortion in the first trimester is murder.
I
What
think
what I'm saying is that if you do think it's murder, well then under your own worldview, you're saying that murder should be left up to the states, which is radically insane. Okay?
it's
Under
not
your
because
own
I
world.
understand. It's quite opposite of radically insane because I understand my opinion does not mean it's fact. It's an opinion, right? So you're asking me my opinion, and then you're claiming that I think my opinion is fact. But I never said that. I think if someone has an abortion, there's obviously different reasons they have this abortion in different instances. Is it technically, according
that what
to
you said isn't
definition,
true?
do you think abortion is taking a life? Yes or no? Ending a life.
Yeah, human life, sure, and lethal.
So you
abortion
agree it's
context.
abortion? It's a murder.
I don't think it's murder until the fetus is sentient, which doesn't happen until likely speaking around the 18 through 26 week range.
Okay, so do you put any responsibility on the couple for getting together and making love? Like, why do we ignore that part in the conversation when they go into that engaging in that engagement in their bedroom? and then they come out of it with a baby,
Because it's not
why do we
sentient.
never hold that responsible?
Because it's not sentient. I don't care.
It's not sentient. So you're saying someone's freedom to just bang and have kids is okay? Like, how many abortions would you allow someone to have till you think like till it's kind of weird, you know, till it's like
Infinite.
okay, a woman gets pregnant 12 times and she just keeps getting abortions.
Yeah, in the first trimester, you can get as many abortions as you want.
At 14 weeks, you really think a woman could
Yes.
have 12, 14, 15 abortions and it's
Yes.
perfectly fine?
Totally fine.
Dude, that's odd, bro.
The only thing that would be is that there would be a risk towards their health. That's it.
A risk towards their health, bro.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about policy here, right? And we're talking about how Trump deals with this. Why is it wrong to give that right to the states, though?
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much, Ashley. Why is it wrong to give it to the states? Because
Yeah.
it's the case that under your worldview, if you think abortion is murder, you're leaving murder up to the states, which you can't distinguish this form of murder from any other form of murder to mean that this murder should be left up to the states, but other murder should not. And if you're talking on my worldview, you're going to restrict women's access to abortion, which I think
Why,
is a bad
why do we
thing.
have to talk about my worldview and your worldview? We're talking about what's best for this country and what's most fair and what's most just.
Yeah, well,
We're not talking about my worldview.
Yeah, we are. So when we have a conversation with
worldview.
me and you, we're talking about what our worldviews are for what this country should look like. Okay, if you don't think that we should be talking about our worldview, then shut the fuck up and leave. Okay,
Relax,
because you
big
don't
dog.
care. I'm totally relaxed because you don't actually care about your own position. You do actually care about your own position, and that's why what you just said there was dumb. Appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much.
So the problem with our country is everyone thinks their worldview is right. So you're basically saying,
Of course,
I need
you
to
think
take...
your own worldview is right. That is like the most trivial statement ever.
Okay, so
Otherwise, you wouldn't hold that worldview.
abortion is taking a life, right?
Not always, but in the sense that you're referencing, it is.
So you think at any point, once that baby
I don't
is
care about
conceived,
human cellular life. I care about human sentient life.
but you're admitting it's a life, right?
At conception, life at conception, yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying is when you asked me, is abortion murder? I'm saying yes because you just admitted it's a life. So in my
Wait,
in my
Roots,
worldview,
I don't care about life.
Hold on.
You care about a zygote? Go for it. It's a single cell organism. That's insane. To say that a single cell organism is just as valuable as me or you.
Bro, it's developing into a human being, bro.
Developing into one isn't one.
Okay, this is what I'm saying is you're going off topic about Trump's policy, which was to give it to the states. Why is it wrong to
Which,
give it
under
to the
his own
states?
worldview, is leaving murder up to the states, which is insane. That's so crazy.
So he's leaving murder up to the
Murder
states.
under his own worldview up to the states, yes.
Under Trump's worldview?
Yeah, under Trump's worldview, because he said he's pro-life. He's leaving murder up to the states.
Isn't that exactly what we need in a president? Someone who can acknowledge the other?
You don't leave murder up to the states if you're president. That's
So
not how
you're-
it works.
Okay, so let's
I
make
would
this
not
clear.
hope that my president leaves murder up to the states. I would hope my president wants to make murder illegal federally.
So we're talking about abortion. So you're admitting abortion is murder again.
Again, not under my view, under Trump's view.
Under
and if
Trump's
you agree,
view.
and if you agree with Trump's view, then it's murder left up to the states under your view, not mine.
So do you agree?
Now,
you
the
think-
reason why I think it's wrong is because he's restricting women's access to abortion. He's limiting women's rights by overturning Roe versus Wade, by putting people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, right? I think that's bad because it restricts women's rights. I care about women's rights. Do you care about women's rights?
I care about women's rights, but this is not a women right.
It is. It is women's rights.
It's not a women right at all.
Women's
to have an
rights to
abortion.
choose what they want with their body is absolutely the right of a woman.
It's
now,
much
I
bigger than that.
guarantee
It's
you,
much bigger
if
than that.
Men, if males would get pregnant, that this would be legal, and there would be no concerns about it being left up to the states.
You ready? I'm about to blow your mind.
Because it's
I'm about to blow your
women,
mind.
you want to enforce what they should do with their own bodies.
All right, ready? I'm going to blow your mind, bro. Let's say a woman makes it to about 30 weeks pregnant. You know, everyone agrees that this baby should be carried.
At 30
right?
weeks, there's an induction of labor. You understand that, right? It's not a non-lethal abortion.
Hold on. I'm not making
At
a point
30
on abortion.
weeks, it's a non-lethal abortion. It's an induction of labor.
Okay, so let's say everyone agrees this baby's going to be had. The mother is happy having the baby. The abortion is not in play right now. This mother has a baby in her womb, and everyone is telling this mother, do not drink, do not smoke, do not do these things with the baby. It will hurt the baby. And then the mother says, well, don't tell me what to do with my body. It's my body, my choice. So according to your worldview and your logic, this mother with a baby in her womb who's about to be carried out should be able to smoke and drink and do whatever she wants that's going to cause defects upon that baby because it's her body, her choice, right? So don't tell her not to drink and smoke because you're taking away women's rights.
What you're not understanding is that it's going to affect a sentient being, okay? If someone gets an abortion prior to the context of sentience, that is never going to affect a person. So
you're agreeing there's
absolutely,
a right.
a woman should have a right to do what they want so long as it does not affect a sentient human being. Absolutely. So why do you want to restrict women's rights as it relates to an embryo that is non-sentient?
Because you said
What
in your
good
opinion,
reason do you have to do that?
because they were the one that made the action to go into the bedroom and make love and have this child unprotected.
I don't care.
So
Wait,
when
most abortions come from failed contraceptive. So I hope you know that most people are using contraceptive, and it is the case that you can still get pregnant if there is failed contraceptive.
most abortion comes from failed contraceptive, that's another factor you have to check there, dog.
Look it up. Look up most abortions from the Guttmacher Institute.
I think the only way that happens is if they put a damn condom on their nose instead of their,
Roots, you know that condoms aren't 100% effective, right?
Dude, they're like 99% effective. 100%.
Not in practicality.
What is practicality? We're talking
It
not in
means
the,
that
we're talking
people
the
don't
real world.
It means people don't use them correctly necessarily.
Okay, look, we're getting off track.
But
All right.
it doesn't mean that it's because of their fault. It's because of how our sexual education exists in our country and that we don't have proper sex education. Now, instead of sitting there and blaming women, which again, it takes two people to tango, you should sit there and you should say, how about we create conditions so that this is less likely to happen in the first place by broadening access to sex education, by broadening access to healthcare, by broadening access to these types of basic amenities that allow for people
Sex
to engage in
education.
safe sex.
That is a good point. Sex education. Why should we increase sex education to prevent these things? Why should we do that? Because what does it teach?
Because it teaches people to engage in safe sex.
Okay, so why do we teach people to engage in safe sex, Parker?
Because it is the case that it reduces the likelihood of STDs, of possible abortions that could negatively impact your medical health.
Okay, so your worldview is we need to increase sex education to prevent abortions from happening, correct?
So it's not just to prevent abortions from happening. Because under my worldview, again, I think people should have the choice to get an abortion prior to conception or prior to sentience. But if they do get an abortion prior to sentience, that can be negatively impactful to their bodies. So obviously we want to prevent unwanted pregnancies by specifically incentivizing people to go out and to use safe sex. Okay? Like engage in safe sex.
So don't you think allowing abortion, Roe v. Wade, incentivizes people to not have safe sex? Don't you see the contradiction here, bud?
No, it doesn't incentivize people to engage in
Yes, it definitely does, bro.
Because it is the case that people still have negative impacts in terms of their body if they get an abortion in plenty of contexts.
No
people
one is
don't
taking
want
abortions
to-
away from
Listen,
people who really need it for their health.
Roots. People don't want to become pregnant so that they can abort the baby. They become pregnant as like a
Because of lack of sex education.
No,
is what
not
you said.
Not necessarily. I say it does happen at a higher rate because of lack of sex education.
Okay.
But it's not solely
Exactly.
due to that. Most abortions happen from failed contraceptives. So again, people are using the contraceptives, but it is the case that it doesn't specifically limit it in that context.
Okay, so Trump says, let's let the states decide what that limit is, and let's let the states decide their sex education, what they teach, and for some reason you think this is bad. Instead, you are saying, no, we need to make it national law that abortion is allowed. And you think that's a more free ideology? Isn't that taking rights? That's taking more rights away than saying, I think abortion is wrong. You accuse the pro-life people for taking away women's rights, but yet you guys want to take away the rights of people who believe that life is good and that life is sacred. And you're saying we don't care what you think. We don't care about, let's say it's 50-50. We don't care about 50% of the nation's population that believes that life is sacred because, you know, these people, and then you cite sex education. You say the main reason is because people aren't educated in terms of safe sex. So you're basically saying failure of safe sex is the number one reason people need abortions. And yet you're saying,
no, that's not
we
what
need to allow that. And then that would incentivize it, bro.
No, what I said is that engaging in safe sex can limit the amount of abortions people have. Obviously, that can be the case. I didn't see it was the main reason why people get abortions. You're making that up. Secondly, if it was the case that it was a 50-50 sort of thing, it wouldn't be the case that Trump would have changed his position from a nationwide abortion ban to leaving it up to the states. Because it is the case that he loses on saying there should be a nationwide abortion ban. Okay? It is not a 50-50 thing. It is predominantly speaking that people are pro-choice.
Nah, I mean, yeah, to a certain extent, like, I believe that's a life. I believe you're taking a life at any point. But, you know, you still believe that it's, you know, you have a certain amount of choice in you, a certain amount of
Lovey,
pro-choice.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. So, I have a question, right? You think a zygote is a human person, correct?
I mean, it's a developing one.
So you don't think it's a person?
It's a person.
Okay. So I'll ask you the question.
I'll ask you the question. How many continents are there?
7. Zoe, thank you for the $4.
How many NBA teams are there?
Thank you so much. Jesus Christ. Is this a human life?
I don't know what I'm looking at. That could be anything.
Is this a person?
It might be. It might be a lamb. It might be a frog. I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know.
I can't tell. I can't tell by looking at that.
Let me ask you the question. If I showed you a picture of a person, would you be able to identify in typical that it's a person and not a lamb?
Most of the time, yeah.
Okay, so why in this context can you not?
Because it's very early in the developing stage of a human.
So at that point, you have no clue whether or not it's a lamb or whether or not it's a person.
Correct. Let's wrap up the point here. There's no point you're making. You're just...
Do you typically mistake people for lambs?
People for lambs. If you show me when they are first conceived, yeah, I'm probably more likely to mistake the two, but...
Yeah, so like the point I'm making is that it is the case that I don't typically mistake people for lambs, but in this context, you're mistaking a person for a lamb.
So everyone that engages in sex pretty much has the idea that this is going to bring the risk of conceiving a child. So when you pass Roe v. Wade and you say abortion is going to be accessible everywhere, it's basically taking away that responsibility of those people, because you can never deny that fact that when those people went in the bedroom, they knew a possibility of it. But you're basically saying you don't care. You know, you don't care that they made that decision. They made a conscious decision where they know that this contraceptive might not work. But, you know, we're talking about incentivizing and decentivizing. It's like, bro, I mean, again, if you bring it back to Trump's policy, what is your problem with allowing the states? Like, let's focus on your prompt on the screen. What is your problem with allowing Trump to leave it to the states, where a lot of states go on the liberal side and then a lot of states go on the conservative side? It's so funny because you sit here and you tell me, Parker, that most of the country is pro-choice, but yet most of the states are leaning more towards pro-life.
Most of the states don't lean towards pro-life. There are just some states that do. About 12 states specifically restrict women's access to abortion in the context of rape. Okay, so it restricts 1/3 of women's access to abortion in this country. That's 1/3 of the scenarios. That's not most. Okay.
So again, what's wrong with Trump?
States still deserve rights.
So you think Trump should Kamala should come in and force everyone to allow abortion? Isn't that kind of messed up?
No, I don't think it's messed up to be able to codify Roe versus Wade and ensure that great victims have access to abortion and that people aren't negatively impacted in terms of their inability to be able to get access to an abortion, given that they exist in a particular state.
In what states don't allow great victims to get an abortion?
Places like Idaho don't allow for people to. In plenty of places like Texas, right? It is the case that people, even in the context of rape, aren't able to get access to an abortion.
You're telling me they can't just go to another state?
So, It is the case that people can go to other states, but in some states they check to see if people have, and then might prosecute them based upon that. Or it is the case that even in the circumstances in which they can within their state, I mean within a different state, it is the case that it's hard for them to be able to go to other states to be able to do this in the first place, because you'd have to take off days for work, right, in order to be able to go that long, right, which isn't affordable for plenty of individuals. Christina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Ryan, thank you so much for the $5.
So
Ryan,
grape
thank
is
you for
obviously less than
$2.20.
1%. It's obviously less than 1% of cases, right? No one is saying
I needed to restart the live because it wasn't sending out, and secondly, I had like a bunch of back pain. I don't know how to explain it. Like a lot of back pain. It was like really bad. So I needed like a second to like stretch and stuff, and calm myself down before I came back. I feel a lot better now. A lot better now. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was like a pinched nerve or something. It was something like with my back. It was like super painful. But I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. So don't worry, everyone. Do tap that screen. We are hydrating. Trust me. I have my water right here. I got it right here. I've been drinking a lot of water. I'm fine though. I'm fine. I feel good. I feel a lot better now. I just needed I needed a second. I had a little bit of pain, but we're back, everyone. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. We're going to start getting people up here, everyone, in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Why'd you get kicked? I actually didn't get banned. I ended the live myself. I needed to restart the live, and I had back pain and stuff like that. So that was mainly it. But yeah, everyone do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well. Everyone, if you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now, and we will bring you up here. We got a while on the live today, everyone. We're going to be on all night. We're going to be on all night. So we still got a while. Feel so much better now, so don't worry. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Are you voting Trump?
Of course.
Why so?
The economy was way better. A lot of personal reasons, but yeah, we can get into them.
Okay, so like the economy being better, does that mean that it was caused by them?
Well, I saw the other day you and Harry and whoever else gave the credit to Biden for inflation coming down. So kind of contradicts the statement about the president not even.
When did I do that?
Just the other day on your live, I saw you say, "Oh yeah, Biden did a great job with taming inflation," but then before that, you were like,
I think you're mistaking me with someone else.
No, I saw it.
Well, I've never said that, so unless I was relating to, unless I was like saying that like someone's view was that if something happened under the administration, it was caused by them. But like I wasn't saying that myself. I promise you.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so why do you think the economy was good just because of the Trump administration?
Corporate tax rates.
Okay, what makes you think that the corporate tax rates being at the rate it was did anything good for the economy?
Yeah, it brings back companies to America, which naturally brings back jobs.
Could you have any source though?
Do I have a source? It's economics. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, I studied economics. Now, would you like to tell me what source?
I bet you I could go search up right now. Yeah, how many companies moved in to the United States
due to the Trump tax policy, and you have no clue. So, like, if you don't have any source, you're just assuming this to be the case.
You want to look it up?
Well, do you have a source?
I don't have a source in my back pocket. I'm sorry.
Okay, so then why'd you make the claim?
Because it's economics. All right, so what was the...
Yeah, and I promise you I know more about economics than you do.
Okay, all right, that's fine. So what was bad about the corporate tax rate then?
Thank you for that.
What was bad about cutting it?
Much. Well, historic rates were higher, and we didn't really see large issues with the economy. So I don't know why you'd say it's like beneficial to decrease the corporate tax rate to like 15%, which is what Trump is advocating. Now, do you think a relatively low corporate tax rate is okay? Because I mean, other countries around the world in Scandinavia have similar tax rates to that. But the 15%, I mean, I don't see that to be necessary at all.
Okay, Scandinavia operates way differently than we operate. One.
How so?
Two, just the way that our government functions. But two,
Like, give me an
Trump
example.
never said
What
15%.
specifically?
I have no idea. I just
You have
know
no
that-
clue? I see pain. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. So if you have no clue, why'd you just say that?
Scandinavia and countries like Sweden, Switzerland, they operate way differently
Switzerland?
than take any Nordic country.
I promise you, you could not point to me where Switzerland is on the map.
I used to live in Switzerland, so
you wouldn't say it was a Nordic? Is Germany a Nordic country?
sure.
Yeah, really?
I mean, if you want to argue,
I think I would just consider
if
Germany
you want to
Western
argue
Europe.
about the geography,
The
of
Nordic
Europe, that's
countries I
fine.
typically refer to are Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Finland.
Okay,
Those are like
great.
the typical
Let's-
ones that
yeah,
I
let's
reference.
play
Now, when you're
gotcha.
saying Nordic countries and you say Switzerland, and you said you lived in Switzerland, I'm really confused.
Let's play gotcha about countries.
So
You want to
Germany-
talk
Germany
United
is
States
Nordic?
and the election, or you want to talk about countries and territories and?
Well, I mean, obviously the geography wasn't good, but you lived in Switzerland?
Of course I did.
And could you point out to me like where Switzerland is on the map?
Of course I could. All right.
So if you were able to point to me where Switzerland is located, is it north or south of Germany?
It's up your ass, buddy.
I'm just asking, north or south of Germany?
North.
Jesus Christ, it's not north of Germany. Jesus
All right,
Christ.
cool.
Yeah, I knew you couldn't do it. I knew it. I knew it. You were lying.
Of course I was lying. I didn't fucking live in Switzerland.
Jesus Christ, dude.
All right, dude. Let's talk about Kamala and Trump. Let's not talk about freaking Europe.
Okay, what do you want to know?
So,
Think of this
policy-wise, what do you like about Kamala versus Trump?
Yeah, I prefer the policy as it relates to the holding pharmaceutical companies accountable, the capping of pharmaceutical drugs across the board. Bridget, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much for everyone. I think that's a really good thing because I think that pharmaceutical companies are taking advantage of the public.
Wasn't that a
Is that a
Trump
good
policy?
example?
That's a good example. I like that one. Wasn't that a Trump policy?
So he had an executive order that was non-enforceable. Now, if you're telling me you do support it because Donald Trump tried to get it passed, well then why don't you support this?
No, I do support it. I just said I did support
Okay, so
it.
if you do support it and it's more expanded, that's not what Trump has advocated for. He hasn't advocated for it and expanded to all different types of pharmaceutical drugs. So if you do believe in it, well then my question would be is, what policy do you not like about it? Because I can give you the $25,000 subsidy for new homes that for the building.
You know what
of
I don't
homes
like
and
about
to
it?
help people with affordability.
You know what I don't like about it? I don't like that that's not her policy. You go on her website and
That
there's
is her
not
policy.
a policy on her website.
Yes.
So how can you say, oh, this is something she's advocating for? We don't even know what she believes. I'm not a one-issue voter. I don't.
She
believe
just
in
recently
Trump
dropped
beliefs.
these.
I vote for policies. Where's her policies?
I just told you a few of her policies.
Where are you getting these from?
Her. She said it at a rally.
At a rally back in 2020 or recently?
No, like it was what, 2 days ago?
All right, cool. Is she gonna post it on her website?
I would think she'd have it posted on her website, but so far, but just look up Kamala Harris economic policies release.
What about the tax on tips?
That was both Trump and Harris.
Yeah, I know. So that's something that she mentioned at one of her rallies, right?
Yeah.
Do you like that policy or do you not like that policy?
I don't have an issue with that at all. I just think that like the way that you define it is going to be a bit ridiculous sometimes. Like it's going to be left to Congress, and if Congress defines it to allow people like me to pay no taxes, I think it would be hilarious, but I think it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, can you imagine people like me don't have to pay taxes because of no tax on tips? That's insane.
Well, I also read that I think 2/3 of like service workers won't even be affected by it because they don't make the minimum salary to even like qualify.
No. What I would say is that that, along with the fact that a lot of people don't pay taxes on their tips already, because it is the case that appreciate the thank you so much. They just don't report it. They take cash.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. But for the ones that are like distributed throughout the business that you just add on to your credit card, then that counts.
Okay, I don't know what you're saying.
I'm explaining the tax on tips. I'm not arguing with you.
Oh, I don't know what you're explaining about it. No, you can't really explain anything about it because you don't know the conditions of what the no tax on tips would apply to. Like, you can just assume that it's applicable to like typical like circumstances as it relates to service, but you don't really know what the qualifications are going to be.
So do you dislike that policy? Do you wish Kamala didn't say that?
Kamala.
Oh.
No, I'm happy she said it.
Oh.
Yeah, because
why are you happy?
It shuts y'all up. Because you guys didn't care about the no tax on tips. You guys were just saying it because Trump said it.
You're so disingenuous. It's crazy.
I'm not disingenuous at all.
You're so disingenuous.
How am I disingenuous?
With everything.
Alyssa, think of the dollar. How am I can you tell me what I'm being
so that's two
disingenuous
policies.
with?
No, we're gonna see. We're gonna figure it out as we
Can you
talk.
just tell me what you're being what I'm being
I
disingenuous
watch you every
with?
night. I don't have a source for how you're disingenuous. I'm just telling you that's
I'm not
what I
asking
see.
you for a source. I'm asking what you mean. And if you watch me every night, well then you should probably listen then.
I do listen.
Actively.
I actively listen.
Do you like critically think about what I'm saying?
And yeah, I really try and get in your head and figure out where you're coming from, but every time I just have no fucking idea.
Okay, what about
how you think?
What? Give me like a scenario.
Okay, so you named two policies that she hasn't even outlined yet, that she's just merely said. So can you give me...
What do you mean by outlined?
When you run for president, you have a website, and first of all, you give interviews. She hasn't given an interview.
She has given an interview. Do you want me to show you an interview right now?
Oh, the interview with Tim Waltz that was pre-recorded
No.
to put out?
No.
What? Then what is it? So she talks for 2 minutes to some reporters on the street.
Sure. Well, I mean, you just look at it in terms of what we are talking about, for example, around children and the child tax credit and extending the EITC.
So
Parker,
when we do provide
Parker, you
them like
cannot
an
tell
exact
me.
source of that occurring,
Parker.
they then change the narrative. You see how quickly he moved the goalpost?
Parker, you cannot
think
tell
that's
me.
really funny.
That's embarrassing that you're classifying that.
It's
as-
embarrassing how fast you move the goalpost.
I didn't move the goalpost at all. That's not
You're
an
like,
interview.
she doesn't answer any questions. She doesn't take any questions. I show you a scenario of her taking questions, and
Thank God she took 3 questions on the street for like 5 minutes. That's not a sit-down interview.
Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, you want to sit down and interview? Okay, I would
Yeah.
love for her to do a sit-down interview with me too.
I would tune in. Sure.
Yeah, exactly. So it's
You
just
should
like,
try and get her.
I would love to. I would try my hardest.
You should reach out. I
don't-
bet you she wouldn't
reach
even
out.
do it.
How the hell am I going to reach out? I don't even.
I
have
don't
a
know,
team.
dude.
Myself?
Yeah, email her.
Email? You think we're going to see my email?
All right, let's go. Let's keep talking.
Okay.
So when you're president, like I was saying, you have a list of policies on your website,
Yeah.
and you are
So
specifically
can I
saying
ask you a question?
What?
What is Trump's healthcare policy?
I have no clue.
Did you know he doesn't have one?
He sucks at healthcare policies.
He said he was going to
That's the
repeal
one-
and replace the ACA like
That's
9 years
his
ago.
one
Like 9
flaw
years
in
ago.
healthcare.
Like 9 years ago, and I still don't know what his policy is for healthcare. I still don't know.
Well, Obamacare was a shit show, so he had to just run it like
Can you tell me what's bad about the Affordable Care Act?
sucks.
Tell me what about it?
Too expensive.
Too expensive? Did you know it's not as expensive as the typical system?
That's just not true.
Okay. So would you like to provide me any source indicating that? Because I can show you.
Dude, I don't have
Look at that mustache.
I don't have like a laptop next to me like you do with all your freaking notes. that you read from, and you like scroll down.
It
to
covers
the
more and
topics.
it's cheaper. Also, by the way, like it saved people's lives. Brian, think of the money I.
Of course, it saves people's lives.
Not only has it saved people's lives, but universal healthcare systems.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Disingenuous is when.
Not only has it saved people's lives around the world. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Think I'm disingenuous in every scenario, whatever. Not only does it save people's lives in the United States, but universal healthcare systems like cost half as much as the system does here in the United States, and they have better average health outcomes. So there's really no reason to sit here and act like it is the case that our current healthcare system is okay for the people. Okay? Because I think that we're just living a delusion there.
I didn't even listen to what you said, but whatever.
Okay.
It's probably bullshit.
Yeah, probably. So I said that it is the case that we spend half as much per capita on other healthcare systems around the world in terms of universal healthcare than we do here in the United States. And we have better average health outcomes in those places.
So, what's your solution? What would be better? What does Kamala think, honestly?
She wants to expand access to the ACA.
Would that increase wait times?
I don't think it does. So, like, when we look at the context of wait times, would they listen? When we look at the context of wait times, what people are not taking into account when they're looking at wait times is how many people don't get access to care or have to wait because they can't pay for it, because they can't afford it. So that definitely generates wait times in the United States, because actually in the United States we have less physicians per capita. So if we have less physicians per capita, that means it is the case that we can produce less services here per individual comparative to the countries that have universal health care.
Okay. Cool. That sounds like a good plan.
Okay, so like I'm really confused.
All right,
why
Kamala.
we disagree with that.
Kamala just won my vote, actually. Kamala. Because of her one policy on healthcare that's not really a policy.
So,
So
you
we'll
say
take
that
that one
I'm
for Kamala.
disingenuous, but I really do believe that that's a bit of a projection, because it is the case that I just gave you a scenario where we could do something effective for our healthcare system, and instead of acknowledging that, you immediately tried to make some partisan hack argument out of it, which didn't even actually make any sense. Now, instead of responding to my points there, you decided to give me that bullshit.
Okay, let me respond to your points. I disagree that expanding into a socialist healthcare program would be beneficial.
Can you define socialism?
Dude, just listen for a second, and then I will answer your questions.
Okay.
When you're talking about expanding it, you're only focusing on one group that would benefit, and you have to take into account everyone. Like, yes, okay, if you were to expand it, the people who wouldn't normally be able to afford it would now be able to afford it, and okay, the wait times for people from before like get decreased. Like, that's fine, whatever. But what about the people who can afford it and now have to wait? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So would you still have the privatized healthcare, or would you blanket everyone into one?
So here's what you're saying is that you're putting the privileges of people who are already rich over the necessities of people who are poor. Now think about that for yourself for a second. Okay? Is it better to protect the privileges of the people who are rich or the necessities of people who are poor? Because to me, coming from someone who's been privileged, right, I think it is way better to protect the necessities of people who are poor and people of this country than it is to protect the privileges of people who are rich.
Okay, I agree with that philosophy, but pragmatically, I think that it goes too far when you're talking about healthcare. If you want to talk about like homelessness.
Born to be, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't think there should be any homelessness in this country. We could eradicate homelessness for pennies on the dollar of our federal budget. Okay? The fact that we haven't done something about it yet is disastrous and is a moral absurdity. It's ridiculous. Like, we spend
Right.
more on
I think
rapists and
everyone
criminals
would
like
agree.
Donald Trump than we do on people who are homeless in this country. Appreciate the hand art. We spend more on criminals in prison, like it should be Donald Trump, than people who are on the street that need help. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. That's not a reason to take away stuff from people who are in prison. That's a reason to benefit people who are in scenarios in which don't have a house. Housing should be a right. Healthcare should be a right. Food should be a right. Basic necessities are a fucking right. Every human deserves it.
I agree,
Point
but
blank
Parker,
period.
it's just not like, how do you do that?
How do you do that? What do you mean? We are the richest country in the history of the world.
How do you
Instead of
give everyone
spending
a house?
hundreds of
Okay,
billions
and
of
how
dollars
much are
a
we
year,
in debt,
almost $1
Parker?
trillion a year on weapons of war and destruction, right? Let's spend money on people here at home that need it. Let's take money from the tax cuts of the rich, right? And let's give it to people that need it. We absolutely can
I was
afford it
with
in
you
this
until you
country.
said that.
There's always a question of how we can pay for it when it comes to people's health care, when it comes to people's housing, when it comes to people's basic needs. But there's never a question of the cost of to this country when it comes to tax cuts for people who are rich, for bailouts of plenty of industries that benefit rich people in this country. Never is there a question about how we are going to afford that, but there is always a question about how we're going to afford basic needs. Now, let's ask ourselves the question, why do we do that? Tell me.
Why do we do what?
Why do we question the money going to people that need it, but we don't question the money going to corporations and rich people?
Okay, so you have to separate corporations and rich people, first of all. And second of all, should we just fund our entire country based on the top 1%? Who already pay an absurd amount of taxes. I mean, if you want to go look at the tax code and tell me, let's map it out. You go look at it. What's a fair share, Parker? What is defined as a fair share of taxes? If you want to go look at it, and then we can define, okay, they're not paying enough taxes. Maybe they're paying a little bit too much taxes, and then we can
More
really
than
look at the numbers.
proportional to their income.
To just say,
more
oh,
than
let's tax the
proportional
rich.
to their income. If the top 3 billionaires in this country have more wealth than the bottom 50% of the country, appreciate it. Thank you for the subscription. Yes, they should be paying a predominant amount of taxes. Are you trolling? Okay.
And they do.
When people don't have basic necessities, when people can't pay their medical debt, when people don't have housing, you're
So go
telling me
look at
they
the
should be
taxes.
paying a predominant share of the taxes when it is the case that people are talking about how many yachts they can buy, how many BMWs they can give to their 16-year-old. Right? That's the question they're thinking of, okay? I would rather take away from the extra BMW to the 16-year-old than specifically take away from the food on the table of the children that need food in school systems that Tim Walz provided. Signed universal school lunch and breakfast that benefits the kids in this country that would have had to go to school with an empty stomach. That means so much more to me than it means to give people an extra fucking BMW or an extra yacht, right? That means so much more to me.
Dude, I don't get it.
What do you not get? Feeding children is better than a rich person having a yacht.
I agree with you that nobody should be homeless. That everyone should, no one should be hungry. Blah blah blah.
Wow, you're
I
a
get all
fucking
that.
liberal. Wow, what a communist. Oh my god.
But then you conflate the 2 points and you say, oh, if you're a Republican, you think, screw all these people at the bottom. And if you're a Democrat, no, you're in support of like giving these people homes and making sure they're not hungry.
I care about every single person, okay? I care about
and
people.
so do I,
What
but
do
you
I want
conflate the
society
2
to look
points
like?
and you
I want
say-
society to look like a place where you are happy of the conditions that are given to everyone. Not one if you were put in the conditions of someone who was in a different class than you are that you would not like it. Everyone in this country should have a basic standard of living. No one in this country should be without a house. No one in this country should be without healthcare, without education. No one in this country should go without food in their stomach. We can provide all of that easily, okay? We're just talking about how much convenience we have to take away in order to provide the necessities of all these people. Okay?
Okay.
We
so
have
then
so
what
many conveniences, and yet it is the case that we can take care of everyone's needs. This isn't communism. This isn't socialism. This isn't
it's
some
kinda
crazy
is.
idea. This is something that we can do in the United States because we are the richest country in the history of the world.
Thank God. So I think that's the difference.
So then
No.
why can't we do this? Tell me
I-
why the richest country in the history of the world, the most technologically
I'll tell you why.
advanced point in human civilization,
Can I tell
cannot
you why?
provide healthcare, housing, and education for every single person in the country.
Can I tell you why?
Tell me.
I'm just gonna talk. Because if you give everybody everything that they need / everything that they want, they're not gonna want to work for it. And the one thing that we know that works is incentives. You said you know a lot about economics. So what happens
You
when
don't have to get rid of incentives to make sure that people have their necessities. You have no idea about economics. I
so-
studied economics.
so
You
how-
can still provide everything
Thank
that
God you
people
studied
need and
economics.
still create an incentive. I have a degree in economics.
Okay, good.
So I've looked at that. Now that
Good.
doesn't mean that people don't deserve necessities. Don't use
Human beings
economics.
deserve
Don't use economics
necessities.
to say that people don't deserve necessities.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying in America, humans deserve necessities. But in America, we do things a little bit different than if you were to go to like Germany or Switzerland, where I grew up, or
Shut up.
name a country in Europe. Okay, it's a little bit different.
Name 3 countries outside of the United States.
Dude, I just named 2. You don't think I can name 3
Go for
countries?
it. Name 3.
Oh my God. Bro, I'm not going to name 3 countries.
You just name 3.
You think I'm on like Jimmy Kimmel on the street where I like, I don't know any 3 countries outside of the United States.
Yeah, go for it. Just do it.
Okay, ready? Let's go Spain. Let's go Switzerland, like I've already said. Let's go China. Let's go Singapore. Let's go Japan. Let's go Mexico. Let's go Venezuela. Let's go Canada. I mean, dude, I'm not gonna name countries. Like you're a clown for making me name countries.
How many branches of government are there?
3. Dude,
What are they?
shut the fuck up.
What
Dude,
are they?
You're so
What are they?
legislative. I forgot the other 2.
Are you trolling? Just tell me.
No, I'm not trolling you. I don't know the how many presidents there have been in the United States.
Okay. Average
I'm not sure.
MAGA.
I'm really not sure. I couldn't point to Switzerland on a map.
Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Well, we've already talked about the corporate tax rate, which I think benefited everyone. I think it benefited the middle class.
If you're talking about the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which entailed the corporate tax rate, it is the case that predominant amount of those taxes went to rich people. So it benefit rich people more than it did the middle class. Now name me one policy
What did
that
it
Donald
benefit?
Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people.
But did it benefit middle class at all? Would you say or no?
Yes.
Did it hurt them?
But at a lesser rate than people who are rich.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to look. I haven't heard that before, so I would have to look, and I just know that it benefited people, period. So if you want to say proportionally, rich people benefited more than middle class.
Significantly, overwhelmingly rich people benefited more than the
All
middle
right.
class.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I would have to look and read more about it, but I'm glad that you're saying that it actually had benefits, because normally I feel like you would come on here and say, "Oh no, it's horrible. We have to tax the companies 35%."
who are so wealthy because that creates deficits, which predominantly negatively impact the middle class.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, so the tax cuts that you're referencing for rich people add lots of debt. For example, if you extended the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, it would cost $3.9 trillion over 10 years. Now tell me how you're going to pay for that.
You're not. That's not going to happen.
So if you're not going to revise the tax cuts, did you know that your Tax Cuts and Jobs Act specifically leads to literally decrease in after-tax income for the lowest quintile in the middle class, while an increase in after-tax income for the top 1%, top 0.1%, and the highest quintile? So it quite literally takes money from poor people and it gives it to rich people.
Okay, that's not going to happen, but okay.
Okay, so are you going to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act so that doesn't happen?
Yes.
Okay, so that costs $3.9 trillion over 10 years.
Great.
Now, how are you going to afford that?
You just talked about giving everyone in the United States.
How are you going to afford that?
Add it on.
How?
Add it on. What are we at? 35? And dude, you want to talk about
how are you
money?
going to afford the 3.9 trillion?
You want to talk about spending money? What about the Inflation Reduction Act?
Wait, how are you going to talk about?
Didn't really reduce.
By the way,
inflation.
the Inflation Reduction Act reduced the deficit. I just want to let you know that. It was deficit reducing.
What did it do to inflation?
I think in the short term, it had a marginal.
If you were really netted out.
So the Inflation Reduction Act had basically, in the short term, no effect on inflation. The effect on inflation is long term.
Yeah, it had an effect on inflation.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did.
No, it didn't. So the CBO indicated that it basically had no statistically significant impact on inflation in the short term, because it is the case that it's about long-term stability of energy. Because it's about making us more energy independent, so we don't rely on foreign countries.
Parker.
And it's not inflation reducing now.
It clearly had a negative impact on inflation, meaning that.
Give me any source indicating that?
I thought you were an economics major.
I did, and I'm asking you for any source that indicated that.
Okay, so let's pump money into the economy. Let's pump a bunch of money in the economy. Stimulus.
The Inflation Reduction Act was deficit reducing.
I know, and it probably wasn't deficit reducing.
Trump added more to the debt than Biden did. Trump added $8.4 trillion to the debt. Biden-Harris administration added $4.3 trillion.
Okay.
Okay, so actually who added more money to the debt spent significantly more money is people like Donald Trump. Now that's why I'm sitting here and I'm asking you, how are you going to pay for that $3.9 trillion spending bill that you're referencing?
Add it on. What is Kamala going to do?
So no response.
Wait,
you see how they have no idea how to pay for it. They have no clue.
Parker, so it's
just
coming
going
to
be
an
debt
end.
spending.
It's coming to an end, right?
You're going to deficit spend $3.9 trillion to give predominant amount of tax cuts to rich people and to large corporations.
I don't want to cut you off. The tax code is coming to an end, like you said. Whoever gets elected president is going to have to do something, and that's going to add debt to the deficit. So whoever gets elected is going to add debt to the deficit. So don't act like, if Trump gets elected.
The Biden-Harris administration added significantly less to the deficit than did the Trump administration.
So there you go. But would they add debt?
They did add debt, yes.
No. Would they add debt?
Yes.
If Harris were to get elected. Exactly.
I'm not saying, but it would be less than that of Trump, given the history.
Okay, then there's your point. But before, you were just saying, Trump would add $3.9 trillion. And that's what I'm talking about disingenuous, is you don't mention that either way, the debt is going to get added.
No, not the same amount of debt. There's going to be less debt
all right.
under a Democratic administration.
Then you should have said that.
I've said that to you now 4 times.
After I basically made you say that, Parker.
No, I've said this multiple times.
Well, you didn't say it when I was on.
I have, multiple times.
After I just laid it out and you had to say it, or else you would have contradicted yourself. So
No,
you're welcome.
I said it multiple times. You just
No.
didn't listen.
I did. I promise you I did.
I promise you did, because I said
Okay.
it multiple times.
Okay, let's argue about that then too. You're so good at getting off topic and then arguing about these little things, little gotcha points.
Okay. Speaking of gotcha points, would you
Sure.
vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
If I thought that the woman or jury was lying, yeah.
Okay. What evidence do you have that the jury is lying?
Well, I guess not so much the jury, but I don't think she told the truth. And I think that
Can you
if
give me one lie that she said?
well, I think she was married at the time. So one, she would have had to cheat on her husband, which could have done.
Yeah, being sexually assaulted is not
where it
cheating.
happened.
Sorry to break it to you, but being sexually assaulted is not cheating.
Well, first she said that it was consensual.
No,
So
she never said that.
Yeah,
you
she
don't know what you're
did.
talking about. What was the name of the victim,
Carol,
What was her name?
E. Jean Carroll, something Carroll.
Okay, name
Last
one
name.
piece of evidence submitted in the case.
All right, so where did it happen?
Name one piece of evidence submitted in the case.
No, I'm asking you, where did it happen?
New York. Name one piece of evidence submitted in the case.
No, Parker, where did it happen?
I'm asking you. Name one piece of evidence submitted
I'm
in the
going to
case.
get to the evidence by
Answer the
asking you
question.
where it
Name
happened.
one piece of evidence submitted in the case.
I don't believe the evidence, so I'm asking you.
No, name one piece of evidence submitted in the case.
I keep telling you, I don't believe the evidence. So I'm going to ask you, Parker.
No,
where did it
answer
happen?
the question. You don't know. Name one piece of evidence submitted in the case.
Parker.
Can you name
She
one
said it
piece of
happened-
evidence submitted in the case?
She said it happened in a dressing room.
That's not the evidence submitted in the case. I'm
Okay, so
asking
what's the
evidence submitted
What are
in
you
the
talking
case.
about evidence then? What are you talking about?
So can you name one piece of evidence that was submitted in the case?
No, I don't have it pulled up on my second monitor that you do.
Okay. I don't have anything pulled up on a
Okay,
my monitors
so
are
so
this
let's
way,
go.
by
So
the way.
let's go.
I'm just
Tell
letting
me.
you know my monitors are this way.
Cool.
Not this way.
Let's go.
What?
Tell me the evidence then, since you have
Yeah,
it.
so there were multiple friends that relayed the exact same story specifically that was told to them decades ago. There were medical records of decades ago, her explaining this story to a therapist. So there were plenty of things that indicated this particularly from decades ago that showed not a state of mind now that she wants to hold him accountable, but a state of mind decades ago that he specifically did this. Okay? So do you think that since it was a political push, right, that 23
was
years
political.
prior to filing it, she knew that he was going to run for president?
Parker, regardless if he did it or not, it was political based on the timing
No.
of the trial. Yeah.
No, because it is
yeah.
the case. Listen, the reason why it's not political is because there were medical records showing at that time that she explained it to her therapist. Now that means it's not political because you're telling me then that in the 90s she possibly knew that it was going to be the case that he was going to be president or run for president. Now that's fucking insane to say that. So realize reality and understand that it is the case that he more likely than not did this because a jury unanimously determined that he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, well, her reasons are probably different than the New York State Attorney's reasons.
What? You just muted yourself. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I just got a call. I don't know what her reasons were for waiting 10 years. I have no idea. But based on what I've seen,
Victims typically either wait decades to come out with their story, or it is the case that they never come out.
Sure,
Okay?
that's possible.
That is what's typical
I'm just
with
saying,
victims.
Okay. So was it sexual assault or was it rape? Because I've seen you say both on here.
So it's both. The sexual assault and rape are both referring to forceful penetration against someone's will. You understand that in this scenario, she was forcefully penetrated in her vagina against her will. Do you consider that rape?
Yes.
Okay, so would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of raping a woman?
Civilly liable?
Mm-hmm.
If he did it, no, but I don't believe he did it.
Okay. Would you vote for someone who was held? Would you vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
See, that's the one thing I saw you say the other day. I don't get that part. What is that? Where is that coming from?
I'll explain, but would you like to answer the question first?
No.
You would not? So what I'm showing there is that it is the case that both scenarios have civil liability, but you reject the civil liability in the case of the victim being a woman, but you do not reject the civil liability in the case of the victim being the child, which shows me that you do not think that raping a woman is severe enough. You think that raping a child is worse than raping a woman insofar as that raping a woman wouldn't lead to you not voting for someone.
What I was saying was, if he sexually assaulted a child, I wouldn't. If he sexually assaulted a woman, I wouldn't. Now, you can add in the civilly liable part and try to do that. That's fine. But I believe that the jury was against
in both
him.
scenarios, it was civil
In
liability.
both scenarios,
you did not reject the standard of evidence in the civil liability of the victim being a minor, but you rejected the standard of evidence as it relates to the victim being a woman, which tells me you specifically do not think that raping a woman is severe enough. That's what it tells me.
One of them was an actual case, Parker, so I can look at the evidence and say, no, I don't think this happened.
You can still engage in this reasonably in terms of a hypothetical.
Okay, so let's do a hypothetical. So in the same scenario, right? He goes to court, but this time it's not her who's bringing him to court. It's the parents of this child who's bringing him to court, right? And he was found civilly liable for sexual assault of a minor, like you were bringing this up, like a hypothetical scenario. Okay? I would still be like, oh, I don't think that this actually happened. Yes, I'm going to vote for him. But if he actually did, then no, I wouldn't vote for him. In both cases, Parker. In both cases. There's no difference in my mind, between, like you were saying, because rape a woman versus sexually assaulting a minor.
So you wouldn't vote for someone if they were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
If I thought that the evidence was bullshit, then I would still vote for
you
them.
didn't even know what the evidence was, and yet you still disputed the case.
Because I don't have the evidence pulled up right in front of me like you do.
I don't either.
I promise you do. Show your phone.
Show my phone?
Yeah, let's. No. Your real whatever you're filming on.
This is my iPad.
So
in order for me to go off of my iPad,
let's see your monitor setup. Because I know you have a good monitor setup.
My monitors are over here.
Yeah, I know.
I have Dean's Live, and I have 2K.
You always say you have 2K. I doubt you have 2K. That's always like your go-to. Oh, I have 2K up. Let's see it. Loading 2K. All right, good. Good switch. That was a good switch. Why would you have 2K up for no reason?
I always play 2K, genius. I
Obviously
set it up, but I haven't
when you're on a live, you don't. Dude,
I always play it on live. What are you talking about?
You don't play 2K on live.
You ask anyone in my chat all the time. I always play 2K.
You probably suck.
I'm all right. I'm not too good. I'm getting better. I'll tell you how many hours I have on the game.
Do you play Madden?
Here, I have 195 hours on the game. That's all from me playing while I'm debating. I literally took I made a character on my career. My career player is 87 overall, and I didn't buy any VC. Okay?
That's pretty good.
That's all from me playing my career while I'm just debating people.
Nice.
Okay.
How much money do you get from these donations?
I'm not telling you, bro.
Okay, bro.
Well, I'll tell you. I have I've made almost nothing from live today, other than Martina. Thank you for the $42 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Martina, with the $42. Thank you so much. He doesn't believe in evidence. I totally agree. That's what I've made so far since beginning my live.
Nice.
How much does Trump get from his donations to be able to appreciate the love painting? Thank you so much. Pay for his defense fund.
I don't know, man. You have to ask him.
Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you. Yikes. Okay.
All right. I gotta hop off.
Okay.
It's getting late.
All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you voting Trump?
Yes. And I just really, I'm not going to try to like have an argument with you, but I really believe in smaller government. I know you've heard about the what happened in Germany in 1923 with hyperinflation, the printing of money.
Did you know that there was a greater increase in the M2 money supply under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, I mean, as far as I know they kind of, the government has a tendency of, I don't really trust government stats on far as how much we spend.
Okay, if you don't trust government stats, then how do you know we have a debt problem?
Well, we have a $35 trillion debt
Wait,
problem.
so you trust the government stats?
Huh?
So you trust the government stats that we have 35 trillion? Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much.
Well, it's what they allegedly say we have 35 trillion.
But you don't trust it, remember?
Well, you can't always trust the government and everything, but...
Okay, so why do you trust the 35 trillion?
No, I mean, it's not good. I mean, we should, but the thing is...
Wait, why do you trust the 35 trillion? You didn't answer that.
Why did I not?
Appreciate that you're amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. You said you don't trust government stats. I gave you a government stat as it relates to the debt, and you trust it.
Yeah. But do you think maybe possibly we had more spending under George W. Bush and Obama during the Gulf Wars? I mean, that's my issue. I have like the Federal Reserve.
What?
Really not
I don't even know what you're talking about right now. I don't see how that was relevant to what I was saying. The point I was making is that the Trump administration spent more than the Biden-Harris administration as it relates to debt-related spending. $8.4 trillion for the Trump administration, $4.3 trillion for the Biden-Harris administration, $4.8 trillion non-COVID related under Trump, $2.2 trillion non-COVID related under the Biden-Harris administration.
Let me ask you a question. Well, do you think a lot of that spending on both administrations was due to the COVID money, which I did not agree with?
If you just listen to what I said, I just addressed how much money they spent that was non-COVID related. Gail, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Gail.
But my point being is
Andrew, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Andrew. Can we get some W's for Andrew? And Anna, thank you so much for the $16 on Cash App. And Tristan, thank you for the $5. Let's get some W's for Anna, Tristan, Gail, and Andrew. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate y'all.
Well, my point was when they started all this thing that they're going to spend the COVID money as far as giving us out the freebies. My whole point was that I knew that inflation was going to hit. I mean, I knew it, and it seemed like none of the parties are addressing the out of control spending, and that's what troubles me. I'm actually a Ron Paul supporter. I like his foreign
think of the
policy.
dollar. So you say you want to reduce spending. If you were to look at this, you would then say you'd vote for Harris because Harris led to a lower deficit.
No. It sounds
Yes,
like
that is a fact.
Harris is $1.7 trillion and crazy. Like they're trying to.
That's over 10 years. That's over 10 years. Trump wants to spend. Trump wants to spend more than that with his tax cuts as it relates to large corporations. $3.9 trillion a year, or $1 trillion over 10 years. 3.9 trillion. Lucas, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Lucas in the comment section? Thank you so much, Lucas. I really appreciate that. Let's get some W's for Lucas.
But when they start saying they're going to give it some of estimate on spending, they always spend a lot more. Like look at the Gulf
What?
War. And I think we have, like I say, we have.
So
spent
Trump's 3.9 trillion is going to be more than 3.9 trillion.
No, I think we. I mean, actually, I'm not. I'm holding both parties accountable.
So how is Trump going to pay for his 3.9 trillion dollars a year, trillion dollars over 10 years in tax cuts?
Well, tax cuts. When it comes to me, I want to ask you this simple question, and it's really easy. Have you ever had a poor man give you a job?
Huh?
A rich man is going to give you a job. A poor man is not going to have the ability to give you a job. So to me, it makes a lot more sense.
Did you actually know that people demanding goods and services creates jobs? The whole reason why a business can make money in the very first place is because there's a demand for that good or service.
That's
Did you know that? So in order for them to be able to have a business in the first place, there has to be people that want to buy their good, which includes poor people with money.
That's true, but who has the money? That's the thing. I mean, we gotta consume what they produce. The thing is, if they got to a point where they think, well, hey, if they're gonna raise my taxes, I'm gonna
Joshua,
say, hey,
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
they're gonna say, hey, I'm gonna hold my money back, and I'm gonna cut down. I'm gonna unemploy people. So I mean, that's my reason of thinking. I mean, because I know it goes down to the poor, and I know we're the consumers. But I think we need to be more part of the manufacturing country, manufacturing our own products instead of buying from China. I really think that we, like I said, we invest too much in, I say the warfare state and the welfare state. And I get this from Ron Paul. I really like a lot of his sayings because now we used to have our Federal Reserve backed by gold. And now, I mean, I guess
there's no reason to use gold, but like the point I would make is that, like, dude, I already gave you a response to this. If you don't care about the deficit, your whole argument here is about the deficit, then I don't know what to tell you. There's no conversation to be had here.
Well, there's a deficit is a 1 year thing. The debt is total of all the presidents. The debt is only 1 year. They can cut the deficit how they cut the deficit is cut this crazy out of control spending, like 900, how many trillions to Ukraine? I just don't. I'm sorry, I don't see no
We didn't
point in
send
that.
trillions to Ukraine. That's a lie. We sent $107 billion to the Ukrainian government.
Well, I take that down. Let me rewind on that. Yeah, it's billions, but still, that's a lot of money. I think we spend too much foreign aid on people that are not actually our friends.
Anthony, thank you for the $25 in a non-COVID donation. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Anthony. But yeah, is there anything else you want to say or talk about before I go on to the next person?
I just and also, like I said about the welfare state, I'm really concerned. How I've been hearing they're giving, like, is it true? How much are we giving these illegals?
There's no federal policy giving undocumented immigrants anything. Can you tell me what federal policy is doing that?
I've been hearing something about $3,800 a month.
Nope, not even close. That's ridiculous.
Well,
You're literally hearing conspiracy theories.
Okay, so how they're getting the benefits? They're getting some kind of benefits. What kind of jobs are these people doing?
No federal policy is given to undocumented immigrants in terms of, like, support. I would love to hear what federal policy does that. You can say that there are rumors about this. There are rumors about plenty of things. Now, what's the evidence?
I mean, I can definitely try to look that up.
Okay. All right. Well, you should do that. Appreciate you coming up.
Okay, but do you understand some of the things that was?
No, I don't care. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, Shelly, thank you so much for the $5.
I'm voting
Shelly.
for Trump 100%.
Are you driving?
No, I'm not. I'm sitting at a dock right now getting loaded.
Okay, why are you voting for Trump?
Well, he's got better policies than the Democrats. He's for the people of the United States.
Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
The Democrats lied about the unemployment, or about how many people they employed in the last 4 years, or they were short 814,000.
Timmy, the Democrats don't come up with the unemployment numbers. It's the Bureau of Labor Statistics, who also did it under the Trump administration. Dario, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Chat, by the way, I don't know if
What policies does Harris have? What are her policies? What is she going to do for the country?
Wait, are you from the United States?
No. What is she going to do for her country? Go on her site.
What state do you live
policies?
in?
What
state do you live in?
I live in Wisconsin.
Okay. So her policies, right, are specifically to eliminate medical debt in this country. Her policies are specifically to provide a cap for pharmaceutical drugs in this nation, like they did so specifically with the $35 cap on insulin, right?
She did not do the $35 cap on insulin. That was the Trump era. No, it was the Trump era. Look it up. Look it up. It was the Trump era. You're wrong. It was the Trump era. Yes, it was.
Okay. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Yeah, not only are you driving, but it is the case that clearly that was an executive order that was non-enforceable. Just letting you know. I also might hit a restart everyone. I don't know. I think this account just, it hits 30% and doesn't go beyond that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hey.
Are you voting Trump?
You hear me? Yeah.
Why so?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, is there a way you can move to a place with less background noise?
Well, let's take this. Oh, yeah, sorry. Hold on. Is it better?
No.
It's better?
Yeah, yo.
All right, hold on. Oh, yeah. Sorry, How about this?
I'm sorry. I can't do it. I'm not doing that today. I apologize. I'm really sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alright, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Angel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Angel. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Tria, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Give me some W's for Tria in the comment section right now. Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I don't know. That's my opinion. I was actually just curious. What grass were you smoking earlier?
All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I don't know. As a young person, I see the Kamala stuff. I don't see a lot of the you go to our website, you see the About Us stuff. You don't see any policy. That's a little weird.
She just dropped policy.
When was that? Yesterday?
Like a few days ago.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't looked through all of that stuff. It also just
check it out.
It rubs me the wrong way. I was definitely not a Trump supporter last election, but the way they kind of just threw Biden out, don't know if that was really his choice.
He chose to drop down.
Right, but yeah, it just kind of seems weird how it was, if I just feel like the Democrats could have elected someone a lot better in their primary. And like I said, I'd usually probably vote Democrat.
They voted Biden-Harris. So if Biden steps down, Harris steps up.
Right. I understand that. I just think there was a lot of other candidates that kind of got snubbed of that if they had a free primary.
Name one.
I don't know. I really I'm kind of a Bernie supporter. So if you go back to
Bernie wasn't in the 2020 primary.
No, I know that. But if you go back to 2016 when Bernie kind of got snubbed.
I'm asking you, in 2020, who was a better candidate that you wanted to vote for?
Honestly, I would have liked to see Pete Buttigieg in there.
Buttigieg wasn't a candidate in 2020.
Yeah, there was no candidate.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, because they didn't have a primary, right? That's the thing, is there was like a few opposition to Biden, but it's like no one's going to run against the incumbent if they're not running a true primary. So that's like what I would have liked to see. That's just like what kind of rubbed me.
I mean, I meant in 2024, by the way. But
oh yeah.
But yeah, in terms of 2024, there is no other candidate. Of course, Pete Buttigieg would be great, but like, why is Kamala Harris worse than Trump?
I don't know that she's like necessarily worse. Like they both, I think, have their issues, and it's kind of just like where the money's coming from is how I look at it. But I'm more concerned with.
So why are you voting Trump over Kamala Harris?
Honestly, I'm just more concerned about like global conflict, stuff like that.
How does Trump make global conflict better?
I think like thinking about Trump term, thinking about like wartime stuff like that. We weren't like looking to get into new wars under Biden Harris. It's been a rough go.
We were. There was a self-proclaimed war on ISIS by Trump. There was an assassination of a top military general in Iran. There was specifically a 450% increase in drone strikes in the Middle East. What do you mean?
Yeah, from what I've seen, I just think that, you know, this war in Ukraine, this escalation in Israel and Palestine, like those issues, I don't know. I just don't feel Kamala has the ability. And then you see people protesting that.
None of those things were caused by the president's.
Right. It was just, you know, I just don't see Harris. Biden didn't handle it as well.
Do you think FDR caused World War II?
No, I just think they didn't handle it.
He was president.
Right. I just think Biden didn't handle that as well, like global politics.
What could he have done that was better?
I don't know. I just think, I don't know. Honestly, if Biden was in there when Ukraine and stuff like that, or I mean, if Trump was in there, sorry, I just think that he would have handled things differently. There was a little bit of like a stronger sense of like, you can't do this. This is a NATO country, that kind of stuff.
No, so Ukraine is not a NATO country.
I understand that, but I just think there was a stronger sense of like, this is America. No one's going to step on us, that kind of stuff with Trump.
No,
and I'm not saying
that's just what you feel like. There's no evidence supporting that view.
Right. But I just feel like that's where, you know, there's a difference. My main concern too with Kamala and the Harris Walz ticket is you see people protesting about this like Israel-Palestine stuff at her rallies, and she immediately just shuts it down. And it's like, you know what?
No, she literally addressed it. And also, they should be protesting the Trump side, but they're not protesting the Trump side because they know that they're less likely to take into account what they're saying.
I just think it's weird. I mean, I'm glad that's their attempt to protest and maybe get like Harris.
So they're conceding that Harris is better by protesting Harris and not protesting Trump.
Yeah, I can understand that. I don't see it a clear path forward as Harris Walz saying like, oh, we're going to stop this war here. We're going to, you know.
They're advocating for a ceasefire. Trump is not advocating for a ceasefire. Trump actually argued against a ceasefire because they said it would make, you know, Kamala Harris look good.
Right. Yeah, I understand that point. I just think where I'm at now, and I don't think it matters. I'm in a blue state, so it's like, you know, you kind of feel like you don't have that anyway. So I'm like,
so you know, again, I'm not hearing any reason why Trump is a better candidate. I'm just hearing reasons why you don't like the Democratic Party, and reasons why you don't like the Democratic Party doesn't show that like you don't like the Democratic more than you don't like Trump. And
right.
Devin, thank you for the $75 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Devin in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Devin. Let's get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Devin. That is crazy. Let's get some W's. At least 75 plus W's in the comment section right now. Yeah, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad? Thank you for the hand.
Yeah, I just think, I mean, kind of in the same sense to where we've gotten at in politics at this point, it's the same way from the other side, right? You know, you're saying, oh, you're just finding ways you don't like Trump so you can vote for the Democratic Party, you know, that kind of thing. I don't like either party because it's, you know, how much money you want to spend on an election can win you, that kind of stuff. And that's what really concerns me with like the state of politics now is, you know, what billionaire and that kind of stuff. And I would say Kamala, and like, I haven't looked through the policy, but I have heard some of the stuff she said about like taxing the billionaires more, taxing wealthy, that kind of stuff I really do like. It's just like, I don't know. I hope that's true. And she doesn't get in there and go, you know, kind of do the same thing and go, okay, now I'm in here and I got strong armed by these bureaucrats and I can't do anything now, you know, that kind of thing.
I'm not hearing a reason why you're voting for Trump over Kamala Harris, but yeah, I appreciate you coming up, man.
Thanks, man.
Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much, Beanie. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's get to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I don't know. It might be a restart worthy moment. I don't know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alright, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alright, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We're at that point on this account where it's like it's sending out enough where it's like there's a lot of people in here, but then it's like I know it's not pushing out in terms of algorithm. So it's like I'm in like in a weird position. Because if I restart, it could be the case that it doesn't even send out to the position I am right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 25.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I value conservative values over liberal values.
Like which values?
Well, I'm pro-life for one, but that's probably religious side, not so much policy
You
side.
think abortion is murder?
Yes.
So why do you think murder should be left up to the states?
Well, because it'd be the same for the death penalty, wouldn't it? And I'm for the death penalty.
You think the death penalty is murder? So why are you for murder?
Because I believe there's exceptions. And some
Pro-life,
people-
really pro-life for you.
Well, yeah, that's one point. But
Yeah, so again, why do you want to leave murder up to the states? Thank you for the confetti. So, like, can you distinct to me, like, the murder of abortion under your worldview from any other type of murder, insofar as that you would say that this murder should be legal, but other murders should be illegal under certain states?
well, I believe in accountability. So some people, they deserve it.
Okay, so why should murder be left up to the states instead of federally determined to be illegal?
Because I believe people are making a big deal out of something that's like California can have some laws, but Nevada, Arizona, Utah, they can decide their own. I don't think federally you shouldn't be making the laws for everybody.
Yeah, you just said that it should be left up to the states, but it is the case that if you leave it up to the states, you're leaving murder up to the states.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. But if
Under
you
your own
just,
worldview.
well, why does it have to be federal though?
Oh, so you don't think murder should be federally illegal?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so if you don't think murder should be federally illegal, or if you do think murder should be federally illegal, and you think abortion is murder, well then murder should be federally illegal.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. But when you decide if you're pro-choice, you don't think abortion is murder, do you?
No, I don't think it's murder in the first trimester, not even close.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the problem. That's how we view stuff differently, and that's what would differentiates you from me.
Okay. Alright. Alright, everyone. I'm going to hit a restart on my live. I need to go pee as well. But I'll be right back, everyone. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Follow me on this account. I'll be right back. I'm going to go live again. Just going to hit a quick restart. We're going to get some people up here in a second. Tap that screen. Let's run up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Hopefully we can get some push on this live. If not, this account just might be destroyed. Parker, your energy seems low today. I'm fine today. Don't worry about me. All right. We'll get some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I mean, it could be because the DNC is on right now. I guess that could be the case, but I don't know. It just like, it's really weird. Yo, Lovey, thank you so much. I appreciate the $3. Thank you so much. Can you post your sources somewhere? Yes, I will. I'll make sure to get everything posted. All right, let's get some person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 52.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, I'll tell you something. I'll tell you why. Well, before this weekend, I was on the fence. You know, I was. I don't like his rhetoric. I'm a God-fearing man. But I certainly don't like Kamala. You know, she's not...
Kamala?
Anyway, she's not... You know what? She's... Anyway, I won't even go there. My point being is I was on the fence, and I was like, Lord, give me a sign, because I cannot vote for that person, you know? And I'm not going to say her name because, you think that's funny, how I speak? Is that funny to you? Anyway, let me get back to my story, okay?
I think you can say Kamala.
It's Kamala, sir.
Are you trolling?
I'm not. So anyway,
you should be respectful and you should say Kamala.
Okay, just won't say her name. How about that? Okay?
You can say Vice President Harris.
Sir, I won't say her name. Okay? So I was on the fence because you know what? I'm a God-fearing man. I understand Trump is imperfect.
Would God like the fact that he's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
That is not true, sir. Do not lie on him.
I never lied. He was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
Can I finish my story and then I can answer your questions? So I don't agree with Trump, but I know he's a God-fearing man. Okay? But his rhetoric, I don't like it. It's not Christ-like. So I said, I've been praying on this for a little bit. Like, give me a sign. Please give me a sign. So, lo and behold, on Saturday, you know, Domino's has 50% off pizza. And I was like, well, you know, I'm going to get myself a pie. I ordered my usual pepperoni, sausage, and pineapple. Okay? I ordered this and have it delivered. I bring the pie in my house. And like I said, mind you, I've been praying on this. Like, give me a sign. I opened that goddamn box. And if I didn't step back and gasp, I saw what it looked like, a picture of Trump in that pizza. I did not eat it. I was shocked.
That was the worst troll ever, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
42.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Okay, so here's my thing. I don't listen to anything that Trump says. I don't watch his rallies. I don't see him on TV. Somebody starts talking about him. I just shut up. Like, you know, TV gets muted. All right. So the only thing that I care about is what he actually does. And it's
okay, well, he did restrict women's access to abortion. He did deny climate change's existence in terms of it being caused by humans. Right? Those are things he did do. He did get held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
Absolutely, yeah. But that's the thing. Like, I'm not thinking about him as a person. I'm thinking about him as basically like a vessel for all the people around him who tell him what to do. And I know that he listens to folks like the Federalist Society who are going to suggest all the Supreme Court justices that he's going to, you know, submit. He listens to the Heritage Foundation and
Project 2025.
Project 2025, absolutely, yeah.
So, you like that?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think, the Constitution was made to be amended, and we don't like plenty of the stuff that our forefathers, they were slave owners.
What do you
they
like
were
about
sexist.
Project 2025?
Well, I mean, I think somebody's going to get made a dictator in America eventually. Somebody's going to be a tyrant. It's just where we're going, right? So it might as well be the Republican who gets to be king first, like just right out the gate.
Trolling, bro.
I'm totally trolling. I love you, Parker. Thank you.
Jesus. Dude, I was like, there's no way that's true. That was a good troll. I like that. Yeah, how old are you?
27. How old are you?
I'm voting Trump. What about you?
You're voting Trump?
Yeah, no, I thought we were lying. Yeah, go for it. So why are you voting Trump?
Wait, do you not actually think I'm 27?
No, I was just trolling.
Okay.
Are you voting
All
Trump?
good, man. Yeah, I am.
Why so?
Well, outside of the fact of we have a political system that we can't have another candidate on the platform, he's obviously the better pick.
How's he the better pick?
I don't think Kamala actually has policies, at least from what I can find online. I've scourged her website. There's no policies on there.
She just came out with them a few days ago. You want me
Is
to tell
that
you
on
them?
there? Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Okay, so she wants to get rid of medical debt. She wants to cap pharmaceutical costs as it relates to plenty of pharmaceutical drugs. She wants to provide a $25,000 subsidy for first home buyers, specifically for new homes to be built, to incentivize the building of new homes. She wants to provide a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life for each kid, and $3,600 for each year after that.
Okay, what's her plan for paying for all that? Just curious.
Yeah, so she wants to increase taxes on people's income over $400,000 a year.
Okay. Very good. It's just interesting. I can't find it on her website. I heard it from you first and not her website.
Yeah, she said it, though. She said it at a rally, so...
No, all good. No, I think that there's pretty good statistics out there that actually prove the fact of unemployment rate was actually better under Trump.
Yeah, no. So actually, there's a lower unemployment rate under the Biden-Harris administration, April 2023, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Yeah, and the statistics as well also showed it trending in the same exact line, although there was a pandemic which nobody foreseen happening. But if a pandemic did not happen, that number definitely would have been much lower.
Okay, so you just think it's related to COVID. Well, why can't you acknowledge that there's a global inflation as well?
Yeah, no, there's global inflation around the world because COVID's a thing. But the simple fact of the matter is, when you look at a presidential candidate, you take COVID out of the factor and you look at where we are currently or where we were at the time. If that was not a thing.
If you actually look at 2019, we have higher real wages now than we did in 2019.
Yeah, because you have to. Because
real wages means accounting for inflation.
Yeah, you have to because things are more expensive. It evens out across the board. Is that wrong?
No. Real wages means accounting for inflation, accounting for price increase.
I feel like most people could probably disagree with that.
Okay, well, you could say you disagree with that, but that's literally what the Federal Reserve indicates.
Good to know that the Federal Reserve speaks for everybody.
Yep.
No, but
it does speak for the economic data. Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, a 3.5% in February 2020, right before COVID hit, and the lowest we got was 3.4 with Biden, and now we're trending up. There's actually no signs of it actually slowing down for unemployment.
Unemployment's going up slightly because of the Federal Reserve increasing interest rates. They're influencing the increase of interest rates.
How does that correlate? I'm just curious.
The influence of increase in interest rates decreases aggregate demand, which increases unemployment, right?
Does the lower number of employment rates factor in people taking on two jobs because they can't afford stuff?
What? No, so there's a higher unemployment rate than what there was at 3.4% in April 2023 because of the influence of the increase in the interest rates.
Yes, but when you say there's a low unemployment rate, does that factor in people that are taking on 2 jobs to afford stuff?
That factors in everyone who's employed.
Yeah, but I mean, if a single person is employed twice because they have to take on a second job, because
No,
they can't.
it still relates to that individual. That person doesn't reduce the unemployment rate by having 2 jobs.
Okay. Looking at the, let's see if I can get this to go away. Looking at the overall inflation rate, 12-month percentage. Seems like things have spiked.
There was global inflation in Africa and Asia, everywhere in the world.
Yeah. I mean,
Devin,
don't
thank you for
disagree.
the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Devin. You got
I
anything else?
honestly just no. I mean, I could probably go on. I feel like I would make a fool out of myself, but I mean, I think that there's policies in a sense of what he's done for VA workers.
Des, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Okay.
Or
What did he
what
do
he-
specifically? Can you give me an example?
He fired 11,500 workers that weren't giving VA patients adequate response times on being taken care of, so to speak.
Okay. Why didn't he just increase funding and standards for like VA? And when did he do that?
He did that during his presidency, obviously, but
Like what policy did that?
not really sure what policy did that, but it happened.
Okay.
You can probably look it up if you choose to do so.
Sure. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
If I had to choose between that and someone who wrongfully locked up people over marijuana charges after
I gotta kick
laughingly.
You can't say that on live. She didn't for possession. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 32.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I would just have to say, like, Agenda 47. I believe in what he's trying to enforce more than I do the other parties.
Okay, like what specifically?
Just a few things like border control.
Really? So why do you block the border bill?
Just because I don't think without legal documentation, I don't think you should be allowed to enter any country over a certain period of time unless you're just visiting. I'm for everybody that goes out and, gets their citizenship, and I know it's a process and all that stuff, but I don't think it's fair.
So you did completely ignore my point there.
What was your...
Why did Trump block the border bill?
Why did he?
It was written by a Republican congressperson.
Who wrote it?
Well, there was one from Langford. Right, that's a right-wing individual. Both of them were written by right-wing individuals.
I mean, I couldn't tell you why. I don't know.
Okay. So then, why do you think that he cares about the border when he actively tried to get shot down a border bill because he didn't want Democrats to look good? Because it was affecting his election prospects.
Is that what you think it was?
That's what even Republicans have indicated.
I'm not here to argue with you on that.
Okay. So what are you here to argue with me on? Ken, thank you for the hand massage.
It says why are you voting for Trump? And I told you I don't think men should be allowed to fight women in sports. I'm a boxer myself. I don't totally agree with what went on.
I don't think trans women are men, by the way. Also, trans people aren't dominating women's sports. And also, like, I don't know why that's, like, a big issue that you're referencing.
Well, there's
literally people who don't have health care. People are homeless in this country.
No, that's not.
Don't have access to college.
I was talking
People
about
don't have basic amenities, and
Agenda
you're
47.
sitting here and you're saying that like
that's a part
you
of
think that
Agenda
it's a big
47.
issue that trans people are playing in the sport that relates to their gender.
No, I said that's part of Agenda 47.
Okay, but like I don't see why that's something that you care about. Like as it relates to all these other things, Trump being held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, having 34 felonies, trying to overthrow the government, restricting women's access to abortion, calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
What about all the stuff that they've convicted him of that wasn't true? That didn't.
Can you name one thing?
There's a bunch of stuff. Look it up.
What?
They tried to. There's a bunch of stuff.
Like what?
I can pull it up if you want me to.
Go for it.
All right.
Dun 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 dun. You think I appreciate it. Give him a second, everyone. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and we'll bring you up. All these people talking shit in the comment section, I keep inviting them, and they're not joining. Why are y'all so scared? You talk all that shit in the comment section, and then literally get scared when I invite you. Parker is so immature. Join. Join. Scared liberal. Join.
Wait.
You voting Trump?
What's up, Parker?
You voting Trump?
I was here a couple days ago. What's up?
Did I debate you? He's probably driving. All right. Yo, thank you so much for the goose. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ. You gotta be 18 plus, everyone, to join the live. TikTok rules. Let's get this next person up here. Elisa, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Parker on Harry's payroll? What does that even mean? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
And why are you voting Trump?
Well, I run a small business in Wisconsin here. And it's been a lot harder under the Biden administration, truthfully. I mean, you got to be honest, dude, stuff's a lot more expensive.
Yeah, so why was that caused by the Biden-Harris administration? Just because things are more expensive? Gabrielle, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much.
Personally, dude, I haven't gotten into politics like that in depth. I'm not too educated on it. But from what I've seen from like the news, and everything, like I was never one to really get too involved with it. But I just truthfully think, dude, that Trump had stuff a lot cheaper.
What did he do to cause that?
I don't know. Personally, I feel.
Okay, so if you have no clue, why do you blame it on them?
What do you mean? If I have no clue?
If you have no clue what caused inflation, why do you blame it on the Biden-Harris administration? Also, that person left, by the way.
I feel as if it was the deals that were made. I don't think Kamala or Biden are able to make impactful decisions for the country. I mean, Biden could barely finish a sentence, dude.
Okay, so if you can't think they make impact, he can finish a sentence, by the way. If they can't make any type of impactful decisions for the country, how could they have made it worse?
Dude, look at how
How could they if they can't make any impactful decisions, how could they have impacted inflation?
Parker, I run a small business in Wisconsin here, dude. It is almost impossible for me to run a small business. I've considered getting a job soon again, dude.
Hey Carson, if they can't make if they impacted inflation, how can they not make any impactful determinations?
Parker, Kamala's been in office the same amount of time.
You want to respond to what I just said?
What did you just say?
Yeah, so if they can't make any impactful decisions, how could they have impacted inflation?
Are you hearing this fucking guy right now? This is unbelievable. Dude, Parker.
If they can't make any impactful decisions, how could they have impacted inflation?
How could they?
This is not rocket science, Carson. You sound really dumb saying what you're saying, like being like, "What is this guy saying?" Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Like anyone with like a few brain cells knows that like what you're saying is dumb.
Okay, but okay. Parker, you know why people don't have anything to say to you, or anybody that comes on here to say anything to you? Because they're so frustrated. All you and Harry do is try to frustrate people, dude.
Dude, if I tried to frustrate people, I would be sitting here talking to you calmly.
Parker, you're calm because you're making money off of people donating gifts and stuff, dude. All you do is try to frustrate people. That's all you do. And then you sit on here on these lives hoping they donate, which they do because they're dumb, and they
I think it's ironic that you call the people donating to me dumb when you are not arguing and you're instead just saying that people donate to me are dumb. Like you're just, you're not actually giving me any argument. You're not responding to my points. You just sound like a little sensitive snowflake. Do you need some baby bottles, Carson? Like, can we get some baby bottles in the chat for Carson real quick? His MAGA mobile is refraining him from being able to respond to me right now. Let's get some baby bottles in the comment section right now for Carson. Avery, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for being dumb. Thank you so much. Dana, thank you so much for the $1 for being dumb. Thank you so much. Give him a second, everyone. The MAGA mobile service has been very bad recently. Oh, look, he had to leave. Susan, thank you so much for the $10 for being dumb. Lovey, thank you so much for the $5 for being dumb. Christine, thank you for the $5 for being dumb. Christina, thank you for the $5 for being dumb. Ethan, thank you for the $1 for being dumb. Christina, again, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for being dumb. Blaine, thank you for the $1 for being dumb. Why did Carson run away? Ethan, thank you for the $1 for taking advantage of you. Garrett, thank you for the $5 for being dumb. Killer Kicks, thank you for the $1 for being dumb. Morgan, thank you for the $5 for the frustrating practice. Amy, thank you for the $5 for unimpactful. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate y'all are incredible. Leanne, thank you so much for the $5 for frustrating.
Hello, Parker. How you doing?
You have a huge echo, man. Nikki, thank you for the $1 for being dumb. Tat, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Y'all are going so wild tonight. Yo, DK, thank you for the suit power. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, Parker, how you doing?
Are you voting Trump? Emily, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Where'd you go? I don't see.
Larry,
I don't see anything.
For the DNC. You should see me right now. Lucilia, I appreciate the
Hey, Parker, I don't see nothing on your screen.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, let's get on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Thank you for the cap. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Trump 2024, bitch.
You are not an adult. Yo, Tyrone, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1 for never letting anyone talk. Thank you so much. All right, let's get to this next individual, y'all. I think this account is just done for, chat. This account is so cooked, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
No.
Nice. Only voting for only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump. I've just been saying some crazy, like, I can't even speak recently. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alright. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Oh, the account's cooked because I just know it's not pushing out. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, you betcha.
Why so?
Because it's Trump.
Okay. Why are you voting for Trump?
He's the savior of America.
He's the what?
The savior of America.
How is he a savior?
Because he was gifted to us by God.
Are you trolling?
No. 2024.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
49.
You voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Because Harris has no idea of how an economy works, and that's evident by her statement that she is going to put price controls on things at the supermarket.
No, she didn't say that. She just said price gouging laws. So price controls on things like pharmaceuticals is beneficial. Trump even advocated for a $35 cap on insulin. Secondly, do you think someone who understands economics would say that they should replace income tax with tariffs?
Oh, wait a minute. So you're pivoting onto Trump. We're talking about Harris. Try and stay focused. Okay.
I addressed tariffs, and that also showed you how Trump wasn't actually economically liberal.
So she did say she wanted price controls, and all that's going to do is lead to shortages.
No, you just lied. So
it
doesn't lead to shortages in the pharmaceutical market.
You don't want to deal with the facts of what she said.
No, you just don't listen to what she said. It was price gouging laws.
Well, she's also talking about legislating from the Oval Office that if Congress doesn't give her gun control in 90 days, that she's going to.
You muted yourself.
So I don't understand how going in Congress,
90 days what?
You keep wanting to talk about Trump's going to be a dictator, but yet she's already advertising that she's going to do it. How do you condone that?
Wait, what did she say? You muted yourself, so I didn't know what you were saying.
No, you muted me. What she said was,
I promise you I didn't.
She said she's going to give Congress 90 days, or maybe it was 100, I'm not sure, to give her common sense gun reform. And if they don't act in 90 or 100 days, then she'll do it with the power of the pen.
You mean to executive order?
Right. So how is she legislating from executive order? How is that not when you claim Trump is going to be a tyrant?
Jacob, executive orders isn't tyranny.
Well, then why would she ask Congress to do something in the first place if she's just going to be a tyrant and do it herself? How do you reconcile the two things?
It's not tyranny to engage in an executive order, but as it relates to the context of Congress, it's because Congress's legislation is most likely to stay up. Whereas if it's specifically an executive order, it can be taken down with the next president.
Okay, so you're okay with her going around Congress and legislating from the White House, but you're not okay when Trump says things that would indicate the same thing. I'm trying to figure out the double standard.
No, he's not just saying when he says he's going to be a dictator on Taiwan, he's not just saying he's going to do executive orders.
Oh, really?
Trump's already done executive orders.
What's the quote?
He said
she is saying if Congress doesn't legislate, then she will.
I don't understand how that's not tyrannical.
She just means like executive order. Executive orders are not tyrannical.
Agreed.
Do you think Trump is tyrannical?
Agreed. So my point is, why is she going
Jacob,
to do it if Congress
do you think
doesn't?
Trump is tyrannical?
Don't pivot. We're not talking about Trump.
If you don't answer my question, I will literally shut you up until you answer the question.
Put on your big...
Jacob, I can mute you until you answer me. Okay.
Why don't you quit pivoting and put your big boy pants on and answer the question about Harris? You're pivoting.
I never pivot. I asked you a
You
question.
are pivoting. You're talking about Trump. We're talking about Harris. Stay
You
focused
understand
on
that you
the
can
issue.
talk about both simultaneously, right? You can use
No,
that,
we're
but you only
talking
have
about
one brain
Harris, and
cell.
you're pivoting to something else.
I'm sorry. Does only one brain cell work in your brain?
Oh, so now you're going to do personal attacks because your position is weak.
No, you've already been doing personal attacks.
I don't know. I said you were
Not
pivoting.
very
That's
mindful, not
that's
very
a personal
demure.
attack. So go ahead and smirk because you're beat. You're beat
not
and you're
beat.
pivoting. It's the same thing you do.
Jacob, who hurt you? Are you mad right now? Like, do you need?
Oh, more
do you need
personal
some-
attacks. That's
do you need some
beautiful.
milk?
More personal attacks.
Do you need
More
some milk?
personal attacks. No, I'm fucking great. There you go.
Do you
Personal
need a baby
attacks.
bottle?
Try and discredit me with personal attacks, but you haven't answered the
Jacob,
issue.
would you prefer a baby bottle?
There you go. See, you're a child. You're not capable of having a real discussion. And your course that you're taking now is absolutely transparent. It's very lucid. Anybody can see it. But you're just pining to the people donating to you. Answer the question. Why would she go to Congress
Christine,
for laws?
thank you for the $5.
and
Thank you
then
so much,
usurp
Christine, for
them
being
as a
very
tyrant?
mindful and very demure. Thank you so much. What would you say?
Why
What'd you say,
would
Jacob?
why would she go around Congress after she acts Congress? Maybe legislating should be done from Congress and not threaten to go around them like a big bully.
Jacob, if Congress doesn't get something done, the president does have the right to do executive order. The reason why she wants Congress to do it rather than her doing it, because it's more likely to stay around, right? Whereas, like, if it was an executive order, the next president can just get rid of it. Amy, thank you for the $1 for the demurocracy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Lucilia, I appreciate the $5 for the emotional baby. Thank you so much.
So I'm sorry that you can't see that. if
Zach,
she's
thank you for the
trying to
baby bottle for
legislate-
Jacob. Thank you so much.
If she's trying to legislate, then legislate. If our elected officials in Congress don't want that law because they're speaking for the American people, what gives her the right to go around them to do the same thing? How do you reconcile that dictator tyrannical attitude?
Executive orders are not dictator-esque. Trump, under your view, would
We're
be
not talking about
dictator.
Trump. Don't pivot to Trump.
No, I'm just showing the absurdity of your argument. Trump, under your worldview, would be a dictator then because he engaged in executive orders.
We're talking.
Biden would be a dictator currently because he's engaged in executive orders. Bush would be a dictator because he engaged in executive orders. Obama would be a dictator because he engaged in executive orders. Basically, every president in American history would have been a dictator under your worldview because they've engaged in executive orders. Ikana, thank you so much for the $4 for being very mindful and very demure. Thank you so much.
Quit pitting to everybody else. Why would it be okay for her to act that way after asking Congress? Explain that.
I have no issue with executive orders.
I'm not, but then why ask Congress in the first place?
Because Congress can keep it around for longer because the next
The
president
assault
can get
weapons
rid of
ban
it. Ethan, thank you for the $1 for his ban.
Hillary's husband, Bill Clinton, did. That had a sunset. So how did that stick around forever? And the gun legislation that she's proposing has already been deemed unconstitutional by SCOTUS.
Jacob, what I'm telling you very clearly is that it is the case that executive orders won't necessarily stay around as long as
You're not answering the question. You're pivoting.
I am addressing it.
How
because
do
it
you
is the case that it
reconcile?
can be taken away by the
How
next
do you
president.
reconcile?
Does that mean that it is going to be
Harris?
taken away by the next president? No.
How do you
but it
reconcile
can.
Harris going around Congress after she asked Congress? And if they won't do
I already
what
told you
Queen
multiple
Harris
times.
wants, then she's going to do it herself. Why bother? Why not just help the country?
Jacob,
Because it'll stick around longer? Come on, answer
Jacob,
a real question.
Are you purposefully not
Answer
listening?
a real question.
Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Are you purposefully not listening?
No, I want you to answer the damn question and not answer other questions that weren't asked. I want you to
Sir,
stay on
I did answer
Is your
the direct
ADD
question.
getting to you?
I still answered the direct question.
All you said was other presidents did it. We're not talking about other presidents.
No, that's not all I
If
said.
this is such a huge
Michaela, thank you for the
issue,
dollar.
then let her do
Jessica,
an
thank you for the
executive order on
$10
day
for
one.
Jacob's. Jessica, thank you so much for the $10 for Jacob's anger management. Thank you so much.
I'm glad you're making money on me. So what's with your ADD? Let's stay focused. If this is such a huge problem,
Why are you using that
then
in a
why
negative
doesn't she just?
context,
You're
by the way?
interrupting. You're interrupting again. If this is such a big issue,
I
why
don't
doesn't
care,
she just
Jacob.
act by executive order and then ask Congress after the fact so it would be longer lasting? Why is she bothering to go to Congress first? Answer that. If it's such a big deal, write your executive order and then ask Congress to make it longer lasting. That fits with your argument. But she's not talking about doing that. Makes sense out of asking Congress to do something and then doing it after the fact. Instead of being proactive, fixing our country and helping us with all the assault, with all the gun issues. Why doesn't
Shania,
she
thank
just
you so
do
much
it?
for the $10. Well, because it is the case that she wants longer lasting policy as it relates to the legislative branch. The reason why
Perfect. So
she
then
doesn't
why doesn't she
specifically
do
do
it
it, please
first
be
to
quiet,
help
please
us
be
for at
quiet.
least 4
Hey, just listen real quick. She's giving 100 days. 100 days is not 4 years. She's doing it because she wants Congress to get it done, and she
Why
thinks
in that
Congress
order?
can get it done. Now, would she disincentivize Congress if she did it through executive order? Well, that could be the case because it would get rid of some of the effects short term. But again, that wouldn't address
But
the
she
long
can
term.
fix the problem day one by her
That wouldn't address the long term
Well,
consequences. So it doesn't fix the problem by not addressing the long term consequences. Now, if Congress doesn't do anything, and the only thing she can do specifically is the executive order, the executive order is preferable to nothing. If it as it relates, you just got harassment and bullying, by the way, because you're so mad. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $5 for buying Jacob some baby bottles. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. He was really mad. I don't know why he was so mad. That was interesting. Brianna, thank you so much for the $5 for his baby bottle. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No.
Are you voting for Trump? Hello?
Yes, I know.
Yeah, we're being very mindful today, everyone. We're being very mindful today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I've never been on a TikTok before, so kind of.
Yeah, why are you voting for Trump?
I don't know. I feel like these past, well, no, I do know, but past 4 years, as far as like my taxes and stuff, they're making a lot less on my claims than I did when he was in office. And
Did you know we're currently under Trump tax policy?
I don't believe that's 100% true.
We are. You can look at the Trump tax cuts, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and you can see specifically that most of the tax policy sunsets by 2025. Now, some stays around after that, but most sunsets by 2025.
Yeah.
Kelsey, thank you so much for the $42 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Kelsey in the comment section right now for the $42 for mindfulness? Thank you so much. And Vaughn, thank you for the $1. Let's get some W's for Kelsey in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Also, like I really like how like Trump is very pro crypto because I've been full-time crypto for like 6-7 years now. So it's like I feel like with him it's going to be a lot easier to do taxes for me. And also like
Would you vote for Hitler if he was pro crypto?
Hitler and Trump that is a very big, I don't know,
No, I'm not
that's a
saying
very,
they're the same. I'm just asking if you would.
that's a very big gap.
I agree,
well, I mean,
but like I'm just asking you. What?
Here's the
like,
thing
would
is,
you-
people who voted for Hitler back then, they didn't really know what he was doing, until people knew. But
no, you could say that there's a big gap. Let's say that's true. But I'm just asking.
yeah,
would you vote for
that's a
him?
huge gap. Why? You're asking if I would vote for Hitler. That's just a weird question.
The reason why I'm asking you that is to see if there's any point in which you would draw a line.
Well, I wouldn't.
Thank you so
I just
much,
feel like
Law of the Wild, for the
just
NPR
feel like
voice.
that's an
Thank you so much for the
extreme-
$10.
I just feel like that's an extreme to go to. But I like one thing that concerned me is I never really.
Brandon, the reason why I'm asking that question is just to see if there's any point in which you draw a line, and then I would ask you, why is Trump not excessive enough in which you would draw that line there? Christina, thank you so much for the dollar.
Well,
Thank you so much.
I don't believe Trump is like Hitler in any way, personally.
I never said that. I'm just asking, is there any point where you draw a line that if they do support crypto,
I would tell
but it
you
is the
where I
case that
draw
their
a line
character is really
is-
bad, that you draw the
I
line
would-
and you say you're not
I
going to
would
vote
draw
for
a
them?
line when you have
Mark,
an
thank you for the
entire
$4.
I would draw a line when you have an entire office in that lies about the state of the current president, and then when they go live on a debate, he obviously is not fit for office, and then you have a lot of people like yourself saying that he was and is, and then out of nowhere they're like, oh wait, never mind, he wasn't fit, he was never fit. It's just Camilla now, and it's like, okay, that's just
no, that's not at all what happened. I
that
believe
is
that
what happened.
Biden.
He went live. He was anybody who was sane does know that he's not fit for office. Anyone can tell that he's too old.
So
and
here's
definitely has-
here is the communication error. I believe that he's fit to meet the conditions for what's necessary of a president, but does he meet the standards in which I would like for a president? No. Now,
I don't
what
think
was
he meets
demonstrated
the
was that a
standards.
majority of Americans saw that they did not meet the standards of what they would like from a president, and that's why it is the case that he decided it would be best if he were to step down.
What
Now, the
that
same
showed
thing I
me-
think is true
yeah.
for Donald Trump. I think that Donald Trump specifically is not to the degree that I would like for a president of the United States in terms of mental capacity. I don't think he's fit for what I would like. But can he meet the necessary conditions for what a president needs? Sure.
Yeah, like if and I got a question for you. If Trump did, get in office for another 4 years, what would be your opinion on that? Like, how would you feel about it?
If Trump did, I think that'd be very bad for the country.
What do you think's going to happen after he gets in office that you're, I guess you could say, is afraid of, like policies that he will implement that you're going to be afraid of?
So tariffs, I think he's going to not sign a codification of Roe vs. Wade, even if that were to get passed. I think that he's going to degrade.
I do understand that. I'm not. I do believe in choice to an extent, but like I don't believe that anything after 16 weeks is like that's me personally. I don't believe that should ever happen. Yeah, I can see that happening. I'm not 100% sure, but here recently in a speech of his, he did say that he was for Roe versus Wade.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, I was watching that live. It was at the Republican.
I promise you, Trump did not say he's for Roe versus Wade, because he quite literally stands behind putting Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
I remember. Well, I can't pull it up right now and just say it, but I do remember him saying that Roe versus Wade worked for many decades, and he's. I don't know who was who pressed the trigger on
I'm sorry to break it to you, but that was really dumb.
What was really dumb?
Saying that he liked Roe versus Wade.
I mean, he did say it. I know he has.
Not recently.
No, very recently, actually. Like, I can't pull it up, but if you want, you can look it up. He has said that like fairly recently. I know he has.
I don't even have to look it up.
The
It's
past
that
month and a
crazy.
half. Well, anybody listening can.
You don't have to. It's fucking ridiculous.
I don't. Okay, whatever. We can not talk about that. But when they said that Biden was, in the peak of his career and how he was at full health, it just made me realize that everyone around him is obviously manipulating him, and he's not making decisions. Because if you're at that state of mind, and I have family members that are just like Biden as far as mentally, and then I literally have to help them with many things, not just, and it's little things I got to help them with.
I
As
think
far
you're
as
taking it way too
yeah.
far. I don't think he's so out of it that he needs help with everything he does. But I do think that
Personally-
he's obviously engaged. Obviously, his cognitive decline.
I have a grandmother that's 103 years old, and personally, him and her are not far off. And I could tell, because I see her all the time, and I could tell by the way he was talking that he was dealing with the same struggles that I've seen her deal with many times. And it's actually very weird.
Brandon, I'm sorry. I just don't take that seriously. Secondly, he's not our president.
Biden
Or not,
is
not our presidential candidate, I meant. Sorry.
Well, he was until his
He
polls
is our
dropped.
president. That's obviously true.
Yeah. After that debate, his polls dropped so scarily because people were very concerned about who was running the country that they had to put Camilla in. That was they had to. And at the time, her polls were worse than his. So it's I don't know. It just seems like to me they're backstepping, and that's what's going to cause.
By the way, it's Kamala. Like, I don't know why you're saying Camilla.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
Kamala Harris. Well, you pronounced my name wrong.
Camilla? Brandon?
You said Braden.
I said Brandon.
A minute ago, you said Braden, but
When?
just a minute ago. But you don't think that's concerning that many people, and also another thing I think is very concerning is if Trump and Harris were going to debate, he would be up for it at this very second, but she would not be up for it at all. She doesn't want to debate Trump. And I think
she is going to debate him. It's going to be less than a month until they debate.
Honestly, I feel like they're backtracking, and it took Biden forever to debate Trump. And once he did debate Trump, his polls
They
dropped.
debated early, and he also debated them in 2020.
And Biden doesn't even do many speeches or did many speeches because the
He
state
just did one of the DNC.
wasn't good.
It was good, actually.
I'm telling you, like Trump is probably, I would say, 30 times.
I'm not trolling. I asked the question, why does he sound so coherent now? After, but he didn't then. It was a really good speech.
Well, I'll listen to this. I'll listen to not just that one, but I'll listen to more here lately, and I'll try and time save. But from what I've seen, he's always seemed like his health has like dramatically declined. It wasn't that bad when he got in office.
I feel like you're obsessed with Joe Biden.
It's not. If you go to your TikTok a month and a half ago, you were more obsessed with him than I ever could be, and you were saying how he is such a great candidate, and now you're saying he's not a great candidate.
I never said he was. I said he was. I still think he's preferable.
I haven't even went to
Brandon, I still think he's preferable to Trump, but I've always said that Kamala Harris is preferable to Joe Biden.
Why would you think that? I mean, what's your opinion on immigration right now?
My opinion on immigration, I think the system takes too long for people to get here.
It's a very big deal. Now, why would Trump's policies be a lot stronger against immigration on a chart than Biden's ever could? Because right now, immigration's at all-time high.
Actually, Trump specifically tried to get people in Congress to not vote for the border bill. Even people like specifically, Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell say that Trump specifically tried to block the border bill. It was literally backed by the Border Patrol even.
As far as illegal immigrants getting in the country, there was far less when he was in office than there is now.
You can say that, but right now, do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Absolutely.
Well, did you know that there's less border crossings right now than there was at the end of Trump's administration?
What's right now? What's the time frame on right now?
I mean, daily crossings today.
Like today as in this week?
Yeah, this week there's been less daily crossings.
That's because we're coming in closer to election. And their entire...
No, it's because of Biden's recent executive order that decreased border crossings by 40%.
That is absolutely not. It's because of election is why these things are getting pressed on work, because these past 3 years they didn't give it.
No, it's because of the executive order.
Have you seen how many immigrants have gotten in the country, like, illegally? Now, I can't count. Now, I can't,
What you're not understanding is that you think that there was a border crisis now, but you don't think there's a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration. Even though it is the case that there's less border crossings right now.
There is a border crisis because the illegal immigrants that came in are still
here. You see
here.
how hypocritical you are? That you, given the same numbers, would not indicate there's a border crisis if Trump were president. But given the same numbers of Biden-Harris as the administration, then you believe that it is the case that that we have a border crisis.
You compared my candidate to Hitler, and that's just weird. Like
I'm sorry, Brandon, but I clarified to you multiple times that's not what I was doing. I was saying, is there any scenario where you would draw a line for voting for someone who supported crypto? I'm 22.
How old are you? Well, here's the thing: is you want your candidate to support crypto because crypto is a widespread very like fast growing technology.
No, you just don't. You didn't understand my question, and I explained it to you, and you still made a dumb point. Thank you for the IC. Thank you for the superpower. Thank you so much. What's up?
What's the dumb point that I made?
What did we just talk about? What did we just talk about, dude?
We're talking about immigration. Yeah, more immigrants got in when Biden got in office. That is a fact.
Okay. Well, we clearly just went over this. Thank you for the hand art. That it is the case that there's less border crossings right now. So if you think there's a border crisis right now, well, then there was a border crisis at the end of Trump's
administration. They want to look as good as possible before that.
What did I just say, Brandon? Do I need to give you a stern tone so you actually listen to me? Or would you rather prefer me just being calm with you?
Dude, honestly, look, you're talking, I'm talking, you're making money. I mean, dude.
What did I just say, Brandon?
We're having a good time. Let's just keep talking.
Brandon, what did I just say?
Let's pivot from this to another conversation.
Brandon, if you don't tell me what I just said, I'm going to kick you from my stream.
Well, if you kick me, that's not very nice. Because, like, how are you supposed to get more people to want to come up?
I go to my guest box. There's 51 people in the guest box. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
There you go. Oh, why are you voting Trump?
I just think he has better policies, and
What
he's
policies?
taking taxes off of tips was his idea, and then
That wasn't. That was Bernie Sanders. So why do you steal it from Bernie Sanders?
No.
If Bernie Sanders is a communist, why did he specifically take it from a communist?
But he didn't though.
He did take it from Bernie. Why is he supporting communism?
Just because you're saying, okay, Kamala Harris is supporting communism too.
Dude,
Having Bernie Sanders up,
Tyler, I don't think it's communism, but if Trump calls him communist and then he takes policy from
Bernie
the
Sanders,
communists that he claimed, then doesn't that mean he's supporting communism?
That's all Bernie Sanders was during 2016.
Bernie Sanders is not a Can you define communism, Tyler?
China is communism.
Can you define
That's a good
communism?
definition.
Can you define communism?
China. China.
I want a definition, not a country.
Look at China.
Can you define communism, please?
Look at China.
Define communism.
Look at China. Like,
define communism.
Why do I have to?
Tyler, define communism.
Let me talk. Why
if you define communism?
Can you?
Yes. Now define communism, Tyler.
Why can I not
so
talk?
you don't know what
Why
you don't
can't
know
I
the
talk?
definition because you're not defining communism.
I'm trying to talk and you're cutting me off.
Tyler, define communism.
China is
that's not
the
a
best
definition.
Example.
That's an example, not a definition. There you go. So what's the
definition
of communism?
It's the same thing.
What is the definition
Whenever
of communism?
you look up the definitions, they give you
What is the
examples.
definition, Tyler?
Can you define a dinosaur?
Can you define communism for me, Tyler?
Why did you?
Can you define a dinosaur?
So now
Luke, that has no relevance to the conversation. I didn't bring up any
I think
dinosaur.
you're setting people up.
Luke, can you define communism?
I can define I got COVID-19 right now with no vaccine, and it's not happening.
Cool. Nice. I don't give a shit, Luke. You were saying in my comment section I'm fucking running away from you, and you just brought something that wasn't relevant to the conversation anymore. So be quiet, sit in the corner of the classroom, and when I tell you can come out of timeout, you can come out of timeout. Thank you for that, Mustache. Thank you so much, Irish, and thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much, Tessa. So Tyler, define communism.
China. Look at China and what they're doing to their people.
Appreciate the super sunglasses. Thank you so much. And what is the communism part of China?
China.
The front party. The leader.
Okay, so Tyler, sorry to break it to you, but communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society. China has money, China has a state,
Every
and
country
China
has money.
has classes. No shit, so no country is communist. There you go.
That makes no sense.
Okay.
Just because
communism is a
communists have
stateless
no
class
money doesn't mean they're not communist.
Christine, thank you for the $5. Communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society. If there is money in a society, then it's not communism.
just whatever.
That's a fact. Okay, so tell me, how is Bernie Sanders communist, please?
His policies. Or I mean, he's not even.
What
he's not even
policy
running.
of Bernie
Why does it
Sanders is
matter?
communism? Think of the.
Why does it matter? He's not
Hey,
even
Tyler,
running.
Tyler, what policy of Bernie Sanders
He will
is
never
communism?
be president. Why does it matter?
Tyler, what policy of Bernie Sanders is communism?
Oh, and let's talk about Trump. The question is, why am I voting for Trump? I agree with his policies. I don't agree with his, nor anybody on the left. Never will,
Would
never
you
have.
vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Would you vote for someone that has?
Would you like to
hid
answer the
evidence?
question?
Can I talk?
Would you like
Can I
no?
talk?
If only if you answer my question.
Yes, I will. There's your answer.
Matthew, think of the $5 for China.
Can I vote? Can
you vote? No, I wish you couldn't.
Okay, all right. Can I talk? I would
only
vote
if you
for
respond to
felon.
my question.
I did like 30.
I didn't say
6
felon.
times.
I said, would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Yes.
Okay, would you vote for someone who's been held
Because-
civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
No.
Okay, why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't
Those are
vote for
two
someone?
different things.
Listen,
A
why,
woman is a grown female. I agree.
why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone who was held liable of sexually assaulting a child? Because the only difference is the age of the victim. You can unmute, Tyler.
I was answering. I agree it's not a good thing. I agree it's evil. I agree with that. I just think there's a complete difference between a grown woman and a kid.
Okay, so sexually assaulting a woman isn't bad enough?
I never said it wasn't bad enough. It is bad.
So it is bad enough so that you wouldn't vote for someone?
But I would.
Okay, so you would vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote
Yes,
for someone held
because
civilly liable of
it's
sexually
not
assaulting a
as
child,
less as-
which tells me that you don't think that sexually assaulting a woman is bad enough. You said it's not as bad.
It's not as bad as Harris.
So it's not bad enough.
What she did to an innocent man who died because of her, who was on
Who?
death row, and she hid evidence.
Tyler,
from him.
Tyler, that person
It's a-
not only were they tested in terms of their DNA, they were found guilty. But it was the case
They
that
were
they're
found guilty because she hid evidence that would free them.
Tyler, they're still on death row today. They're still alive, genius.
They're dead.
No, they're not. You just lied. They're literally alive, genius. Okay, they're on death row right now, and they've been convicted right prior to this, and they just literally
She hid evidence, so of course she's gonna.
Tyler, she didn't hide evidence. What she did specifically is she thought that he was already, there was good enough reason to believe he was guilty that there's no reason to test him in terms of DNA. Now she's gone back on this, and she said specifically that
So
it is
you
the
just
case.
said she hid
Shut up
evidence.
before I fucking mute you every time I speak. Listen to what I'm saying. Holy shit. Please. God damn it, bro. Okay, so it is the case that she thought there was enough evidence to indicate that he was guilty already. So she didn't see there to be a reason to go and say, like, let me look any further in terms of the DNA testing in order to see that he's guilty. Which is not going against the typical scenario for what we would expect of a DA in that scenario. Like, DAs typically wouldn't go further. Would we like them to go further? Sure. Pretty sure the ICU, thank you so much. But they typically don't, as it relates to DAs. Now, as it relates to this particularly, it is the case that not only was he guilty, but she specifically come out and said that she would specifically be in support of, I don't know why he just left, because it's probably because people are saying following us in the comment section. She would be in support of testing DNA in all these scenarios now. So I don't know what his point is there. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello. Hey, what's up?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Well, when Trump was in president, you know, I'm gonna say right now, obviously, Trump, his character is very poor. You know, it's very blatant. He talks terrible. He's not politically trained in speaking in public environments, and it shows. But when Trump was president, I don't feel like he did a lot wrong. I mean, honestly, I don't feel like he did anything wrong as far as policies go.
So
I mean,
overturning Roe versus Wade wasn't wrong.
Okay, that's where I kind of am back and forth. Like I voted Democrat before. I voted. I didn't vote for Trump the first time, but I have kids. I have women in my family, so women's rights are everything. They should be able.
So why vote against women's rights?
Huh?
So why vote against women's rights?
Well, it's not just voting against women's rights. What I'm voting against when I'm not voting for Kamala is just her track record as far as when she was in Senate and with her in being vice president. When she was in Senate of California, she wrote in 164 pieces of legislation, and out of those 164 pieces of legislation,
you just heard a talking point. She was the most influential vice president in history. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever.
She had the lowest approval rating in U.S. history.
That's
as
a total
vice
lie.
president.
That's a total lie. Give me a source that indicates that.
Okay.
Give me like a single source. By the way, I can't hear you when you're not on the app, by the way, so once you find it, come back to the app and tell me.
My bad. Sorry, I was trying to pull something up because
you can go find it. I just won't be able to hear you until you come back to the app.
Okay. All right. Give me a minute. I'll come back.
In the meantime, let's get up another MAGA, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. Yo, what's up? Everyone, do give it a second for people to join up. Everyone joining in, what's up, everyone? Do give it a second. Let's get this next individual up here. Do give it 1 minute. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Am I on?
Yeah. Are you voting Trump?
Indeed.
Why so?
Well, I got sand in my eye. You guys been kicking around the sand in the sandbox. Is there enough room for me to play?
Are you voting Trump?
I answered that question, youngster.
Why are you voting Trump?
Why do you think? And why are you sitting here promoting hate on your lives like you do? You were just on live with a handicap, and you were slandering him, and you should be ashamed of yourself, bro.
Someone who's handy. I don't know what you're saying.
Because you don't. You guys are too young to even realize you were. Yeah, you were. And
what?
Everybody was watching. And
dude, wait. So me disagreeing with someone isn't me slandering anyone.
You were being a jerk to him, bro.
What did I do that was being a jerk?
The way you were talking to him, and you.
So how do you feel? Wait, how do you feel about Trump? How do you feel about Trump making fun of a disabled reporter?
Nice. You guys always do the same stuff.
It's so deplorable. Even though I wasn't making fun of everyone, but Trump making fun of someone who's disabled, that's not an issue.
Let me bring up another MAGA. You want to say maggot, don't you?
I say MAGA.
Dude, the whole DNC is all about hate and race baiting, bro. Like you don't like.
I haven't even brought up race.
You guys aren't fooling anybody.
You just brought up race, Danny. What? Are you okay?
Oh no, I'm not okay, Parker.
Clearly, you're not.
Yeah. Okay.
You're actually not responding to any point I'm making.
That's what you guys always say, Dean. Freaking what's his face? Okay, tell me. Let's play this little sandbox game. I love the playground, and I like to go on the slide. So let me slide down. If you can make way for me.
It's okay to talk to people.
Oh, like you did to the guy who was just on your live, bro? Come on. Dude, I reported you, dude. You are honestly the most disrespectful person I have ever heard trying to prove their point. And you should be ashamed.
Danny, respectfully, if you think I'm the most disrespectful person, I think you need like a baby bottle and some snowflakes.
Oh, let's see baby bottles.
Brianna, think of $1.
Let me see baby bottles in the chat.
Yeah, realistically, that was
Thank you for the
things I think I've ever
Thank you for the $15 on the Venmo. For
Dude,
me, just spreading
why are
hate
you
and
so
lies.
hurt, bro? I'm not even spreading hate. I'm being very
Bullshit,
patient and nice to
dude.
people. I'm not being disrespectful at all.
Dude, it's all good, bro. It's all good.
Are you gonna respond to any of my points, or are you just gonna sit up here and
Okay.
complain?
Yeah, I know. That's how you guys come with that hate and that fire. Like we don't have. There's nobody over here hating.
Danny, I've given you no hate. And Madison,
Okay.
thank you so much for the $50 for the sandbox. Can we get some W's for Madison right now in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Madison, with the $50. Thank you so much.
Pay me up, dude. Get a real job, bro.
Matthew, thank you for the $3. What's a real? Wait, what is a job? Can you define that for me, please?
Yeah. Well, do you want to talk about what I do?
Danny, can you just define to me what is a job?
I deliver your mail, bro.
Danny, what's a job?
Yeah. Let's continue this discussion.
Hey, Danny, can you tell me what a job is?
Yeah. Can you tell me? Do you pay taxes on the gifts that you get?
I do, but can you tell me what a job
Dude,
is?
well, bullshit. You're full of shit.
I
You
paid
are
a lot.
full of shit.
I pay taxes. Yes, I do.
Oh, you pay taxes? How does that work? Explain that to the public. How does that work, bro? How do you pay taxes on the gifts that you get on Venmo? You're full of shit.
I add up how much I get.
You are full
I
of
tell
shit,
my
and everybody
accountant
knows
my
it, bro.
income, and I pay my taxes. I send in a check. Colton,
Yeah.
thank you for the dollar.
Like a check, like a fucking sandbox. Like kicking around the sand again. Dude, get out of the.
Danny, can you define to me what a job is?
It's what I do, bro.
What's a job?
I earn. It's an earner.
Can you define a job for me, please?
Yeah, you're not earning, bro. You're not an earner. You spread hate and lies.
Danny, I
and you get help.
I do get money. I like.
And everybody knows where that help's coming from, bro.
Where's that coming from?
What do you? Don't play
Monica,
me, bro.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Monica.
$5, dude. That's cheap, dude. He's
Nikki,
better
thank you
than
for the
that.
dollar. Thank you so much to help pay with my taxes. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, attaboy. Nice. I like your little bounce back though. Attaboy.
Matthew, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Matthew. Now, can you tell me what a job is? He is a weird guest. He likes talking about playgrounds. Yeah, weird guest.
Yeah, weird. Just like how they call they get on the DNC and they say, "Oh, those people are weird." Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are.
Dude, you guys
Pam,
are all
thank
this
you so
fucking
much for the
insane, bro.
$15 sand for Danny. Thank you so much, Pam, for the $15.
Yeah.
Now, Danny, can you just define job for me, please? Because any definition you give for a job, it's gonna apply to me.
I just want a lot. All I want is some now and laters. Give me some now and laters as a gift. I don't need your money. Send me some now and laters.
No, can you just define to me what a job is? Like, I just want to be productive in this conversation, Danny.
Yeah, and productive. Well, are you being productive in your life? Or are you just spreading lies and hate? It's
lie?
all hate, Parker. Dude,
What hate? Thank you for the money gun.
it's crazy. Hey, check this out. Check this out, real quick, and we don't have to bounce over to this.
Charles, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. He's worse than Kevin Costner. Thank you so much. I appreciate it for the $50. Charlotte, thank you for the $5 for this guy's such a weirdo. He seems obsessed with me. He does. Brandon, thank you for the $3 for my $10.99. Thank you so much. Thank you for the year, Mason. Thank you so much, Kim.
Okay, so I was on Dean's Live not too long ago.
Jordan, thank you for the $30 for having to talk to this clown. Thank you so much, Jordan, for the $30. Can we get some W's for Jordan in the comment section right now for the $30? Thank you so much.
And so anyway, somebody said
Samantha,
you're doing
thank you for the $5 for check Danny's following list. He follows kids. Whoa.
Yeah, are you gonna ban them? Are you gonna? Yeah.
If I click on your following list right now, is it going to show that? Gurn,
Hey, check
thank
this
you
out,
so
huh?
much for the
Check this out.
$5 for guys talk about candy and playgrounds.
Hey, check this out. That's not even funny, Parker. You can click on my shit, and I swear to God, if you make that comment again, it's fucking an issue, bro.
You
Don't do that.
You follow the older millennial.
Oh, well, great. Well, you know, look at my fucking videos. Are you gonna let me fucking finish talking, please?
John, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Amanda, thank you for the $5 as well. Go
Nobody
for it.
cares about your couch change, bro.
Emma, thank you for the $5. Tell the truth. Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you.
So check
Emma,
this
thank you
out.
for the $5.
So, are you just gonna?
Caddy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Go
Yeah.
for it. Sorry, go for it.
Okay. So, somebody sent him saying, "You're doing the Lord's work, right?" And Dean
Karma,
replies,
thank you for the $5.
Thank you so much for that comment. How very nice of you. Both of you
Denise,
guys.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Lauren, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Both of you guys don't believe in Jesus, so why do you guys lie to people like that?
I do believe Jesus existed as a person. I just don't
I
believe he's
know.
a god.
Okay, so where's his body? Did they find his remains?
I don't know where his body is.
Yeah, dude, Muhammad. All the dude. You want? Come on, everybody's.
Wait, Danny.
remains
Instead
can
of
be
trying to
found,
talk
bro.
to me about Jesus, can you please define job to me, please, and then we can talk about the topic.
Okay.
Adriana,
Kicking-
thank you for the
you're kicking
$5.
sand-
Thank you so much, Vaughn. Thank you for the $2 for Danny's anger management.
You're kicking sand around in the sandbox again, bro. Nobody likes to play with kids that kick around the sand.
Danny, I just want you to define job because you still haven't. Cheryl, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Oh, so wait, okay. Well, if I define a job, can you define a female and a male for me? But you can't you?
I will. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you
Ah,
for the
you
subscription.
won't.
If you
You
define
won't, 'cause
job to me, I will define male and female.
You
to
are a shit.
Scott, thank you for the
show and a
$10.99. Thank you so much, Scott, for the $10.99 self-employed. Thank you so much. So Danny, if you define to me what a job is, I will define to you what a male and female is.
Oh, you will?
Crystal, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Why don't you go first, Parker?
Because I asked you the question way earlier.
Oh, and this is your live, right?
Yeah. So if you
Surprised
answer
you don't bring in help like everybody else does.
Danny, I promise you, if you answer my question, I will answer yours. Matthew, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Nick, thank you for the $5 to help replace the sand in the sandbox. Aaron, thank you for the $25 for the insufferable weirdo. Thank you so much. Matthew, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Can we give W's for everyone sending gifts? Thank you so much. So
Dude,
Danny,
this
what's
is
the
this Super Mario Brothers? What the fuck is this?
So Danny, would you like
Dude.
to answer the question? Because I'm serious. I really will answer that to you. Appreciate the hand art. Because I do think that Christianity is trans inclusive.
Oh no! We're not talking about Christianity. No! Don't jump!
Ethel,
jump shit,
thank you
bro.
so much for the $10.99. Thank you so much, Ethel.
Look at you trying to jump shit, bro. We're not even talking about that. You were talking about me defining a job, and I wanted you to define what a female and male is.
Yeah,
Don't
and
jump
I
shit.
will, Danny. But like, can you answer the question first?
But what was Christianity about, bro? What? Like, dude,
Oh, I'm
look.
sorry. I will stop talking about that. Now, would you like to answer my question?
Well, you have nothing to say about Christianity. First of all, 'cause
Can
everybody
you
knows
define
don't
job,
believe.
please?
It's okay. You want to know what a job is?
Yeah.
Why is it asking me to follow these other people?
Thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much, M.
It's not what you're doing because you're not contributing
Nick,
to the
thank
economy.
you for the $2.
How are you contributing?
Kimberly,
to the
thank you for the
economy?
$10. Thank you so much.
How
Now,
are you contributing
Danny-
to the economy by doing what you're doing right now?
Danny. So you say a job
No,
is
it's Danny. It's Danny.
appreciate the head mustache.
It's
Yeah,
not
Danny.
Denny. We're not
I
at
said
Denny's
Danny.
fucking
I
for
said
dinner.
Danny. So Danny, let me ask you the question. So contributing to the economy specifically means I have a job. So do kids have a job if they buy something from the gas station? Because they contributed to the economy when they bought something from the gas station.
What? Some fucking
Chastity,
Doritos?
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So they have a job.
No.
Okay. So what's a job?
Dude, you're 21.
Bree,
you're
thank you so
talking
much for the
about-
$20 for my contribution. Thank you so much, Bree, for the $20. Can we have W's for Bree?
You're asking me that because you've never had a real job.
No, I just want you to define job for me, please, because I do believe this is a real job.
Oh, I know you do. Everybody does.
So what's a job?
You and everybody that does this on their
Manifesting,
live
thank you.
it thinks this is a real job, and that's okay. Like,
Teresa,
there's
thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. So just define job, and we'll see if it is.
someone who puts work in and receives a check for contributing to the fucking economy.
Okay, so I do actually receive a check, and when you say contribute to the economy, I do contribute to the economy by buying things in my local
You buy- oh,
community.
you go to the gro-
I
you
do
go to the
contribute
grocery
to the
store?
economy by paying taxes. I do contribute to the economy by providing a service and entertainment. So yes,
go
I
to the
do. I
grocery
do
store?
contribute to the economy. I do get paid for what I do.
Yeah.
Carlos,
Yeah.
thank you for the $3. Kai, thank you for the
appreciate it.
$2, and Chastity, thank you so much for the $5. Kimberly, thank you for the $10 for entertainment. There you go.
Just
So
looking
under
at-
your definition, I do have a job, Danny.
Okay. Well, just looking at your face, I can tell you probably don't have any children, right? Okay.
I have
correct.
10.
Correct. So I have 2 kids.
I have 10
and
children, Danny.
when I go to the grocery store,
Sydney, thank you so much for the $6.66 for an offering. Thank you so much.
oh, 666, huh? 666. You fucking devil, little fucking piece of shit.
Yo,
Dude, when I
Tracy,
go
thank
to
you so
fucking-
much for the $34 for convicting this guy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $34. Sarah, thank you for the $5 for some Doritos. Thank you so much.
Danny, do you think it's
Dude, when I go to
possible
the-
the only reason you say Parker or
Candy, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Candy. I really appreciate it, Candy.
Here he is, Dean the man. You guys
Danny
are
doesn't
both-
qualify for your job. That's so real.
Is it possible
Dude.
that the only reason you say we don't have real jobs is
What?
because you're jealous of the income in comparison to us not actually having real jobs?
No, actually not. I enjoy going out and being an earner. That's what I do.
I am earning right now, just letting you know.
Okay, well that's great. Hey, but check this out. Check this out.
Not only am I earning money, but I'm also earning critical thinking in our society, right? We're leveling up. As a society, we're leveling up.
You can't even hold your own.
Julie, I
pants
appreciate the
up, bro.
$5. Thank you so much.
You can't even hold your own pants up. You have to bring in your homeboy.
I don't have to hold my pants up because they're held up by my waist.
Dude, you guys always do this two
Sakura,
on one
thank you for the
shit.
$6.66. Thank you so much. Dean, can mute real quick. And thank
You
you for the
guys
handouts. Thank you so much, Amethyst.
Do this 2-on-1 bullshit.
Danny,
all
would
the
you,
time.
Danny,
Y'all
would
are
you,
having,
would
like,
you,
the
would you prefer
stupidest
Dean to mute?
conversation. This
Thank you
isn't
for the
even
money
a
gun. Thank you so
debate.
much. Alice, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much.
I didn't join Dean's live. I joined your live.
Yeah, exactly. I said,
TikTok,
I told you Dean can mute if you want to do a one-on-one.
Well, fucking mute his ass then. I don't want to hear that shit.
Maria, thank you for the $6.66. Stuke, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Okay, Dean will mute for a second.
I'm
and
gonna
we'll
go
through
mute, but
this.
Zoe, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the real job. I appreciate you for the love, Zoe.
Oh, couch change.
Jamari, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much, Jamari.
Hey, do you realize the more that you get hated on, the more money you get? That's pretty cool.
Scott, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. Yeah, because people support me whenever someone is clearly being unsupportive.
So, can I ask you a question real quick? Like, I don't want to, go way sideways with it. I'm just curious. Why?
Melanie, thank you for the $6.66 from some sand. Thank you so much. Brendan,
Emily, thank you
so
for the
much. I appreciate
$10
it.
on Venmo for the couch change. W's for Emily for the $10 for the couch change. Thank you.
Why do we have to have? If Kamala's running, why do we have to have the Obamas,
Matthew,
and
thank you for the $6.66. Yeah, what's up?
the Clintons, and everybody talking behind her? Like, why can't we just?
Wait, we do that at the DNC all the time. Sarah, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. The reason why you didn't have Mitt Romney and John McCain talking out specifically is one, because John McCain is dead. Rest in peace, by the way. I think we should also should show some some
I don't care to hear from
some
them.
good response to his service. I think his service was good, whereas Trump degrades his service. Think of the sunglasses. Thank you so much, because he was a prisoner of war, a POW. Austin, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. And Aline, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you for the corgi as well. Thank you so much.
Shannon, thank you for another $10 for another piece of couch change. I love you, Shannon. Let's get 1 trillion double.
Austin, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you, Austin.
What do you
Don't
say?
forget to pick up the lint with the couch change when you go.
You
Make sure
probably
you get the
fucking
lint.
eat the lint.
Dude, bro.
Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Jessica. For quarters couch change, thank you so much. William, thank you for the $7 for Stop Crying Danny. Thank you so much, William.
Breezy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the lint eater. Thank you for the love.
Dude, fuck yeah, get that shit. You guys are fucking. You guys are
Danny,
brilliant.
Danny, did you hear what I said? Lauren, thank you for the $6.69. Thank you so much for dealing with Danny.
You're thinking with the
Wait,
you were
so
thinking.
again, the reason why you didn't have Mitt Romney specifically at the RNC is because he doesn't support Donald Trump.
I don't care about Mitt Romney. I don't care.
The
about
reason why you don't have John McCain there is because he's dead. Rest in peace again. And also because Trump specifically said that he is not a war hero, even though he was a POW and got tortured for this country.
Dude, are you reading? Do they send you guys notes? You guys say the same shit over and over again.
Wait, Danny, who's that?
I just copy him.
What do you mean?
Danny,
Who's they?
Danny, who's that?
Who's they? I don't know. I don't understand why I join every single one of your fucking lives and I hear the same fucking points over
Danny,
and over
why
again.
aren't you
Like,
learning
you guys have
then?
nothing. It's
Wait, Danny,
fucking-
I'm sorry. Why aren't you learning then? If we do the
It's
same
like a
things all the
rotten
time.
apple, dude. The
I'm sorry,
apple
if
is
we're talking about the
rotten,
same
bro.
topic, of course you're going to hear similar arguments. Sharon, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Like, if I'm
Dude,
dealing
it's
with
a
someone who's
rotten
bringing
apple,
up,
bro.
if someone brings up the concern, appreciate the hat mustache, thank you so much, that, prices are higher now. Why shouldn't I vote for the president that currently is in place, or the person, appreciate the handout, thank you so much, that is not president now? Well, I'm going to say, just because there's a correlation doesn't mean there's a causation. That's going to happen every single time, because that's the argument given that they said that.
Also,
Yvonne, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Yvonne in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Yvonne.
Also,
get some
additionally-
W's in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
So you're telling me that you've heard the same points
Tell Danny
made?
it's payday at work today. Thank you so much.
You've told me
12
so-
year, 12
Danny,
years out of the last 16 years.
Danny,
you
you're
guys
telling
have
me
done
that you've
nothing.
told this. You've telling
Madison,
me
thank you for the $5. We have the Affordable Care
12
Act.
years,
we have.
dude,
We've
you
had a
got
fight against
12
climate
fucking
change.
years.
We have. Appreciate the Matthew. Thank you for the $5. Thank you,
Bullshit.
Matthew.
Yvonne with a $50 on Venmo saying payday Dean. Let's
yeah.
get some massive W's for Yvonne in that comment section. At least 30 billion trillion W's for Yvonne. Thank you for the love.
Cassie, thank you for the $1.
Dude, I got a swamp ass right now.
What? Why would you
Ew.
tell us that? It's so
That's
weird for you to
fucking
say that.
Isn't that weird? It's like saying grape instead of the real word, right?
What?
fucking-
You understand that we have to because of TikTok terms of
You
service.
guys
right?
are tools, dude. You guys are a bunch of tools.
TikTok terms of
You know
service
what?
did not tell you that you had to tell us that you have
Check this
swamp
out.
pass.
I already have a wrench and a fucking hammer, bro. I don't need. This is fucking stupid, dude. What you guys are doing?
You could call me a tool because I'm trying to fix the state of this nation.
I know. MAGA is never going to get past
Where
the
you at,
allegations of
Parker?
being weird.
Where you at, Parker? Dude, Dean fucking showed something. Where you at? No shit.
Showed
talk
what?
video,
Showed
I see.
what?
You only talk shit to fucking handicaps, dude.
What?
Bro, you are.
Wait.
yeah.
By the way, I think it's crazy for you to say that because again, Trump literally made fun of a disabled reporter. Secondly, the prior guest I had on, I never made fun of them. Right? I was incredibly nice to them. Brittany, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Brittany.
Also,
I just disagreed with them.
Can we not call people handicaps? Like,
Yeah,
that's like
also.
incredibly dehumanizing.
Yeah. Like, bros just doesn't know how to not be ableist. Danny, thank you. Why'd I say thank you? What the fuck? Zach, thank you for the $5. I meant to say thank you to Zach. But, Danny, you can unmute. And Vanessa, thank you for the $5 for the DNC scripts. Thank you so much.
Same. Thank you for the $5, Vanessa.
Melinda, thank you for the $25 for the good work. Thank you so much, Melinda. Can we get some W's from Melinda in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
Atta girl, Melinda. Throw that fucking money around. Cause I can't. I got 2 kids and a fucking family, dude. I'm trying to support.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
How
So
old?
yeah, so
What?
exactly the Biden Harris the Harris administration wants to increase your child tax credit, so you would be benefited directly from a Harris administration. $6,000 in the first year of a child's life for each child, and $3,600 for each kid after that. That is more than what you get currently. I promise you, your taxes will decrease by thousands of dollars if you just vote for Harris. Martina, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Copy that. I heard the
Zach, thank you for
19-year-old.
the $5.
I heard the 19-year-old chirping off in the background. How old am I? How old am I?
No, I asked you
how
how old
old
the
are
kids
you?
were because of the child tax
Yeah.
credits.
No. That's none of your fucking business. And you know what? How old were you when the towers fell? Did you see that on TV? I bet you didn't. I bet
wasn't
you
alive.
didn't.
I unironically
Yeah. Oh,
wasn't alive.
you weren't alive. Let's talk.
Kate,
let's
thank you
talk
for the
some real
$5. Thank you
fucking
so
shit.
much.
I'm so sorry. Are you like alive, conscious, and sentient right now?
Danny, when were you at
Tell
the
me what
signing?
sentient means.
Wait, Danny, when were you at the signing of the Declaration of Independence? Where?
Oh, that was
Lauren.
good,
Thank you for the
Parker.
$15 for Danny's 2 kids. Thank you so much.
Bro, if you fucking do that shit again,
Do what?
don't fucking do that. Thank you for the $2 for my kids.
The $15
bro,
for your 2 kids.
But, hey, but you didn't talk shit to a handicap, right? But you're doing this
Why
right
do you
now.
keep saying? Why do you keep referring to people that way?
Because
One,
you are
and 2.
disrespectful
Why are you
piece of
voting for
shit.
someone that specifically made fun of someone who was disabled?
You are a disrespectful.
Danny, so
little
you think
kid.
that we should
Bro.
that we shouldn't disrespect kids? We should protect them. How do you feel
Danny,
about
why
Trump
are you
saying
so
that he dated
mad?
a 10-year-old girl in
You
10
guys are
years?
sideways.
How do you feel about Trump saying that he dated 10-year-old girl, someone's kid, someone's 5th grade daughter in 10 years?
You guys better check your shit, bro. This
Michelle,
fucking.
think of the $5 for Danny's 1 brain cell.
Dude, you guys have no originality, dude. You guys are
Jamari,
just like
thank you for the $2. Wait, I have no originality.
dude.
Who did
You
I get
don't,
what I
dude.
do from? Please tell me. Danny, who did I
Venmo.
copy?
Venmo.
Danny,
Yeah,
who did
you-
I
you
copy?
get what you
Chrissy,
do
thank you
from
for the galaxy.
fucking
Thank you so
Venmo,
much.
bro.
Danny, tell me, who did I copy?
Hey, Dean. Hey, Dean. Do you?
Danny, who did I copy? Troy, thank you for the $5 for Danny's child tax credit. Thank you so much.
You pay taxes, Dean? You pay
Yes,
taxes?
he does. Daryl,
Yeah.
thank you for the $2.
Oh,
Allison, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. Denny's kids are doomed with a dad like that. So real. Denny's kids definitely are. Can we get some L Denny's in the chat, everyone?
Wendy, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. And Devin, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmos. And because I wish I didn't have to witness the towers live. Deadass.
XYZ, thank you for the $2
Wilma.
for Danny's 2 kids.
Wilma, thank you
Thank
for
you
the
for the
$10.
handout.
You guys are awesome. Thank you guys for the love.
Danny, we can't hear you, man. Or sorry, Denny, we can't hear you. Oh, Denny left. Okay. All right, how's your day been, Dean?
Honestly, it's been pretty good.
Chrissy, thank you, Galaxy, thank you so much.
I'm temporarily moved in with a brother because of renovations at home for the flood. And he cooked some fire pork chops for dinner, dude. So I've been
Nice,
well
bro.
fed. I've been hanging out. Hell yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, Andrew, how old are you?
37.
Are you voting Trump?
Trump, absolutely.
Oh, why so?
So I just have a couple questions. So you're Harris, right?
Yeah, I'm voting for Harris, yes.
Harris. So how does it benefit the economy when 10, 15 million immigrants come into our country and don't pay W-2 taxes, where I have to pay Medicare, Medi-Cal, Social Security? So how is that fair to the other hundreds of millions of Americans who are paying tax from our economy?
You cut out, man.
So how is it
Hello?
beneficial to
You
our
cut out.
economy? What do you mean I cut out?
You cut out. You had like a little bit of a lag, so you can finish.
How is it beneficial to our economy when we let in 10 to 15 million illegal immigrants who aren't paying taxes, W-2, also payroll taxes on top of that for the companies like me who runs a company? I have to pay payroll taxes on top of 15 million employees. How is that beneficial to our economy when they come in, take advantage of our system, and they don't pay taxes? That's my first question. I have many other questions
So
for you.
you just lied. So actually, the Social Security Administration estimated in 2010 that specifically in 2010, it is the case that undocumented immigrants added $12 billion per year to the Social Security system. So not only do
Okay.
they pay into the Social Security system, but they actually can't receive anything from the Social Security system because they don't qualify for any of the benefits.
I know, but
Kelly,
they're
thank you
still
so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Kelly.
They're still taking advantages of resources that they weren't given. They come into
So
they come
Andrew,
into-
they're actually not taking advantage of these resources because they don't qualify. So not only do they not qualify for any of these federal positions or federal grants or anything like that, but they specifically pay into the system. Also, I just want to let you know the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee, specifically indicated that documented immigration and undocumented immigration is the main cause of our economy increasing in value from by $7 trillion by 2034 and increasing in federal revenues by $1 trillion. That's what the Congressional Budget Office indicated. So instead of saying that, undocumented immigrants are bad people, what we should do is we should make the legal system faster so that they can be provided documentation, benefit our economy, and then we can more easily identify the people who are coming here who are bad actors. Instead of having a bunch of people who are coming here through the undocumented process who are just coming here for a better life, who are not violent people, who are not trying to commit crimes, who are not a part of any gangs, who are not in affiliation with the cartel or anything like that.
I understand what you're saying, but you take a room of 100 people, you throw in 50 more, they're going to take the resources, okay? So the fact of the matter is-
Actually, no, because what you're not understanding is that it is the case that it produces more services within the context of our economy. Christy, thank you for the subscription. And we also have a also, by the way, you say the same thing by.
I would have to respectfully disagree, but you do make valid points. But because we can go on for this forever, I want
The
to.
reason why you shouldn't respectfully disagree is because it is the case that we've been below replacement rates for fertility rates since the 70s. So we don't have enough people who are younger who are going to be working to be able to pay for people who are older on Social Security and Medicare. So if we wanted to be able to pay for that, we want to make sure Social Security and Medicare don't become insolvent. We need immigration, and that's just a fact of our economy.
I 100% disagree, but I see you make very good, valid points. But my next
Can you give
question
me a
is
solution then?
Can
you give me a solution for the?
That's why I'll never run for politics or Congress, because I don't have the answers. I'm just somebody who likes to see both sides. So my next question
Andrew,
for you,
so that means that you don't have a side. Given that I do have a side and you do not have a side, what side do you accept over my side?
I agree more with the make it legal and stop the illegal, because I think consuming our resources and letting more people in flood in is more dangerous to the economy. Because you think there's more benefit, I think there's less benefit, because I pay 47% taxes on a bad day, 37% on a good day. Depends on the year. So I'm paying a fuckload of taxes while they come in and consume. I get what you're saying. There's advantageous reasons for them coming to our economy, stimulating it in different ways. But I completely disagree. My next question for you though is Chinese tax tariffs.
Wait, but before we get into that, so it is the case that they add more to the economy than they take from
Everybody
it.
in the
So this
comments
idea
saying
that
they take our resources. You're absolutely.
You have no source, Andrew, that indicates that immigrants take more from the economy than they put into it. Again, based upon basically all the research, all the studies, the Congressional Budget Office and Nonpartisan Committee shows that immigration is beneficial to the economy. Okay? I'm not pulling this out of my ass. I'm looking at the vast economic data that indicates that immigration is beneficial to our economy. You say it makes it harder for us to deal with taxes. Actually, your taxes, not trolling, would be higher if we didn't have as much immigration. I'm not trolling. Your taxes long term will be higher if we do not have immigration, because there will be less working people to take care of the people on Social Security and Medicare. It's an economic fact. I'm not making this up. I'm not bullshitting you. It's an economic fact. And all the people who want to force women to go through abortion so we can meet this population crisis and so we don't have a population crisis, that's fucking insane. And those people are going to be too young to take care of the older people. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. The only thing that is going to fix the issue is immigration. That is a fact, economically speaking.
Hey, Iris, you have very good answers. And honestly, I don't know as much as you. That's why I'm asking. My second question that I have for you, and then I'll let somebody else take my place, because like I said, I'm truly trying to get answers, is I don't see the benefit of increasing taxes, whether it's on lower income or higher income, the billionaires that we don't think should exist. If you increase taxes on businesses, just answer me this, because this doesn't make sense to me. Corporate tax right now is 21% for C corporations. S corps and LLCs is completely different. C corporations is where the money is at. C corps are the big conglomerates. The 21% corporate tax. If you increase corporate tax from 21 under Harris's plan, I forget the exact percentage, but it goes up basically double to like 38%, almost double. How does increasing corporate
28%?
Is it 28, not 38?
Yeah.
Okay, so 21 to 38. So 21 to 28. So how does increasing corporate tax benefit the economy when these conglomerates are just going to go outsource to different countries? And we haven't even talked about Chinese tax. We haven't even talked about Chinese tax tariffs. So that'll be my third question. But how does increasing taxes on corporations, when you know if they're going to be taxed more, they're going to go try to do trickier shit and outsource outside of our economy?
Yeah. So if you actually look at the corporate tax rate over time, like specifically as it relates to like what exists in the past, you see here in like the 50s, the 60s,
guys,
even around the 80s, and even in
Parker,
the early 2000s.
Parker, I'm sorry to interrupt real quick. I love your answers because you're teaching me a lot. Guys in the comments, I'm not whining about 28%. I'm asking questions. I'm trying to learn. So I just want to know, continue. Sorry, Parker.
Okay, so you can see in the 70s, in the 80s, and even in the early 2000s, we all had higher tax rates than 28%. 28% is quite literally the lowest rate since with Trump involved since the 30s. Okay, 28%. Last time it was 28% was like 1940.
Interesting. Okay.
1941, it was 31%. So it has not been that low since 1941. In 1942, it was 40%. In 1951, it was 51%. In 1974, hell, it was 48%. In 1964, it was 54%. Right? In the 90s, it was 35%. In the early 2000s, it was 35%. Only until Trump, it was at 21%. So the point I'm making is that we've had higher corporate tax rates in the past, yet you don't think that these issues specifically existed.
What was
Stacey,
it
I
prior
appreciate
to
the $10.
the
Thank you so
TCGA?
much. Prior to the TCGA, it was 35%.
Okay, and
So
I mean,
that's 7% higher than what it would be under the Harris administration.
interesting, because I mean, I've only had a corporation for a few years now, so but I don't recall that. But you're probably right because you're smarter than me. My last.
No, I can just show you.
Okay, I mean, I don't believe anything I just see on the internet. I definitely have to see like a pub, like if it's anytime somebody gives me health advice, I have to make sure it's on PubMed, because a fucking blogger and an article doesn't mean shit.
Just literally look up what was the corporate tax rate under Obama.
Oh wait,
I will.
I actually have a good question.
Sounds like you know your shit.
Why is it the right calls Kamala Harris like super communist and like radical left, when it is the case that there's never been a Democrat who supported a lower corporate tax rate than her in the last 100 years?
I think the general idea of why the left versus right, and left is communist and right is not, is because left wants more government control, the right doesn't. You guys try to have higher tax rates.
Aren't you trying to restrict the border? Is that communism? You say government control is communism, but then you restricting the border, which is government control, isn't communism.
I mean, honestly, I'm not a politics guy. I don't know the answers to these. This is why I'm asking you guys questions. But I do have one final question. Parker, you're educating me more than I've ever learned, ever. So I really appreciate it. My last and final question is tariffs, right? Chinese tax tariffs. So one of the biggest things that I remember Trump doing or implementing was tariffs on other countries and being taxed so that we're forced to hire more within our economy. Because if we can just import shit from China and sell it on fucking Amazon and just thrive off this outsourcing world, we lose the economy here of fueling our own economy. So why is it that we're not
Rebecca,
sticking
thank you for
with
the $10.
that?
Thank you so much.
Why are we not sticking? Because this all plays together. Lowering taxes for businesses makes people want to hire more in America, not outsource. It doesn't matter if you go up 5% or 10% or 20%. The more money corporations make, they're going to want to stay inside of America. Higher tariffs forces us. So all these other so tariffs. Explain why we don't keep tariffs high.
Okay, so the reason why we don't want tariffs high is because that causes an increase in the cost of goods in our economy. If you don't like inflation, well, then you wouldn't like that. Also, if we look at manufacturing jobs are higher right now, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, than what they were under Trump's administration.
You are fucking fast with this shit, bro. You're like, Parker, I got to give you props, man. You're like, besides Destiny, you're probably the smartest liberal I've ever spoken to.
You've spoken to Destiny?
One time, yeah, not one-on-one, but on a group chat.
Yeah, so this is just like from me studying economics. I appreciate the VR goggles. Thank you so much. So literally, the Bureau of Labor Statistics has the best economic data you could have access to. They specifically indicate there are more manufacturing jobs now than there was under Trump's administration. Actually, if we look at Trump's administration, there's not really a massive increase in manufacturing jobs, necessarily speaking. It goes on a relatively similar trend that we saw under Obama's economy.
Okay. And honestly, those were my three major questions. I'm not going to be the guy who asks the silly, dumb stuff that attacks personal character traits of each person. So I appreciate everything, man.
No, I appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you for everything, man. I actually learned a lot in this little 10-minute session, so I appreciate it.
Of course,
and
of course.
I will be back in a few weeks with more questions for you.
All right, I'll be looking for it. Peace out, peace out. Let's get to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Everyone share the live as well. Who is Destiny? It's a streamer on YouTube.
Yeah, he has some of the worst takes known to mankind and some of the best takes known to mankind.
He's a pretty good debater, but there are various things I definitely I really vehemently disagree with him on. Including Israel, him using the R slur, how he feels about the person who died at the Trump rally. All of those things are fucking vile takes. But he's relatively good at debating against Trump in plenty of other scenarios. You know what's a Paladin? He's a really good debater.
39.
Are you voting Trump?
I am voting for Trump, yes.
Why so?
I agree with a lot of his policies.
What policy specifically?
Policies on gun control, on trade.
So you said his policies on gun control. He passed the biggest gun legislation in modern U.S. history with his bump stock ban.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Trump passed some of the biggest gun restrictions in modern U.S. history.
Okay.
So you agree with his policies on gun control? Okay, go ahead and continue.
Okay. And before I forget, I just wanted to let you know that you were dead wrong about Bernie Sanders starting the no tax on tips. That was actually Ron Paul.
Okay. Sure. You could say that Ron Paul might have done it, but also around that time, Bernie Sanders also did it. So
Ah,
what time
now
did
Bernie-
Ron Paul do it?
Now Bernie Sanders is copying Ron
2007.
Paul.
2007.
Yeah.
When did he's like? Do you say that like on like the campaign trail?
Yeah, it didn't make it it didn't go nowhere, but he first, brought out the legislator in 2007. But it pretty much got shut down. And then again, Ted Cruz did it. And so, yeah, both Republicans.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm pretty sure Bernie's been advocating for this for just as long, if not the same. But even if I were to concede that Ron Paul specifically got this and that Bernie proponed it after, it would just be as legitimate to say that Trump got it from Bernie as it would be to say that Kamala Harris got it from Trump. Does that make sense?
I guess so, yeah. I think everybody's making too big a deal about this whole abortion thing. I really don't understand. Like, it clearly states that like rape cases and ones that are medically necessary are not going to be.
We already see that like victims of rape can't get elective abortions in like 12 states today, right? And like probably the reason you don't understand why big of a deal it is because you have a penis, right? Like I'm pretty sure that this form of reproductive health care is of utmost importance to plenty of women across the United States of America and should be federally protected for that reason. I think that America definitely has an obligation to protect basic human rights, which would include the right to access healthcare in this circumstance.
And do you think if you had a girlfriend or something
Stacey,
like
think of
that,
the
and like y'all had an abortion, you think you would feel the same way?
Yeah, I would.
feel the
I
same.
would support my girlfriend if she got an abortion. Absolutely.
Yeah, like maybe like what you're asking is like, would I be sad?
I would support
like,
her. I would support her if she didn't want to get an abortion and if she wanted to get an abortion.
Like maybe I'll frame it this way just to give you a response here. So let's just assume like I have a wife and we were like planning for a kid and I was super excited. I couldn't wait to have a kid. She ended up getting pregnant and then one day she changed her mind and went to Planned Parenthood to get an abortion. Like sure, I'd be fucking devastated. I'd be devastated. I'd cry. I'd bawl my eyes out. But like since when have we justified the legitimate use of men's emotions as a tool to dibble dabble within the rights of women? Like, I'm pretty sure we shouldn't be using our emotions to control other people. That historically has very bad outcomes.
And Rebecca, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Stacy.
Well,
thank you for the $10
I mean,
as well.
There's plenty of, I don't know. Like, okay, so I'm 39. When I was 18, I got a girl pregnant and she decided to get an abortion and I had to drive her to a different state, just the neighboring state. So from Mississippi to Alabama to get the abortion done. Do I regret it? I mean, yeah, I do. I have tons of fucking regret from doing that, and she does too. But never at any point was I like mad at Mississippi, like why, or neither was she, no one thought that. Like, I mean, it is what it is. We did what we did, we put ourselves in that position. So, we handled it. That's just how we handled it. I mean, there's always going to be states with open abortion laws. Like, there's always a place for a woman to go do that. Now, how far she's got to go, whatever,
Like banning access in some states restricts access, right? Point blank.
Yeah, but but they're still allowing like medical. There's still been legislation passed for.
But there are plenty of scenarios where great victims can't get access to an abortion in this country.
Like pretty much not even like mail order abortion pills.
They can't get access to an abortion in any context in their state.
Mail ordered abortion pills. I've never heard about that in my life. Are you sure that's a thing?
Yeah, I bet you could get an abortion pill through mail, but I don't think in those states that it would be allowed.
I'd have to look it up. There's a drug. It starts with an M, something. But yeah, it's can be ordered by the mail.
Huh, that's actually like really freaking sick.
Yeah, that is good, but do they get access to that in states even in which it is the case that you
Yeah,
can't get access to an
even
abortion?
in states that have abortion bans, and I think Biden did actually pass.
So
some
wait, so
stuff.
can you give me anything within the context of the bill that allows that? Because Matt is in the context. I think
You'll
Matt
have
wants
to give me
address
one. Give me one.
this. Matt, did
just-
you want to address that real quick?
I just wanted to add something like super small on here about this whole idea that it should be permissible for states to still legislate on it, because at the end of the day, if you're a woman in one of these states, you could drive, like 500 miles. This like gives me like similar vibes.
Devin, thank you for the $10.
To like maybe like some local communities right across the globe that have to like walk 2 miles to the water well and come back with the bottles. Like it's not optimal at all for them to have to make that trek, walk those 2 miles, exert that energy to get the water. And we should all support right like funded programs to bring water wells into local communities across the globe so they have the water right in front of them. And it's kind of like the same idea, right? Like I don't think that we should justify right passing it back down to the state if it is the case that then you just turn around to the women who want to
see a site called aidaccess.org that sells abortion pills in all 50 states.
Yeah. So mifepristone is the primary one that's used, but
Yes,
the
that
problem with that is that pill form abortion access is not protected under federal law. It's only guidance through HSS that allows it to be protected. So the
Marcel,
HSS
take it for the
says
$5.
But
that
doesn't the FDA regulate it too, though?
well, the FDA regulates its safety. The HSS will is what allows it to be, out there. The FDA can take away its guidance, which is what Trump recently said that he's considering doing. So anytime somebody says Trump wants to
Devin,
leave it
leave
up
the
to the
10 bucks up now.
states, that's simply not true, because he has said that he is open to having the FDA extend its approval of this drug, meaning that the primary vehicle from which women get their access to abortion, because most abortions now are done through pill form, that if the FDA takes away that approval, then they can't.
Thank you, the corgi.
So Trump. Anytime someone comes on here and says Trump was leaving the state, that's simply not true, because he just said like a few days ago that he's open to getting rid of that approval. That means that the most popular method in all 50 states that all 50 states has access to will be gone. And that's on a federal level. So I don't know where he's getting this like states' rights idea, because he wants to use the federal government to take away the most important access that all women have.
Surprisingly, Parker, I have to drop. I was planning to stay on all night, but I got.
You're good. Don't worry, Dean.
Thanks for letting me up for a little bit, man.
Of course, man. Appreciate you coming.
All right, see you, Matt. See you, chat. Bye, bye.
Is this your first election you're voting in?
Me, no.
No, so the second one.
Yeah.
Okay. So obviously you probably voted for Biden. So
Yeah, I did vote for Biden.
I was denied my right to vote. Crazy. I walked into the voting booth, and all of a sudden I did not exist anymore.
What do you mean you didn't exist anymore?
If you walk into the voting booth, then that means you were already processed. So
all right, so listen, I'm gonna back it up. So I had changed address. I'd moved. So February of that year of the election, I logged on to Louisiana's voter portal from my phone, updated my address, got my voter card in the mail. I was good to go. I thought about it a few weeks later, and I told my wife, I said, you need to do the same thing. So I got on my phone, I logged into her voter portal just from my phone. So I just used my phone, but logged into her name, all that. So somehow, being that I used my phone, it kicked me out. And I was told by whoever from the state of Louisiana that being that I used my phone to do it, that I basically, I don't know, somehow deleted myself when I logged in. logged in her shit. I don't know. It was weird.
You can't delete yourself from the voter files.
Dude, it happened. It happened. It happened, and I think it happened to more people than me. They just didn't realize it.
Then, so you're in Louisiana, which is a Republican state, and
Right.
so I'm assuming that you then blame the stupid ass voting laws set up by Republicans.
I mean, no. My one vote ain't gonna change nothing. I
Hold
think
on.
that's
Your
really
vote was
straight.
denied. Wait, hold on. No. Your vote was denied. That's a travesty. So if your vote was denied because a group or a party or a group made it harder and made it more difficult for you to change your registration, that's a bad thing. I don't care if I don't care whether you're going to vote for Trump or not. I don't care about that. It's that when you went to exercise your right to vote, you couldn't. And that's a travesty because the laws apparently are so shitty in Louisiana, probably because Republicans typically like to make things a lot harder to vote. And if they did do that, then because, as I said, I don't think that you can just delete yourself from the voter file. Like that's a
Not only did I delete myself, I put my wife was in the system twice.
Well, then the state of Louisiana has a weird ass way of doing it.
And they say it's all tied to your cell phone.
That makes no sense. How did people?
It does not make no sense. No shit.
Yeah, but like, I mean, Louisiana didn't determine the election. So if you want to relate to this, do you know any court case that indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
I don't.
Okay, so if there's no court cases that indicate sufficient evidence to overturn the election, my question is, why do you specifically indicate that there was sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I think that just happened more. I think there was some fishy shit going on in the election. Not enough so maybe to overturn it, but I just think some fishy shit happened more, and I that's just one case
All right.
of it right
Is
there.
there anything
know?
else you want to talk about, Arad?
No, that's probably about it. I think. I appreciate your time.
All right, I appreciate you coming up. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here, y'all. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, didn't accept this person. Let me try the next.
39.
Yo, what's up? Oh, you're voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so? I think the manifesto.
Why? Because small business owner, and honestly, his policies are more my way.
Like which policy specifically?
Second Amendment, gun control, abortion, pretty much all of them. Tariffs on China goods.
Okay, so if it was the case that restricting a particular gun saved the lives of children, would you say that you want to restrict that gun?
As a soldier, I'd say no, because that gun is a bad word. It's a weapon, not a gun. The gun can't kill nobody. Whoever's
What?
got it.
Would you say
If my gun
would you say a nuke can't
Wait.
kill anyone?
No, I said a gun, a weapon.
No, but like
You
the
set that
person
gun- you-
decides
wait,
to
wait.
drop the nuke, right?
That's the person does. Yes.
Yeah,
The
but
nuke
like,
can't
but
do
we'd
nothing
still
without somebody controlling it.
we'd still say the nuke killed people, right?
No, you'd say the person who pushed the button killed people. See, that's the
We'd
problem with
say
thinking.
we'd say it both led to the death of people.
If a gun's sitting on a porch, can it kill anybody?
Not without a person. I'm not disputing that you need a
Exactly.
person, but what I'm saying is that both people and guns are used to kill people.
Well, yeah, you can kill people with anything: a knife, a sword.
Okay,
The gun
but
didn't do it.
you are more likely to be able to kill them if you have a gun.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. I doubt it. Guess you haven't met too many people in the battlefield.
Sir, I just think you're delusional. If you had an army of only people with knives versus an army with people only with guns, who's gonna win?
Doesn't matter. Do you really know?
Answer the
'Cause have you
question.
been there?
Who's gonna win?
Have you been there?
Who's gonna win?
Do you really? Doesn't matter. You don't know the numbers.
Who's
What's the
gonna
numbers
win?
And what's who's fighting?
Who's gonna win?
It's not a direct answer.
They both sides have the same attributes. Both sides have the same training. The only difference is what they have: either a knife or a gun, who's gonna win?
In that aspect, the gun.
Okay, I wonder why.
Because in that aspect, they're both the same. When in
Appreciate
war,
this
is
investment.
anything
Thank you
ever
so
the
much.
same?
I'm giving an example. The point I'm making is that
Yeah.
even if you consider every other quality the same, it's still going to be the case that the person with a gun is going to have a heads up. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you.
my
So you're
point
going to
on
be able to
gun
kill more
is-
people with a gun than you are going to be able to kill with a knife. And even if you want to reference
Yes.
places from the UK specifically, it is the case that like those they have lower stabbing rates than we do here in the United States.
Oh, yeah. You walk into most of these cities in the United States, and you wouldn't
Gabrielle,
want to be
thank you
walking in
so
them.
Gabriel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. What were you saying?
I said most of these cities anymore in the United States, you wouldn't want to be walking around in.
Sorry, say that
They're
one more
not
time.
exactly nice.
Think of the confetti.
The cities in the United States are not exactly a place you generally want to be walking around in, especially at night.
Okay, so maybe we should look at the countries around the world that don't have as much access to guns, that don't have the same issues, you know?
Actually, most of the countries that have less have more guns.
Really? So like all those
Yes.
all those places in Europe, right? They have higher rates of gun violence than here in the United States. Really?
Not Switzerland, all of those, they have, same as us, guns everywhere.
No, they have lower guns per capita and they have lower gun violence.
Biggest problem on it is teach people young. They don't teach gun safety no more. When was the last time you had gun safety in school? You probably never did. I'm assuming.
Sure,
you're in your
sure. I would
20s.
think that gun safety could make it better, but clearly we haven't done that. So I don't see how you could
Like,
say it's effective.
when I went to school, we had guns in the truck at school because we went hunting after.
Yeah. Okay.
So-
Cool. Good for you, right? But the point I'm making is that you can say gun safety all you want, but at the end of the day, if a particular policy restricted guns and it led to less, like overall, less children dying, would you be in support of it?
And no gun control policy so far has
can you
ever.
can you like before you answer that question with like, oh, no ever gun? I don't care. I'm asking you a hypothetical. If it is the case that it leads to less children dying, would you be in support of the gun control policy?
Because no.
Okay, so why are you pro-life?
Why am I pro-life?
Yeah.
Because I call me old school, survival of the fittest.
So you want to restrict someone's right to do what they want, appreciate the ICU, thank you so much, to preserve a child's life.
Wait, did you just
Depends on the situation.
and say that the potential death of a child is survival of the fittest?
Jesus Christ, dude.
No, the way he's taking the wrong scenario because he's trying to say abortion with gun control, and they don't go together.
No, he's asking you're pro-life, meaning that you value life, apparently, right? You value
Yes, I
life of the
value life.
fetus, but why do you not value the life of a child if
I have 6 children. Trust me, I would kill a motherfucker. over
Okay.
them.
Well, no, he asked you he asked you a hypothetical. If it was proven and we knew, let's say 100%, that a particular gun control policy would save the lives of many children, would you be in support of that? And you said
If
no.
it was 100% proven that it could, 100%, then yes.
Okay,
But
so
like I said,
That's
in
not what you
history,
said earlier.
Never
yeah, I said that's not what you said
has it-
earlier. That's why
It
we
is
asked
what I
you.
said because
No, it
wait.
isn't.
But-
You said that
okay.
you wouldn't be in support of it even if it was the case that it led to less children dying overall.
Because, well, yeah, you said 100%, but like I said, that's never happened. That
Wait,
scenario
before
you're
before you
playing
move
has
to
never
that, I
happened.
asked you an explicit reason that if this did happen, would you still think that you want to get rid of the guns? And you said no.
Because the Second Amendment was created for more than just that reason. I would be more.
Wait, how do you
supportive
feel
of
about
putting
Trump?
guns in school?
Jesus
With
Christ.
purple-
How would you feel about Trump specifically advocating for the bump stock ban, which is one of the largest pieces of gun control in the modern era?
I personally didn't even understand it, but bump stock was
That's against
a
the Second
issue.
Amendment.
It is. Well, bump stock technically was an add-on to a weapon.
Wait, that's still
a gray area.
Wait, technically an AR, like the difference between AR and a pistol, is an add-on to a weapon. You understand that, right?
No, an AR
Yes,
is
it
an
is.
armament light.
You
That is a
understand that? You
brand.
understand that the difference in the gun is that there are attachments.
No. An AR
Yeah?
is an armament life rifle. That's a brand. You might want to go look it up.
No, I understand you're saying it's a brand, but the point I'm making is that it has more attachments than does a handgun, right? It's still the same thing, right? They're
No,
both guns.
They all have different attachments.
Ah, there you go.
Sniper
They all have different attachments. There you go.
They do.
Well, he
Now, a
just proved
bump
my point.
stock is, you're right, but a bump stock is not, that's not even here nor there. It doesn't really change anything. I don't get why that went through. Personally, don't care.
Well, it's because the largest mass shooting that the United States has ever had,
yes,
had
a bump shot. I know.
The crazy guy had a bump stock, and so Trump responded,
Yes.
and then of course our crazy ass court system said, "Nah, that's against the Second Amendment." So the bump stock thing got overturned.
Yeah, and
So-
technically it is against the Second Amendment, and I agree. And that is personally, in my opinion, the
So he said
the first
before it
time
wasn't
there
against
is-
it. Now he believes it is. Okay.
No, no.
He said it doesn't really go against the Second Amendment because it's an attachment.
No.
But now he hears that it did
No.
go against the Second Amendment. He's like, yes, it did go against the Second
it
Amendment.
is.
Let me change my argument now.
Second Amendment technically says thou shalt not infringe, plain and simple, means no law. No law can take it.
Jesus
According
Christ,
to the
dude.
Constitution.
Yeah, you left out
Can you read
the
it?
first clause. What's that first
What
clause say?
The-
What's the first clause of the Second Amendment say?
Streaming. Thank you so much for the subscription.
You cited the shall not be infringed, but you left out the first clause. A well-regulated militia. Being
Yes, a well-regulated militia. That well-regulated militia isn't a part of it. That's not a clause.
That is a clause. It's separated by a
Jesus.
comma. It's separated by a comma. When you separate in a sentence by a comma, it makes clauses.
Yes, I know. Well, actually, that's the first part of the statement. A well-regulated militia being
It's a
necessary
clause.
to the
In
security
in
of a free
grammar,
state.
It's called the clause. The first clause of the Second Amendment is what I cited. You cited the second clause. You might not
actually,
like grammar,
that's the
but
fourth
that's what
if you
it's
want to go
called.
on that. Being necessary to the security of a free state. The state is that's so the state can keep control from the main government. The Second Amendment was created.
By having a well-regulated militia.
Yeah, and how many militias are there around the country right now? Thousands.
Well, okay. And
but them going against the Second Amendment and trying to take everyone's weapons, therefore, and on this, everything through history, when the governments have tried to take weapons, what has happened?
nothing. Australia did it. No,
Hitler?
Australia did it.
Napoleon?
Australia did it. The one of the safest countries in the world. New Zealand did it. The one of the safest countries in the world. What's your
You
point?
say so.
Yeah, Australia had the largest mass shooting ever recorded. Guess what they did? They banned guns. They had a buyback program. Since then, not one shooting. The crime is low. Australia is safe as fuck. When's the last time you heard of a shooting in Australia of mass death? Never.
Honestly,
Not
I don't
since the
pay attention
90s.
to Australia, so no. I don't pay attention to Australia.
Because we don't have to anymore because they actually passed gun laws. They said, oh, we had a huge shooting that killed literally hundreds of our citizens. Maybe we should do something about it. They did it, and now they don't have the problem anymore. Funny how that works.
Criminals are going to do one way or another.
How come they don't in Australia?
Yeah, not in Australia, apparently.
So it sounds like you want to go to Australia.
It sounds like I want to
Sounds
adopt.
like you like to live there.
It sounds like I prefer one of their policies. Yes.
Yeah. I love how whenever I point out that other countries might be a little bit better in one area of policy and that the United States should maybe adopt.
They say, why don't you go fucking move
Why don't you go live there? Why don't you go live there?
Because the people on the conservative side.
Wait.
Wait.
Do you want Shadow? Do you want to change anything about our current system?
Honestly, I'd like to abolish it all and start over. If you
Bruh.
want the honest opinion.
If you want the honest opinion, you just sound crazy. Okay. That's my honest opinion. It's very honest, very, very honest. Never been more honest before, I promise.
What would you keep the 13th Amendment? What parts of the Fifth Amendment would you get rid of or keep? I'm just curious. You said you want to
Give me a
start
sec to
over.
reread.
Hold up, give him
assuming
a second. He's
that-
got to look it up.
Well, no, I
don't
assume
know them all
you
by
weren't
heart.
started
I'll
over, so I'm
give-
assuming that you have thought about this. So I'm just curious if you would keep the Fifth Amendment protections that maybe you would
Well,
expand.
no,
the
I
Eighth
would
Amendment
not
program.
legalize slavery.
What?
Yeah, but would you keep
13th
it
Amendment
abolished?
is slavery.
Yeah, but would you keep it abolished? Or would
It
you say
should have
well,
never
that's not really
existed in the
fun?
first place. Not the amendment, the fact of slavery.
Okay.
But slavery in all is a whole joke in this country.
What?
A joke is in.
Okay, it is.
How is slavery
First
a
of all,
joke?
not the fact that it happened. Okay. Who was the first slave owner in the United States?
Why is that relevant?
It's very relevant. What color was he?
Bruh.
There was no
Bruh.
You mean
Why is that relevant?
Look it up. It's very relevant.
Bruh.
It's very relevant. Who was the first slave owner in the United States of
I'm not engaging with that. That's just so fucking stupid, dude. Like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with people?
I always find it interesting whenever pseudo apologists of slavery go, well, they did it too, so that means it must be fine, or then it must not be as bad. Like,
Jesus Christ, that's actually disgusting.
give me a break.
All right, let's get this next individual. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Tap that screen. Let's run it up to 1 million likes, everyone. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. All right. Let's get this next person up here. All right. Y'all still here? I've only been on since like what 5 o'clock basically, so it's only been like 3.5 hours almost. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay.
He's
DNC?
watching DNC. Tim Walz is about to speak. They're doing the
Tim Walsh is about to speak. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we will be talking to you. Tim Walsh is up. I see him up there. Is that why people aren't watching today? I'm just kidding. No, it's the account. It's the account. All right, yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I'm voting Trump.
And why is that?
Because he's fucking a white boy.
Huh?
He's fucking a white boy? Is that what you just said?
He's married to a white boy, that's why.
What?
She don't like black men.
Oh, you're saying Kamala Harris is married to a white person.
Right.
Okay, wait, mister, just because someone's married to someone who's white doesn't mean they don't like black people.
She need to stick to her own kind like Trump is doing at least.
Whoa, that's fucked up. You saying that it's bad for Kamala Harris to marry someone who's white, I think is really fucked up. For you saying
Yeah,
that
it
she
is
should
fucked
only
up
sleep
because
with
she's
people
married-
who's black.
She's married to the slave master, the dude from the Caucasus Mountains.
I don't think he owned slaves.
Bruh, what kind of guest do we have on?
Bro, what? Wait, are you saying that interracial marriage is bad?
Yes.
What color or what race are you?
I'm black.
Oh, good lord.
So you would argue against interracial marriage being legalized?
Yes.
I'm flabbergasted.
So you think only white people should be able to marry white people?
Definitely.
And you don't think that's racist?
No, I think that's the way God intended us to be.
God intended us to not
Are you a
interracial.
black Hebrewite?
That's just what I think.
Wait, so where in the Bible does God say white people should only marry white people?
I don't know. I ain't read the whole thing.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe because it doesn't.
All right, do you think slavery is okay in any context?
No.
Okay, but did you know that in Leviticus 25:44 through 46, God says that you can own people as slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life?
Well, if he said it, then that's what it is.
Bruh.
No, dude! Fuck, bro! Jesus Christ, dude! You see how fast you turn on slavery? That's crazy. Jesus Christ, my neck hurts from that 180. God damn. Oh my god. Oh shit, dude. What about beating your slave? In terms of Exodus 21:20 through 21, it says that you could beat your slave so far as that they recover after a day or two.
That's what the Bible said?
Yeah.
Well,
Exodus 21:20 through 21.
Well, shit, I guess that's what you gotta do.
Okay, what about 1 Samuel 15:3, where it says where God commands Saul and his men to kill men, women, children, and infants?
Did he do it?
Yeah, he only spared the king.
Well, I guess he ain't finished the fucking job.
Actually, he did because God then punished Saul, and then David then killed the king.
Okay, we're just gonna. That person's got to be trolling. There's no way. I don't believe it.
No,
All right, we got a fishing profile picture. Be wary, everyone.
Be wary.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Jack, where'd you catch that fish?
Galveston.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. What do you think?
Why so?
Well, God doesn't speak in the Bible, so that makes you ignorant. You don't know what
God
you're
does
talking
speak
about.
in the Bible. He talks to Moses directly. What the fuck are you talking about?
Nah, that's not how it goes.
Jack, what are the first
somebody
three
else
books?
wrote it. God didn't write it.
Jack, what are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Well, you're a fucking idiot. You take God's name in vain, you're going to hell probably.
What's the first
That's
4
the
books
place
of the
for
New
you.
Testament? At least I know the first 4 books.
I'll meet you there, buddy.
Trump's gonna win.
Jack, what are the first
Trump's
4
gonna
books of the
win.
New Testament?
Yeah, let's get back on the topic.
What are the
Trump's gonna
first 4
win.
books of the Old
Kamala's
Testament?
not the candidate.
Can you name
Kamala's
to me?
a fucking
Can you name to me
idiot.
3 of the 10 Commandments?
Trump's gonna win.
Can you name to me 3 of the 10 Commandments, Jack?
You know, I can't stand listening to Kamala for 3 seconds. You already had 10.
Okay, so Jack, now I'll ask you this question. Oh, he left. Dude, what a guy, dude. What a guy, dude. He's so Christian. Parker, stop saying Jesus Christ, Parker. Stop saying Jesus Christ. But I don't know the first 4 books of the New Testament. I have no clue. I don't know any of the 10 Commandments. I have no clue what the Old Testament is. I didn't even know that God commands people to do things in the Old Testament. Okay. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, sorry, man. I didn't know if it was me. I'm 29.
Are you voting Trump?
How old are you?
I'm 22. Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am voting Trump.
And why is that?
So I think Trump initially ran on the whole drain the swamp thing. And I think that me and you and probably a lot of people out there can agree that there's a lot of sleazy politicians that we need to get out of D.C.
Yeah, Trump.
What's that?
Yeah, Trump.
Oh, so you think Trump's the sleaze?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So he said drain the
fair
swamp, but under his own worldview, appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him. Because there were 17 appointed judges that specifically indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, and court cases related to the election integrity. None of them indicate sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
I do think though that him. It's not just him. There's a lot of people who do think that our elections are compromised at this point. I don't think it's just him. There's a lot of fucking. Once again, when you have sleazy politicians in D.C., why would you expect any different? Why would you think that they want us to vote rationally?
Okay, so when you say sleazy politicians, as it relates to this, Donald Trump quite
Nancy
literally
Pelosi,
is the individual.
Chuck
So I don't know
Schumer,
why you'd vote for someone
Probably
who
a lot of
is.
the people you would vote for if they were in there. I think
I'm voting for Kamala Harris. Is Kamala Harris corrupt?
Trump's sleazy, but I
Do
think.
you think Kamala Harris is corrupt?
Oh, absolutely. Are you
Can
joking?
you tell me what she's done that's corrupt?
Yeah, she's put people in prison for smoking weed and laughed about it.
Okay, well, you actually can't say that on live on TikTok. Second of all, she never put people in prison for possession. She didn't do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, man? I'm 22.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
He's gonna get you a better economy.
How so?
Well, in let's talk about Biden's and Kamala Harris.
No, you made a
inflation
positive.
is up.
No, hold on. You made a positive claim. We will get a better economy. I'm asking you how. So, can you answer that question, please?
Inflation is up. He's gonna bring it down.
Wait, how is he going to bring inflation down?
Well, it's very simple.
Okay, please tell me.
So, well, it's not simple. It's actually it's very complicated. But
Okay, so simple and now it's complicated. Got it.
Well, I mean, it's simple to explain, but it's complicated to get down because it takes the cooperation between other countries, and it also takes peace between other countries and war. So let's consider about how much money we're spending for the Ukraine and Russian war, and think about where that money is really coming from. Now, realistically,
How much money are we spending?
well, I can't give you an exact number. I'm not going to do that. But we can talk billions, but I'm not going to give you an exact
Yeah,
number.
it's $107 billion to the Ukrainian government. So the $107 billion,
That's a
70
lot of
billion
money.
of that, 70
Where does
billion
it
of
come
that,
from?
70 billion of that is weapons and equipment specifically from our military budget. So if you want to cut our military budget, which is almost $900 billion per year,
And is it
I'm
cutting
down.
our military budget?
I actually advocate to cut our military budget in half and bring that money here back at home to pay for people's health care, education, child care, get rid of
Agreed.
homelessness in this country,
Agreed. And
etc.
let's talk about it. If we do that,
Did you know the current inflation rate is
let's-
2.9%?
First of all, hold on. You can say it's 2.9%, and that might sound great, but the stock market doesn't say that at all. The stock market is much
What?
higher.
Wait, the stock market doesn't what?
Okay, so the stock market is going up like crazy, and it sounds like it's a great thing, but realistically, wages do not match the growth of the stock market, and the stock market is
Obviously,
almost
wait, that hasn't been true under Trump's administration. Wages
Okay,
didn't go up as
go
fast
ahead.
as the stock market did under Trump.
Wages are today. Your wages do not match the growth of economic growth.
Wait, what? That didn't make any sense.
That's not true, actually.
So
actually,
let's say-
wages.
so let's say that
I
I'm
think
getting a
I
raise
think
of
what he means is
3% every single
inflation.
year.
I think what he means is wages have not increased with inflation, which is not true. Actually,
Yeah, it's
according
not
to-
true.
Yeah, in 2019, we had a lower real wage, weekly speaking, in terms of earnings, real median wage, than what we have right now.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
do.
you can look at any data about a wage growth. It's
Compared
actually
to
very easy to
inflation.
find.
Compared to okay, hold on. Let's pull up the statistics real quick.
Yeah, you can find that
go
from
to
the
the,
St. Louis Federal
go to-
Reserve.
Yeah, that's one area, or you can see
St.
another.
Louis. Hold on. Did you just say St. Louis Federal Reserve?
Yes.
Yeah, Fred.
Okay. Are we looking at United States Federal
Yes.
Reserve? Well, countrywide.
Wait, St. Louis Federal Reserve is just where the data is from. It's from that branch of the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go ahead and let me pull this up really quickly.
You can also look at the Atlanta Fed Reserve too. They have the same data, and they use the same methodology.
Real quick, but while I'm pulling this up, so where do you guys work? Do you guys just make money off TikTok, or do you have like other jobs?
I just make money off TikTok. He's
Okay.
a librarian.
Okay, really nice, really nice. And so do you guys? I mean, I'm assuming you guys get W-2s or something like that, something that shows through your tax.
No, I'm self-employed,
I do.
so
Okay,
I don't get a
so
W-2.
and how many years have you been, covering your W-2s?
I mean, I've been employed since 2011, so I mean, since I was in college. So I mean,
So can you tell me that you've seen a difference in your taxes or not?
as in my wage growth, my tax, I'm paying more in taxes now because I'm making more money now. So obviously, I'm paying more in taxes.
Right. Okay, well, yeah, more money equals paying more in taxes, but of course there's a percentage of how much you make versus how much your tax burden is to the federal government. And of course, state, state
My
taxes. as
my
well.
tax burden is probably higher than the average. Maybe probably because I live in a blue state, and so there's more taxes taken out because of the fact that I get more services that the state offers, which I'm fine with. So I'm not complaining about that. I'm just saying that my tax burden is different than someone saying like Kentucky.
Yeah, so kind of like I get it. Yeah, blue states typically do have higher state taxes, but I like to focus more on a federal income tax basis because of the state differentials. Because here in Florida, we don't have state taxes, so it's not fair to compare state taxes of Florida and New York since there is none here. But what I want to talk about is federal taxes. Okay.
Sean, before we do that, 1 second. There's this person that was saying that I'm paid by the DNC. I just want to ask them a question. Mental, what evidence do you have I'm paid by the DNC?
You're employed by Palette Media.
No, I'm not.
You and what's his name? Sisson. Harry Sisson. And
I have no affiliation with Palette Media or Palette Management.
Then why do you know what their names are?
Because people say this, right? Because of Harry. Harry's associated with Palette Management.
Yeah. So you're liars.
How am I lying?
It's simple. You're paid to slander Trump.
Who am I paid by?
Palette Media.
I don't get any money from Palette Media.
Lies.
What?
Okay, you can lie to me, but
I'm not lying to anyone.
Keep up with the lies.
Matt, have I ever told you about my affiliation with Palette Media?
Oh yeah, all the time, you know.
Yeah, no, I get that Illuminati, DNC, Taylor
Every
Swift
morning,
money.
I get a text message from Parker just reminding me of it. Like it's just like constant.
Yo, Kimberly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Kimberly. Look at that DNC money coming in.
All right. So let's talk about housing. Okay. So have you guys looked at housing past couple of years?
Yeah.
Okay. So I know here in the state of Florida, I don't know about other states, but I can tell you here in Florida, back in 2008, we know for a fact that the housing market crashed. I know personally people who bought houses at dollar amount of 120,000, and we're looking at a value of these houses at maybe around 330,000 today in 2024. Now, if we consider the growth, or I guess the inflation of housing in the past 4 years, since I guess you can kind of almost consider it to be Trump at the same time. However, it was a more stable growth. And when it comes down to economic and housing market growth, you want a stable growth. Now, typically, you still want inflationary because in the words of economy, inflation is a good thing. However, as long as it's controlled,
Wait,
that's
so
when you know it's good for your
Sean,
economy.
housing market doesn't relate to the president. Ali, I
It does
appreciate the
relate.
$2.
It does relate, and let me tell you,
For the DNC.
why. It does relate, and let me tell you why. Because of, first of all, tax codes, and
What tax code led
let's
to a
talk
higher
about-
amount of pricing for houses?
Okay, if your tax burden is higher, how can you afford more down payment? And if you can't afford more down payment for your loan, therefore your loan is higher, therefore your principal is higher, and therefore the money you're paying for your loan from you due to interest is higher. All of your and,
That
and
made
what
no
is your
sense.
interest? And
So
yeah.
sorry to break it to you, but it is the case
Let's
that...
talk about if your
Listen,
loan is
listen,
$300,000.
No, if people have...
if your loan is $300,000,
Sheldon, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so
3%.
much. Sheldon, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. So if it is the case that you have less money to pay for a house, then the demand for that house is going to go down. Okay? So that's actually going to lead to like lower prices for housing. Mental, also, if I'm paid by the DNC, why am I not at the DNC?
Okay, I like how you muted my mic because while I'm in the middle of talking. Let's talk about it. If you let's say you want to buy a house at $350,000, right?
Did you hear anything I just said?
I heard exactly what you said,
That
but
much,
hear me
thank
out
you.
for
What
a
did I
second.
say?
Hear me out for a second, Parker, because I've been listening to you for about 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Just
and
hear me
I
out for a
understand,
second.
but what did I just say?
You were talking about the loan principal, and essentially, if you have less money to put down on a house, then your demand will go down. But that's not
And the
entirely
demand for that house will go down, therefore the price will go down for the house.
okay. That's
Sherry, thank you for the $20 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Sherry.
That's assuming that everybody has less money to put down on the home. If you're not considering companies that still have billions and billions and billions of dollars to buy houses, and basically essentially cut out the American working people.
Wait,
to buy houses.
Sean, I'm sorry, but like the overall economy has less demand, therefore the price is going to go down.
The
Sure,
overall
other companies
economy
will
does
still
not-
be able to demand.
No, the
That does
American
not
people have
mean
less
that the
demand.
price is
The
not going to go
American
down.
economy has less demand. Do you know who owns majority of housing today?
Like people?
No, it's not. Because
Okay,
housing,
so do aliens
first of all,
control it?
housing includes condos. It includes apartments. It includes townhomes. It includes essentially anything
Do
that
aliens or no? Do
that's
sheep
irrelevant.
control the
First of all,
houses?
that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
User, thank you so much. I appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much.
If you want to buy a loan at $300, if you want to buy a house at $350,000, right, and you have less money to put down on that, how much more are you paying for interest? Talk to me. How are you going to be paying more on interest for a house if your loan is $340,000 or if it's $330,000?
I understand you'd have a higher mortgage. Appreciate the train. Thank you so much. Given that you have a
Yeah, for
higher
sure.
amount
You're
of
gonna be
like
paying more towards
particularly
interest.
in your loan, but what
Yeah.
you're not understanding is that people will typically be able to get these loans based on whether or not they qualify. Which
Yeah.
again, less people would qualify
Income.
if it is the case that they had less money.
It's income.
So
It's-
I don't know what you're saying right now.
Well, I mean, that's one, because you keep on interrupting me, and two, because you brought up aliens.
I didn't
for no
interrupt
reason.
there. I didn't interrupt you.
Not there, no, but you brought up aliens in the middle of me talking. So
Oh my god, I brought it up for a
Let's
point, but
bring-
you can't. You're fucking
that's
too dense
irrelevant.
to realize what
That's
I'm bringing up.
irrelevant, Parker. How
It's
in the
not
world-
irrelevant,
how,
Sean.
How are aliens relevant to buying a house, Parker? Make
Because
it sense.
I said, you said, who is buying the houses? I said people, and you said no, and I said, oh, is it aliens?
Are companies people?
Yes.
No, they're considered separate entities from people because corporations.
Actually,
are owned by multiple investors.
not according to determinations. What is it? What is that determination that made it so that corporations are people?
No, they are considered.
I think
their own
there's some
entity.
determination that made that happen. There's some Citizens United. Was that what it was? Sheldon, thank you so much for the blooming. Thank you so much. JT, thank you for the $2 for hush money. Thank you so
Corporations are not
much.
Singular people. If I buy a house,
I never said it was a singular person, but it's made up of people.
yes, it's made up of multiple investors. I could put $2 into a company, and you could put $1,000 into a company. Either way, that's $1,002 put towards a house. Did you buy that house? Did I buy that house? No, we collectively bought that house. And
So
it's
you
not
did
under
buy that
your
house,
name,
technically.
and it's not under my name.
If you
it's
like,
under the
wait.
corporation's name.
By the way, so if let's say there's 4 people that buy a house together. So yes, if you were one of those 4 people, you did buy the house, but you bought it with other people.
Yeah, that would be a four-way split. However, that's not the case for most corporations. And of course, whatever's
I was just
owned-
giving an example.
Yeah, I appreciate your example, but again, how in the world is aliens? How is that? How does that make sense?
Lucius,
How
thank
is
you
that
for the
relevant to buying a
subscription.
house?
Jesus Christ, I told you. Are you really this dense? Okay, appreciate the handout. Thank you
Am
so
I
much.
really this dense?
Listen, Sean, I just explained this to you. I don't
When
want to
did
have to
I
explain
offend
this
you?
to you
When did
over
you
and
feel
over
like it's a
again.
political offense?
Holy fucking Jesus Christ, be quiet. Okay? So you literally have no clue. I just explained this to you. Listen, okay? You said, who is buying these houses? I said people. You said, right? Okay,
Well-
all right, let me finish. Can I finish? You said no. I said, what is it, aliens? That was the context of the conversation.
Okay.
It was just semantical. Like, I don't know why you're being so dense.
Semantical. Okay. Well, yeah. Let's move on because that's irrelevant to the conversation. But so you wanted me to talk about why I believe our economy will be better with Trump. So let's go ahead and let's talk about it. So I brought up how I think that war is one of the biggest issues for an economy. War is going to hurt an economy in some cases, especially for us because we're not directly involved and we're not making any money based on what's going on over in Ukraine and Russia.
That is completely false. U.S. businesses
Well, are we
are selling
making
weapons to Ukraine.
we're giving weapons to Ukraine. They don't have the money to afford these things right now.
You understand that they are buying it too. Alice,
They're-
thank you for the $6.66.
You can
Thank you
buy
so much.
anything on a loan. That doesn't mean that you have physical.
Wait. What you're not understanding is we give money to Ukraine with the explicit conditions of them buying U.S. stuff.
So okay, so we're giving money for them to buy things from us.
Yes.
So essentially, we're printing our
Appreciate the
own.
laugh. Thank you so
we
much.
purchase our own equipment to give.
It's not printing. It was reallocating from our military budget. James, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And then there was some funding that gave from Palette Management. Thank you so much for the $10, James.
Circulation of funds from one country to another, back to our country.
Totally fine.
Essentially, it's
Do
a
you know what
useless.
do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
No.
So we signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, it was our turn to defend them.
That's great and all, but again, how is a war between Russia and Ukraine beneficial for our economy?
Wait, I'm not saying it is beneficial for our economy. I don't think war is beneficial. Now, what I'm saying is that it is the case that we are getting some money from Ukraine. That is like happening. What's up?
Okay, so Parker, back to what you said earlier. You said that if we were to take $70 million from our budget of military spending, $70 billion of our budget from military spending, and put it into healthcare, and we put it into education.
No, I said take half the military budget, $450 billion.
Okay, whatever your number is, let's say we did that. Okay, now that's a great idea because that starts a circulation of funds. Okay, however, you'd have to end the wars in Russia and Ukraine and Israel and Palestine, so that way we can cut those funds. Because at the end of the day,
Not necessarily. Also, like I don't support funding Israel.
Okay, but we are.
Okay, I disagree with that.
And we're funding Ukraine.
Okay, I have no issue with funding Ukraine.
I don't either. However, if we could mitigate war in Ukraine and Russia, Israel and Palestine, we would be spending less. And if we spend less, we can cut our budget one place and add it to another.
Trump doesn't want a ceasefire.
Yes, he does.
No, actually, we have reporting that Netanyahu is close to be able to. We just need the age group to agree. But if they agree, then we have the framework of a ceasefire. There has been reporting that Trump has called Netanyahu and has told him not to accept the deal, which, by the way, may be in violation of the Logan Act, which is because the Logan Act said that you cannot directly, as a non-government official, be involved in the foreign affairs of other nations. And so Trump doing that is actually running afoul. But there's good reporting that Trump is trying to convince Netanyahu to one, not accept the cease deal. Why? Because of the fact that a cease deal now is good coverage for Biden and Harris, because it shows that they were able to solve the conflict.
Stan Mustache, thank you so much.
Okay, and explain to me how that would help us, or explain to me how that affects Trump's ability to, as if hypothetically he was president, explain how that affects his ability.
Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. He's saying he cares about ending the conflict and then he wants people to stop dying. But then at the same time, because of a political incentive, he is quite literally trying to keep people dying.
Yeah,
the head mustache. Thank you so much.
Trump doesn't care about the conflict itself. Trump does not care about actually resolving the conflict. It's all about politics. What gets him to power? Right now, if we had an opportunity before
just
us,
like anybody, for sure, any politician.
No, that's not true at all. If you are given the opportunity to solve the conflict, I don't care who's president, right? You end the conflict, right? Trump is directly trying to interfere to tell somebody, hey, do not do this. Why? Because back home, it's going to hurt me. And that's not good. And Bibi and I, we're on good terms.
How is it going to hurt Trump if we end the war?
Because he doesn't have the issue.
Okay. Again, I don't understand if he doesn't have.
Because right now the
reaching for straws there.
No, I'm not. If you let me explain it, I'll understand. Because the issue right now is dividing Democrats. We are slowly approaching the 1 year anniversary of October 7th. Okay, so 1 year of this conflict. Okay, the sooner that it ends, the better, and that means that the Biden administration was able to negotiate a ceasefire in one of the most hostile areas of the entire world. Okay, Trump wants to be the one to do that. Trump wants to be the one.
I get what you're saying. So essentially, you don't want. Essentially, Trump doesn't want Biden to end the war.
Because that's good
because it
for
makes him look good.
Yeah, because Biden's like, hey, I solved the crisis. Both Harris and I and our administration solved the crisis.
But the war has been going on for how many years now?
What? Wait, so since October 7th, it's been less than a year, but you understand the Nakba happened in like
Ukraine and Russia.
the
How many
40s,
years
right?
has that war been going on? How long has that war in Ukraine and Russia been going on?
Well, they annexed Crimea in 2014.
No.
If you mean
post,
you're talking about two separate conflicts.
We're talking about post-COVID right now. Post-COVID.
Yeah.
When did that? How long was that war in Ukraine and Russia?
You can't wait. So then you can't just like completely ignore the context of like the 2014 scenario with.
I'm not ignoring it. I'm only talking in the context of post-Trump.
Okay, so then it's been about 2.5 years or so.
Yeah.
Okay, and what has Biden done realistically?
Thank you for asking. That's great. He has done more since Harry Truman to strengthen NATO. We have gained 3 countries to NATO directly because Joe Biden has said Russia is a greater threat now. We need to, he has convinced Turkey to allow them. He has given the necessary aid to Ukraine to withstand an aggression from one of the strongest countries on earth. He has and right now Russia is losing right now. They are actually they are losing ground in the areas that they gained because Ukraine is actually moving into Russian territory. That they are moving into it. Right now, Vladimir Putin is kind of like at a stance. He doesn't know what to do. He has no idea, right? And so that's the point, is that Joe Biden actually has done more to protect Europe than many, many presidents could ever imagine. NATO is stronger today than it was decades ago because of Joe Biden. That's his success.
Because of our funding, for sure.
No,
it's because
it's 100%
his diplomacy.
because of our funding.
We give more funding than any other country.
The funding had nothing to do with it.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Why not?
The fact that we gained 3 countries had nothing to do with funding. It has to do with the fact that Joe Biden was able to convince an entire nation that they should join NATO. That's monumental. That 3 countries that have resisted joining NATO, that once they saw what Russia was doing and how the United States was standing up for them, they're like, okay, you know what? Maybe this isn't our best interest. And Joe Biden's diplomacy is to thank for that.
Great
Donald
idea.
Trump
That's
would not
awesome.
have done that.
But I mean, Donald Trump wouldn't have done that. You're right. But here in the United States, we are giving more to Ukraine than any other country in NATO, and that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Why didn't we negotiate that with other countries so that way
we did? Poland has given more in terms of their per capita than we have. They are actually giving men and ammunitions directly to them. Poland has actually taken in the refugees. They have bared the brunt of the fleeing Ukrainians, and they've accepted them wholeheartedly. So I actually thank Poland for this, because Poland has opened their doors when no one asked them to.
First of all, Poland's GDP per capita is better than ours. Okay, so of course they're going to give more per capita. That's that's a skewed.
Wait, Poland's GDP per capita is not better than ours.
It's a skewed statistic. Yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just lied. What's their GDP per capita?
Let's look it up.
But it also doesn't mean, right? European countries are also contributing in ways beyond military support. As I said, Poland is accepting fleeing Ukrainian refugees. They are bringing them into the fold. That they are giving them housing and health care and jobs to make sure that men, women, and children can actually live and survive while their country is at war. That's a huge burden on their country, and they are doing that out of the goodness of their own heart. We didn't make them do that, but they're actually doing it.
Yeah. I mean, well, again, there's nothing wrong with giving money to Russia. Not Russia, Ukraine. There's nothing wrong with that. And
I
I'm
was
not
about to
gonna
say,
sit here-
bro, that's a little bit crazy
Bro,
right there.
I'm
what
not
you
gonna
just
sit
said.
here. I'm not gonna sit here and disagree with you. And that's the things that here as a Republican and you as a Democrat, we can both agree on that. However, my opinion stands on me believing that Trump, he has a better stance as far as economic policy. Okay, and we can talk about inflation all we want here. You can talk about giving money to Ukraine. However, the truth is, realistically, Americans are spending more today, and like inflationary compared to how much they're making or how much they're growing in their wages. Okay. Now, a lot of people are going to say Trump is this, Trump is dangerous. Trump is. Trump's mindset is crazy. However, Kamala doesn't seem very sincere to me.
Kamala.
Kamala.
So she doesn't seem sincere yet. Trump is
He
one of
doesn't seem sincere.
Trump is a pathological liar. And literally tried to undermine the border bill, even though he said that immigration is a big issue, and quite literally said that he wants to stop people from dying, but then also is against the ceasefire. Like,
And
what?
with respect, oh my God, Elizabeth, thank you for the $50 on Venmo.
Yo,
Thank you so much. I
W.
appreciate
Jojo,
it.
thank you for the year
so
amazing.
much.
Thank you so much.
It means a lot. Thank you so much,
Context of him being
Debbie Elizabeth. But Sean, with respect, you haven't given me evidence to prove that Donald Trump is going to benefit the economy. Like you say that, right? That's what you say. And Muhammad, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Okay, so
say that, but
what was the interest
I'm
rate
not
when he was
hearing.
president? What was the interest rate when he was president?
Interest rate
I have
relates
no
to the
idea.
Federal Reserve. That has nothing to do with the president.
His fifth time of stealing tonight.
Okay.
Stealing? What?
Okay, bye, mental. You're not even contributing.
Interest rate is not. It's not directly involved with.
Did you kick them?
The president, for sure.
Yeah, I did.
I was gonna ask them about the DNC stuff. Why'd you kick them?
There are.
Oh, I can
things
add it back up. Okay, hold on. Mental, come back.
That a president can pass to help with the
Kimberly, thank you for $5, Kimberly.
I'm sorry. It's really hard to focus on this conversation when you guys are just
Okay, well, too bad. Cry about it. Go get some tissues. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. I actually don't care, dude. Oh my god, it's so hard for me to know what I'm saying, dude. Cool, man. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Muhammad, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for your due. Tissues for Sean. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
47.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Harris is a communist.
Is there a way you can get closer to your microphone? And can you define communism? Christopher, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much, Christopher. Can we get some W's for Christopher in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
The prices of food and everything, and giving away money and making.
She didn't advocate for
country
price
poor.
controls on groceries. That's also not communism.
Look it up.
Can-
It's
can you de-
socialism.
No,
Hasn't
it's
worked
not.
in
Can
Cuba.
you
hasn't
define
worked in
socialism? Can you
Russia,
define communism?
Hasn't worked in any of the.
Hey,
other
Carlos,
socialist
can you define
countries.
socialism and can you define communism for me, please? Okay, he ran away. Wow, what a fucking joke.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Boss Babe, that was the dumbest thing I think I've ever seen in my comment section. I debate anyone. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
18.
Are you voting Trump? Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah.
You voting
23.
Trump?
Of course I am.
Why so?
Well, listen. You know, a lot of people have not been talking about this, and I'm going to talk about it right now. Kamala Harris is going to be banning peanut butter, and I am not going to stand for that.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on, man?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Be 26 this year.
Okay, why are you voting Trump?
Gun laws for the main part.
Okay. So how do you feel about like specifically the like the bump stock ban? That was like one of the largest pieces of gun control legislation in the modern era.
I didn't catch that. Do what?
That was one of the largest pieces of gun control in the modern era.
Yeah, and I know.
The
And
bump stock ban?
I know Trump passed that. I know he did. I didn't agree with it, but not everybody's perfect.
Okay. So so he violated the Second Amendment. He also advocated to violate the First Amendment specifically, and saying that he wants people who what's it called burn the American flag to be put in prison for a year.
Actually, there is a proper way whenever a flag is taken out of service that American flags actually are banned or are burned, and there's a proper technique for it. If you don't believe me, look it up. Whenever flags are taken out of service, but I could understand why he was saying that, because when you burn the American flag, technically that could be considered treason.
Okay, so that is not treason. 1, 2. It was determined by the Supreme Court to be free speech, like free expression.
Okay. Well, back to the Second Amendment thing. Anyhow, though, what is Kamala's stance on the Second Amendment? Guns and things of that. What are her gun laws? What does she want to do?
Yeah, so she wants to ban assault weapons. She wants to bring
what's
about
an assault weapon?
She wants to bring about red flag laws, and she wants to do a universal background check.
What's an assault?
I never said I knew anything like about assault weapons. I just told you what our policy was.
Okay, well, first things first, you can't ban something that technically doesn't exist.
You don't think
An
assault
assault-
weapons exist?
Assault is a
No,
verb.
technically they don't. Technically they don't. I mean, what they mean is like certain.
Yeah, so like what Kamala Harris means an assault
semi-autos.
weapon would just be different than what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like
Like
assault weapons
like
do
it's a
exist. She's just
word.
using a different term than you are.
Yeah, it's a term that has just been used for like decades. So, but we know what they mean when they say it. So when they say it, we know what type of guns they are like talking about.
Yeah, so like you can't say that they don't exist. You're just telling me that you use the term differently than me.
What I'm saying is assault is a verb. Every firearm is considered a weapon. Assault's just something that politicians attach to it to make it sound scary.
Wait, what is an AR? Can you tell me what AR means?
AR does not stand for assault rifle. AR stands for Armor Light Model
Armor Light,
15.
yeah, Armor Light. It's the brand
So
name.
you never use it to refer to it as an assault rifle?
No, AR-15 stands for Armor Light Rifle Model 15.
So you don't think assault rifles exist?
In that context, no.
I mean, there
No,
are.
but like, would
okay,
you refer
buddy,
to something as an assault rifle?
Buddy, you do admit that there are rifles that are classified as assault rifles. It's just that I think
Like
from your
people are
perspective,
so annoying with defining guns. Like we
Yeah,
all use that. Like I'm sorry. Like let's just be
No,
clear.
you're
We
good.
all use that terminology to refer to it. Okay,
Yeah.
we all do. It just depends on how you're using the term. Language is subjective. Linguistics are subjective. Most professionals, as it relates to linguistics, indicate that. Okay, so you're just using the term differently than me.
Well, yeah, and I know, but it aggravates me too because politicians use that term freely to define weapons,
And they
it could
can.
be
It just depends what they mean.
okay. So, what's your definition of an assault weapon?
I never claimed to have a definition. I'm just saying that they're using the term differently than you guys are. I
Okay.
don't. To be totally frank with you, I don't care about guns. I don't give a shit. I'm not clear with the empirics. I don't know what the empirics indicate. I just don't care enough about them. So if they want to take assault rifles away or whatever you want to refer to them as, right? I don't give a shit. I really don't care. I don't think you need it to defend yourself. I think you can defend yourself with other guns, right? So I don't see a reason as to why you wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris, given that Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, for defamation, for fraud, having 34 felonies, trying to overthrow the government, restricting women's access to abortion, calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, all of these different things.
Okay, and back to what you were saying earlier about the bump stock ban. Yes, I agree. That was an infringement upon the Second Amendment, but that is not as large of an infringement as what she is pursuing with an assault weapons ban. You know, and I've even read she wants to ban high capacity magazines too.
I agree. Are you against red flag laws?
I'm kind of in the gray zone on that right now, but not for the reason. I get why people want them and how they could be good and things like that, but at the same time, that could be twisted in use. It could.
So, do you think? Okay, but do you? Okay, how about this? Do you think certain? So, let's lay out what. Do you think that like Bruin was argued effectively, or like was the correct decision?
I'm so I didn't catch you on that.
Do
man.
you think Bruin, the most recent Supreme Court case on gun rights, was right?
I actually haven't got a chance to read up on that.
Okay, well then I won't even talk about it then. The problem is that her
Jamie, thank you for the $3.64.
gun
so much.
control legislation that she wants to pass is relatively popular. Like it's mainly red flag laws. It's mainly bans on like really high capacity magazines, bump stock bans, things like that. Yes, she does support a quote unquote assault rifle, ban, but the likelihood of that passing is low anyways. But I think the overall effect of what she wants to do is relatively minor compared to what Donald Trump doesn't want to do. Because Donald Trump essentially
Crystal, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Doesn't believe that there's any like there's an actual like problem. When there is a gun problem, we should try to solve that problem. She has solutions. You may disagree with them, but Donald Trump doesn't even believe that there is a problem.
Yeah, and I understand where you're coming from, but she's actively pursuing a ban on a certain, well, I'll say it for the sake of argument, assault weapons.
Yes, I agree, and that's because we did it once already in the 90s, and its effect was largely positive. We know from the data, from studies that have been done on it, that the effect of the ban in the 90s was largely positive. And so if it worked once, then it can probably work again. And I think, but again, I don't really like talking about gun control, mainly because the Supreme Court has handicapped our ability to really do anything about gun control. And so really there's no point in even talking about it, because aside from like maybe red flag laws, maybe universal comprehensive background checks, there's really nothing that the Congress can pass that will get by Bruin or the other one from 2008. Like it's just not possible.
Okay. Well, the big thing I was wanting to talk about was like, okay, so the assault weapon, again, for sake of argument, assault weapons ban that she's wanting to put in high capacity magazines and things like that.
Like, is that really your biggest issue? Like, you don't care about the fact that he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. You don't care about him trying to say that he wants to put.
I never said Donald Trump was perfect.
Wait. So would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Honestly, the more and more I learn about each party, man, the less it makes me want to vote, honestly. But
You can say that, but at the end of the day, one of them is going to be president, right? And
I
I
know
think it's
one of
pretty
them's
clear
gonna
that
be
Kamala
president.
Harris is a better alternative. So, would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
would you vote for someone that is actively looking to attack your constitutional rights?
Yeah, if it's
Yeah,
taking
because
away
the-
like those types of guns. I don't
Yeah,
really
because
care.
the right that you're mentioning, I think, is much more narrow and well defined, and is not as broad.
I think women's rights matter more than someone's access to an AR.
It's not just so. Everybody thinks the ARs are the big problem, the assault weapon ban, the high capacity magazines, and things like that, because they have been made publicly to be scary. Okay, so assault rifles.
No,
again,
regardless what
just-
you think, I'm not talking about the scary. I'm just saying if you care about stuff being taken away in terms of freedom to be able to get access to an abortion for women matters to me a lot more than someone's freedom to get access to an AR.
Okay, well, so let me ask you this then. So, why do you think assault weapons should be banned?
Dude, I told you I don't care.
I personally don't. I mean, look, it's because, and I think I can speak for Parker for this too, but I'll speak for myself. I don't like guns. Like, I'm not a fan of them. Like, I don't get the fascination with them. I don't understand. But again, I'm not against them per se. I just don't care. Like, I honestly don't care. And as I already mentioned, I think constitutionally, I think we have good reason to believe that the Second Amendment should have been interpreted to be narrowly defined within what the framers thought. I don't think the framers believed that someone in 2024 would be carrying around a gun that they had no conception what it would even look like, that someone would be going into schools with them, that someone would be, from a hotel building shooting down on them. I just do not believe that I think the Second Amendment has been given such a broad interpretation that is outside its historical and its founding idea. So that's my own philosophical belief. But again, it's mainly because I just don't give a shit about guns. Like, I just don't care. But I'm not against them per se. I just don't care.
So you if a bad guy came to your house with a gun and you're there with your wife and kids, would you care then?
I would.
In that scenario, I obviously don't have a gun. I would call the police.
Yeah, if a bad guy came to my house and he had a gun.
Wait. You think I'm gonna like be able to like fucking take out like let's say there's 5 people coming to my house. You think I'm gonna take out 5 like I'm James Bond?
If you had a 100 clip, you would.
You think I can take out 5 people like I'm James Bond? Are you fucking trolling? You couldn't do that. No one in this live could do that.
With respect, though, military and police have done studies to see what the average effective range and shooting ability of the average citizen is, and even most police officers, they miss most of the time. Like, you're expecting people in these high tense situations to be able to like be fucking
Parker is John Wick, so real.
Be like Steven Seagal out here and just completely
Tayshawn,
like
$32.
mow down people. Like, that's not the issue. People's stress hormones are going to be so fucking high. They're going to be shooting into thin air. Like, guns are not that hard to aim and shoot. Most people don't have the time to go out and do extensive training in like the military style. It just doesn't happen, which is why I think the more you give people guns, the more dangerous it is, which is what studies indicate.
Have you ever shot an AR before, or?
Yes, I have.
No,
I have, and I didn't particularly care for it, which is why I don't own one, because I don't care for it.
If you care for it, could you hit your target?
Could I? No, because I don't have good training with it. If I trained with it, I maybe could get up to that level of proficiency. But guess what?
No, don't worry. Inquiry is John Wick, so he's
yeah,
gonna be
exactly.
chilling, dude.
But as I mentioned, I don't care. Like, I'm not going to spend the limited free time that I have outside of my day job going to a gun range to practice on an AR. I have other things. I would rather be at home playing guitar, talking to my girlfriend, playing video games. I don't care.
But
JP, do
maybe
you think I'm paid by the DNC?
Oh, well, absolutely.
Why so?
Well, you sit there and you say, hey, Tina just donated $5 from the DNC. You said it yourself.
Do you actually think that's coming from the DNC, bro?
Well, I'm sure Tina wouldn't lie.
Okay, there's no way this
Do you
person's
think Tina
real.
would lie? No, come on, it's real.
No way.
But that's my point. Like, but again, I've already answered the fundamental question. No one on the Democratic side is changing gun laws. Why? Because it would never pass the Senate. It's not going to pass the House, and the courts have given such a broad interpretation.
Everyone
of
keep
the
tapping that
Second
screen. Let's get
Amendment
to 1.5 million likes, y'all.
that it's simply not possible. It's not possible.
Quenisha,
So
thank you for the $3 from the DNC.
you can be scared of it,
So
but
we
it's
should
not
get
going
rid
to
of all the
happen.
guns that cops
The-
have.
if
Damon,
it's-
thank you for the $10. Thank you.
If it's not possible to be done like you're saying, then why is she still pursuing it?
Because that's
You're
her
making-
policy position. I have a policy position, right? I believe that we should have Medicare for all. I believe in
Jonna, thank you for the
universal-
$11.11 from the RNC. Thank you so
I
much.
believe in a universal healthcare system. But guess what? The likelihood of that happening is very low. But it's still my policy, right? I still believe it as part of my philosophical and political beliefs, right? I'm just saying that the probability of that passing Congress is low, right? Same thing with Trump. Trump can
Tayshawn, thank you for the $3.
give a
Thank
policy
you.
position, but it may never pass the Congress,
So
right?
you want the wealthy not to pay for their hospital bills.
Huh? No,
What?
wait. What we're saying is, Wicked, I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. What we're saying is that universal healthcare should be applicable to everyone. No one should have to pay.
Right. And the wealthy right now pay their hospital bills after a certain
I think everyone's
level.
hospital bill should be taken care of the same way everyone's house should be taken care of with the firefighters
Yeah, but the
or with the
hospital
police. Should the
bills-
police not help people who are rich because they're rich?
Well, you're advocating taking guns away. We might as well take theirs away too.
Jesus Christ, dude, that's like, come on.
Did Parker
I'm not
and I
advocating
ever
to-
actually say that?
By the way,
We
I'm not.
never said it.
I'm not.
remember?
Listen, I don't give a shit. That doesn't mean I'm advocating to take away your guns. Willow, thank you for the $5 from the
The
DNC.
other guy is.
I'm going to say my final points on this, unless you have some. I'm sure you'll have
Frank,
something.
thank you so much for the $25 for Parker as John Wick. Thank you so much, Frank.
If it was to happen, she was to ban assault weapons. Okay, it's a law. It passes. The only thing that's going to do is keep people like me and all the other law-abiding gun owners who follow the laws from getting those guns.
Not true.
People-
Australia.
There's still what about these drug crime organizations and things of that nature? People who have tons of money. Now I know there's not very many of them, but they can still acquire illegal weapons.
Yeah, but it's significantly less likely. And also, where would they get these legal weapons? Or illegal weapons? More
Where do
likely
they
than
get 'em
not.
now?
More likely than not, these illegal weapons started off legal. Griffin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Griffin. And Jesse, thank you for the $5 for RNC for Kamala. Thank you so much.
China
Yeah, but those-
loves to sell us weapons.
Yeah, those illegal weapons started off legal, but it's already
That's
illegal.
my point. So if it
to
started off legal and there's not legal weapons anymore, well then how are they specifically going to be able to get access to the illegal weapons if most of the illegal weapons came from legal places in the first place?
Because if they have a shop full of the right milling equipment, lathes, and things of that nature, they can make their own, dude.
Right.
Griffin, thank you for the $5. You can say they can make their own, but what's the likelihood of that given the scenarios of like Australia
heard
and others?
Ghost
Wait,
Gun?
actually, Buddy is actually advocating why we need more regulation precisely because people now can make their own. We need to highly regulate these types of things. Things like 3D printed guns, for example. That's a thing that the government needs to get ahead of.
They are already
this
regulated. They're illegal. They're called ghost guns, and they still get out there.
Yes, but they may be illegal, but the government needs to step in and figure out a way to actually prevent them from being made. They need to work with companies to make sure that perhaps those type of things cannot be produced. That's about making sure that we have an administration that gets ahead of the curve so that this does not become a problem. Because I don't know about you, I don't want this to become a problem where we have unregistered 3D guns just running around on our streets.
Great. More big government.
That's
all
the
we
thing,
need.
though, man. Like it's already to stop that. I mean, and honestly, to stop people from making and 3D printing guns, you would have to find a way to every 3D printer in the United
Olivia,
States.
thank you for the $15 from the DNC. Thank you so much,
every
Olivia.
CNC machine and everything. You would have to ban. You would have to like get into their software and make it to where they couldn't.
We
print
already do
type
that
of
for
thing.
certain things.
Yeah,
You
but there's
can't-
people that get around that all the time.
Well, no, but no, like for example, we don't allow people to actively look up how to make a bomb, for example. Right? We regulate that. Like Google actively regulates people when they look it up, they will forward the information to the FBI. Right? They pay attention heavily because since we had the Oklahoma City bombing and all that, these companies are mandated by law and through regulation to keep track of these type of searches. Same thing with things like online terrorism, right? They are actively and proactively looking for these things. So we
All
could do the
search
same thing for these other
engines do
companies. We already do it for these other type of industries.
All search engines do that.
Google does, Bing does. I don't know if like DuckDuckGo does, but most of the
Right.
really big
Monster.
huh?
Monster.
Perhaps. I mean, they all get their Google or they all get their search algorithms from the same source. And and my guess is that unless you're on the dark web, right? Unless you're on the dark web, people who are going to Google or going to Bing or something, and who are looking these stuff up, they're eventually going to get caught, and they're going to be asked some serious questions.
And hey, I don't know how much weight this would carry, but I'm not sure if you guys just seen it or not. There's some guy in the comments from Australia talking about the gun ban and stuff, talking about how criminals over there still have weapons and things of that nature. Like
No one's disputing that criminals can. What we're disputing is that it's less likely. We're saying it's less likely for this to happen.
So, but the fact still remains, if you put a ban on it, like I said, all it's going to do is every law-abiding gun owner in America is not going to be able to get access to that weapon. But then criminals, through the right sources, can still have access to that weapon.
In very small circumstances, so they're significantly less likely to.
But then what do we do against the criminals?
The police.
So my family gets shot or killed because you ban the weapons.
That is less likely to happen if there aren't these types of weapons, according to countries like that. That's the only way I would be okay with it, is if it's less likely to happen.
Do you know what studies have indicated is the number one best home defense system from intruders? We actually have decades worth of studies. You know what that is?
Where do the studies come from?
The United States.
Oh, so the United States government made a study?
No, private institutions, universities, think tanks, the government. But even
ran by Democrats.
No, even conservative groups that study what prevents violence in the household, they all agree, well, most of them agree, that there are things that are better than guns. The top thing is actually a dog. Having a dog in the house scares away most people. Like having a dog, believe me, having a dog that barks really loud and looks scary, most people, even if they have a gun, they're not going to come into your house.
What study's that one?
I mean, you want me to find them for you? I'd be happy to.
If you know right off the top of your head, that'd be great.
Or no, they always cite having a dog, having a home monitoring system, things like that, right? We know that having a gun in the house makes it more likely that violence actually happens within the house. You are much more likely to use the gun on yourself or on a family member than you are on a criminal.
So what if I use a speaker and have a dog barking as you walk up to the door?
You'd have to test that. They didn't test that in the study.
Yeah, I mean, test it, and if it turns out that that's a statistically significant result, then more power to you.
No, I was just curious if a speaker would be.
Well, no. The idea is that people can hear the animal. They can hear it moving around. They can hear it barking. A dog just it's just a very proactive thing, which is why people actually say when you look it up, it's that just having a dog.
Heather, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Heather. Can we get some W's for Heather in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Heather, for the $25.
But again, my main point is the gun laws of the United States are unfortunately not likely to change in the next decade, really, because of the fact that our Congress is so polarized and that the Supreme Court has given such a broad interpretation of the Second Amendment. It's very likely that the status quo will hold for decades to come.
Have you
So,
have you read the Federation Papers?
the Federalist Papers?
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
Federation
by
Papers is
Hamilton
crazy.
and Madison and Jay. Yeah, what about them?
Okay, and then the one that talks about the Second Amendment. Have you read that one?
I can't cite you which Federalist paper is about it. I agree with you that the founding fathers thought that a well-regulated militia and that certain parts of its citizens having guns was a good idea. But my main point is I think that we have gone off board and that we have granted it far
but
too much.
It also said that we should have them in stores for people to buy.
Dude,
Okay.
I honestly don't care about guns. I
don't either,
I
but-
don't give a flying
Well, I
fuck. Like,
do.
I'm getting so
I
annoyed at this
care about
convo.
guns. I care about
I
my
don't.
rights.
Oh, but you don't care
Well, I
about
don't care
women's.
about
You don't
abortion
care
either,
about
so-
women's.
Hold on. Let me ask you this.
Jesus.
Let me
Christ,
ask you
dude.
this, and whoever's
Priorities is
talking.
insane.
Are you anti-abortion?
Yes.
Are you pro-life? Like, are you
Okay.
think it
Do
should
you
be illegal?
understand? Do you understand how you are so advocating and so passionate about your Second Amendment issue and how you are willing to talk and talk and talk and advocate? That's what we do on that issue because we care about that issue. So when you say to us we should care or that we should believe it, we say the same thing to you. You should care that the right of women to have an abortion was taken away. You should care about that and you should be advocating for it, right? It's the same thing applies. You might not care, but we do. And so we're just giving you the same energy that you would get back at us whenever we talk about our issues.
Sure. No, I agree. That's fine. That's fair.
Okay. Parker is just saying he doesn't care about guns. I don't care about guns. But as I'm telling you, right now, gun laws will not change in this country. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like a Debbie Downer, but that's true. Nothing is going to change no matter who's president because of the fact that we are so polarized and because of the Supreme Court has made it so that it's extremely difficult to change gun laws. So you guys can worry about it and go buy your ammunition and stock up and be fearful of like World War III, but it's just not going to happen. Like, I'm sorry.
Go
it's
get
not
your
going to happen.
bunkers. Go fill up on your stock supplies.
Yeah. It's just not going to happen.
Kamala's the one that's stirring the pot. She's the one that wants to ban all this stuff and make a bill. She's the one stirring the pot, not me.
That's a policy position. People are allowed to have policy positions, but
Well, why
I'm
not
being
pick
weird.
another
But
policy?
I'm the only liberal here that will probably actually tell you that this is not going to get passed. Like I'm being real with you. I'm telling you, it's not going to happen.
Right.
As much as I would like it to happen, it's not going to happen.
Why don't you pick a policy that can happen?
Oh my God. Oh my
Jesus Christ,
God.
She
Like,
has. She has. That's just one policy that isn't going to happen. Like, I don't know what you're not understanding. Appreciate love penning. Thank you so much. You understand there are things Trump
this is not
supports-
difficult to understand.
There are
Like, I'm
things.
sorry. This
there
is
are
not
things.
difficult.
There are things Trump supports where he's like that
I mean-
specifically isn't going to get passed.
I mean, you know, if
He
you just-
supports getting rid of income tax and replacing with tariffs, and that quite literally is never going to get passed.
I think spending your energy on something that's going to pass or have a better chance to pass.
No, politicians do this all the time.
Okay, so can we not talk about this then? Can you just like be quiet and can we like talk about something else?
Go ahead.
Okay, so why would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Because I don't think Trump did it.
Okay, what do you dispute in the case?
I dispute the dress.
You dispute the dress? The dress was never submitted as evidence.
Right, I know. I
Wait,
still
inquiry,
dispute that.
what was the name of the victim?
Jean Carroll.
Okay. Yeah, do you think that I have a question. Do you think that it was politically motivated?
No, I think she's just nuts.
Okay, so what indicates that she's nuts?
I just listened to her talk.
Like, can you give me an example of what she said that makes her nuts?
I can't give you exact. You'd have to listen to her talk, and then you should be able to notice it. So when she's on NBC
I've
News,
listened to her talk, and I've never got that impression.
Yeah, wait. I listened to
Everyone
Trump
keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, y'all.
Well, maybe you both heard the different, maybe you didn't hear what I heard. But
Hey man, listen. Hey, look, I don't mean to interrupt you guys. I'm
You're
gonna
good.
hop off here since we're off the gun thing. But
All right,
I just wanted to say one thing before I left. And that I firmly believe this because I'm a constitutionalist. I'm very constitutional, right or left. I support the Constitution. It's what this country is founded upon. If they can do what they want with one amendment of the Constitution, then they can twist the rest of them however they want. Now, you might not believe me and call that conspiracy.
Wait. So then, how do you feel about Trump saying he wants to put people in prison for burning the American flag? That's against the First Amendment.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't agree with it personally. I really don't because I mean, if you live in America, why would you want to burn the American flag?
I know, but the Second Amendment, he's against that in terms of the bump stock ban, and then the First Amendment, he's against that in terms of putting people in prison for a year for burning the American flag.
Yeah, and that's when I get well, and I see what you're saying. I completely understand, but I'm just saying if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
But that's two. So he violated more amendments. So if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. You're giving more inches to Donald Trump.
Well, technically, she's going further in depth with an amendment than he is, but
Wait, hold on. What amendment is she advocating for? She's not advocating for any new amendments. To the
No.
advocated- I
He means
said
against
twist
against
an
the
amendment.
amendment. Like he's saying against the Second Amendment.
Oh, okay. I understand.
Yeah, you're fine though. Don't worry. All right, appreciate you coming up, buddy.
I'll see you, man.
Bye, buddy.
All right. Okay, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and we'll bring you up, everyone. And Corey, you have anything else you want to say before I go on to the next person?
No, that's fine. Thanks for bringing me up.
Appreciate you. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Fish incoming.
W fish. I'm trying to see what kind of fish it is. It's still loading.
They're not going to load. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Okay, they didn't get in. Yo, it's a pal to you? Hello? Okay. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here quick. Keep tapping that screen. Seriously, everyone, let's tap the fuck out of the screen. Let's get to a
I
million
appreciate
likes.
you putting me back up.
Yeah.
Have you already been up here?
Hey, so look, I got a question. I got questions real
Wait,
quick.
hold on, JP. Have you already been up here?
No.
Oh, okay.
Then why'd you say thanks for putting me back up here?
Yeah, that's why I asked.
You cut me off when I was just talking about Tina real quick. I mean, I was only up
Oh,
here.
that's
for like
you.
Yeah,
30
JP,
seconds.
JP, are
No,
you
no, no, I'm
actually
real.
you
Don't
were
kick me.
trolling?
No, sir. No, sir.
You weren't trolling.
I'm just from the South, sir.
No, it has nothing to do with your accent.
No, I'm not. What's
kicking
a
off
troll? I
because your
don't understand
accent.
what you're saying, sir.
Okay.
No, I'm for real. Love you, Parker.
Are you voting Trump?
Hey, Ryan. You there? Ryan. Okay, he's gone.
Tina wouldn't lie.
Tina wouldn't lie. So true.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love Tina. Hey, Zelda, you there?
How old are you?
They're not answering.
In the arms of an angel. I can't wait to get my third account back or my main account. Ugh, I can't wait. I hate being banned. It's the worst, Chad. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Jesus Christ.
No, he's not here yet.
Maybe soon. Maybe soon. He's
Maybe
coming
soon.
back, and it's gonna be bigly. It's gonna be very great. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
43.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Inflation.
Okay, so how did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
What do you mean? How did they call it? Well, it still happened during their administration, right?
Oh, I never disputed that it happened during their administration. I agree it did happen during their administration. But how was it caused by them?
It doesn't matter how it was caused or whether or not couldn't they have fixed it?
No. So the inflation is dealt with specifically by the Federal Reserve.
So they have nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Basically, like you can have a marginal impact, but like it's not like the main thing that deals with inflation in these sort of events where there's high levels of inflation is the Federal Reserve. That's the only one that can truly like fix the problem.
Okay. So the Federal Reserve is what?
What do you mean?
Are you asking like if it's a private, a public sort of entity?
Well, you got to think about it. So, so the Federal Reserve can just bring inflation up and down how they see it.
Kind of.
Yeah.
So like as
So
it relates
why-
to the
why-
as
why
it
do
relates to here, let me explain. So as it relates to the like what they do, they can influence the increase in interest rates, which decreases aggregate demand, which would cause disinflation, which
Okay,
means
so-
that inflation would go down.
So if they can do that, how come the president just doesn't talk to them and say, "Hey, lower it for me"?
The point
You
is
mean increase it? One, it's not controlled by the president. Like Trump tried to go to like Jerome Powell and said lower the rates, like when he was in office, and Jerome Powell didn't lower the rates. So
Yeah.
they don't listen to the president historically speaking. Secondly, it is
Well,
the
they
case
were
that
lower than when he was in there.
what's up?
They were lower than when he was in there.
Yeah, no, but he wanted them to be even lower.
Yeah. So if he was,
No,
able
I'm just
to-
saying it doesn't change like what they specifically do. Plus, it is the case that again, it's totally determined by them. Like they're just not gonna like I don't know what your point is with this.
Well, so it just happened to be that when Obama was in office, rates were higher. When Trump comes in,
Rates
are
shouldn't have
lower.
been higher under
And then
the
whenever Biden and Harris
rates should not have been higher under the Obama administration.
They shouldn't have.
No. Let me check interest rates back then. Like there was a recession, so there shouldn't have been. Are you just gonna be quiet?
No, I was waiting.
No. You can talk about things while I pull it up.
Oh, okay. Well, the second thing is you guys already talked about firearms way too much. That was an intense conversation, by the way. But
We had relatively similar interest rates as what we did under the Trump administration, under the Obama administration.
yeah, relatively, yeah, a little higher during Obama, but yeah, I mean they were right there.
Pretty much the same.
Not yeah. Well, I'm kind of yeah.
It's literally determined by the Federal Reserve in it.
But then you got in 2022, your average is 8%. That's pretty high, huh?
So no, the average was not 8% in 2022.
Really?
No.
Well, that's what I'm looking at. 2022, 8%. 2023 was
2022,
4.1.
it's 7%.
Right now, currently, it's 2.9 in July. That's
You're
only in
you're looking
July.
at inflation. I'm not interest rates. I'm looking at historical mortgage rates.
Oh no, I'm
Average
I don't-
mortgage rates.
Yeah, I'm talking about inflation.
Yeah, I was referencing interest rates because that's what we were talking about. I don't know why you just randomly brought up inflation.
Well, that's because I was talking about inflation.
There was global inflation. Did you know that?
The global. Well, I'm
There was
sure.
inflation in Asia and Africa and China and South America and Central America. So why do you specifically say that it's the Biden-Harris administration that's at fault when it was applicable to all these different countries?
So we want to be compared to China? I don't. make any sense.
I compared us to all those different economies, and I compared us as it relates to the context of inflation. That's a totally legitimate comparison, genius.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. You still compared us to other countries.
No shit. I compared us to other countries.
Yeah, we're talking about United States.
Victoria,
We're
thank you for the
talking about
$5. Holy
Well,
shit,
I'm
are you
talking about-
really that dense? Like I just acknowledged that there was global inflation.
So okay, so our president again can't do anything about it.
No, they can't do anything about it as it relates to fixing the
So-
overall problem. Can they
so-
help?
so
Can they
giving-
help the
so
problem?
giving money-
Sure, by advocating for particular policies, but that's not going to fix the problem. Also, can you give me any reason why they would have caused it? Actually, I'll actually ask you this: what's Trump's plan to fix it?
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay, so what would Trump have done to fix it?
I'm not saying that he would or would not fix it. I don't know how it'd be. It's just convenient that it was lower when he was in office.
No, when you say convenient, you're just looking for things that specifically apply to him. Also, during his administration, there was 14.8% unemployment, the most since the Great Depression. I like how you don't blame him for that.
Unemployment, come on. You know what? That unemployment's such a crock of shit because whenever all of a sudden Biden gets in office and they all these people, they were counting all these people that were on what is it, temp jobs or whatever, and part-time jobs, and all of a sudden because all these part-time jobs came about, and why did they come about?
Wait. Can you give me any evidence that proportionally as the size of the economy, there was a larger amount of part-time jobs specifically in the economy now comparative to Trump's administration?
You can absolutely say that.
Yeah, can you give me any source that indicates that?
So what happened to the rules about having to provide insurance?
Can you
Or
give me
some
any
sort of-
source that indicates that?
Wait, no, I'm talking to you as a person.
So
I
no
don't-
source. So just trust me, bro.
Yeah, I trust
Okay.
you. Right? You're not giving
Trust me, bro, is not a good enough
okay.
source.
I don't see any sources from you either. So
What
that's
do you
okay.
want? What do you want a source for? I'll tell you. I literally do give sources.
So because they
For the
lowered-
economic data, I look at the Federal Reserve
Because
or the
they
Bureau of Labor
lowered
Statistics.
to 32 hours, and after 32 hours, what as a company, what do you have to do? If you have an employee and he works 40 hours over the 32, if he works 33 hours, what do you have to do?
I don't know what you're asking. I don't.
Okay, if you own a company and you have an employee,
Are you trying to talk about overtime once they get past like the particular thing for a day?
More in overtime. We're talking about benefits now.
Are you talking about health insurance?
So what they did, what companies had to do is cut hours.
I don't think they're mandated to do that.
So companies cut hours to people, so that way they didn't meet the threshold of 32 hours. So that way they didn't have to pay benefits. So what happened?
Okay, that's
So
a bad
now-
thing, right?
Now you got it. Now you got. Well, it kind of is. Yeah, I agree with you. But that's what happened.
So we should make sure everyone has benefits. There you go.
So we're going to cut people's pay.
No, we provide universal health care.
Oh, okay. So you don't mind cutting your pay down a little bit to make sure everybody has it?
I don't have to cut my pay in order to do that.
Why?
But we would pay taxes
would
to
you
do
help
this.
out?
Because
Parker,
wait,
why
I
would
would. Everyone would. You just listen, please. We spend half as much per individual on healthcare expenditure in countries abroad that have universal healthcare systems comparative to here in the United States, and they have better health outcomes in those countries.
I'm going to disagree with that. My grandpa's from Canada, and he moved here for the healthcare. Canada has a horrible healthcare system.
That's actually laughable. If you look at satisfaction of Canada's healthcare system comparative to the United States, it ranks better.
Yeah, I'm sure overall it ranks better, but what
Yeah,
happens
that's
if
what
you're-
we're comparing. We're
what
comparing
happens when you're
overall.
65 years old, and you have cancer, and somebody that's
Yeah,
45
you're
years
actually gonna have to pay for. You're actually not gonna have to pay for it. It's gonna be provided to you.
No, you're gonna
Whereas
be put
under
on
our
a
current
list.
system right now, it is
You're
the
gonna
case
put-
that you have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on medical debt.
Yeah, you're going to be put on a list first, Parker.
At least you
Right.
get the care. At least you don't have
Maybe-
hundreds of thousands of dollars of
maybe
debt.
you get the care.
No, you will get the care. That's a lie. You saying maybe is
That
crazy.
That is not true.
Okay. Give me scenarios where give me what percent of the people who had cancer didn't get care in Canada.
Oh, I'm just hearing from other people.
Jesus Christ, dude! Like, is it
I've
just gonna every
visited
time I ask you for
Canada
any
before.
reason, is it just gonna be like, oh, I feel like this is the case?
Well, no, I'm telling you right now. I visited Canada before and talking to those folks.
Yeah, and also Matt's
Most people that I
visited
talked
Canada,
to-
and Matt said the healthcare system is great.
I visited Canada back in July. I stayed the whole month, and it was and it was fine. Like I have not
used
heard
their
that.
healthcare system?
Huh?
You used their healthcare system?
I didn't, but my a girlfriend uses it regularly, and she has no problem.
She lives in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
She's Canadian, yes.
And she's young.
She's young,
What?
yes.
Oh, well, there you go. I just said if you're young, it's great. I'm sure the healthcare is awesome.
Thank
Had
you,
no
you're
doubt
amazing.
about
Thank you
it.
so much,
Wait.
Denise.
Young. I mean,
Right.
she's 25. I mean,
That's pretty damn young.
How does being young at all mean that you get better care?
The older you get put on the list, basically.
If anything, you're older, you would get put like closer on the list to get like
No,
looked at
it's
first.
Just the opposite. They look at it just the opposite.
That's total BS.
okay, hold on. Is there a Canadian in chat by chance, just to like
Appreciate that hand massage.
talk
Thank you
about
so
this?
much.
Because none of us here are like Canadian.
No, I know he's
Hold on,
wrong.
hold
I
on,
know
hold
he's
on,
wrong.
hold
I
on.
know he's bullshitting.
Hold on, right here. We have a comment that says, "My family from Canada and healthcare is terrible. There is a list for everything." See, Miss Lady, right there.
No shit, there's a list for everything, right?
Well, yeah,
But
yeah,
it is
and
the case that
as
people
you
get taken
as
care of.
you're older,
Also, by the way,
you get put on the list.
shut
And
up.
younger-
Shut up. Okay? That does not justify your point that it is the case that people who are younger get help better. One. Two, as it relates to this, you citing one person in the comment section does not demonstrate the overall system. I'm referencing overall satisfaction as it relates to their system. Shannon, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
And with respect, we have lists here in the United States too. It just lists of an entirely different sort. So we can't pretend like we don't also ration care, because we do. We just ration it on an entirely different basis. And frankly,
Also, we have
like, in
less
my
physicians
opinion-
per capita.
Yeah, I mean, so like we ration care too, and I mean, yeah. Hold on,
Wait,
sorry,
Street, you can unmute. I sent you the invite to unmute, or you can click on your profile picture in the bottom right and then click the microphone.
Oh, okay. There you go. So I don't remember ever being put on a list or anything for my health care.
Wait, do you have?
I
money
went
be able
to
get-
wait, by the way, I went to the ER and was on a list. I had to wait hours to get service here in in the United States.
Yeah, I remember that,
Yeah, because it's based on importance, not age.
Oh, importance. That's literally what their fucking system is based on, genius. Holy
No, it's
fuck, you
not.
just ran right into the point.
If you have Parker,
It is totally based upon
did you even listen to
severity.
me earlier? You didn't even listen, did you?
I did. I totally listened to you.
Oh, you talk too much. That's the problem. So
No,
what I
you
said
fucking don't
is
listen enough.
If you have a 45-year-old with cancer that is terminal, and you have a 65-year-old with cancer, that 45-year-old is going to get taken care of first.
If it is the case that they have the same level of severity.
Yes.
Obviously.
Wait, no.
What?
Wait,
So
no.
why
His
would you
analogy
compare
is
the
wrong, though.
45-year-old
His
first?
analogy, no.
If they have the same
Street.
level of severity, obviously you'd pick the younger one.
No.
What?
Hold on,
Wow, so you
Parker.
don't care about old people.
Wait. That's not true.
No, hold on.
Why is he
hold
laughing?
On. Street,
listen. If it is the case that they have the same severity and you can only take care of one, yes, you take care of the younger one. Like if it's
But
it's
that's
45
not what
comparative
he
to
said,
65,
though.
you
But that's not what
absolutely
he
do
said.
that. What?
That's not what he said. He said
That's
the 45-year-old
not how
is
it works
terminal.
though. Appreciate the coffee. Thank you.
He
No,
said the
I told him
45-year-old is
no,
terminal.
no. Listen. So I told him severity is the same in both scenarios, and he said yes. And if it is
Oh,
the case that
okay.
you have to pick one or the other, obviously you take care of the 45-year-old in that scenario. If it is the case that was the scenario, that is so unlikely to happen though. They both will get taken care of.
Why is a 45-year-old more important?
They have longer life to live. That's the only reason why you would make a difference between them as it relates to either one or the other gets care, and there's no way to take care of both of them.
But you have there is no studies whatsoever to say that these two people have terminal cancer, and you're going to take the
Wait,
45-year-old.
Street. You gave me
Yeah.
a scenario where you can only take care of one. Where it is the
Okay,
case.
hold on.
Listen, let me please finish. You have only one scenario, right, where you gave me where it is the case that you have two people, the same severity. One is older, the other one is younger. Obviously, you would in that scenario, the younger one is more likely to recover. The younger one has a lot longer to live in typical, right? That is what would happen. I'm telling you that's what would happen. I'm not saying I want to do that. I'm not saying I like discriminating against people who are older. What I'm saying is that's what would happen if it were one or the other. Okay?
Yes.
That's
So
what would
here-
happen. And you don't disagree with that even.
But-
Would you
but
pick the
here-
65-year-old?
But in America, guess what? Guess what happens? They both get taken care of.
Oh, come on, you fucking little weasel. You fucking little weasel. The whole point of the fucking hypothetical that you gave me was that both of them couldn't get taken care of. Obviously, I would be okay with I want both of them to get taken care of. You fucking little weasel. You little dude, what the fuck is this bullshit, dude? You're such a little weasel, bro. I'm actually so annoyed with you, dude.
I got you all worked up.
Yeah, you do have me worked up because it's fucking bullshit what you just did.
No, it's not.
honestly stupid as fuck. It's
We
stupid
were
as fuck.
talking- we were
You
talking
the
about Canada
hypothetical
and
you
how-
gave was not those conditions. Okay? Why are you acting like I answered it like, "Oh, I would only save one if I could save both." That's fucking dumb. Okay? Obviously I would rather save both. Jesus Christ, dude. Are you going to unmute, man? Are you going to unmute? Do you know how to unmute? Okay, I literally already told you how to unmute. You click your profile picture in the bottom right, and then you click the microphone.
Yeah, Chad, you like when I go?
Oh, there you go. There you go. Well, it came up with a pop-up last couple times. That was weird. Why it didn't come up with pop-up now?
Yeah, chat. I'm sorry I have emotions. My bad. Let me like turn into an AI next time. Jesus Christ, dude. I show 1 ounce of emotion because this guy's being dense as fuck, and it's like people freak out, bro.
I'm being dense.
You're objectively being dense. You change the conditions of the hypothetical to make me seem like a terrible human being when it's the case that I never said that.
The hypothetical was for Canada. right? And you said that people are more.
No,
happy
it was not for Canada. It was just in general.
No.
You were
wasn't
asking
in
about who gets
Canada.
taken care of.
Yeah,
Bobby
in
V, thank
Canada.
you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
In Canada, I was asking.
No, you changed
Yeah.
the hypotheticals a million times. Even then, it wouldn't even matter. It would, regardless of whether or not it was in Canada or the U.S., I would say the same
The
thing.
United States, they both getting taken care of.
No, that's bullshit. So you understand? Actually, in the United States, less people get taken care of because they can't afford it. Okay, so
What do
you
you
understand
mean
that? You understand
can't afford it?
45,000.
You can't decline healthcare.
Listen. People have to pay medical. So listen. 45,000 to here. Yo, Persephone, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much, Persephone. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Persephone. So as it relates to this, 45,000 to 68,000 people die in the United States every single year due to lack of health insurance. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. That does not happen in Canada. Okay, so you can sit there and you can act like everyone gets taken care of in the United States. That is fucking bullshit.
Okay, my uncle did not have health care, and he got taken care of just fine from cancer. So how do you explain that?
I'm not saying no one gets taken care of. Wait, by the way, hold up. Let me please answer this. So I never said no one gets health care. What I said is that some people die in this country, tens of thousands of people, because of lack of health insurance. That is a fact. I'm not making this up.
So if you have a sickness and you go to the hospital, they cannot decline you. You know that, right?
You're not understanding that people will not get these types of services because they can't afford it. They don't want the debt to go onto their family, right? They don't have insurance. There are plenty of scenarios that will reduce the likelihood of them being able to get the care in the United States. So are you just saying these people die because they're dumb or something? Is that what you're telling me?
Doesn't the debt?
Wait. So why are they dying? Tell me, Street. Tell me, Street. Why are they dying?
Well, I think it's typically because they just don't know. They don't know.
So they're just dumb. Is that your view?
No, I never said dumb. I said they don't know. There is a difference between being dumb and not knowing. You do know that, right?
Straight. Hold on. By the way, I just want to correct something. By the way, under law, you can deny somebody care as long as it's not emergency care. We have a law that prevents, which is why so many people die is because they cannot
There's no
afford
preventative care.
Yeah, exactly. They cannot afford preventative care because it is so expensive, and so it becomes chronic and debilitating, and it becomes an emergency, and then they get care. But by that point, it's too late.
Exactly.
Because the whole idea is in these other countries they focus on preventative care to try to stop these types of illnesses getting to being chronic. That's the whole idea. That's one of the reasons why the Affordable Care Act has so many preventative care provisions in it. It's because it wants to actually go that far. So I don't know where you're getting this idea that someone can just walk into like an emergency room and like get treatment. They could do that, but then they're getting a huge ass bill. Like they will get a bill in the thousands of dollars.
Better than dying, right?
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
What?
And
No.
then
Wait, hold on.
you
Is it better than dying? Wait, hold on.
And
They're
then
not
on top of
dying.
that-
If someone has the flu, okay, and they
Well,
need
if you're going to
and
a
they need
hospital
like an
for the
eye.
flu,
Hold
that's a
on.
little
Please let me
ridiculous.
talk. Street. Let me talk, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. If someone has the flu and they need like a cough suppressant, or they need an IV because they're dehydrated, right? And they go to the emergency room, they are going to get treated, but then they're going to get a bill. And that bill is going to be fucking huge. And then that's going to create problems. Instead of, if they had a universal system, they could walk into a regular clinic, get the care they need. They may pay a few bucks, and then they walk out, and we're all happy, right? The main point is that we want people to get the care, but not to have to pay thousands of dollars for it. Because the only care that is protected under law is emergency care, which I don't think is a good model.
Sasha, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Preventative care is the way to go.
So that's interesting because I've taken to my daughter who doesn't have health care to the hospital before due to a broken hand. They even put it in a cast, and the bill was $350. So I don't know what hospital you guys are going to.
Wait, hold on. $350. Okay. I'm not like
The average American cannot. The average
Yes,
American
I'm
can't
not
afford a
impoverished or
$400
anything.
expense. The average American cannot afford a random $400 expense. The average American is living paycheck to paycheck. The average American can't afford that for a random cast. I'm sorry to break it to you, but that's not affordable for most Americans. Nextly, as it relates to that, I want you to acknowledge specifically that you're talking about a scenario where this wasn't chronic, okay? You're talking about a scenario where it didn't happen over and over again, where they had to continue to get care over and over again. You're also not referencing the fact that there are hospitals around the entire United States that have different price mechanisms and price systems than what you have specifically in the place where you got care. So you have a complete misunderstanding of how our healthcare system works. If you say that just because of that one scenario, that means everyone can get their care for affordable levels in the United States. That is unbelievable.
Yeah. Also, it's entirely. I'm sorry to say this, but I had to say this because I think it's reflective of reality. Why the hell does your kid not have health insurance?
Well, because of her job.
But you can get it privately. Why did you? Hold on.
They
Street. Why did you not privately go and get health care for your kid?
Wait. How old is your kid?
She's 24.
Okay. So, okay, well, the ACA does provide through 26. That would just be a family plan. They don't have a family plan. So she's older. That's why.
And the problem is she makes just enough money to not qualify for any kind of assistance.
Oh my God! It's almost like our fucking system sucks. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, what happens is what they cut her hours.
So maybe we shouldn't tie someone's job.
So corporate greed. You just gave an example. I like how he just gave an example of corporate greed. He's like, yes, let's give them more tax cuts. Corporations that are greedy as fuck. Let's give them tax cuts. Oh my God! More money to these rich people. It's gonna trickle down. It's gonna trickle down. I promise you. These greedy corporations that won't give his kid health care. You know that put the hours on that specifically. They're gonna trickle down the money.
I make so much money. It's crazy. Oh my! I just can't believe the Democrats.
Samuel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Like, I think it's utterly hypocritical and unbelievable for you guys to be like, oh, I think these corporations are too greedy, right? That we shouldn't have these set up this way. But then at the same time, you're like, oh yeah, let's give these people tax breaks. They're gonna trickle down the money.
You know what I told her, Parker? I said, sucks for you. Better get a fucking better job.
Yeah, you're that's disgusting to say to your daughter. You should literally say, let's create a better system so that you don't specifically have to do that.
Let's keep her down. Working at a fast food restaurant, and let's not.
Wait, I'm not advocating for.
Let's not bring her up to a better position.
Yeah, I'm not advocating to say that you shouldn't benefit your quality of life or conditions or try to get a better job. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that regardless of the job, everyone in this country should be protected. And that's what you don't understand. The same thing with firefighters, the same thing with police, the same thing with streets, the same thing with basically all these other things. I don't know why you think it's okay to restrict people getting access to care just because they can't afford it. I think it's so fucking insane that I have to come up here and I have to argue these things. Because tens of thousands of people in this country die every single year because of a lack of access to health insurance. And that should not happen. Tens of thousands of people. Easily preventable. And it would cost less as a system. Like, geez, dude.
And your daughter, if she didn't qualify for Medicaid, then she could have gone on the ACA and then could have tried to get a private plan. Because she's young, her premium would have been low, and she would have got probably a pretty hefty tax credit to help satisfy that overall premium. So
okay, Rockin'. Her premium was going to be $250 a month. Okay.
That's actually. I mean, that's low. I mean, that's. I mean,
you just said that average people are having a hard time paying $400 a month. $250 is not that far off.
No, I agree with you that it's too high. I'm simply saying there are options.
He doesn't get what a random $400 expense is. Dude.
So a random
not have enough disposable income
versus a monthly expense.
Hold on. Does she not have enough disposable income to pay any type of healthcare expense?
Oh, everybody does, I think. You hey, turn your cell phone off.
Geez, I want to right now. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, if you have $100 a month cell phone bill and you're complaining that you can't afford stuff, there's a reason
I'm not complaining.
There's a reason why. No, I'm not saying you.
Like,
Rock.
we're literally sitting here and we're advocating that people should have health care, and like why are you saying that you disagree with this?
No, you muted me before I was going to talk.
I
And
didn't
then I
mute
had,
you there.
and then I had, yes, you did. I had to just
Not
unmute
right
myself.
here. I did earlier, but
Yeah, well, okay. You just did like 2 minutes ago. Anyway, so what I was going to say, Parker and Rockin', because I don't know your real name, but anyway, I can agree with you that yes, everybody should have some form of health care at a cost, whether it be a percentage of your pay or whatever it may be. And I'm okay with that, a percentage of your pay.
Congratulations, Medicare for all. You pay for it through your taxes. That's a percentage of your pay. There you go.
Once you hit 65, yeah.
No, Medicare for all. All people get Medicare, and they pay through it through their taxes. Boom.
What happens if they don't pay taxes? Then who pays for it?
The same thing happens now. Then they get Medicaid.
dude, it's like he doesn't know how he's talking about in terms of the system. Like, dude, how are we gonna pay for Medicare for all? The same way we pay for firefighters, the same way we pay for police, the same way we pay for all
Through
these other
taxes?
social programs. Yes, absolutely. We
So
spend
I'm not talking
in
about that.
countries around the world, they spend half as much per capita as we do here in the United States, and they have better average health outcomes.
If they
So
could
instead of us
figure
sitting
out-
here and being like, "Oh, we can't do it," when countries around the world have been doing it, let's acknowledge that we can do it. Let's acknowledge that we should do it, and stop having these dumb conversations, because our society is held back so much because we can't talk about other shit because you guys don't want to fucking provide healthcare like almost every other industrialized nation on the planet that quite literally has been doing this for decades. The conservatives in those countries support universal healthcare.
And let's also talk about the big elephant in the room. Trump has no healthcare policy. He has
Literally no health.
None. I'm sorry, but like, can you tell me what Trump wants to do about like anything involving healthcare? Anything. I don't care what aspect of healthcare it is. Name me something that Trump wants to put in place to ease healthcare costs, access, availability. I don't care what it is. But I mean, I'm sorry, but he hasn't had a plan for 9 years now. He has nothing.
9 years.
Arcane,
Yeah,
thank
he
you so much
first
for the
ran in
subscription.
2015.
Yeah. Devin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but he ran in 2015. He started.
Catherine, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, what is it besides a huge amount of cost to people? Okay, let me go back to a little bit. Also, as whenever our kids were younger, we were forced, because we couldn't afford the health care, so we were forced to get Obamacare, even though I was willing to pay out of pocket.
The individual mandate was taken away by the Supreme Court. That
Okay,
also was
now-
originally put in by Republicans.
But for 2 years, we had a penalty that we had to pay because we didn't get them health care.
That was set up by Republicans.
How? That's
Wait, hold on.
Obamacare.
Okay. No,
That was in
hold on.
Obamacare.
We can explain it to you. When the Heritage Foundation first formed what would eventually become Obamacare, they had the mandate in there because they knew that in order to make people get health insurance, there had to be some kind of either consequence or mechanism to make people do it. Even conservatives wanted to do that. It was not until Barack Obama put his name on it that conservatives were like, oh no, this is scary. No, this was a conservative idea. The individual mandate is a conservative idea. In fact, liberals were the one who no, they didn't like
Literally,
it.
that's what I'm saying, bro.
The ones who started it and believed in it were conservatives.
And I think of the fireworks.
And once Barack Obama's like, you know what, let's put that in my bill, all of a sudden, then they're like, wait, hold on, we can't have that. Like, we can't have, like, a Barack Obama being on our side. So they're like, no, that's bad. But, so, like, you want to blame somebody, blame the conservatives, because they are the ones that formulated the entire idea.
So the president couldn't have stopped that? Obama couldn't have stopped it?
Obama agreed with it because he knew.
Yeah, he agreed with it. Why?
Hold on. Because he knew that the only way to get people to use the services is to have some kind of penalty, because that's what we do whenever you don't have something that we see is beneficial for them. Now, of course, the court disagreed, and that's fine. Okay, fine. The court disagreed. But I'm saying that was the rationale behind it, and conservatives all throughout the Republican Party for decades thought that was a good idea until Barack Obama came along. So I'm just saying that Barack Obama is not really the fault here. Yes, he put it into the bill, but this was a conservative brainchild. It was nobody else's. No big Democratic think tank thought of this. It was a conservative bill. Okay.
That's funny. So we can blame Trump for all the Democrats for them pushing bills, but we can't blame Obama.
No, I didn't blame
That's-
Trump for.
that's pretty
Wait, hold on.
good.
I didn't blame Trump for anything so far.
You were branding conservative.
Wait, no, we were just saying that.
No,
that was not Trump, by the way.
Yeah, that's not
That's not
Trump,
Trump.
by the way. I said conservative.
even in
I said
office.
the Republican
Oh, I
Party.
thought we were all together because Parker said you guys, and I thought he was profiling.
Bruh, come
all of
on.
us.
That's language.
Do you see how dense this guy is? Like he's
Oh,
like
shit,
purposefully.
okay.
Like I feel like he's
Okay.
purposefully rage baiting at this point.
What-
Like
wait,
you're not
wait.
coming up here to engage in a constructive dialogue. You
Then
came
I
up here to
am.
try and make me mad.
No, I'm constructive right
Then-
now.
Then why would you just say that?
Why? Yeah.
Because you're using your certain terms. I'm using my certain
No,
terms.
But
straight.
you
with-
know what I meant.
Street.
Like what?
That is being disingenuous because I was
Like you
citing
were-
people from the fucking 1990s. I was not citing Donald Trump. It's clear as day who I was citing. Donald Trump wasn't even in the picture. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I'll get to blaming Donald Trump. I mean, believe me, like, I can blame him for a lot of other things. I'm not blaming him for that. I said conservatives. Donald Trump wasn't even a fucking conservative at this point.
I know, and you guys are still mad at him. That's what's crazy.
No, I'm mad at him because he's a fucking insane lunatic who started.
I'd be mad at Donald Trump if he was a liberal.
You guys,
I
like
would be
Nancy
mad at
Pelosi?
Donald Trump regardless of whether or not he was a Republican or a Democrat.
Yeah.
The fucking
Yeah.
issue is that you wouldn't do that, even though it is the case that he has all these terrible values. But I would do that even if they were on my side. And I think that's fucking despicable. You can't put the country over the party. You
I
can't do
never-
it. You're allergic to it.
I remember first learning about Donald Trump probably in like 2004 or 5. That's when I first came to like know him, right? And I didn't like him then. Like I just don't like the guy. I don't think he's and at the time he was liberal, and I thought he was a pompous ass then, and he's a pompous ass now.
Like a
So
wise
my mind
individual once said, "They ain't like us."
Yeah, they ain't like us. So I mean, it doesn't matter what he believes. I think his beliefs has gotten worse, but he's still like an ass.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. There was times where he was like probably talked out of his ass, and I was like, God damn it! Now, quit fucking talking, quit tweeting as or twittering or whatever the fuck it's called. But yeah, I mean, you know, shit.
But again, let's.
Wait, I want to ask him this question.
Yeah.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
In his case, yeah. You know
Okay,
how
would you vote for Trump if he were held?
Do you
Okay,
know
go ahead.
how many people that are wrongly convicted?
Very
of that?
low. Very low.
Very low, huh?
Yeah, false
Yeah.
reports are at 2 to 10%. So even lesser than that would be it because it went through a civil process of a
majority
jury
of-
unanimously determining that he was held legally responsible of sexual abuse. But
Majority of
let's go further. Would you vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a minor with Jeffrey Epstein?
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely.
You'd vote for him still?
No. I'm sorry. I misread your words there.
Oh, you
No,
wouldn't vote for him?
No,
So
absolutely.
why would you vote for him if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote for him if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a kid with Jeffrey Epstein?
If there was strong evidence,
Wait,
then
both of them
I
are
would-
civil
I would-
cases, so there's no difference in the evidence.
No, it. Trust me, you could. The sad thing is I can go around and I can go to the bar tonight and I can fucking pick up this chick and go home and sleep with her, and all she has to do is say I raped her.
That's not true at all.
What the fuck,
not
dude?
True.
How is that not true?
Because okay, I'm sad that I have to explain this, but a consensual like sex
How do
doesn't
you know it's
have the
consensual?
same.
It's
Hold on,
her versus mine.
It doesn't have the same physical things that happen to the body as during grape. It just doesn't.
And psychological.
Yeah, and
And
psychological, right.
and you can see those in the case of E. Jean Carroll with the medical records, with the stories in reference to her friends. This is showing not a state of mind now, right? Because of politics or whatever the fuck you think it is to be able to make money or whatever the hell, right? It shows a state of mind that she was traumatized and abused. And that's what specifically indicates this. Okay?
How is that proven?
What do you mean? How is that proven? We have medical records of her from the 90s that specifically indicate her explaining these stories to like her therapist.
And specifically saying it was Donald Trump?
Yes.
Wow. I haven't heard that.
She had two friends who she confided in shortly after the event, who also named Donald Trump. She had the dress that Donald Trump conveniently didn't want to give his DNA to test against the unknown male DNA, and then he waits till the very, 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 very last minute, and then says he'll do it, knowing that the judge would turn it down because he had already waited 2 freaking years.
To me, that's just him being kind of a dickwad. You know.
Wait, hold on.
He was doing that. Wait, I was talking. I've been courteous to you guys.
No, I appreciate that. That's why I was trying to get.
Okay. So he's been doing that all along. You guys look at his taxes. How long did he hold on to and not show his taxes for? Because everybody thought, oh shit, everybody thought he was going to 100% get nailed on that shit, right? And he kept holding on to it. I think he just loves to play a game with everybody, and everybody feeds into it. That's what's crazy to me. Everybody.
So he's playing a game with him being held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. Like none of this makes any sense at all. Why would he risk paying $88 million of damages? You know, when he could have just taken a DNA test.
That's
him putting his DNA against the dress and then it turning out that it's not his DNA would be a huge advantage for his case. Like that's a big advantage, and because she submitted it and then all of a sudden it turns out that it's not his DNA. I mean that like blows a big hole in the whole credibility.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't do that. Maybe because and again, I don't know why. Because because I would give up my DNA. Like,
I would too.
That would prove like pretty definitively that it didn't happen, because she's saying I have the dress, it has his DNA on it. Turns out it's not my DNA. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the problem is see, I would do the same thing. I agree with you. But the problem is we're average folks, man. These rich folks, they don't. Trust me, man. They don't think the same way we do.
They're not like us.
That is one thing that we all can agree on, that the rich is definitely not like us.
Wait, yeah, but hold on. But maybe we should hold them.
Donald Trump.
But maybe we should hold them to a slightly higher standard then, because they have the resources. He can afford the best lawyers in the world, right? He knows that his lawyer probably said, submit your DNA, and if it's not going to, Trump, did you do it? No. Okay, let's submit your DNA, and then that will prove that it's not on the dress. And he's like, nah, I don't want to do that. Wait, why? And then he does, and then behind closed doors, I don't know what to say behind closed doors, but there's a reason why he didn't do it, right?
Yeah,
There's a reason, and I'm saying it looks a little suspicious when you clearly deny that it happened in such a forceful way. She has something that can pretty well prove if it did or didn't happen, and if it didn't happen, then just get your DNA. It didn't happen, and then I would say,
yeah, if they never met each other, right? Well, then obviously there's no way she had his DNA. Yeah, that's just not how it works. And Allison, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Allison in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Allison.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Who knows what they said behind closed doors? That's only they'll know. Unfortunately, we'll only know the story that they want us to tell.
Can I actually also give you another thing? I can give you 2 other places where Trump lied. Trump lied when saying that he never met her. There's pictures of them together. He also said that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife.
Yeah, I don't know any about that.
That's a total contradiction, right? He totally lied multiple times. She hasn't lied at all. The story's consistent with medical records, with her friends indicating this, with the fact that Trump didn't give up his DNA, right? Nothing about her story is a lie. But Donald Trump has multiple lies. Donald Trump didn't give up his DNA. Donald Trump has a history of misogyny, right? And claimed that every single woman wants him, that he grabs women by the vagina, he doesn't even have to ask. He thinks every woman wants him, even when it is the case that they clearly might not.
Wow, look at Anna Nicole Smith, man. If you got money, you're going to find them.
So if she did this for money, why didn't she come out with this case in the 90s, right, to make money back then so that she could have specifically had the money earlier on in her life and didn't have to wait so long?
Because probably because his dad was still alive. I don't know.
Fred Trump didn't.
What
No, Fred
has-
Trump was dead.
No,
Right.
what?
He probably. I mean, he was well known still, but he probably wasn't the.
Wait, hold on. Why would she?
Wait, how would she know that he was going to get bigger in the future?
Oh shit! You knew right away he was going to get bigger. Come on, now he was a Democrat back then. They
What?
force feed that shit.
No, come on. That's such a ridiculous statement for you to make. Also, she already was a millionaire.
Who was already a millionaire? She was.
E. Jean Carroll. She's already a millionaire.
Okay. That's pennies compared to where he's at.
Bruh. It just
I'm just
decreases
saying-
the
I'm-
it decreases
I'm
the
just saying,
probability that they would make
Look
up a
at Anna
lie
Nicole
for
Smith.
this.
You look at Anna Nicole Smith, man. If you got money, shit, somebody's going to.
Hold on. Why are you bringing up Anna Nicole Smith? Like, I'm sorry, but like she's been gone for like 2 decades now. Like, what's the point about her?
Well, because we're bringing up rape from 2 decades.
I don't
Well,
know
so-
anything
so
about that
history
case.
doesn't
Like,
matter, right?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about.
What
Yeah,
I'm
like,
talking
what's the
about
relevance?
is the relevance is you say Trump said that women flock to him. It's probably true because of his money. And then I said, look at Anna Nicole Smith. She flocked to him. Why? You really think she was in love with him? Come on. If you do, you're denial.
Okay. So again, what's the likelihood of a false report? It's 2 to 10%. So the likelihood is exorbitantly low. Okay. If it goes through the context of the court system, has all of these conditions that I just mentioned, and it is the case that the report prior to all of these conditions, right, would indicate that there's only a 2 to 10% likelihood of it being wrong. You have very high confidence in saying that this happened. Like we have over, I would say we have 95 plus, given that standard.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer or a judge, so I wouldn't even put a percentage to it. I'm not sure.
I can. I absolutely can.
Okay, then you must be a lawyer and a judge.
Again, if the lowest possible percentage is 90% for it being true, and then all of those conditions I applied, like at least 5% increase from that.
So for each condition applies how much percentage?
You could, even if you assumed less than 1% for each.
So that goes with any case? In any case you can assume that?
Yeah, you could do that. We could do that as it relates to the context of reports, and then if it went through a civil case, that it'd be even more likely to be true. So you'd have to have good reason to indicate it's false, as a reason as to why like you wouldn't accept the case.
Oh.
Otherwise, you wouldn't really have accurate determinations of being able to figure out what's right and what's wrong in a particular scenario.
Well, you have evidence, you have proof. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, we had the evidence, we had the proof, we had the court case, the jury determination, we had Trump lying, we had
lying is that's not really against the law. Is it?
Wait, I never said it's against the. In some scenarios, it is, but
Well, yeah,
I do
yeah.
think that it indicates that he's likely trying to hide something if he's lying about this.
I'm not.
And if he's
disputing
trying
that.
to hide something, that incriminates him, or at least increases the probability of it.
Could be trying to hide a lot of things. You never know.
Yeah, and when you hide things as it relates to this scenario, that indicates like a greater likelihood of criminal activity.
Possibly.
Okay. No, I don't say possibly. I think it is. I guarantee if this were true in any other scenario, you wouldn't vote for this person. Like, for example, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If you had like the choice of 2 different bus drivers, right? You have kids, right?
Yeah. I just said I do.
Let's say the bus driver for the day was Kamala Harris. Would you let them go on the bus?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Yeah. So if it was Donald Trump, would you let them go on the bus?
Sure. Why wouldn't I?
Because he has a history of sexual violence, misogyny, sexualizing 5th graders, saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
As a bus driver, you got to do background checks and everything. So he wouldn't become a bus driver. That's irrelevant. That doesn't even make any sense.
No, the point that I'm making is that you're not going to trust them. Like I could use a babysitter, right? Say you need a babysitter, right? Who would you rather trust to babysit your kids? Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Kamala Harris, because a woman is always a better babysitter.
Jesus Christ. Of course it's not. Oh my God, dude.
Are they not? They're more caring. They're more loving. They're more patient.
I would say it's true with the context of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, but it's not because just she's a woman,
I'll
right?
tell you
And
right
just
now,
he's a man.
My wife is way more loving and caring and patient than I am.
Okay, well that's again you projecting even further.
So I would rather have her watch kids than me.
Wait, but you understand that I can give you plenty of scenarios where like a man would be better than watching a kid than a woman. Like I would trust myself watching a kid, right, over like a woman who's a serial killer.
Well, yeah, because you're a little more feminine. A serial killer woman, that's probably a dyke looking bitch.
Bruh. That took a
So fucking gross, dude.
That took a turn.
Ugh, bro, these people are disgusting. Like, you're never gonna get past the fucking allegations of being weird. Like, literally never. Like, literally never.
Yeah.
What a weirdo, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Cole, thank you for the $4.44. I can't, and you're driving. Let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Everyone tap that screen. Let's try to run it up to like 1.5 million likes. Everyone really tap that screen. I want to see how many likes we can get to, y'all. Yo, what's up? Oh. Dean was at 3 million today, everyone. Dean was at 3 million. We're getting cooked by Dean. We're like getting absolutely cooked by Dean.
Dean is fake news.
Yeah, I know. He's faking likes.
Yeah, total fake news. He's buying them.
Total fake likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
This guy said that you make up everything, so that should be fun.
Oh, okay. Evan, you there?
Yeah.
Are you voting Trump?
I can't vote.
Oh.
Why are you getting the...
Thank the fucking Lord.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank the fucking Lord. They said I make up everything. Thank the Lord.
Thank Jesus.
Thank Jesus, everyone.
Someone said
Holy.
that I was worth 4 million tonight. Yep, I was. On a live that I didn't even do. Magic.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
I think I am, honestly.
Why so?
I don't know. I definitely felt like there was a lot more. I saw the last 4 years when Biden and stuff was president. I think obviously there was a pandemic, but the prices definitely skyrocketed and stuff like that. I don't know. I think the economy was in a tad bit better situation than
Okay,
well,
so
when Trump
what
was
did the
president.
What did the Biden-Harris administration do that you dislike?
How old are you?
I think it was. I'm 19, so I can't vote. I think it was just what they didn't do, man. The whole border thing's a little bit scary, especially with the manual type of labor work I do. I definitely see it a lot in the industry where there's a whole bunch of immigrants coming in. They're just taking up all those jobs for super underpaid labor and stuff like that. It sucks because they're underpaid, but that kind of undermines a lot of the people who actually do.
So why don't you support the border bill? Right? Why did Trump try to get the border? Why did he block the border bill?
He did.
Yeah, he tried to get Republicans in Congress not to vote for the border bill. Even people like Lindsey Graham said this. People like Mitch McConnell said this. People on the right were saying this. He said it himself. He said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails." Now he did that specifically because he didn't want to help the election prospects of Biden-Harris.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying both parties are perfect, but I think what was really sad was Kamala Harris was just a horrible excuse of a vice president.
Kamala.
She
What
was
did
in
she do that was
charge.
bad?
She was in charge of the border. There was over
Oh, God.
15 million illegal immigrants.
Wait, what authority over the border did she have?
That was her role. She was selected as head of the border.
Wilson.
No, she wasn't.
What constitutional or statutory authority did Kamala Harris have to solve the border crisis?
She was selected as director of the border. And you can look that up.
Okay. One, there's no role called the director of the border. That doesn't exist. There's a role called the director of Homeland Security. That's Alexander Mayorkas. He's in charge of the border. Kamala Harris is not, because she does not have any constitutional or statutory authority to solve the border crisis. What she was in charge of is trying to bring investment into 3 Central American countries to help reduce migration from those countries, and she succeeded on that. Now we have very little migration from those countries, and she got $4.2 billion to go into those countries. So her mandate was to do that, and she succeeded.
So 15 million illegal immigrants crossing the border was succeeding. I mean, maybe
By
it
the way, I'd
is,
like to see the
but-
number you have for that one. Two, as it relates to
What do
this,
you mean, where
again,
I see
she
the
didn't
number?
have
You can
she didn't
look
have
up-
constitutional authority over that. He
Go
just explained
on
it to you, and you didn't
Department
listen.
of Homeland Security. It's on their website, man. Like I
It
completely
doesn't say
understand both
15 million.
sides.
Wait,
It
what's
is-
the title?
It is almost. I think it was around 10 to 15 million. I don't know the exact number. I'm not looking at it, man. It was around 10 to 15 million illegal immigrants. One out of
Surprising.
4 were actually a convicted felon, rapist, or criminal.
Maryland, thank you for the $2.19.
Dan,
Wait,
once again-
How would you know that if they're
Yeah,
undocumented,
yeah.
genius?
How would you know that?
That's from the Department of Homeland Security's website.
No, you just made that up. You just totally made that up.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, you did. You totally made that up.
Alright.
Just letting you
What are
know, by the
your
way.
reasons?
Just letting you know, by the way. Due to a study from PNAS.org, undocumented immigrants commit violent crime at a 2 to 3 times lower rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
So
learn something new
lower,
every day.
significantly lower rate.
Okay. So, do you think that we should just completely open up our borders?
No, that's not what I'm
No one's
advocating for.
advocating for that.
So, under this department, or I guess this, whatever it's called,
That's not what we've done.
Didn't
That's
see
a
Biden
complete
Harris.
lie.
Would you agree that there was a border crisis?
So yeah, I could say that there was a border crisis, but then
And-
also, do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Absolutely.
Okay,
it's
so then
still
we have
out
this.
there.
We have actually lower levels of border crossing numbers right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration. So if we have a border crisis right now, we had a border crisis at the end of Trump. So please tell me why Trump didn't get rid of the border crisis.
What do you mean?
We have the same level of border crossings right now, actually lower right now. than,
Biden
daily
decommissioned
crossings.
the building of the wall. So Trump-
Wait,
Trump
whoa,
kind of-
wait. You can't tell me what and then not listen to me. Come on, I literally just explained to you and you didn't listen.
All
We
right,
have the
all
same level of border crossings right now, if not lower. We actually have lower right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration. So if we have a
Okay.
border crisis right now, well, then we had a border crisis at the end of Trump, which means why didn't Trump get rid of the border crisis? Why didn't he fix it?
I mean,
Like he said he was going to do.
He was completely walling off the border and stuff like that.
How much
so
of
I
the
think
new
that
wall
was-
did he build?
What?
How much new wall did he build?
I'm not sure. I don't have the exact number, man.
Yeah,
but,
he
I
built
mean,
3.7%.
Okay, and how much did Biden Harris build?
I'd have to check. It's
0%. They
wait, but-
completely
wait.
stopped it.
No, there was some.
No,
Wasn't
they-
there? Hold up. Wasn't there like some that was given to it, and they also like in the border bill that they were
They
referencing?
completely stopped.
Shut up. In the border bill that they were referencing, that they supported, they did actually give some like funding to build some more a little bit. So like that was like a conservative part of the bill. Mary, thank you so much for the $50 on
Mary.
Cash App. Can we get some W's for Mary in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App.
I'm
Thank you so much.
curious why-
And Heather, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. I appreciate
Why
it.
do you support Kamala
Yes, that's so
Harris?
funny.
I'm curious. I'd like to hear both sides.
Yeah, because she hasn't been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
How
She
has
doesn't deny
Trump
science and
restricted,
say that climate
women's
change isn't
access to
caused by
abortion?
humans. What's up?
How has Trump restricted access to abortions when he clearly
Yeah, he put
stated-
multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion in this country, did not provide federal protections for rape victims, and even in some states, women can't get access to abortion, even in instances in which it could lead to death in the future. They have to be
No.
actively dying in order
You
for it
know
to be
that
applicable.
Almost under 1% of all abortions are rape. Did you know
Regardless
that?
of whether or not they're 1% or not, that should never happen in this country.
No, I agree completely.
So,
but
Wilson.
Trump
Wilson.
never actually stated that he supported the Roe versus Wade. He is delegating all that to the states. power.
Wilson.
Yeah.
Dude, you didn't listen.
Do you agree that Trump wants to keep the issue of abortion completely to the states? Do you
I would
with that?
agree that. I mean, that's what he stated
Okay.
at his rallies. So
Then why did a couple days ago did he say that he's open to revoking the FDA approval for mifepristone, which is the #1 used medicated abortion pill in the United States? Why does he want to use the FDA to get rid of the main primary way that women in all 50 states get abortions? Because apparently he believes that it should be state to the states, but now apparently he wants to use the power of the federal government to restrict it.
did he do it? No, he's open to it. Did
Hold on. No,
What?
hold on, listen.
Dude,
You
what
walked
is
right
this?
into it. You walked right into it. I asked you, does he want to completely keep abortion to the states? You said yes. And then I gave you, when Trump said that he's open to using the FDA to get rid of the primary way that women in all 50 states get abortion care. And you're like, well, he's open to it. Yeah, but that means he doesn't care about states' rights because he's open to using the power of the federal government.
Okay, I understand your view. Now, so Kamala Harris said,
Kamala.
she was Kamala, whatever.
Kamala.
Kamala. All right. She was completely open to actually completely banning the production and the usage of diesel and gas vehicles. She said she was open to converting completely to electric.
Wait. At what point? She's not for it right now. That's complete total BS. Even back then in 2020 time, like when she was running, she was not advocating. Not right now.
To an electric industry for all public schools, for school buses and stuff like that.
For school buses
Hey,
is
listen,
totally
listen.
different. You see how the goalpost constantly changes? Sophia, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sophia. Can we get some W's for Sophia in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sophia.
All right. Like I said she was completely open to getting rid of all internal combustion engines for school buses. Does that mean she is banning or
Wait, who cares? That's totally based.
Okay, you could say the same thing about Trump, man. It's the same concept. I know it's different subjects.
No.
It's the
Do
same
you
concept.
agree with that? Hold on.
I don't mind that at all. That's actually pretty decent.
That would only be like the same thing. If she said that, and then like yesterday she said, "Well, I'm open to keeping no." She said nothing like that, and so I'm giving you a clear instance of Trump saying one thing and then saying something completely different on the entire separate. So you can't say that Trump is for states' rights on abortion when he's open to using the federal government to ban the primary way that women get abortions. That's I'm sorry, but that's not states' rights.
Okay, I mean, I understand that. That's definitely your opinion. I think it personally should be, delegated to the states and stuff like that, depending on what state you live and what the rules are there and stuff like that. I'm a guy. I don't really have a whole bunch of opinion on it. I'm not a woman, so. But I think
Nice and strong opinions on it, by the way.
I definitely think it's a smart choice, kind of leaving it up to the states and stuff like that. Because no matter what party's in government, you could definitely swing it one way or the other. Let's say it was Democratic government, could completely be controlled by the federal government, saying, abortions are allowed everywhere, or, regardless if it's Republican, abortions can be banned everywhere. So I think it's a smart choice. That's why we have, this government we have is where states can be left up to some of the power and federal power.
Wait, so do you think abortion is murder?
I don't know, man. I mean, I think, in my opinion, once the baby...
If it's not murder, why should women have a restricted access to it?
I think, I'm not a doctor, honestly, but I think once it's past a certain trimester and stuff like that, when the baby's definitely a lot more formed, I don't know if I'd call it murder, but
Persephone, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Sounds pro-choice.
Yo, Persephone, thank you so much. I appreciate the whale diving.
Hey, W Persephone, damn.
Can we get the W's for Persephone? Thank you so much. Everyone also tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes.
Now, I do got to ask you a question. What do you think about Kamala Harris being a clear... Kamala, whatever. Being a clear, she definitely switches up her personality a lot. She was completely, during her recent rallies and stuff like that, was super supportive of police and stuff like that. And she was behind one of the major things for defunding the police. Same thing with Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota. He completely let...
Saying defund the police doesn't mean that they're anti-police. Saying defund the police just means that they're going to look at the budget as it relates to the police,
thank you so
and
much.
if there is more efficient things to put their money into to decrease crime, they're going to support that. It doesn't mean they're anti-police. It means that they want to change the police, how it works, and it means that they want to specifically provide other things like social services that are more likely to decrease it, or social workers, or people who are more likely to be able to deal with this, or they might advocate for more training, which includes more investment in the police.
So when your entire city is burning down over Black Lives Matter riots and stuff like that...
Wait, did you know that Trump praised Walz's response?
Yeah, I knew that.
Okay, so then you have no argument. You literally zero argument.
I'm not arguing Trump was right or wrong in this scenario, but Tim Walz was the governor, and he let his entire
city... So if Tim Walz was wrong, well, then Trump was wrong as well.
Yeah, I'm not saying
why did Trump support that same thing?
I'm not saying both parties are perfect. I'm just clearly stating...
Okay, so then you can't use this against...
You can't use this against us if you're not going to use it against Trump.
Nothing's against it. I was just asking you a question. What did you think of that? Did you support that?
I'm
of your
against
party?
I'm against political violence.
Okay.
So like I typically err on the side of like trying to stop political violence. Now, do I think that the police use the best mechanisms of doing that with protests? No. But yeah, I'm against political violence.
Okay, yeah, it's fairly reasonable. What did you think of Kamala? Doing all the when she was what party she was? Kamala, yeah. Incarcerating or at least blocking the evidence of that one guy who got completely.
You're talking in terms of death row?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Are you talking in terms of death row?
Yeah, death row. So she actually withheld the evidence
Matt,
or
did you want
blocked
that
it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, the guy was actually found to have been guilty. His DNA was eventually tested, and it was found to have matched the crime, so he was actually guilty and remains on death row. I don't think he should have the death penalty because I'm anti-death penalty, so I don't think he should have it. But still, I mean, he's on death row, and he actually is guilty. She has come out and said that she does regret not testing it. So she has taken full responsibility, which is more to say for Trump. Trump never admits that he is wrong, that he made a mistake, that he never apologized for anything. I would rather have a politician as my president who is willing to admit that they make mistakes sometimes and then move forward in a positive way than a crazy politician who thinks that they're perfect all the fucking time.
And I understand your point of view of that, but would you rather have? I mean, let's be real here. I mean, obviously there is definitely a thing to be said that Trump isn't the most well-rounded person when it comes to presenting himself and stuff like that. I think there's a big ego there and whatnot. But I would say that under Biden-Harris's presidency, that I don't know a whole bunch of good came out of that in terms of the economy and stuff like that. I know we did come out of a pandemic, but a lot of stuff is completely through the roof. Gas prices, grocery bills, and stuff like that.
Yeah, so how did they increase those prices?
Those are okay, sorry. Yeah.
You can go.
How did they decrease them? I mean, that's the thing,
No. Well, hold on. With respect, also too, one, the Biden administration did not cause those problems because one, they have no real control over it. These are global trends, global things. For example, the conflict in Ukraine has helped to contribute to higher grocery prices because Ukraine produces so much wheat that we and the rest of the world use. Gas prices are also a.
Do you mind if I pause you for a second right there?
Sure.
So for the whole wheat and stuff like that thing, under Biden Harris administration, Trump actually said he would ban this. Is the Chinese government purchasing a whole bunch of agricultural, land usage and stuff like that. So Trump said he would ban that and kind of revert back to the United States being the main, producer of wheat and actually, I guess homeland grown food and stuff like that. Because you realize the Chinese government holds up most of the farmland in the United States, and that was under the Biden-Harris administration. They did nothing to stop China, China buying up all the farmland. Would you?
Okay. Well, one. If China is buying a U.S. land to use as farmland, then okay, I'm okay with not having them do that. But wheat and corn, things that are our primary exports, I think we export a lot of it because we are a global market. So I don't think Trump trying to influence that market is a good thing. By the way, I think he should let the market be. I'm saying that that these overall trends are global and that the president of the United States, without the help of Congress, can't really do anything about them. But what I will say is that the Biden administration with Harris has produced some of the most monumental long-term policy that we've seen in decades, such as the Chips and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. These are all long-term bills that are not will not produce results in the 2 or 3 years. It will take probably 5 to 10 years to see any good results from them, and that will be the positive effect. I think what we're seeing is the overall economy just starting to mellow out a little bit because we are coming down from the global shakeup that was COVID, and that's primarily the overall driver of what we are seeing happening with prices and everything.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can definitely see your side. I mean, I don't think the economy is mellowing out at all. I think the stock market actually just crashed a couple weeks ago to super all-time low. I think it was comparable to.
Then what happened?
Never happened.
No. Then what happened?
I'm not an economist. I mean, obviously it came back up, but
Yeah, exactly. I mean, trends up and down happen quite all the time. They were spooked because of Japan, so this is not new. They saw Japan plummet, and they freaked out, and then they rallied back. I mean, I'm sorry, but it just happened. So I mean, we shouldn't freak out when it happens. It's still at an all-time high.
Yeah. So in terms, I mean, I appreciate you guys being very open and stuff like that. I've been on a couple live streams before where everyone's just kind of super pushing their side and they don't hear the other person out. What do you think about the whole current thing right now in terms of especially the Democratic Party? They were super oh, Biden is completely stable and stuff like that, stable for presidency and stuff like that. Then after a couple weeks or so after the debate with Trump and him, which I think there was a clear winner, I guess if you could call it that Biden was in no shape or way to, be able to act as president after that debate. I mean, it sucks. I don't think it's very fair that the Democrats Party is doing to them. I personally believe it's elder abuse. Clearly he has something mental, Alzheimer's.
Wait, letting Trump continue to run is elder abuse.
No,
you guys should tell him to step down, because I really think you guys are abusing elderly people, and I think it's such a bad thing that you let such an incoherent, delusional maniac like Donald Trump continue to run for president of the United States when it's oh so very clear that he's utterly fucking incoherent. Let me give you one example of this real quick. I got you.
Where there's so much water you don't know what to do with it. It's called rain. It rains a lot in certain places. But no, their idea, did you see the other day? I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they closed it. Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem. They don't want you to have any water. Where there's so much.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll give you another one.
But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think, a little batty.
Wow,
we have another one.
What
Contact.
would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there? By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Did you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time.
Yeah, I think this is utterly,
I had the same conversation with my nursing home resident. No.
Yeah, seriously, this is elder abuse.
Now,
you guys
would you
should
say
stop
that,
supporting such a candidate? I can't believe that you guys are doing this right now. I think this is so bad. We told our candidate, who was incompetent, right, according to your views, that they shouldn't be continuing, right? We told
you
them
don't
to step
think
down.
Biden was
We got them to step
incompetent?
down. Okay, so he's
in
not
your
to the.
view?
So I think he can meet the necessities for president. The same way I
Yeah.
think Trump can meet the necessities for president.
Exactly.
But obviously not to what I would want from a president from either or.
Okay.
Right, but that's why I don't give my full-throated, support for either of them as it relates to that.
Okay. Yeah. No, I completely understand from your point of view and stuff like that. I mean, I definitely think though that a party that supported Biden all the way up until he basically dropped, saying, yeah, he was completely competent to run for president. He was more competent than Trump and stuff like that. That's just not a party I don't think I could see myself getting behind and stuff like that. I mean, clearly the guy definitely has some dementia or mental.
Can I give you an example? Can I give you an example,
Go for it, yeah.
how I see it or how I kind of parse this? So,
Rachel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
Biden,
and Savannah, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Savannah in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Savannah.
Biden has the cognitive capacity to complete his term as president.
You
I
really
don't
think so?
think. Yes, right now I do. I think he has the cognitive capacity right now. Oh, I thank you for the lights. He has the ability to do it right. What I question is his ability to do it for another 4 years.
No,
Right?
yeah.
Because by then he'll be like 86, right? So I
Yeah,
don't
which is
think that's
super
the
old.
case. I don't think that's the case. I think the same applies to Trump. Trump will be like 82 or
Mhm.
83.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry,
old,
but
yeah,
like
it is old.
that's a little bit that's too old, right?
But yeah,
If
no.
that's the case. Once our party saw what happened in the debate. We saw somebody who looked old, right?
Guys, thank you for the
One
$2.
minute,
Thank you so much.
He looked old. We knew that it just didn't seem likely that he could win the election. So we made a change, which was entirely lawful. It made sense, and we've gone this through the new process. I think the Republicans should do the same thing. By the way,
Now,
I think
who is
Trump-
we though? Because Kamala Harris was never actually really didn't go
Sure,
through the
I can
full
explain that
process
too.
of being nominated.
We don't vote in any party politics. By the way, we don't vote for a pure candidate. Meaning, like I don't tack on my ballot for Joe Biden. I tack on for delegates who are pledged to vote for Joe Biden. Okay, so I am voting for delegates who goes to the party convention to vote on my behalf. Okay, if something happens to Joe Biden, those delegates become unbound. They can vote for whoever they whoever they want. Both parties have that process. Okay,
Yeah.
So I vote for delegates. You vote for delegates.
Mm-hmm.
Those delegates determine who the party nominee will be. They just will respect who their state votes for. But because Joe Biden dropped out, he released his delegates, meaning that they became unbound, and then therefore they could vote for whoever they wanted. They could have voted for a Donald Duck if they wanted to, right? But they went and they supported Kamala Harris because Joe Biden endorsed her. The Democratic Party, who are elected, went around her. Polling showed that Democrats thought that she was the best candidate, and then those delegates then gave their support behind it. I support that process. That's a process that's fine because I voted in those delegates.
Yeah. No, I completely understand. Now, what do you? I know we talked about it a little bit before, but I mean, from what I'm seeing is I don't see. Obviously, I know being vice president is a little bit different job of being president, but I genuinely do not see anything that Kamala has actually, promised in terms of
Kamala,
policy.
by the way, also she had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever in the history of vice presidents. Not only that, but it is the case that she advocated for things like the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act.
Did you know, Wilson, that the a $35 cap is her idea?
For $35 cap for what?
Like adding that to the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, for insulin. That was her idea.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I don't support that. I'm not diabetic or anything like that. I don't think it's a terrible idea.
I'm saying that's something that she got added to the bill. She also got added to the bill a expansion of rural broadband internet. That was also her idea.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I just don't see what she's actually. I mean, I've been seeing a whole bunch of interviews. I mean, here's my thing. I know I'm sorry. I keep on going over it, but I would much rather a candidate that actually does interviews and stuff like that and actually answers questions. Yeah, maybe Trump's not perfect, but I will respect that he can actually.
She will. Okay, I guarantee you, she will give interviews starting next week. You want to know why? Because she'll be the.
I have an interview of her, but it wasn't like a long form interview.
I mean like a sit down interview. She'll be giving those interviews.
Literally, you can stick your hand like.
What the fuck? Okay. She'll be giving in-person sit-down interviews starting next week, most likely, because she'll be starting tomorrow. One day from now, she'll be the official nominee for the party, and she'll be sitting down with a lot of people. Now, she has been extremely busy.
Who has actually confirmed that, though? That's the thing, It could be.
Well, okay, no. Hold on. If she does not in the next 2 weeks, okay, in the next 2 weeks, sit down with somebody to give an interview, I will publicly criticize her. And I have no qualms doing that. I will come on Parker's Live and say she should do this. It's wrong that she's not doing it.
Yeah,
But
I would
guarantee
totally
you-
agree.
But I guarantee you that within the next 2 weeks, she's going to sit down with somebody. Because she's
With
going
me.
to be the
Kamala Harris, sit down with me. Fuck.
Yeah, with Parker.
Now,
So she's
do
going
you
to sit
think-
down with somebody to answer questions.
Okay, now do you think that Kamala could actually sit down with the same type of tough questions Trump's get? Because I mean, you can't give
Yeah,
him.
you want to know why? You want to know why?
Hold on, I'm not done yet.
Okay,
You can give him some credit. I mean, he goes against some super big news stations and stuff like that that are obviously very openly against him, like CNN or ABC or whatever. And I think there should be some respect given where he will actually go to those platforms that are clearly heavily against him and stuff like that, and actually sit down and have an open conversation where she's been nominated for what close to a couple of weeks now,
nominated?
right?
No. Nominated? No. She is the
Selected.
presumptive nominee. Yeah, she's the presumptive. Once she's nominated, she'll do interviews. But she's also been extremely busy. She's had it condensed, basically like 6 months within 3 weeks. So she's been extremely busy. Okay? And so I don't fault her for not giving an interview. But what I will say is I do give Trump credit for speaking to people who are often his adversaries. I do give him credit for that. But the problem with that is that he doesn't answer the questions.
I mean, I wouldn't
And
say he
lies.
doesn't.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Whenever they ask him a question, he pontificates and he obfuscates and he just doesn't tell the truth and he doesn't answer the question. For example, he's asked repeatedly, how he would solve the child care big crisis that we have in this country. He won't answer the question. He says things about how bad it is, how we need to do something, how people are talking about doing stuff, but he never says it. When he's asked about his healthcare policy, he doesn't get it. When he talks about his tariffs, Mr. Trump, how will you pay for your tariffs? He doesn't say anything, right? He doesn't answer questions. So he can give the interviews, but if what comes out of the interviews is just bloviation and nonsense, then there's no point.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
yeah.
No. I definitely do see where you're coming from. I mean, I definitely respect you guys actually having this. I mean, I don't know. I was watching this live a little bit. I feel like a lot of people just kind of came on here and just only spewed their opinion. I'm definitely open to hearing like what else you guys do think she would do in her presidency and stuff like that. Or at least what has she done now that's been I mean, obviously, like I said, vice president isn't a crazy big role. I'm not saying Mike Pence was a crazy big role or anything like that. I don't really know too much about them because then I couldn't really
Vice
vote.
presidents are, by their constitutional nature, highly constrained. They can only do so much because Article 2 only gives them very, very certain types of parameters, and so there's not much that they can't do. I mean, not much that they can do. Like they don't have the role to do it. It's just not there.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know. This is how I look at it, is what's been done underneath the Biden-Harris administration, and what I've seen is nothing. I'm not saying Trump was perfect, obviously, right? But I think there was a lot more positive, that sounds kind of bad, but there was a lot more, stability in terms of the country and the country's economy under Trump. I know the pandemic was kind of towards the end of Trump's presidency, and the beginning of Biden-Harris's presidency. But what I'm kind of looking at is like the main things is I think the border crisis is a really big thing, which that's what Biden-Harris was in charge of these last 4 years.
Wait, but the border bill. So there was a solo border bill and another border bill that they specifically tried to get passed that Trump got people in Congress to shoot down.
Okay, I mean,
that would have done something at the border. The Border Patrol supported it.
I never knew anything about that.
It was written by a what's it called, a Republican.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm
Also,
not saying both parties are perfect. This is, I think, the kind of the main problem with politics is like, one side has to be right, one side has to be wrong. I think there should be kind of a general, line of understanding of like, hey, this was clearly messed up. I mean, there's a serious increase in fentanyl overdoses underneath the
Wilson, Wilson Chin said that. Dang it. Man, that guess was actually pretty good. Damn it. Awesome. Hey, Chief, you there?
Yeah, thank you for the naughty. Thank you so much. By the way, everyone, you can't say those.
Yeah, chat, don't say those
You gotta say
words.
like F drug. You can't say
Yeah.
those things. on the live.
Don't say
They age restrict my live, and I have to kick people as soon as they do it. Why can't we talk about that? TikTok. I would talk about it. I would totally talk about it. I think it's a really big issue to bring up. I think it's important to talk about, but we can't because of TikTok.
You have to use so many fucking like weird words. Just
Like
to
that.
get
That's when you have to, because I know every single time you literally get the age restriction from that. Yo, Sale, thank you so much. I appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much.
Love you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Amanda, thank you for the $3.
43.
Okay. Were you in my comment section saying I'm paid by the DNC?
You're paid by the Democratic Party, yes.
Okay, what evidence do you have of that?
Most of your supporters that gift you are Democrats, and they fund you.
Wait,
that doesn't mean
that's not the
I'm
party.
supported by the party. That just means I'm supported by people that like the party. That's like saying that someone who's a Republican is being paid by the Republican Party because certain people who are Republicans, right, who vote for Republicans, are like, giving them money.
Supporting
That's a
them, yeah.
ridiculous, ridiculous
Oh,
statement.
I'm not going to come up here and say that you're
Wait, by the way, you're paid by the Democrats too, because they just sent you some coins.
Sure.
And some
Okay.
Republicans also sent you some coins, so you're paid by a Republican Party
But this
and
is
Democrat
not my
Party.
job. But this is not my job.
So you're paid.
It's not my
It's
job.
not my job, and I
But
make
you're paid.
points of money.
Thank
so
you.
am I paid?
Thank you for gifting me. I'll gift it to someone else. Thank you. I'm not going to use it for myself.
He made like 0.25 cents. So I mean,
Okay,
like,
perfect. Thank you. I'm whatever. I'll give it to
Paid
someone
by
else.
the RNC now. Look at that.
Parker, where is the 818,000?
What do you mean? 818 what?
I know what you're talking about. I got this.
Wait a minute.
So
Ask Parker. Where's the 818,000?
I can answer this for you.
818,000 what? I don't know what you're talking
The
about.
818,000
The job revision. The job revision.
that you all lied about.
It wasn't lying. This
There being a
happened.
job revision is not a lie. They do job revisions all the time.
Wait, Amos, did you know that under Trump's administration there was a 516,000 job
You
revision?
stop
Did
deflecting.
they lie
I want to
when
know
they-
why there was 818,000 jobs that were lost, and we just all of a sudden
not lost, they
they
were never
just
created.
appeared. I mean, this is the strongest economy we've ever had. You know.
Oh my God.
We're
They didn't disappear. You just don't understand what a revision is.
G7.
You don't understand what a revision is. They didn't like disappear. You just don't understand what a revision
And also,
is.
I already told you that Trump had the exact same thing happen.
And
He
it's
had
not 818, is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. But many analysts think that is a overcorrection. So it's probably lower actually. So
Actually, higher.
no, it's actually lower. If you actually read into
That
it
is-
today
Yeah, it is
on all
818.
the sources.
So that's under who? Whose administration?
Oh my God, I'm trying to answer your question.
That's
I
not
just
determined
told
by
you
the president.
This happens all the time under administrations.
Ooh,
Trump
okay.
had the exact same thing happen. This is not new.
So what Rock and Liberal
They call me
and
mad.
Parker are
They
trying
call
to
me
say is 818,000 jobs were lost. Extra were lost under the Biden.
No, he has no.
He doesn't
You
know
have
what-
no clue what
no.
you're talking about.
No.
Amos, you're like actively lying. You're actively lying right now. I know you're gonna sit there and you're gonna act like you're not lying, but you are actively lying. We didn't lose.
I
those
know
jobs.
so little about
That's
economics.
such a fucking
and even I
ridiculous
know that
statement
that's
to
not the
make.
case.
So what the Labor Department estimated was that the job growth averaged 174,000 a month in the year that ended in March. A drop of 68,000 a month from the 242,000 that were
Yeah.
initially reported.
Yeah.
The revisions are preliminary, right?
Yep. Finalized
With the
February.
final numbers being issued in February
February.
next year. So
What?
these aren't even the final numbers yet. It's a revision of the original ones, which is still an estimation, by the way.
And
Yeah,
as I already
Mustache,
told
thank
you, many analysts think that the BLS numbers that were put out today are an overcorrection, and that it will actually be lower. But as I said, this always happens. Trump had it happen at the exact same time. Trump had a revision downward of 516,000 jobs. Okay, we didn't freak out and say, "Oh my God, Trump, lost 516,000 jobs," because that's not the case.
When
we didn't
was that?
lose jobs. It means that they overestimated jobs.
506
Those jobs didn't exist.
So Trump had the same. So he had 516,000 jobs lost under him.
No, you don't understand revisions.
See,
I
they're like,
just
why, when you
explained it.
when you mute,
Amos.
that's really suspect.
Amos, listen to what we're saying. A BLS revision does not mean that we lost jobs. It means that the jobs were added where they did not exist. These are jobs that were
No,
added.
this guy's
that
like
did not
dense as fuck.
exist.
This guy's dense as fuck. Honestly,
This is
like,
not that hard to
This
understand.
is not a difficult
You
thing to
guys are
understand.
fucking talking over each other, muting me, and I'm as dense as fuck.
Yes.
No, Parker and I are agreeing on everything. We're agreeing on everything.
Fuck, man.
Do you want to respond to anything he said, or do you just want to keep saying the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life?
I'll say it again, Amos. I'll say it again. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. A revision is not about the loss of jobs. It's about showing that we overestimated the number of jobs created, meaning those jobs did not exist. So there is no job lost, only that they just didn't exist, which happens all the time because it happens every single year. Trump had a big one during his administration where he had a revision downward of 516,000 jobs. That does not mean that
Matt,
Trump
you're gonna have to
lost.
tell him again.
Okay,
He's
wait
not
a
gonna
minute.
get this.
No,
He's
no,
not
no,
gonna get it.
no,
You're
no,
not. You're
no.
gonna have to tell him again, Matt, because he's still not gonna get it.
Stop being a jackass.
Okay, well, you're gonna say the same fucking shit. Watch it.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not at all.
Clockwork.
So
Go
you
for
guys
it.
weren't talking
You
over each
understand
other. So you guys were talking over each other, so I was listening, okay? And now
Okay.
I get that. Okay, so the total number of jobs that they thought that the American people had was grossly overestimated, okay? And
Sure.
that's why the number changed. I get it, okay? But that doesn't really make sense when you're actually in the building industry and you're from 16 now into this administration, and how hard it is to find all of these jobs that you had comparatively in 17. I'll just say 17. Okay, so how does that even make sense? What you're saying?
It makes sense because
No, it
BLS.
doesn't.
Hold on, can I explain, please? Or are you going to yell? Let me explain to you. I'm going to give you the answer. The BLS numbers are estimates. They don't finalize it until the next fiscal year, which is what Parker said. February. Okay, February. These are estimates, and they get their estimates from state governments. State governments report non-farm related job creation to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and then they use the estimates to then give a figure, and then they correct those estimates based on new data that comes in over the year, with a final estimate given every February. Okay? So it's very simple, okay? So
I
this
get
makes
it. I
perfect sense.
get what you're saying. Okay, and it does make sense. Listen, if you're not in the workforce, if you're not out there in the trenches and actually seeing homes being built, developments being built, and all this stuff, I get what you're saying. If you're sitting in the library and reading books and saying,
God.
"This
That is
is
me. Oh, God.
this is what the statistics are," I get that your argument works, but you're not in the workforce. You don't see the loss. You don't see it on a day-to-day basis, guys.
Okay.
You
Matt
see
quite
it-
literally is in the workforce.
I
He's a
may be in a
librarian.
library reading books, but
That's
I
a
know
work.
that-
That's part of the workforce.
yeah, but these statistics are not like outside
Yeah,
of the
but
realm
I
of,
get like cuts from skill saws. He gets paper cuts. I mean, there is a difference. Okay.
I actually work with.
Oh wow,
I actually
wow!
work-
You're such a good individual because you engage in physical labor rather than mental labor.
I know
Wow,
that-
what a
I mean,
fucking
blisters on
wow,
your
what a
hand.
fucking great dude! What an incredible
I mean,
guy!
blisters on your hands.
Data,
That's
by the way,
terrible.
but
I know.
okay.
There's no women that like guys with they're manly anymore. That's
Dude, no one cares about whether or not women like you. Women don't like you because of your beliefs
My
and because you're a shitty
intelligence
person.
that I got from books is highly masculine and highly sought after, which is why.
And you clearly don't care about
Oh,
women. That's
you
why you're
seen
voting
a
for a
guy
guy. Wait, that's why you're voting for a guy that has a history of sexual violence against women, taking away women's rights and misogyny. So yeah, women aren't gonna like you because of your fucking beliefs and because of the shitty things that you do in your life.
Dude,
So don't even talk about who women's gonna like, dude. That's the cringiest shit I've ever heard.
voting or not voting for Trump because he's a felon and all this bullshit. Okay.
Some people are actually, yes.
That
Yeah,
actually
people
they
that
literally
are-
pulled
people
that.
that are in their feelings. Yeah.
Trump
Amos,
lost
you're in
support
your
because of
feelings.
that, actually.
No, I'm not really.
Yeah, you are.
I vote off of facts and what I see in front of me. What's put
Wait,
on the
wait.
table.
Weren't you just disputing the facts by saying all my feelings about what I experienced in construction? Like, what are you fucking trolling?
What are my feelings? No, it's facts.
You just said that. You just said that
he.
he was. You just said his position was invalid because he used the facts and because he was a librarian getting paper cuts.
No, I said those are his.
First of all, you don't
facts.
understand what library
I
work
said
is today.
his
Most
facts.
library work
Don't
is
put
quite
words
literally
in my
digital.
mouth.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I
said
actually
his facts,
don't touch many books.
his
Believe it or not.
facts are what he reads in the library and books. My facts are what I see in the workforce. Okay.
Oh my God. We
Yeah, and
all
I trust Matt more than I trust you, dude.
We all
for sure.
get our sources from books and from like.
If you, wait,
data.
by the way, if you trust Matt over Amos Moose, type 1 in the comment
Yeah,
section.
I got a question. What do you trust Matt doing? Would you trust him to fix your kitchen for you, or would you trust him to read a book for you?
I would trust him doing that over you any day. Absolutely.
Doing what?
Anything. Literally fucking anything.
If you give me time to learn it.
Yeah,
See,
if I would literally
that's what you don't
trust.
understand, Amos, is that
If I was stuck on an island alone with someone, I would so much rather pick fucking Matt than you.
Would you trust him to get one of the tampons out of the boys' rooms for you?
Jesus
Good
Christ,
Lord.
you have no clue what Tim Walz's policy was. It did not force you to put it into boys'
I know that the
bathrooms.
guy's
It just said
weird.
anyone who's menstruating would have access to menstrual products. Like, you're just delusional.
I think that his kid is kind of looks like he's a little strange egg. If you want my opinion on it, yeah.
Oh,
Not Donald Trump Jr., who said his 17-year-old daughter is sexy.
Donald Trump Jr.
Yes.
I think Donald Trump's children are incredibly smart,
Incredibly smart for sexualizing a fucking 17-year-old.
educated. Yeah, I think they're great.
Incredibly smart, great for sexualizing a 17-year-old.
Yeah. What's
Wait,
that?
hold on. By the way, I want to
He
say
called a
Amos,
17-year-old sexy.
Hold on, Amos. Hold on. What Amos is doing, by the way, I assume, is he's talking about Gus Waltz and the fact that Gus Waltz was so proud tonight of his dad that he was sobbing because he saw his dad up there standing and accepting one of the major nominations in the history of this country. And he was so proud, unlike, by the way, Donald Trump children that don't cry because their dad gets things. They just look at him funny. Or a fucking J.D. Vance who just yells
Or
at
Melania that is trying to get away from Trump.
Trophies.
Wait. Does anyone remember when Melania kind of like snapped at Trump?
Yeah, snapped away his hand. Yeah, let's talk about that.
Did he cry? Did he cry when his daddy? Did he cry when his daddy had?
Also, I also don't like that you're trying to say that he's weird because he's neurodivergent. I think that it's a fucking terrible thing to associate being neurodivergent with being weird or trying to stigmatize being neurodivergent.
That's what you
He's
guys
probably
all
not
say
even
about
that.
MAGA.
He was
They're just
overcome
weird.
with emotion because his dad was accepting a major nomination, and he was so proud of his father because he loves his father. By the way, something that I think many in Donald Trump's family don't know a damn thing about, which is
think
why
that he loves
Melania
his
isn't
father
around
for
him so
carrying-
much. So maybe they can look at the Walls family and see what actual
You think
love
that-
looks like.
Does he love the fact that his daddy carried weapons of war in combat zones? Is that we think?
Wait. When did he say combat zones?
Yeah, he never said.
He just
combat
said he
zone.
carried weapons of war, genius.
Yeah, he did. And he
What?
already admitted that, like, he
What did he
misspoke.
say?
So
he
don't
called
play
me
that
genius.
game.
What was the quote? What was the quote, Parker?
He already admitted, by the way, something that Donald Trump will never do. He already admitted publicly that he misspoke. So he has taken responsibility for that. So you can move on.
Did he take responsibility for shooting people with paintball guns to go back in their homes during COVID too? Is he taking responsibility for that?
Oh, good Lord.
It just keeps going, guys. It just keeps going. It's so.
Wait. Did
such
Trump
a
take
great-
responsibility?
did his son
responsibility
cry?
for gassing legitimate protesters
Did his
outside
son
of the
cry
church in
about
DC?
that too?
Oh yeah, I remember that. Wait. Do you remember Trump? Yeah, Trump literally gassing people to literally do a photo op with a Bible.
I can't wait. I can't wait for
Trump asking General Milley why we can't just shoot protesters in the knees.
Jesus
I can't
Christ,
wait
dude.
for JD Vance to
Or like Trump asking why we can't put out alligators and different types of harmful species and lizards and reptiles in the fucking Rio Grande.
I can't wait for a JD Vance, to debate Tim Walz, because maybe he'll have to go home and cry and get some of that couch love.
Parker. I do have to say one thing about your live, okay? But I do appreciate that you don't have moderators in your live and you let people freely speak the way that they want.
We do have moderators, and
I mean,
I do. We do mute slurs. We mute spam. We mute like crazy shit.
I mean, capitalizing and all this stuff. You let a lot of stuff go, and I think that
we do let a lot of stuff go.
So I have to say that your moderators do a great job. I wanted to say that. So
Okay, I don't know if I should take that as a good.
Just
for coming
take it,
from you.
bro. Come on, just take it.
Okay.
Anyway, I wanted to say that if it's true, I have to say that it's true. All right, they do a great job.
Yeah, we let people have their free speech, or
I guess W mods.
They don't go
Yeah,
fucking
W
crazy. I'm a
mods,
mod
for
here,
sure.
and I let people make fun of me all the fucking time in comments, and I let it slide because people can. I'm not gonna just fucking mute people because
Yeah, we're
they're
gonna
dumb.
bring them up here and we're gonna show if that's fucking disgusting and abhorrent.
They can say whatever the fuck they want, and I'll just ignore them because frankly I don't got time for them. So I'll just move on with my life.
Well, I won't take any more time. I think there's a lot of people that want to talk to you guys. So, anyhow, thanks for bringing me up, Parker. I'll
see you.
All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Everyone tap the screens. Try to get to 2 million likes, y'all. Why does Parker have 2 accounts live? Because I have an account warning on my main. Appreciate that, mustache. Thank you so much. Next ban is a perm. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Are you voting Trump?
All I have to say is, Rockin', take a breath, brother. You're gonna break your nails. You're dying over
Speech
there.
is fine. You just don't
Dude,
like it.
what the fuck is wrong with you? He literally was just talking about this. Preston,
So,
are you like
Preston,
okay?
Preston, you don't know. Preston, you know what blocks are? No, hold on, Preston, hold on. No, be quiet. You know what blocks are? So obviously you don't. So you never talk to somebody that has a stutter. You don't know what it's like to have blocks. My speech pauses are called blocks. It means that my throat freezes up and my vocal cords will not produce sound. That's what you're hearing. I am breathing just fine. My heart rate is just fine. I am not going insane. I'm not loud. It means that my vocal cords are freezing up. If you don't like it, then you can get out of the fucking live.
Based, Matt. Let's
that's
get
the
some W
point.
mats in the
That's
comment
the
section.
point. So I am breathing just fine. Okay? Go talk to people that have stutters and you'll learn something. So there you go. You can unmute and say whatever the fuck you want.
Oh, I accidentally muted him again.
Oh, well.
Trump 2024. Let's save this fucking planet, baby. Fuck
Wow, save the planet? You guys don't believe climate change is caused by humans? You guys are voting for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, restricted women's access to abortion, called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, had housing discrimination lawsuits where they specifically wouldn't rent to black people, right? They specifically also, he started like popularized the birther movement, saying Barack Obama, because he's black, wasn't born in the United
Thank
States
you,
and actually
Megan.
was born in Kenya, even though we have birth certificates of him born in the United States.
Yeah.
He has no healthcare policy 9 years into running for president of the United States and doesn't give a flying fuck about you. Why the hell do you want to vote for this guy?
Give him more felonies. Give him more assault charges.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You know, fine. Yeah.
I totally agree. You know, we'll end it there. Next person.
Trump for prison 2024.
Yes, Trump for prison 2024. We agree. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Thank you.
And I hope they get a voice. I support Palestine and bring the hostages home. There you go. That's my statement.
Yeah, free Palestine. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be... Oh, this person's name is But I'm a Realist. Okay. Let's see about this.
Bro fell asleep. Very real of him.
Jesus Christ. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hey, Shark, you there? Okay, Shark's gone.
Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. Let's really get that like button up there. I can't wait to get my other
We can do
account
it,
back
chat.
because these
We can do
fucking account-related following glitches are so frustrating.
Yeah, I know.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Are you voting for Trump?
You guys hear me?
Hey, Yeah.
Are you voting Trump?
Okay, David. Why? Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty.
All right.
Thank you for doing it.
Was he underwater? Yes. Yes. Oh my. Okay, none of
Trying
these
to
people are
find
being
those,
accepted. You give it a second. Do tap that screen again.
electric
Let's get to 2
sharks.
million likes, everyone. Tap the fuck out of the screen, everyone. Everyone get it. And we'll be easily be able to get up to 2 million.
Thank you, Crazy. Mr. Turner, are you there?
Nope, they're not here either.
Oh, okay.
I want
Type
the
mag
crickets
in the
back.
chat too. Type mag in the chat, and
we
I'll
can bring
start
you
adding
up.
you. Yep, and I'll start adding you. Debbie, are you there, Debbie?
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello, Debbie.
Debbie, you there?
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna get somebody on. I don't know if they're actually. I'm just adding people. Okay, that person didn't join.
Everyone's not joining in. I'm sorry, everyone. Do give it 1 second, y'all. It is past Mega's bedtime. I forgot about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Past my bedtime, but fuck it. I could sleep in tomorrow.
Fuck it.
It is, fuck it. I can sleep in. Tomorrow's my work from home day, so I can just sleep in a little bit.
Base. I'll probably be on earlier tomorrow, everyone. Totally depends
W.
on if I can hang out with my girlfriend or not. But
Mad as maggot? Absolutely not. What the fuck?
okay. No one's getting added, everyone. I'm really sorry, y'all. This is
Yeah, no,
actually
it's not.
ridiculous.
Yeah. They must all turned in.
Yeah, I'm like actually trying, everyone, and it's really difficult. Okay, no one's getting added up. I'm sorry, y'all. Give me 1 sec, y'all. If you're like an insane MAGA, join up, everyone. Insane MAGA that's gonna like yell at me, join up.
Hey,
Join
Sam,
up.
are you a MAGA supporter?
Sam, how old are you?
Damn
Hello?
it. Hey, Sam, you there? How do people click on the
dude.
live and not like come up?
It's like every person in the guest box. They really need to fix the guest box and make it so that like you have to click I'm here every 2 minutes. Like it's actually unbelievable. It is disgusting.
Blake, are you a MAGA?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Are you voting Trump?
Damn right, son.
Why so?
Yes.
Okay, both good.
Why so?
I just believe that he's him. He's the truth. Plain and simple.
He's the truth? How? What do you mean?
I just think so.
Was he telling the truth when he said he didn't have sex with Stormy Daniels?
Possibly. I don't know. I don't know
Possibly?
much.
You don't know? I thought he's the truth.
I just think he's him.
Okay. How many consonants are there?
6.
And what are they?
Lost me. I don't know what talking about.
Okay. They're definitely trolling. There's no way.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, DP, are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I just believe that he's the best course for the future of America.
How so?
Well, in the past 3.5 years, we've seen prices go up for literally everything. Wages haven't increased. Wars are in the world. And I just believe that the Democrats don't have the best plan for America. If you look at the poor, the rich, everyone's hurting. It doesn't matter who you are.
Saying
What
the rich
state
are hurting
you're in.
when they have like the highest corporate profits ever is pretty crazy. But like just
Well, the corporations aren't hurting. You have a,
By the way, DP, you explained what the problems are, but I didn't hear much solutions about what the Republicans and Trump want to do about it.
Well, the solution, I think, is to not continue doing the same thing, which is
Like
what you'll
what?
get with Harris.
So how did they cause this?
How did they cause what?
These issues.
Well, he pretty
Policies
much
are like causing this.
disbanded everything that Trump put in place.
So disbanding what
They
led to
did away
inflation?
with. But with inflation,
Yeah, disbanding what got led to inflation?
Well, there's a lot of. I'm not an economist, of course, but I believe that I can see that it's gone up.
Well, not like an economist, but I have a degree in economics.
But like once again,
Appreciate
you're
Emperor, thank you so
explaining the problem, but not what caused it. So we're just asking you if they got rid of everything that Trump did, which is not true by the way, but let's assume they did, then what policy did they put in place that made things worse? So just like name something, and then we can talk about it.
Well, I'm not a very good on the economic area of it, but
Well then, okay, but then with respect to that, then I mean, I'm just saying like. With respect to you, then you can't really say that Biden or Harris have done anything to like cause it, or it's like causal or anything, because you don't know enough about it. And that's fine. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying you can't really talk about it then because you don't know enough about it. Just saying that things are bad isn't really going to move us forward, because I'm asking you what the plan is to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
well, you can obviously see that things aren't going good.
Okay,
I agree with
that
you
doesn't mean
that-
it's caused by the president. Like, for example,
there you go.
things are going great in my relationship with my girlfriend. Now, is that caused by the Harris administration?
Actually,
well, no, of course not. That's not
Okay.
caused by the Harris administration.
So if not, that's
There's a
not
lot of
caused by the
things
Harris
that- There's a lot
administration.
of things that the president doesn't control in
Exactly.
the country. You're right. I don't disagree with you on that. But what I do disagree with you on is that the policies that they're doing aren't working.
But
if they were working, we
once
would all
again,
be able
I
to
asked you what that was.
Yeah, which policy?
And you
yeah.
said you can't talk about it because you don't know it. So I'm just asking you, what are the policies?
Yeah, I don't know what the policies are.
Okay, then you can't say that the policies are doing it because you don't know the policies.
Why don't you tell me what the policies are?
The PACT
I
Act, the
don't
Inflation
think the
Reduction Act, the
policies are
CHIPS.
causing the issue.
Wait, no, so the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, CHIPS
The
and Science
Inflation
Act,
Reduction-
the infrastructure bill, those bills specifically benefit this country. You say that we didn't do anything. These bills actively benefit the country. Do you want me to tell you what was in these
agree
bills?
that they give jobs, but on the other hand, they shut down the Keystone Pipeline, which
That was the Supreme Court, which they followed through with a court order. One, two. That was a Canadian-owned pipeline. 90% of it didn't go to the United States. Think of the confetti.
Plus, it was sand tar anyway, so it wasn't even going to be used until it like got like mill or down to where it needed to go to get like refined and all that. So it wasn't as if it was pumping like things that like we could use like right away and everything.
Well, I live in an area where there's a lot of oil drilling, and I know that people have lost jobs. It's just difficult for everyone. They can't pay their rent. They can't pay for food.
Okay. Once again, problems, but no solutions. What are Donald Trump's solutions to the problems that you have admitted? Now, you said he wants to do not what the current administration does. Okay, great. What is that? What does he want to do?
Well, whatever they are doing isn't working, so it doesn't really matter. Something
Well, actually, it does matter because he could make it worse.
They could.
And actually, I would argue he would make it worse.
Yeah.
Tariffs
He could make it
specifically
worse.
cause inflation. If you think inflation is bad now, it would be
That's
worse
why we have an
if there
election
were
every 4
tariffs.
years.
What's up? Thank you for that.
That's why we
Appreciate
have
the
an
description.
election every 4 years. If they make it worse, we toss them out.
Okay, come on, man. Come on. We're just simply asking you to name the policies or the solutions, and you're like running around it. Just like name something that Trump wants to do, and we'll talk about it. Just name one thing.
Everyone keep tapping the screens. Get to 2 million, y'all.
Well, I know he wants to get to energy independence for this country.
Okay, how? By doing what?
Well,
Right.
it would be opening up Alaska would be one thing that they could do. The other things that could do is drilling in California, where other places that they're not allowed to drill anymore.
We've accepted more drilling permits under the Biden-Harris administration than we did under the Trump administration.
Yeah, maybe in Texas, but not everywhere in the country.
No, everywhere in the country. I'm saying overall.
Not in California. They're not allowed to open one new rig. Not one.
That would be due to state policy.
No. I think it's because California waters are protected. That's why. Same thing with Alaska. I mean, the reason why we don't drill in Alaska is because it's one of the last refuges of like pristine, like wilderness preserve.
I thought California had some state policy about that.
Tell that to people who
Probably
can't
do
fill up
too.
their
They
gas
probably
tank.
do. Do what?
Tell that to people who can't fill up their gas tank.
Okay,
Oh.
no, wait, again, I
will.
agree that
I'll-
we want to help
I'll
people.
tell them that the environment and the pristine, beautiful nature of the Alaskan tundra is more important than their $1 more expensive gas. Yes, I'm sorry, but I care greatly about the pristine, beautiful nature of the state of Alaska, where I don't want it tainted by pollution from oil and that will kill tons of plants and animals, which is why it has never gone through, because we have fought the good fight to make sure that it stays pristine and beautiful. So
It's just
yes,
funny that you
yes, I'm
Democrats
not going to
want to
apologize for.
hurt the same people that you say that you're trying to help. The
Yes,
poor
I
people.
will
You
help
understand
them
that we
in
can
other
help in
ways.
other ways, yeah.
The
I will
poor
help them in
people in
other
this
ways.
country.
I don't have to destroy the planet to do that. I don't have to destroy the planet to do that. I'm not going to risk
Not destroying the planet. It's not
Yes, we
destroying the
would.
planet
Yes,
by any
we are
means.
already destroying the planet by what we're doing. Us drilling in Alaska would absolutely contribute to that destruction. Not to just talk about how absolutely insane it is to just take away from the last pristine, wonderful wilderness that we have within the United States. Like it's just, I think it's a terrible idea. Terrible.
Well, that's your point.
Yeah, and luckily most people like agree with me. Like you can poll it, like we can poll it, and most people say, "Yeah, let's protect it," which is why it has never gone through, because we believe that the Alaskan tundra should remain pristine and overall protective. W people.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, DP, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I think that's no. I wouldn't vote for someone who was held liable in a criminal case.
Okay, so would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
No.
Okay, so why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but not someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child? Because the only differences between these cases is the age of the victim.
You have a point there, but on the other hand, there's the he said, she said. I understand that a jury of his peers.
Is that not the same thing with a
convicted
child?
him. What's that?
Isn't that not the same thing with a child?
With a child?
Yeah.
No, someone convicted of a.
Wait, but
doing that with
a child saying
away
something
forever.
is he said, she said.
No. That's completely.
Okay,
different.
why is a child saying something not he said, she said, but a woman saying something is?
The child should always be believed.
Okay.
So why shouldn't women?
Well, it's just, to me, the case, I didn't follow it that closely, but it seemed to me that she was, I don't know, that she waited a long time. There was.
Happens all the
he said
time.
that he didn't do
Okay,
it.
wait.
She
Child
probably
victims
didn't
wait
do it.
until they're like older in plenty of scenarios. They could have came out with it when they were 20, when they were
They're
30,
two-
when they were
that's two
40.
different-
But you don't say it's
completely
bad
different
that they didn't come
situations.
out with it when they were 40. Okay.
That's two completely different situations.
What? Wow. Why? They're an adult later in life, and they're both great victims.
No. That's a completely different situation.
I don't see how you would
To
take
answer
away
your
from the
question,
credibility
no,
of
I wouldn't
this.
vote for
So-
someone who hurt a child ever.
Okay, so you understand that civil liability, it is the case that the same standard of evidence exists in both cases. So if the same standard of evidence exists in both cases, the standard of evidence is not the reason you would dispute the case. You could only dispute the case on the severity of the crime.
Right, he's going to pay.
Okay, so then you don't think raping a woman is bad enough, and that's insane.
Of course it is. Of
Okay,
course
so
it's
if it is
bad.
bad enough so that you wouldn't vote for someone, well then you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
Well, it depends on whether I believe them or not.
Okay, so you always believe the child, but you don't always believe the woman. Wait, what do you dispute about the case related to Trump? Wait, actually,
Well,
do you know the
I mean,
victim's
that's-
name?
there's probably not a good likelihood that a jury in New York would not convict him.
Do you know the victim's name?
E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, so you think a jury in New York, even though there were multiple that were likely Republican, right, were just so biased that it is the case that you wouldn't accept it at all?
Pardon?
So you wouldn't accept it at all because you think that the jury would be too biased?
Oh, could be. I really don't have any bad things to say about the woman. You know, I feel bad for her situation. I think that if something like that happened to anyone in my family, I'd probably feel the same way. But a vote is something different at the stage that we're in right now.
Wouldn't it be the case because Trump is a terrible person? Like,
I know a lot of terrible
then you should
people.
go against. So you want to vote for those terrible people?
I know a lot of terrible people who get the job done.
So what job is he going to get done that's so
Not nice
beneficial?
people.
Wait, what job is he going to get done that's so beneficial that you'd vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I think that he'll bring back America First policies.
Actually, I'll ask you this question: do you have a kid?
No.
Okay. Would you let someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman take care of a kid?
That probably wouldn't be the wisest choice.
Why not?
Well, they have a history of assaulting people. That's not a good thing.
But they were also held civilly liable of sexual assaulting of a woman. So wouldn't you say that same thing with Trump? Like, how is he supposed to create, a better scenario for women if it is the case that he has a history of misogyny, violence against women, and trying to strip their rights away?
I think that you guys go back to this over and over again because you really don't have anything on your side that you can say that Kamala will do.
We gave you multiple things.
The only thing that you have in your arsenal is to put down Trump as a person.
The bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, specifically the $35 cap on insulin, right, which was specifically provided by Kamala Harris. The access to high-speed broadband for people in rural areas, that was specifically added by Kamala Harris. Right, I can absolutely mention things that she specifically advocated for,
But then
and
I
that
hear
she
on the
helped
other
get
side
passed.
of the story that the vice president has no power.
She
that
can
doesn't do
influence to
anything.
get things passed. What people are saying is that she had some border czar or authority over the border to do whatever. She doesn't have that, and they did try
So
to
she has the
influence.
ability to pass these acts.
Yes,
but not
so
actually-
she influenced.
Yeah,
She influenced to get passed. Listen,
Yeah,
listen.
yeah.
She tried to influence to get past the border bill, which Trump got people in Congress to not vote for. So actually, he's the one that undermined it when she would have been able to help get that passed.
Nothing's
She went down
stopping
to
her
South
from.
America and Central America and did nothing for us. She
That's
didn't
not
get
true.
one
That's not
check
true.
out.
Complete lie.
That's simply not true. She got
country did she
$4.2
get
billion worth of investment to go into 3 Central American countries. She got it to where most of the undocumented migration patterns is not from Central America anymore. That was her mandate. That was what Joe Biden put her in charge of, and she succeeded on that. She was never put in charge of the overall border because that's not her constitutional or overall statutory area. That's just not how it works.
She was put in charge of the border.
That's
She
not true at
was.
all. That's not true at all. You can look at the You can look at
What authority did she have over the border?
She was the one that was charged by the president to go down to the Central
Shelby,
American
think of a
countries
subscription.
and stop the migration.
Then name me the document that Joe Biden put out that gave her the constitutional or statutory authority to do that. Because guess what? It doesn't exist. You won't find it. Joe Biden put out a news release that told us exactly what she is to do, which is exactly what I said. She is to go to Central America, to those 3 countries, try to get private investment in those countries to make jobs so that people will not go and migrate to the United States. And she succeeded. She got $4.2 billion worth of private investment in those countries. And now we don't have migration from those countries very much anymore.
Now we have 18 million undocumented people in this country.
And where
Thanks
are
a
they
lot.
coming from? Not
Thanks
those
a lot,
three countries.
Kamala.
No, because they're not coming from those countries. She succeeded.
Where are they
the
coming
Trump
from?
administration, no. Under the Trump administration and during the first part of Biden administration, most undocumented migrants came from those three countries within Central America. She got it to where it went to a very low level. Now they come from more from South America.
Also, by the way,
It's still
there were increases in border crossing numbers under Trump's administration, and it like peaked in like 2019.
They're still coming, and she's doing nothing about it.
Okay, actually they did. The recent Biden executive order decreased border crossings by 40%. We're at the same level of border crossings right now as we were at the end of Trump's administration.
But we have
So if
18
there's a
million
border
inside the country.
so if there's a border crisis right now, well, then there was also a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration.
What are we going to do with all of them?
Okay,
Well, how are
you're
they
not
going to
answering my question or answering my point. If you think there's a border crisis right now, well then there was also a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration, which means that he didn't fix the border crisis. So why didn't Trump fix the border?
He wasn't allowed to. The Congress didn't allow him to.
Actually, he was the one that stopped the border bill, dude. He said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails."
What bill did he propose in Congress to actually solve the crisis?
I'm not sure if he did.
Exactly, because the only only institution that can solve this crisis is Congress, and yet he didn't work with Congress to pass a bill that would solve the crisis. And then when Joe Biden, with Republicans and Democrats, negotiated the most bipartisan border bill that we've seen in decades, he shoots it down.
Why did Joe Biden stop the Remain in Mexico? Why did he stop that?
Because he's found it to be ineffective and not good, and that's what he ran on, and he won, and so he got rid of it. And instead, he put in his own policies, and then he tried to pass a border bill that would actually codify these fixes into law.
Why should we continue with the same in this country?
Okay,
you're arguing for the same.
No, what's the same? DP, what's the same? The administration. DP, what's the same? DP, hold on. What's the same? The administration that was able to negotiate with Congress a bill to actually solve the crisis, or the old administration that all he wants to do is just talk about how he wants to do it on his own, and yet nothing actually happens, and then nothing is fixed ever because we don't have any new law.
Remain in Mexico and build the wall. It's a simple strategy.
Temporary fixes. Joe Biden wanted to do a permanent fix. A law, by codifying it, is a permanent fix. Joe Biden sat down and did the tough work of negotiating with Congress, and yet Donald Trump's like, nah, let's not do that.
Do you think that bill would have stopped it? Honestly,
that bill would have improved conditions. Absolutely.
Wait, even the Border Patrol endorsed it, and he cares so much about the Border Patrol.
Border Patrol has endorsed Trump in every election.
The Border Patrol endorsed the border bill.
They supported the bill. Mainly because
Crickets,
that bill
like literal
gave them
crickets.
more funding.
Everyone tap the screen if you want to support me. Venmo, Cash App in the bio. This guy's getting
I only
cooked.
added a super cool up here because they thought it was cool to make fun of my stutter. So I wanted to ask them why they thought that was cool. So, a super, you want to answer for that?
Wait, say that again.
You commented on my stutter.
And listen, but that kind of. No, and I replied to 3 different people. I'm so sorry. I joined. I didn't realize that you have been here with Parker for a while. I haven't watched in a long time. No, I apologize. I didn't know. That's not what I was up here for at all. I am so sorry.
Oh, all right.
And I never commented anything about a stutter, so I don't know where that came from.
He
but
told me to take a breath and I should breathe better, which I have a stutter, which is why I paused.
So Matt just like lied, made it up.
I directly added you because I saw your comment because you tagged me.
Oh, I see. No, I see. You were talking right when I joined, and from what I know, Parker usually adds opposition. And I mean, I get you're passionate about this, and that's why I was just saying, like, that's what I usually hear, is people who are like way too. And then once I heard, I commented right away. Once I heard, I learned, I saw, and I apologized for it right away. But if that's what you added me up for, real. But I was
Okay,
just waiting
fine.
my
Well,
turn to talk about the conversation. But no, I do genuinely apologize to you,
Hey,
Brain. Like
it's good.
I didn't know that. I didn't mean that.
Are you MAGA
And
or
after
are
listening
you?
for the past 15 minutes, like,
No, you're good. Are you MAGA?
no, I'm not. I'm not
Oh,
MAGA,
okay.
but
Okay,
I'm
we're
also.
gonna drop
I
you. So,
was set. Well, wait. Let me tell you. I was set on voting for Biden, and now that
Okay.
Biden dropped out, after Biden dropped out, I'm torn again. So
why are you
that's why
torn?
I've been listening, and I was going to give the reasons for why.
Why are you torn?
I mean, this is gonna like come off as so bad, but like for the taxing the rich stuff that I know you guys talk about all the time, is like the rich should be taxed more, whatever, and the economic policies, and then it's also like I watch this all the time. Biden's just following off of Trump's policies. That's why inflation's so bad. That's why the economy is so bad.
What policy do you disagree with hers that you didn't disagree with Biden on that makes you indifferent to her, but you were going to vote for Biden? And Christopher, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Christopher.
When you say what policy
Sorry,
is
you're cutting
indifferent, what is her policy? What policy
doesn't have any.
of Kamala's?
She just came out.
She doesn't have
recently.
any. Yeah.
Kamala, she just came out with stuff recently. She said
A
specifically
policy
that.
proposal, sure.
Yeah, do you want me to tell you what they are?
That's what all policies are, by the way.
Do you want me
No,
to tell you
I
what
know
they
what
are?
her policy proposals are. I've been watching what she said, but how do I put this into words? Sorry. I guess okay, sure, yeah. Tell me what it is. In your words, what the policy proposal is, because you say her policy she has done. What she's going to do, is she going to accomplish them? I want to vote for Kamala. I am blue. I usually vote blue, but the DNC made me not want to.
Super. Just tell us what's your concern, because obviously you have a concern. So what's the primary concern? Is it that she doesn't have certain policies? Is it that she supports this or that? Is it, I mean, just like, what is it?
She's not a part of any policy that has been done. That has already been done.
She has been part of
The
every
Inflation
single
Reduction
policy.
Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act.
She
Okay,
directly
and then
negotiated to get the.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
No. She directly negotiated and added the $35 cap on insulin. She's the one who got the expansion of the rural broadband internet. She has been highly influential in certain policies that were added to these bills.
That's what she says.
No, that's what that's what the overall Congress says. The people who she actually worked with. That's what they say. Not she. We get this
No, the
information
staff
from
says they all
Congress.
quit.
Well,
what?
So, for me, like, what I'll say is, I mean, Parker knows that. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't, but I've kept up with this even before Biden dropped out of the race, like months and months ago. I listen to everything you guys say. I do my research, and I take notes of things. One of the things is when you searched Kamala's name before before Biden dropped out of the race, it would be like she endorsed this. So it's never like hands-on action of getting something done. It was just that she put her 2 cents in, saying, yeah.
So
I
wait,
support
are you
it. And
disagreeing with what comes
that's
up on
the-
Google, or like what she's done?
What do you mean?
You're disagreeing right now with what came up on Google, not what she's done, because we just gave you multiple examples of what she's literally put into these bills.
But what I'm
the $35
saying
cap on
is
insulin and the
if
high-speed
she
broadband.
didn't just okay, but what I'm saying is, yes, she was the vice president when all of those were passed into Congress and enacted, but it's not. It's taking just because she's the vice president. But
No, no,
before
no,
this,
that's not
of
taking the
course, all of
credit.
that is
No,
going
you're
to
not
say
listening.
it now.
Super cool, super cool. You're misunderstanding. So again, she literally got this put in the bill. Okay, like I'm not just saying because she's the vice president. I'm saying she literally got this put in the bill.
Or, for example, the $4.2 billion private investment in 3 Central American countries. That was her. Like, that wasn't anybody else. That was actually her. Like, no one else did that. It wasn't Joe Biden. It wasn't, Pete Buttigieg. It was Vice President Harris. That was her, right? So that's a direct accomplishment that she has to add to her overall, goal. Now, as far as you're talking about, many people in the administration worked on those bills. She's part of the overall administration. She helped craft those bills about what should go in it, which is why she gets some of the credit. She gets credit for being part of the overall success, right? Which is fine, and that's what we're saying. So if you're voting for Biden, or if you were going to vote for Biden, I don't know why you're not going to vote for Harris, because as I said, Joe Biden and her have many of the same policies, like in terms of what they want to actually like go forward. So I don't understand why one is not a vote for the other.
Everyone voted for Biden. No one voted for Harris. Not one.
Oh my God. I've already
That's such a
explained
lie.
this like 10,000 times.
That's such a lie. All right, everyone voted for Biden Harris. It is the case that Biden steps down, Harris.
No one
steps
voted for
up.
Waltz then.
They also voted for the delegates. The delegates make the determination. People are voting for Harris Waltz. If Harris dropped down, it would be Waltz that steps up. If something happened
that
next
was
time, and
better.
it was the case that like we were going 2028, and Harris stepped down due to some reason, Waltz would step up.
Wait, no one voted for JD Vance. Like JD Vance wasn't on any ballot.
So undemocratic, dude.
Like, how dare they? No, what DP's understanding is that's how party politics is since it's been invented. Like, duh, this is not new. Yeah.
David, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Christopher. Thank you for the 2.
I didn't want to interrupt
No,
or anything.
go ahead.
But
Go ahead.
no, I understand that. I guess what I'm not articulating it very well. It's also it's probably later for you guys. It's late here, and I've been waiting for a bit.
Wait,
and
hold
so
on.
that's
Let me
why
ask you
I
this.
wish, because I don't know, I
let me-
get stage fright when there's 6,000
Okay,
people.
no.
How do you
Let me
get
ask you
somebody
this.
quicker?
Let
But
me ask you
anyways,
this.
Well, they
with
need
the
their
people-
posse,
Okay,
you see.
sorry.
Bruh. Let me ask you this. Did you talk to Chris about this issue already? Did you talk to Chris
Which
about
issue?
this? About your concerns
What
with Harris.
issue?
Your concerns with Harris.
No, I haven't joined a political
Have you talked
live since Biden dropped out.
Matt, you're lagging.
Yeah, I actually, me?
No, Matt was.
Oh, okay. No, actually, that's a good question. I did talk to Harry. That was the first live I've joined for a long time since Biden dropped out. And what I asked Harry was, he was saying, I'm so confident in Biden's capabilities of being president. And then he dropped out, and it's Kamala, and it's now like, oh, yep, Biden made the right choice for the American people. Like,
Well, actually,
he didn't
Harry
feel fit
was-
to serve, and that's the only.
Okay, you know what, DP?
Sorry,
okay,
what
you know
was
what?
that, Rockin'?
Okay, listen. I still don't understand what your concern
But no,
is.
other than that,
just
I have
don't
not talked.
understand what your concern is. Like, a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for Kamala Harris. Like, I'm sorry, but like,
The only difference that I could see from a left wing perspective, literally, is that she like rhetorically speaking and in terms of policy, right, is better, right, on the situation of Gaza, right? She seems seemingly a little bit more against guns,
right, than Joe Biden is. And that's about it. And Joe Biden also advocated for the same policy as it relates to guns. So it's just the rhetoric for guns. So what is this
I
big
guess-
like craze? I really don't understand why
To-
you
to
like
answer
to be
your
totally honest, she's
question, though-
a significantly better candidate than Joe Biden is, objectively speaking.
No,
okay, from a left-wing
absolute-
perspective,
no,
objectively she's a better
absolutely.
candidate.
Well, he's almost dead.
Absolutely, she is. But what I'm saying is, absolutely she is. But I feel like it's all so phony. And to me, like even the Kamala Harris HQ TikTok account,
Kamala, by the way.
and it's just that's what I said. Kamala
You said
Harris
Kamala.
TikTok account.
Okay, I'm
Kamala Harris HQ. Okay, it's just phony, and it
I'm
seems
getting-
like
look,
it's
Super, I'm
what
sorry.
Do,
I-
do,
Wait,
do
Matt, let her
mirror-
finish. Matt, let her finish real quick.
okay.
Go for it.
No, yeah.
what I was
Super
saying
good.
is I just feel like what the difference is because there was such this uproar of, oh, he's so senile, he can't be president, blah 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 blah. I like his policies. And then once it switched to this, he announced he was dropping out of the race. It just seems so phony, and that any like social media thing they post, I feel like when they follow the trends and they're making it this big spectacle of social media banter and following the trends it's very demure, and just everything that the Kamala Harris HQ post.
I honestly don't care. Like,
No,
like,
no,
like,
actually,
I'm to be totally fucking
do
frank.
the
That is
troll, I think.
these are the dumbest
That's what I'm
fucking
trying to
reasons
say.
ever. David, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Apparently she trolls. Yeah, I just got that message from David.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Deborah with $100 on
Deborah,
Cash
W.
App. Can we get some W's for Deborah in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Deborah.
Deborah,
Let's get some W's in the chat right now. Thank you so much.
W,
Holy shit,
Deborah.
Deborah, with $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That is nuts. That is nuts. Okay. All right. Let's get up another MAGA. But W Deborah's in the comment section. And everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, y'all. Yeah. So, DP, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying that Democrats pushed their own candidate out of the way in a very
He dropped out himself.
unnice way after he was getting pressured on all sides.
So you guys are literally like, yo, you guys should get Joe Biden to step down. He's mentally incompetent. But now when he steps down, you're like changing the narrative so hard, bro. Fucking weirdos.
Well, I just think it wasn't very nice the way they did it.
Nice,
And,
nice. Since when did you care about nice?
Well, I care about nice.
Really?
Everybody
You're
cares
voting, you're
about
voting
nice.
for
There's a little bit of goodness in everybody, you know.
you're voting for Donald Trump. Don't even try to act like you care about being nice. Fucking dumbest shit I've ever heard.
I try to be nice, but I often fail.
If you'd say so.
Hey, I've been very nice. Like, what the fuck?
Everyone's been very nice.
Okay. All right.
There's a lot of haters of being
person.
I'd like to add them up, but
Go
but
ahead.
they're not adding.
I don't-
No, they're not like joining because they're afraid or something. But
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
That's it.
Are you voting Trump?
Bye, Ryan. Hey, Wendy, you there?
Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. We'll probably be on another 27 minutes. 27 minutes. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Thank you, Lucy. Thank you so much. Okay, dude. All right. Matt, after this live, I gotta ask you about which rally video I should post next. I was gonna call you after.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? I also finally pinned my 10 mil video.
W.
I pinned it. It's almost at 11 now. It's at 10.9. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alright, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We're trying to get the next person up here. All right. Do give it 1 second. Post another longer YouTube video. Yeah, I might do that out of my rally content. I might make a longer YouTube video. I might try to do that this like tonight actually. Like after this. I'll probably edit that until I go to sleep. Yo, it's a pal to you? Hello? Jeez. Alright, let's get this next person up here. Do give it a second, y'all. Yo, what's a pal to you? Hello?
I'm 21.
You voting Trump? Okay. Dude, what is going on right now, chat? What the hell is going on? Yo, Devin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much just because I see it from both sides. We voted her... Let me see. Let me click on this while I add someone up. Do give it 1 second, everyone. We voted her to take over during her presidency, never to run a full presidential campaign without a primary vote on it. I think it's in either context. I think that we voted for either context. Plus, even if you don't even consider it that way, it is the case that most of the Democratic Party supports her. So the delegates are going to vote based on that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
You voting Trump?
I actually voted Biden in 2020.
W, I guess.
Okay, good for you. W. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's get to 2 million likes, y'all. Where's Harry? DNC. Harry's at the DNC. He got invited. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck?
Yeah, are you voting Trump? Hello?
Yo.
Yeah, you voting Trump?
Yeah. Am I voting Trump?
Yeah, dude.
I sound on the fence, you know what I mean? Right? I mean, Trump's great and stuff. And so is Kamala Harris. Like, she's a girl. So that's totally fabulous. Let's get a girl in there.
Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I probably would vote for Kamala Harris for trying to milk the system into actually putting people in jail and making the government pay for it. You know, she's great for the government, right?
What are you saying? Would you like to respond to what I just said?
What's wrong with milking the people?
Do you want to respond to what I just said?
I just did.
No, you didn't. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
You're going to cancel me because this is what you do, and you're going to call me whatever you want to call me. So what's up, dog?
Are you okay?
We're all good here. Everybody loves dogs.
Are you okay, man? Like, I don't know what's going on with this guy, bro.
I don't know. I think you're a fabulous debater, and we can debate.
So, if someone was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, would you vote for them?
Pro-abortion, yes. So, abortion, right? Because I know
Just
that's
like a non-interactable NPC.
Right? No, it's fine.
I didn't know non-interactable
It's
NPCs
fine.
could join my live.
It's fine, and
Devin, they get the $5.
Are we
Thank you
good
so
here?
much. No, I understand you, Devin.
Are we?
I am totally okay with.
Well, you jumped topic, like
because like rape victims and like stuff like that. Like it's horrible. Like
Yeah,
when
can you answer
really
my
think
question
about
now,
it,
please?
It's horrible.
Yeah, would you vote
No,
for someone who's
it's
been held
just- it's
civilly
a
liable of
campaign
sexually
thing,
assaulting a
right?
child?
It's a campaign thing.
I'll give you one more time to answer my question. Would you vote for someone held
Okay.
civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Again, I do not need anyone. I have daughters, right? So I do not condone anyone doing anything bad to any women at all. Exactly, 100%. Women,
Oh my God.
they are the grandma. We wouldn't be here. You came out of a woman.
Hey, professional,
right?
professional
You
Astrid.
came out of a woman.
Dude, this is like the
Professional. Let's
ultimate
be
level of
professional.
like yapping, like not responding
That's what I'm
to the
saying,
question.
man. Like, you came out of a woman. We all came out of a woman, right? Like, let's be honest.
Professional.
Let's
you vote
be
for
professional.
someone held
That's
civilly
what I'm
liable
saying.
of sexually assaulting a woman.
Why? Like, what are you talking about?
Right? What I'm saying
You're
right now
gonna
is
cut
not
me
hard.
off. You're gonna cancel me. You're cancel culture. That's fine.
Are
This
you?
is the
Are you?
Kamala culture.
Sir, how much have you had
This
to drink
is the
tonight?
thing that I like to understand is why do you want to cancel people and cut them off before they can say things? Why?
Sir, you haven't answered the fucking question. Are you okay? Are you like actually fucking on like planet fucking
Obviously,
Earth?
don't do bad.
Are you on planet Earth? Hello? Am I speaking to you right now? Jesus Christ, what I'm saying right now is not fucking rocket science. It's not difficult. If you have more than one fucking brain cell, you can understand what I'm saying right now. You can't fucking understand what I'm saying right now because you're fucking literally 0.34 fucking BAC blood alcohol content, bro. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Answer my damn question. Jesus Christ, you should not be able to fucking operate a damn motor vehicle. Jesus Christ.
Neurons are not firing.
You gonna cancel me? Cancel culture. Because we don't want to vote for someone who fucking sexually assaulted a woman. Jesus Christ. No, can you click the unmute button by clicking the profile picture in the bottom right and then clicking the microphone? If you can figure that out.
He's gonna have to drop, and then he's gonna claim that he got canceled.
They're canceling me by muting my microphone. They're canceling me. Look at them canceling me. I knew they were going to do this. He still can't figure it out. Oh my God.
Okay.
Someone really asked in my comments who sexually assaulted a woman. Hello? Hello? What dude, what? Trump has been held liable for sexually assaulting a woman. What the fuck, dude? Jesus Christ, dude. Patrick Starr.
Yep. Finland.
Literally, bro. Dude, he still hasn't figured it out.
Yeah.
Jesus, this is like the most intelligent MAGA.
He's trying to work it out.
Professional, I sent you another invite to unmute yourself. Jesus Christ, dude. All right, we'll just keep talking to people while he sits up here and he figures it out.
Ah, Lordy.
He's probably talking to himself right now, mad at the phone.
Probably.
Yosef, how old are you? Hello?
Tim, you there?
Yep, Tim, you there?
Tim G. Okay, Tim G is gone.
We'll get someone. Don't worry, chat. 14 more minutes or so, somewhere around that.
There's this person named Hammy in the chat who I keep inviting, but they're just too much.
Yo, what's up? How old are you, Denise?
To like not come up.
Denise, how old are you?
Hello, Denise. Paging Denise. Okay, Denise.
I can like hear them there, dude. It's like,
yeah.
I'm actually like so sad, dude. This is like ridiculous.
Yeah. It's a struggle today.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello, Annie.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were talking to me.
Are you
I
voting
will
for Trump?
say, no, I am not. But I did want to say I am a Kamala supporter. I do have a father.
Base.
I have a father too.
Base. Yeah, same.
Funny how that works.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am in my 40s.
You voting Trump?
I absolutely am.
Why so?
So I'm voting for him basically because of what our country has accomplished during his tenure. I know you keep asking people why they would vote for someone that has been convicted, but my question is, and I'd love to hear your answer on this, is how much faith do you have in our justice system at the moment? Regardless of Trump in general.
Yeah, I typically accept jury determinations on
Yeah.
like what occurred.
A scale of like 0 to 10, 7 to 8 probably. I mean, they get it wrong sometimes, but more often than not, they're right.
Yeah. If not,
Okay.
I'd give it a little bit higher than that.
So
Yeah.
the reason why I asked the question is because there are a lot of people currently in jail on death row, and they're innocent. And stuff has come out years
4% of
later.
people.
I'm sorry?
4%.
Okay, but still, it's a point that this is something where people's lives are on the line, not just somebody being assaulted or, something not as...
I'm against the death penalty. Trump is
Yeah,
advocating
may
for
I
the
ask,
death penalty.
are you for the death penalty or against it?
I'm against it.
So Trump is for the
because
death
of-
penalty.
Right,
Yeah,
but...
so that's a
but the-
negative strike, right?
No, not necessarily, because I can vote for somebody and not be 100% on every single topic that they have.
This seems like a pretty big issue because you're talking about the how the judicial system is not always right because of the people on death row who are innocent, and your primary nominee doesn't really care about that because he supports the death penalty. So why? So like there's kind of like a problem here because your like nominee kind of is like not believing in one of the things that like you believe in about the system.
Right, I understand that, but at the same time, when you're looking at a candidate, we're not just looking at one or two things that they're supporting, right? We're looking at broad spectrum things, and we're looking at both candidates. They're completely opposing parties. So,
Sure. Okay, well then how about this then?
opposing policies. So you kind of have to pick a side that you favor more than somebody that you 1,000% agree with on every single topic.
Oh, no, I
right?
understand that, but okay, then how about this? What policy of Trump's do you agree with right now